What's up, everybody? Happy Friday. Junkies with you on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. We're streaming live on the free Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. As always, we're presented by Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies, looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber. Just visit cropmetcalf.com and you can join their team today. We thank you for tuning in this Friday morning, November 21st, 2025. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Johnny Cakes Allville.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Happy Friday.
You got the Commanders hoodie on,
I do.
even though it's a bye week for them.
That's a
It's
good.
okay.
It's a good week to wear it. You won't be disappointed. You know what I mean? You won't be
Yeah.
disappointed.
Yeah, it's true.
I've had my Jaden jersey. I've been waiting to wear it all season. Had really no need to. There haven't been enough good moments.
I mean, you can still wear team gear even if the team isn't performing well.
It's hard to. I like to rep a winner. I don't like repping a loser.
I mean, you're only going to root for your team in the good times? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I root for them in the bad times, but I don't need to be reminded of it during the week.
Okay.
He doesn't wear the colors with pride when they're a loser.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's 100% true.
I think that makes sense. We've seen that in person for
Mhm.
years and years. For years and years, we saw almost no Washington football team, Washington Redskins,
Yeah.
Washington Commanders year, and then
Well,
last year it turned
It
around.
tells me there's a good number of some fair weather fans out there that don't. Look, I've been a Caps fan since day one. I will always wear Caps gear, whether they're good or they're bad.
Well, the good thing
I mean-
about it is those colors are good. The burgundy and gold is really not great colors to wear. Like honestly, it's just not a great.
What do you
color
mean in
scheme.
terms of like matching stuff
Yeah,
with
it's just
it?
an awkward color scheme. I actually don't
You
love
just
it.
make it work.
But you know, from experience, that we wouldn't see jerseys for
I know,
years and years.
But my bigger point is, even if your team sucks for a decade, if you're a fan of the team, you would still probably embrace the gear.
Yeah, but
Maybe
that's
I'm
not
just
reality.
A weirdo. I don't know.
That's not reality.
It's not reality.
okay. Maybe
You
I'm
know
just-
that? How many pregame
delusional.
shows did you do with me? Probably hundreds.
Lots.
And during the last decade, before last season,
Mhm.
how many jerseys would we see out and about? Less and less.
Yeah, people
When
would
you
buy less
win,
gear.
I rep the team.
Right.
When you lose, I try not to think about it too
It's
much.
just the way it
I
is.
still root for you every week.
Right.
And there's no team I've rooted harder for in my life than this stupid football team. Literally, there's no team I've rooted harder for other than my kids' own teams. There's no team I've ever rooted harder for. Yeah, but when you lose, I don't like to be reminded of you constantly. I like to wear the gear in celebration. I like to wear it on Victory Monday.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
like tomorrow, I'm going to go to the Maryland game, and even though they're mired in what a six week
Well, that's
losing
different
streak,
because you're going to the
I'm
game.
going to wear Terps gear to the Terps game.
Yeah, because you're going to the game. That's perfectly appropriate.
Yeah, but if the Terps were 10-0,
Mm-hmm.
you would see more Terps gear around
Put it
town.
this way,
probably
last year when they were on their run, I was wearing that Jaden jersey to volleyball tournament.
Right.
That's when you
You're
rep.
peacocking. You're strutting.
That's when you rep it. Your team's
Look.
balling.
Cakes may be right on should, but the reality is that's not what happens.
Right.
When a team
Okay.
wins, you'll see more gear.
Yeah.
It just is
You've
what
been
happens.
lucky. The Caps have been good for 20 plus years, by and large, right? Dip here and there. We've been awful for
Yeah.
30 years.
Long time.
How
With a
about
couple
this?
blips?
How about this Capitals offensive explosion the last
Love
couple
it.
of days?
Love to see it.
8 goals yesterday against the Montreal Canadiens, including a hat trick from Ovi, who's caught fire. He's up to 10 goals now, and it's just kind of a recent burst.
I need to look at his splits when he plays in Montreal. I think he gets excited to play in that building.
Hmm.
He puts up big points in Montreal.
I think
Now,
if-
he does it in basically every
He have
building.
6
but
goals in his last 4 games.
6 goals in his last 4 games,
Yeah.
8 points in his last 4 games. So he has caught fire. I think he's up to 10 goals now. And the Capitals get that big win. We talked to Coach Carberry a couple days ago. We're going to have Brandon Duhame, Caps winger, on the show later in the program. And one of the things that they've been struggling with is the power play. But he said, hey, you know what? We do a good job scoring on 5-on-5. If we can get the special teams units playing a little bit better, then we'll get to the next level. Yesterday, They had 4 power play opportunities and converted
That's
twice.
pretty good. They would
Which is
take
really
that.
good.
I mean, that's an amazing percentage.
So I
What-
think
what-
Ovi scored
you
one in
shoot
the first
for?
minute of the game.
What do you shoot for? Like 35% or something like that?
Uh,
Or
I
The
think
top
that-
teams are in the 30s.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
leaders right now are 30%.
I think if you're in the 20s, you're all right.
you don't want to be in the teens. That's kind of where they're hovering or have been for the last few weeks. Like 14, 15%. That's the neighborhood you don't want to be in.
Right.
Yeah, but Ovi scored 1 minute into the game on a power play.
Yep.
That's the way you start a game.
Mm-hmm. Love to see it.
But yeah, that's the thing that they haven't figured out so far this season is that power play. So that's good news that they scored twice.
Ovi gets a hat.
on the
Ethan
power play.
Frank chips in with 2 goals as
I
well.
always like the Frank kid. That's
He's super fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Cakes mojo.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I went to the game 2 nights ago. They score 7. Then they go north of the border. They score 8.
All
I don't
right.
know.
Better keep going then.
I don't know what to tell you.
Keep going.
Coincidence? I think not.
So you beat your question. Currently, the top team in terms of power play percentage is the Penguins. They're at 34%.
I said 35.
The Capitals are at 16.1%.
All right, well, we got to do way better.
And recently it's been worse until last night where they convert 2 out of 4.
Correct.
All right, I'm quite certain they'll get it at least into a reasonable realm.
All the
They
way-
have probably the greatest weapon on a power play that there's ever been.
Sure. Also, congrats to Dylan Strome and his family. His wife gave birth to, I believe, their 3rd daughter,
Wow.
like during the first period of the game last night. While he's in Montreal, she's back here giving birth to her kid.
Right.
Kid came early.
Wow.
Dylan Strome couldn't get home in time.
Right.
He was
Did he
definitely-
try to?
I mean, I
Did it
don't-
come early or was it
she
like
started having contractions.
He
I
didn't
think
miss
2
anything. It's,
yeah.
so big. It's
2
it's
hours.
overrated, this whole being
I
right
agree
there.
with you.
like 2
Yeah.
hours before puck drop, and he's in Montreal. There's just no way, like, unless you lease like a private jet and fly down, you're just not going to make it in
I
time.
mean, let's be real. We all love our fathers who've all passed. Okay. The 3 of us
Yeah.
here, our fathers have all passed away. Now, Cakes was adopted, so it's a little different, but
Yeah,
I have
my
no
dad was
idea.
definitely not in the
Yeah.
delivery
No,
room
but I have
when
no
was
idea.
adopted when I was
Butt funny.
born.
but the
We all
point
love our
is,
fathers. Except for Cakes, who doesn't know his real one.
no, my point is, I have no idea if my father was in the
Jimmy's
delivery
always a
room.
master of tact.
Yeah.
No, you weren't listening.
I know where he's going. He's going to talk about
Yeah.
the hospital. So
Yeah,
we have no
you
idea
think
where
your-
your dad was at the hospital.
Was our dad in the delivery? I don't know.
No, my dad was in the waiting room. He waited like 27
Right.
hours.
Yeah,
Literally waited 27 hours, and then they say, "Oh yeah, she had the baby.
right.
Everything's okay."
Didn't make our fathers
You-
less of a dad, is the
You-
point.
I feel useless quite a lot in life, like a lot. Like I couldn't even get the little thing off my tire
Sure.
when I was trying to pump air. Right, I couldn't feel more useless than I couldn't even get the little
The
cap.
valve
off.
cap.
You never feel more useless than when you're in a delivery room.
You're just in the way. I mean, you're there to support
Yeah.
and you're there to help.
I mean,
as best
yeah.
you can.
Oh, can you get some ice chips?
there's
Okay,
no-
I can get you
there's
some ice
literally
chips.
Nothing
Yeah.
you can really do.
Yeah.
to
That's
help.
just a
They-
contrived
the-
thing
yeah,
to
the
do to
dumb-
make you
the-
feel
the-
useful.
Give you the dumbest things to do, probably like you want to cut the cord?
Cutting the cord is cool in theory, but again, it's not
I didn't.
necessary.
I wanted no
Yeah.
part of that.
Yeah.
I didn't have
I
to.
mean, all
be
you do is
involved
grab
with
the thing
that.
and cut. I mean, it's
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
and then
nothing.
they hook it up. They clean up the baby.
Yeah,
And
it's
baby comes out looking like an alien.
yeah, it's a big disaster.
do their
down
thing,
there.
they
You don't
clean
want
it up.
anything to do with it.
And about 10 minutes later,
Slimy
10
alien.
10
coming
minutes later, they bring
Heads
the
all
baby up.
misshapen.
And you're
Yeah.
good to go.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a big gross mess.
Yeah.
The whole thing. The back in the day in the 50s, that was when it was a great time to be a pop. You just wait in the waiting room.
Yeah,
I don't
smoke.
even think the 50s. I mean,
Back
Yeah.
in the I Love Lucy days, whatever
I think-
that was.
I think the Bill Cosby days, because the Cosby Show,
Yeah.
Heathcliff Huxtable, there was never a dad in the delivery room. He did his thing.
Yeah.
Then he goes out and says, "All right, you got a baby?" Boy. And
Kind of weird in
Ooh.
retrospect. He was a
I know.
gynecologist on the Cosby Show.
Yeah.
Shocker.
Yeah, I mean,
Is there any way if you're a dad you can just say, "Hey, text me when it's over"?
I mean, if you
Is
want to
that-
be
is
hated
that-
for the
the
rest of your
problem
life,
is,
yeah,
all,
sure.
that everyone has just set this tone, and all these
That
wives expect
you have to be there.
I'm sure the doctors would way rather
Yeah,
you
but
not be there.
I know, like you said, there's nothing you can really
There's nothing
do.
you can do. You could sit there and you look. You want your wife to be comfortable, right? It's a
Yeah,
nightmare
yeah,
scenario for them in a lot of ways. Most of it's a nightmare, right? But there's really nothing you can do. You talk to them a little bit, give them some ice. For the most part, they got to go through this hell.
Hold your hand or squeeze
Yeah,
your
there's some
hand.
holding,
A little,
definitely.
but then you get in the way when it really gets
Yeah.
time to go
When it's,
time.
yeah, when it's
When
crunch time,
to
you're in
go
the way.
time, you got to get out of the way.
for the last one, I had the immobilizer on my leg because I had just had ACL surgery a week before.
Yeah, you're
I was
really
literally
injured.
laying.
More in the
I
way.
was laying down on a bench and couldn't. And then was like, okay, it's go time. All right, then you kind of hobble up. And I wasn't going to be down low, just kind of up high by the shoulders and be like, good job,
Yeah,
babe.
you don't want anything to do with being down
Right.
low. Trust me, you want to be up by the head.
Yeah, I
Trust
stayed
me.
up high. Stayed up high.
Yeah.
Some
Anyway.
people get down low; they can never
I don't
forget
blame,
what they
in, other
saw.
words, in other words, I don't think Stromer missed anything.
No.
It's great. When he gets back, it'll be great.
Yeah.
It'll be,
Miss a couple days, big deal.
you know what? He'll get some good sleep.
Yep. Anyway, congratulations to the Washington Capitals. Big win for them. They have moved up to 4th in their division because when you were looking at the standings, I know it's
It's a
super
bunch
early
together.
and you still got 60 games to go. It's not great when you would see them at the very bottom.
Yeah.
So they're moving
I
up.
hope that's concerning.
They're at 24 points. First place is Carolina with 28 points. So look, there's not much separation because last place is at 22, but they've moved up a little bit. They've won 3 in a row now. So great to see that offensive output by the Washington Capitals. As I mentioned, Brandon Duhaime from the Caps, he'll join us coming up at 9:45. Remember, you can always text us on the Main Street Bank text line. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We're the Junkies. Be right back.
All right, guys. EB here. FanDuel Friday is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, FanDuel's dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo, it's your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern. Only where? FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. Make sure you visit FanDuel.com/EB to grab your reward before the clock expires. That's FanDuel.com/EB. You must be 18 and over, present in DC, opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call text 1-800-GAMBLER.
A lot of times we save our giveaways for the end of the show. I'm going to flip the script.
Ooh.
Right now, caller number 10, we're going to hook you up with 2 tickets to see OAR 3 Decades Tour. That's Friday, July 24th at Meriwether Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event info, visit thefandc.com/events. That's courtesy of Live Nation. So caller number 10 at 1-800-636-1067. You'll get the tickets.
So you guys know we've been battling, talking about sleep for years, and of late I've been really struggling with sleep. And I told you yesterday I didn't sleep well at all, and so I knew it was going to have to be a priority yesterday. So something weird though is going on. I couldn't go to bed early because I wanted to watch Cornell Colgate, and it ended up going, shocker, into double overtime.
It's a long one.
It was a long one. It was great because Coop balled out. Meg's boyfriend, he had 27. He had a couple big threes to send the game into overtime, etc. But we're just hanging on everything. And I had promised my youngest that I'd go in the sauna with her after the game.
Okay.
And the game kept getting extended. So I ended up going in the sauna like 9:45, 10 o'clock, whatever it is. And then that's 20 minutes. And I got a shower. So by the time I get ready for bed, it's like about 10:30, right? I'm already struggling, right?
That's my average.
That's late.
It's late though. It's late.
That's late.
At least like just start a little earlier.
I'm praying I'm already in bed and half asleep by 10:30.
Well, especially considering the night before I slept horribly.
Yeah.
So really, when you want to, you get in there. And I'm tossing and turning. Within 45 minutes, I just said, my wife didn't even ask me anymore. I just get up and I just went into Steven's room.
Mhm.
I just need a different environment, different vibe.
Yeah.
Maybe I can sleep better. He's got a new bed in there. I'll try that. I wake up this morning, and this happened to me a couple days ago. I think I have scars on my hands.
You have scratches.
I think I'm scratching. I don't know if I have an itch. I don't know if I'm allergic to the sheets or something. I'm digging my fingernails into my hands.
Could it be bug bites?
I mean,
you maybe got like some spideys up in the bedroom.
That's a terrifying thought.
I don't think that's what it is.
Spidey's climbing in
Could
your
you have been
bed?
attacked by a demon? I believe Tucker Carlson has claimed that he was attacked by demons recently.
Yeah, I don't think
That sounds like a weird bit.
I don't think that's what's happening in my case. I think in my case, I know I do a weird bit. This is so weird. When I like start scratching my head in the middle of the night, I rub my head, I'm flipping around, I'm trying anything just to try to get comfortable. And I think I'm waking up and I'm having a war with myself.
Yeah, you're battling. You're up against it. You're battling.
Are
You're
your
trying to get to
fingernails
sleep.
long? Because it's kind of
No,
tough
I
to
mean-
cut your own hand.
I mean, they're long enough to scratch, but I just trimmed them like 2 days ago. I got trimmers in my car. I got trimmers near my TV.
So
I got
many
trimmers
nail
everywhere.
fragments on the floor.
I can't
of
have
your
long
car.
nails either.
I don't
Still
like
think.
having long nails.
Let me see your hand again. Let me see it.
I don't know. Is there a camera? Here, I'll
That,
put it.
kind of looks like a bug bite.
No, like look right
No,
here.
it looks like
I'm scratching myself. I'll put
either
it
he scratched himself or something scratched him, and it's like scabbing over. Is what it looks
or I'm
like.
being attacked. Yeah, either by a demon or D's trying to take me out or something. I mean, something's going on. I'm waking up with.
Yeah,
That's how
could
brutal.
Dee be flopping around and like
No.
cutting you with
Dude,
her
she-
nails or something?
She's light years away from me, and I even left
mean,
the room.
That
I
looks
left-
like sometimes like my dog, because like she's 50 pounds.
Yeah.
Like if she scratches you by accident or just puts
Yeah.
a paw on you and kind of rakes it across the top of your hand, I could see that happening. But you definitely don't have
Well,
a dog.
Yeah, I don't have a dog. And the other thing I thought of is like, well, maybe I was in the woods and I hit the ball in like a prickly bush, and
Yeah.
or I saw a Pro V silly and I stuck my arm in there and got. But that's not happened.
Hold on, let-
You get this. Look at the thing the studio thing that Mar has. This. Hold on. I don't even know how do I do that. Can you see that? I'm
Old guys
attacked.
struggle with technology.
Can you see that?
News at 11.
I'm digging into myself in the middle of the night.
Well, if you said you're scratching your head, it makes sense that you're scratching other parts
I rub
yourself.
my head.
that I think you got it.
Do you have dandruff? Why are you rubbing your head and scratching your head like that?
It's not that I'm scratching it. I like rub it to try to. I think I'm just trying to calm myself down. I don't know. It's a weird thing. It's self-conscious. I don't know what it's.
You got a lot going
That-
on at night.
It's very hard for me to sleep. I'm
Yeah, your
having
sleep
problems.
regimen is
I'm having
that's
problems.
that's like a prickly bush. I think
This?
that yeah.
I know, but then I got a new one. The thing is that I
we searching for a wayward ball at Norbeck, and you stuck your
no, I've
hand
been
in
hitting
a-
balls in my house this week.
Hmm.
I had this one is a new one. I got a new one.
That does look like he might have hit a wayward shot and stuck his hand into like a bush off the fairway.
I
and
know.
trying to retrieve a ball.
I could try to justify that, but I honestly haven't played since like last Friday.
No,
Like,
that's a hand that you would have a glove on. You would have a golf glove on the left hand.
yeah, true.
So that should protect you from any sort of
I
scratches.
actually thought I'm going to have to
Well-
wear gloves tonight.
Well, every silly golfer should take their glove off between shots. Come on, Cakes.
Sometimes.
Okay.
Sometimes, yeah, it depends.
Okay, that part is true. I haven't played golf in a while, so I've forgotten the golf
He
etiquette.
also said silly golfer.
yeah.
Acts like us. It's
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, just leave it on.
I mean,
Who
you
cares?
can't have all your sweat and gunk running through your golf glove for 5 straight hours.
Sorry, I didn't get my Corn
I know,
Ferry
sorry.
tour card this year.
Anyway, that's a new development for me.
Yeah.
Is that now I'm attacking myself in the middle of the
Maybe
night.
you need do sleep therapists? Do they like even exist? Is that a thing? Maybe you need to go to a sleep
Well,
therapist.
you know,
Did
I did
something go down
order-
in the sauna? Like, did you have to do? Did you move something in the
Did
sauna?
you burn your hand on a rock?
yeah, did the rock cut you up?
No, the rock is in a cage thing, and I just
Mm.
use my Yeti, pour water over it. I mean, there's nothing that could have happened.
The same Yeti you used as a toilet?
No.
Not that Yeti. Different
No.
Yeti.
Let's hope.
No, it's
I mean,
a
I can
different
only
one.
hope.
I don't know, dude. I will say this. So so I put magnesium on my feet now.
Right.
I take magnesium orally. I have
If
all
you're
these other
having
things-
terrible sleep, why wouldn't you eliminate all that magnesium crap? It's not working.
No, it definitely helps. I do better with it than without it. I would do even worse.
I don't know that there's any evidence of that, but okay.
Hey, you know what I would do?
How about let me just live, and I'll give you my lived experience. I do better when I have the magnesium.
Is there any way you can like videotape your sleep?
You wouldn't want to see that. I mean, maybe you would just to goof on.
Because I mean, you're already videotaping your golf swing to analyze it nonstop. Why can't you videotape your sleep to analyze like?
I
you
mean, I
tossing
can
and
tell you what I
turning?
do. I'm flopping around. I mean, I know what I'm doing. But remember how we had the guy? So I've added one more thing to my regimen, but I haven't gotten it yet. I did order a mouthpiece that you could self-adjust. In other words, you don't have to go to a dentist to do it. You know what I mean? It's for sleep. Anyway, I haven't received it yet. I'm waiting to receive it. I ordered it like 10 days ago.
What's it supposed to do?
It's supposed to do what the same thing the guy that called in does. It moves your lower jaw forwards because that's why we all snore and we wake up a lot. And we're getting trapped. We're stopping breathing for a second because your lower jaw. You got to research it. Your lower jaw is causing the snoring, so it moves your lower jaw and opens up your airways. But I haven't received it yet, so that's my last. After that, it's just suicide.
Yeah.
I don't really know what else.
Well, that's never a good option.
I don't really know what else. Propofol.
I was gonna say you're about a year away from
Propofol.
propofol.
I mean, if anybody could ever put propofol in a pill form where it's not going to kill you, but it just puts you to sleep for 6 to 8 hours, and then you wake up without any
That's
symptoms,
the magic.
that
pill.
person would be a trillionaire
Yeah.
because that is your magic bullet.
Because by the way, also you want to die sooner. Sleep poorly. It's terrible for your body.
it's awful for you.
terrible for your blood pressure. It's terrible for all your level. It's terrible for you.
Valdez, let's get in the lab. Let's find out how to get propofol in like a 5 milligram dose and just get it out there.
If I said right now, hey, you can if you go to your doctor, you can get microdosing of propofol, you would do it.
Oh, I would leave the show
I would
right
want.
now.
I would want to do
wouldn't even-
research about it.
I
But
wouldn't
yeah,
even tell
I would
you.
consider it.
If you told me that was an option, I would get up right now.
You wouldn't be scared.
I'd rather know what the side
As
effects
long
are.
as it's proven to be safe, I would go get it right now. You guys would be doing a 2-man show.
When you take a nap, do you have a problem falling asleep?
Yes.
Well, you can't take naps.
Trust me, I was desperate yesterday because I only had like 2 hours total, and the naps were putrid. They were 10-minute intervals. The naps are a joke. But you're right in the sense that naps generally hurt you later because I don't know why, but you kind of used up some of your sleep equity. It's
Nobody's
hard to
gonna,
go to sleep.
Nobody's going to cry me a river for this, but a couple days ago when I went to see the Caps and I went to see my nephew play before the Caps game,
And you gambled.
I gambled. I went to MGM National Harbor. Again, nobody's going to shed a tear here. I did not have a nap. And that's an outlier. And by the time I got home, I was completely wiped.
The truth,
And I was just ready to go right to sleep.
But
Now
you
that-
didn't Because you stayed up and you had 2 beers.
Well, I mean, you act like it takes me an hour to drink 2 beers. I could drink 2 beers in about
By the way,
12 minutes.
but you
all
were
of this-
wiped and you still had the 2 beers. How long did it take you to drink the 2
About
beers?
15-ish minutes, maybe 20. Because I wouldn't have a little
So you
face
got
with my
home.
wife and my daughter
Right.
for 10, 15 minutes before I fall asleep and then rinse and repeat and wake up while it's still dark outside again.
Right.
I'm telling you, I should go back to drinking. All of my real sleep problems came when I stopped drinking because drinking helped me go to sleep.
Yeah.
And then I've basically, I might drink once or twice a month now,
Mhm, yeah,
but I don't use it as my nightcap, like to kind of put me to sleep.
sure.
And now I can't sleep.
Get back in there. It's always ready and waiting for you.
It's strong. I know people say it
The
messes
alcohol-
messes up your sleep.
The warm embrace of alcohol is just sitting there waiting for you to come back.
The
Just have a
lack of
surf
it.
side right before you go to bed.
Yeah,
The lack of it, but it's also terrible for you too. It's just you can't.
It's only
win.
100 calories, EB.
True.
I would argue that whatever alcohol you're intaking, as long as it's a reasonable amount, you're drinking responsibly, is better for you than having wretched sleep night after night after night
Yeah.
after night.
Yeah, I agree with it. I agree. With
Not that I clearly have no medical training. That's just
you. No, I
I'm
agree.
spitballing over here.
I just know that my sleep has bottomed since I
Yeah.
stopped drinking.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
And you could always just hook it. And then that generally
I've
makes
done
me
that
go to
before.
sleep.
It doesn't always work.
Maybe not always, but it's generally a good precursor.
Usually.
A lot of times.
I know that there have been times where, like on a Saturday morning, it might,
Yeah.
the mood might strike
Okay.
and something might happen,
Yeah.
and then I could sleep for 2 hours after that.
Mm,
Like,
Yeah.
you already thought you were up for the day,
sure.
but then, there might be some
Then
skins hitting,
the endorphins rush.
and then all of a
hits.
sudden I'm
Yeah.
out for 2 hours, the best sleep
Right.
ever.
Yeah. it's
Literally
great.
the best sleep ever.
Yeah.
Well, he needs to take one for the team every night.
Yeah.
I think she'd rather smother me with a pillow.
Or you just go to a separate room and say, I gotta go. I gotta do my sleep regimen. It's the way you just. That's the
I
way
gotta
you
get
just
out
sell
my
it.
sleep apnea
I
machine.
just- this is my sleep
And
regimen.
it's a pocket pee.
This is my.
That's my sleep apnea machine.
Yeah.
Oh man.
It's a fleshlight.
Yeah.
You sleep
It's my
better on the
sleep.
weekends when you don't have to get up at 4:30.
Sometimes.
100%.
Sometimes.
I do.
Part of it is my brain going 100 miles an hour. That's also part of it.
I slept till 10:15 at my brother's.
I mean, how do you do
10,
that?
15
Well, I was
a.m.
up till-
'cause you were,
I
that's
was
an
up
extended-
really,
That's
really
a weird
late.
circumstance. I mean, you're not usually up till 4 a.m. or whatever it was.
Yeah, that day I woke up before the Commanders game, but
Yeah.
on Saturday I woke up after 10 o'clock. Just didn't have to. Didn't have to set an alarm. Nice in that room. Nice cold in my nephew's room.
So that was
till
the other
10:15.
thing. I put the heater up to one degree. It was at 69. And I said, for me, I like it at 70.
Okay.
And I put it at 69, or did I put it at 70? 2 hours later, it felt like it was 102 degrees.
That's too hot.
And my wife said, because Stevie has 2 vents in his room,
Ah,
and it bakes it. It's like
Sure.
a sauna.
Yeah.
It's like a sauna.
it's
in
a
his
mini
bedroom.
version of the sauna.
So that screwed me up too.
yeah.
But now we're reaching a point now where something has to happen, because now I'm actually attacking myself physically.
Yeah. It's not great.
I'm bleeding. I'm waking up bleeding.
Mhm.
I'm going to war with myself.
You need like a sleep consigliere. You need an advisor. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that person is. You need somebody to get you a real like every night regimen.
Yeah.
Are you
Because what you're
are
doing
you
right now is not
worrying a lot
working.
lately?
Hmm.
Like, are you consumed with
I mean, I have
thinking
a
about
normal
like
amount
Stevie
of
or Megan or
I have a normal amount of anxiety. Like my kids, I don't really worry about the kids. They're pretty good. I have a normal level of anxiety, I think, for me. I don't think it's particularly ratcheted up.
what about your? You've said your cash flow is down a little bit. Are you worried about that?
Not really.
Are you
Deep down between me and you, not really. No.
Are you
fine.
concerned that the Wizards are giving up 130 points per game? Is that what's causing you to lose sleep at night?
I mean, it's kind of mind-boggling, but it doesn't keep me up at
No,
night.
that's not it.
No, I've kind of adjusted to that.
What about your mom's health? I mean, that could be. I mean, that's a legit concern.
Lately, my mom has been at my sister's the last few weeks, so that's been actually easier.
Okay.
To be honest with you.
I mean, that's something that everybody who's like our age, you deal with, like your parents aging.
Yeah, I
Or
know
in-laws
that. But I
aging.
just thought maybe it's been weighing.
I don't think
on
it's anxiety with EB. He's been having these issues for years. That's why he's tried red light therapy and
The
tart
red light,
cherry
I
tart
never
juice.
noticed anything. I got to get back on my Terry Tart juice.
He's tried a million
No,
things.
the tart cherry juice does induce a little sleep. It 100% does. You have some, 10 minutes later, you're a little tired. But you know what? You got to constantly buy that stuff.
Isn't it expensive?
It's like $9 a thing, but you got to constantly buy it. Like
How much
you
do you
don't-
drink at night before you
Well, when I have
toss
it,
and turn?
I don't know. I just do like about in a cup. You know,
Okay.
I just, like a normal cup of something. Like you'd have a
Mhm.
glass of something, like a soda or something. But
Yeah.
you know, I don't always remember to get it.
Yeah.
You know, that is something you remind me. It does help a little bit. It's a little bit.
I mean, you had the weighted blanket for a while. You've
Weighted-
done a lot of things.
Weighted blanket just gets too
Now you got
heavy.
magnesium on your foot. That might be expensive too.
Nah, it's nothing.
The thing that I would say, and I know you're going to say no to, is when you get offered a sleep study, take it.
I've
You've
already
got
done
an
it.
issue.
I've already done it.
When?
10 years ago. What's the difference?
Exactly.
What this gonna? The guy's gonna tell
Take
me.
a current one.
What he's gonna tell you? You wake up a lot.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Okay, but he might actually have the best solution for you
No, he
instead of
doesn't.
you
He
just
has to put a
trying everything you
mouthpiece
see
in.
on
He
Instagram.
does- no, and he's gonna tell you to put a mouthpiece in.
Okay.
That's why I ordered one.
Well, he might have one that's customized to you.
This one you customize it yourself.
Okay.
I'm gonna drive all the way out to Annapolis.
See? Too lazy to do it.
I could ordered one. You could customize it yourself. And I'm gonna give it a shot. See how it works. And if it works, they'll be thrilled because allegedly it only lasts 2 months. You got to order a new mouthpiece every 2
That
months.
sounds like a racket.
It's
That's
a
a
hell
big
of a racket.
racket.
I think because you chew, like, you know, I think because people, you chew through them, I guess. I don't know. I'll tell you. I'm going to try to make it last more than 2 months. I promise you that.
I know a lot of dentists now will look at your sleep and they will customize mouthpieces for you and do certain
this
things.
one's fully customizable. You can customize it yourself. I'll tell you if it works.
What does a phrenologist do?
Never heard of it.
Don't know. I've heard that word. Not sure what it means.
I'm just alarmed that I'm waking up now with scabs.
Alarmed sleep. I see what you're doing there.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like that sleep hustle.
Anyway, that's the trauma, the drama that's going on in my
Yeah,
life.
you're attacking yourself.
I'm attacking myself now. I'm now waking up with wounds.
Hey, go easy on yourself.
Yeah.
Stop scratching yourself in the middle of the night.
Yeah, it's
I think it was the wrong term, but it's not phrenologist or something that sounds like that where they mess with like your
airflow.
yes.
I don't know what that is. Couldn't tell you.
The dentist will look at that. I don't know, EB. Maybe you got to go to bed with gloves. You already go to bed with socks and like sweatpants and all that stuff.
I
That'd be
know.
butt
I
funny.
got to put a Titleist.
I mean, most
Actually, I
studies
use a
say
Kirkland
you're
golf club.
opposite. Most studies say that you sleep better when it's cold.
I can't.
Yeah,
I know that's true. I just
you can't do it.
I
Maybe you got to
freeze.
give it a shot.
It's freezing. I can't function when it's
You
freezing.
get nice and cozy under the covers.
Oh, there's nothing better than when you just pull the sheet up and you're
Right.
like, this isn't quite gonna keep me warm. And then you got to grab the comforter. And you're like, yeah, this is
I
the
don't like-
perfect spot.
I don't like it hot. I don't like it cold. I like it average where you only need like one blanket. Like I don't want to be under 27 blankets and I don't want it to be hot. I want it to be just silly 70. By the way, it's amazing how you could tell the difference between 70, 71. Like,
Oh, I can tell it. I can tell
1
it in a
degree.
heartbeat.
yes,
If the
It's
thermostat is off by even a half degree,
you can tell.
I start looking around like there's definitely something
Something's
amiss.
wrong.
Something is amiss here.
Right.
Need to have my wife go adjust the thermostat.
Not you.
Not me. The
'Cause you don't know how.
the thermostat is her bag.
Phone number if you want to chime in,
It vexes you.
1-800
Yeah, it vexes me terribly.
636-1067. We're the Junkies. Be right back.
We all know legends aren't made overnight. The best athletes, they train, they prepare, they plan for their success. And when they hang up their cleats, their legacy lives on. What about your legacy? Trajan Wealth specializes in retirement strategies and wealth management. Their fiduciary advisors can help you develop a plan to weather the ups and downs of the market. Don't leave your future to chance. Call Trajan Wealth. Here's the number: 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit trajanwealth.com. Call Trajan Wealth at 202-929-6600 or visit trajanwealth.com. Get your free financial assessment today at trajanwealth.com, because your legacy isn't just about what you earn, it's about what you leave behind. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Should I do the open road read for sports page?
Whatever you want.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Let's open up the Junkies sports page now. Brought to you by friends at Open Road. All right, we'll start with the Thursday night football game. Josh Allen was on the ground a lot, harassed all night by the Houston Texans defense as he was sacked 8 times. And the Texans forced 3 turnovers, including 2 interceptions from Josh Allen. Texans get the win 23-19. They improved to 6-5. Bills just a game ahead of them in the wild card race at 7-4.
I mean, the Houston clearly getting carried by their defense. Davis Mills was barely over 50% passing, though he took care of the ball, didn't throw any picks, throws 2 touchdowns. Woody Marks rushes for 74. So their offense wasn't anything spectacular, but when you sack the opposing quarterback 8 times and he throws 2 picks, that's going to win you a lot of ball games.
Now, the last pick was on the last drive of the game, kind of a desperation 4th down pass.
Right.
They actually converted on a 4th and 27, or it might have been a 4th and 37. They did the hook and ladder play,
Yeah, I saw it.
which was impressive. But the Buffalo Bills now 7-4. EB asked if they were reeling. They've kind of been up and down.
Mm-hmm.
Their defense stinks, and their offense, they were bringing this up throughout the broadcast last night. They don't have like a number 1 receiver. Like they miss Stephon Diggs, and maybe you would say Dalton Kincaid is one of their best receivers, and he was out.
And
So
like Keon Coleman is turning into a disaster for them. Their high draft pick from last year, not this year. He's been scratched from the last 2 games because he's just kind of a head case. They feel like he's immature. And when that guy doesn't work out, that's a guy that you add to your offense thinking it's going to provide some pop. And then he's not playing in games. It definitely hurts you offensively.
right now, there may be a true changing of the guard. We'll see what happens come playoff time.
Yeah.
But the Bills, the Chiefs, and the Ravens have basically run the AFC
Mhm.
for the last several years. Mostly the Chiefs, but the Bills and Ravens knocking on the door. Sometimes you sprinkle on a team like the Bengals. And right now, you've got the Patriots and the Broncos atop the AFC, and teams like the Bills, a wild card team, the Ravens, and the Chiefs are going to be trying to get into the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm not going to count the Bills out long term yet because Josh Allen is that good, but they definitely need to shore up that defense. They've been one of the worst run defenses in the league, and their next few games pretty tough. 3 of the next 4 are on the road. Road dates at Pittsburgh, at the Patriots. And look, the Browns aren't good on offense, but they have a tough defense. They've got to play them in late December.
If you could pick between the Patriots, the Broncos, the Colts, or the Chiefs, the Ravens, or Bills to represent an AFC out of represent the AFC in the Super Bowl, who would you take?
I'm going to take the
Bucket
new
one
school
is
right
what?
now because they're going to have home field.
What's bucket 1 again?
Bucket 1 is Indy.
Okay.
Bucket Indy, Patriots,
Okay.
Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
Denver,
Bucket
okay.
2 would be the Bills, and then the Chiefs and Ravens, who technically wouldn't be in the playoffs right now.
I think I have
I
to
mean,
go
it's-
bucket 1.
It's hard not to pick from bucket 1 because the Patriots are just building such a big lead and they're going to have home field. I feel like that's a good horse to back.
But it is hard to bet against Patrick Mahomes if he gets in there, or
Right.
Lamar Jackson if he gets in there
They're both
against
intriguing.
inexperienced teams. Like
yeah.
these teams don't have the playoff experience that those other teams have, but it appears, at least when you look at the standings, that there's a changing of the guard going on right now.
Yeah, I mean, the Bills team of a few years ago would not have lost this game to the Texans on the road. But as they're currently constructed, that's an L.
Sports
He had
page.
2 interceptions though.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sports page is brought to you by Open Road. It's time to raise your standards. Open Road Distilling Company is now at Virginia ABC, exclusively in Northern Virginia. Whether it's the bold spice of Eagle Eye Rye, the smooth depth of Independence Bourbon, or the rich, ready-to-pour maple old fashioned, this is whiskey done right. Sticking in the NFL, there's been a lot of talk about what's going on with the Philadelphia Eagles. Should preface this by saying the Eagles right now are 8-2. They're in good shape. But there are all these reports surfacing that teammates are not happy with Jalen Hurts. Derek Gunn, who's a longtime Eagles insider, mentioned that some within the organization don't love that Hurts plays his game instead of the game the coaches want him to play. He said, I'm basically telling you there's a lot of people in that organization that are frustrated with the quarterback situation right now. Diana Rossini had another report that he's basically not liked by some of his teammates, that he's not one of the guys. Meanwhile, he has countered. He said, I guess I get a lot of attention when things are going well and when things are not going so well. I never run away from holding myself accountable, and I think that's exactly what I've taken the approach of doing. I take great pride in what we do on offense, take great pride in how we go out there and play as a team and what our flow is. I think we've got work to do. And that obviously starts with me. That was always my approach. That's always me looking internally first in everything we do, and then in due time rising above.
Who is this again?
Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
Look, wideouts are notoriously divas as far as wanting their numbers and wanting their numbers to be high because that's how they get paid. If you have a quarterback who's throwing for 152 yards, 101 yards, 130 yards, 179 yards, 135 yards, those guys are going to get frustrated no matter how many wins they come up with. Now,
Right,
he
but
does
this-
have games where he's throwing for 280 and 320, but those are his outliers.
So the knock on him
He
supposedly
wasn't really
is
built for that.
the
He wasn't built for
coaches-
300-yard passing.
the coaches want him to take shots
Mhm.
on tighter window throws.
Right.
Yeah.
And when they say he plays his game, he doesn't take those chances. He maybe from his college days doesn't like to turn the ball over at all, doesn't like to risk it at all. And you got to point to their success. He was the Super Bowl MVP.
Right.
He played really well in the other Super Bowl. He's been in 2 Super Bowls.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, hold on. This is the first, though, that I've heard it suggested that he's not well liked. Right? Is that what Rossini
Yeah.
was reporting?
well, no, Rossini kind of reported on AJ Brown kind of being upset.
There's rumors that there's
But-
friction amongst
Understood. But
offensive
you
players
just said
in the locker room.
somebody reported that one of them, that Hurts, I thought you were saying, was not well liked, actually. Doesn't have a lot of friends on the team or whatever. I thought that was,
Yes,
What you were
I've
saying.
seen that too.
and that's news to me.
He also just threw Saquon under the bus too.
What did he say?
Well, I'm paraphrasing, but essentially the reporters were saying like you're having a down
Oh,
season.
no, that's AJ that said that.
yeah, AJ
Yeah.
said that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I get that AJ maybe not, a diva wide receiver. What I'm getting at is that I thought I heard JP say Jalen Hurts is not well liked on the team,
Yes.
which is news to me.
And by the way, it's not the greatest look from AJ Brown, but I kind of understand his sentiment.
Yeah,
Like,
he's just
if
making a point.
If people are on him about like, hey, why are your numbers
Yeah.
suffering? Then
No, I
point
think
like,
it's about-
okay,
yeah,
Saquon's
yeah, I
numbers
would
are
agree.
suffering too.
Yeah.
Like,
So he's
it's not just him.
Yeah.
It's so weird that this is all going on while the team's winning.
they're so successful.
Well,
They're succeeding despite all of the infighting.
well, also the fact that just that Jalen and AJ were so close at one point,
Right.
and now there's like this public
Seems
thing.
weird.
It's very
it's a weird bit that's going on there.
It's
But
like
every,
personal,
every team in the league would basically trade spots with them in a heartbeat
right?
for the success they've had.
But if you would ask me and put a gun to my head, who's more well liked on the team, Jalen Hurts or AJ Brown? I would have put all my chips on Jalen Hurts is more liked. But now you're giving me information that maybe he's not that well liked, which is the first I've heard.
Well, certainly there are people that are frustrated with his play on the field, from coaches to players on the team. Speaking of quarterbacks, Joe Burrow is back as a full participant for the Cincinnati Bengals. They haven't said whether he will play on
Well, he's
Sunday.
getting the 1 reps and Flacco's getting the 2 reps.
The Bengals
Pretty
host
good
the
indicator.
Patriots for a season-defining game. Bengals must win to keep their season alive. So I think you would go with Joe Burrow.
Right.
The only thing that I would disagree with is that I understand that you need it for the division, but they play on Thursday after Tuesday, and if this is your first game back, you probably the recovery for playing Thursday after playing Sunday wouldn't be that long. And then if your first game was back on Thursday, you would have a longer window to recover, and hopefully everything would be okay.
Yeah, that's quite a
quick-
two-step they have with hosting the Patriots, then at the Ravens just a few days later on Thanksgiving. Quick turnaround.
Ed Orgeron.
Hey, it's, Coach Ed back in the news.
Story from Larry Brown Sports says the thought of Ed Orgeron returning to the LSU Tigers football program seems pretty wild, but it might actually be a reality.
I'll be
No
on
way.
Lane Kiffin's staff.
Lane
way.
Kiffin's been considering leaving Ole Miss to take either the LSU or Florida Gators head coach job. Odds makers have him as leading contender for either position. One report says that if he were to leave for the LSU job, he could bring Orgeron with
Hey,
him.
you fellas can save some money on your athletic budget. I don't need shirts. I'll coach shirtless on the sideline.
It's true.
He is a character,
But
dude.
did he get fired partly for like banging chicks? Was that something?
I
That
don't-
something to do
that
with
I
it?
I
don't
think there was
know.
some talk about him
There
kind
was
of.
something impropriety, right?
For being too handsome. I got 5. That would be too tan.
Oh man, that'd be great if they could get him back in college football. By the way, did you see that James Franklin? This is a weird bit. According to a report, and of course I can't verify the
Yeah.
report or confirm the report, nor tell you who reported it. But according to a report I read yesterday, is strongly considering keeping Brett Pry on staff,
I did see that.
and
Brett
that's
Pry
because he's worked with him for a long time.
Brett Pry can go out in front of his house, take the for sale sign, uproot it, throw it back in his garage, and say, "Hey, we're staying.
We're
staying
back in
Axford."
business.
We're staying. And listen, God bless him. Whatever's easiest for you and your family, and
Sure.
it works, and you love, Coach Franklin. You guys have a previous relationship. It makes all the sense in the world. But man, that's a humbling move.
I mean, it sucks, but look, you still get to have a gig, get paid handsomely. I'm not sure what the paycheck would be, but I'm sure it's still going to be nice.
yeah, and he's worked with Coach before.
Yeah. This guy's comfortable with.
Coming up next, we'll give you the latest on the Washington Commanders as we hit the skins at 7 o'clock.
This sports update is brought to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Alex Ovechkin padded his NHL goals record and moved up a couple other big lists in the Caps' 8-4 huge victory over the Canadiens. Ovi got the offense going very early on in last night's game, scoring on the power play just 1 minute into the matchup.
They have, however, allowed a power play goal in 3 straight games. And right tonight, right from the glove, they score! It's one back to Ovechkin.
The Great Eight then scored twice late in the third period as well, his 33rd career hat trick to tie Brett Hull for 4th in NHL history. Coming off a 7-4 home victory over Edmonton, Washington has now won 3 in a row. And over in Thursday Night Football, the Texans beat the Bills 23-19. Houston's defense stole the show in that win. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV, 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, and we're brought to you by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junks. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber, just visit cropmetcalf.com to join their team. It's Cakes, EB, and JP coming up later this hour. I'll give you a chance to win some tickets to go see Matt Rife, the comedian, in concert. Right now, though, it's 7 o'clock. Time to hit the skins. Cooked up by our friends at Oseyo Korean Barbecue in the Lansdowne Town Center. Authentic Korean flavors, bold marinades, and premium cuts grilled right at your table. It's a dining experience that is as fun as it is delicious. Perfect for date night or dinner with the family. Oseyo means come on in.
Right. All right. I have some clips here of Herm Edwards. I want to play them in a second, but it is interesting that there's an article written, and for those of you that are tankers out there, you'll appreciate this. I'm anti-tank. I want to try to win every game, but I don't mind the teams around us, getting worse or better draft status. You know what I mean? Like, so if the Jets need to win this week and we can move ahead of them without even playing, I'm fine with that.
The Jets
They're
aren't winning this week. They're playing at Baltimore. They're 13.5-point dogs.
Well, there are 3 interesting games. I think 2 of them are certainly possible, okay, of teams that are ahead of. So Shador and the Browns play the Raiders. That's certainly a winnable game.
Winnable game for who?
For Cleveland. I think. You think the Raiders are easily? I mean, either way, it's a win-win if
What's
you're
the
watching.
spread on that game? 6.5?
Either way, both teams have 2 wins.
Yeah.
So somebody, unless there's a tie, is going to get 3 wins out of that thing. So presumably you're going to jump up 1 spot in that game. The Jets, they have what? Tyrod Taylor's now playing quarterback, right?
Yes.
So I don't know.
Revenge game for Tyrod Taylor against Baltimore.
Might be a different scenario. They might be a little more palatable there. Who knows? And then the Falcons Saints game. The Falcons certainly, even though they've lost Penix, Kirk Cousins steps in. Now, he hadn't been great in the last year and a half.
They could easily lose to the Saints.
They could also easily beat them. Either way, both those teams have 2 wins, correct? How many do the Falcons have? No, the Falcons have more
They
than
have
that.
3, I believe.
Falcons have 3 wins.
Yeah.
So actually, in a perfect scenario there, you would actually like New Orleans to win that game. And maybe they will. So there is an opportunity that the Skins, who currently pick 7th, if you get either way, you get a Vegas or Cleveland win. They're playing each other. And then you get a New Orleans win. You're now picking 5th.
Right.
You haven't even done anything.
Sure.
So
move up the draft board.
That's interesting. Could gain some ground. I guess the worst case scenario for those of you that are tracking draft order would be, I guess, a tie in the Cleveland Raiders game. And then I guess the Saints, I guess, losing to Atlanta.
Yeah, then the Saints would fall to 2-9.
Right. And then you wouldn't really gain any ground there.
Saints are actually favored by 2.5 in that game.
Right.
With the rookie quarterback.
Correct. But they're coming off a bye and they're facing Kirk Cousins. I mean, kind of looks like the end of the road for Kirk Cousins from his relief performances we've seen so far this year.
Yeah, it doesn't look great.
Although he might want to be back because Penix is probably not likely going to be ready for week 1.
I mean, he may want to be back, but the bigger question is, would the Falcons want him back?
Going to need somebody to play quarterback for you.
Yeah.
If Penix isn't ready for week 1.
Just some roster cleanup. We mentioned that they had released Jacoby Jones. He cleared waivers, and they did re-sign him to the practice squad. They're pretty good about that, man. If you make sort of their original 70, there is manipulation every week, and some of these guys go from playing on the active roster to getting released to then getting re-signed to the practice squad, and then maybe 2 weeks later they get called up again to the regular roster. So they did re-sign him. They also opened the 21-day practice window for safety Will Harris, who most people that cover the team closely say that injury really did hurt them in the back end. They released safety Daryl Worley from the practice squad to make room for all these moves. So that's some roster sort of cleanup for you.
If they're getting healthier, and that'll help them. If you want them to win, the anti-tankers, that should help them tremendously.
Yeah, I want them to win. I would love to see Jaden cleared. I doubt it. I'd love to see Terry cleared. I think that might be more palatable. And imagine if we had Noah Brown back too. That'd be great. I don't know if you can count on any of that, but it'd be nice. Herm Edwards is on with Grant and Danny. I made a couple great clips. Of course, Herm. Did he actually recruit Jaden to Arizona State? I know he was there in his first 2 years. So he's always been a big advocate of Jaden. He talked him up before the draft, and he's still, of course, going to advocate for Jaden. Here's clip 2, where they ask him how he would coach Jaden to protect himself at this point.
We always talked about when you leave the pocket and you get on the journey, know when it's over. You got to protect yourself. You got to protect your forearm and, and your shoulder. I mean, you got to protect that and don't take these unnecessary hits. And, he's a competitive guy. I mean, this is just a rash of injuries all of a sudden. Hopefully, like I always say, life comes in threes. So he's had 3 of them now. So hopefully he's done the rest of his career. But they miss him badly. There's no doubt about that. Going into this season, you felt like, after the season they had last year, that these guys were going to challenge the Eagles. They split with them last year, and you felt like, okay, this is the next team. And the Commanders will challenge the Eagles if, Jaden can stay healthy. And obviously, he gets hurt, and that kind of, that set them back a little bit. And so now they're sitting in the situation where they got to win a game again. They've lost 6 in a row now, so they got to figure out how to win a game.
I mean, that's a very optimistic take for him to basically say, hey, he's had 3 injuries now, and he can stay free and clear of them for the rest of his career.
Well, it's also a bizarre philosophy to truly believe that things happen at 3s. I mean, what kind of
bizarre... Is he carrying around a rabbit's foot in his pocket, too?
He was spot on saying, you got to know when, the play's over.
Right. Yeah.
I think that's part of growing.
For sure. No, there's definitely things that he can do to still be effective and still do a better job of protecting himself, I think, anyway. And I don't think he's been reckless. But I think that he could just be a little more cautious sometimes.
I think that a skill set that he needs to develop is when the play does break down, that you have the ability to be a threat to run, but you're always looking to pass it first.
Mm-hmm.
You're running, but you're still behind that line of scrimmage.
Well, he's shown that at times.
I know he has, but I don't think he should necessarily go forward as much as kind of stay back there and try and pick apart a defense.
Scan downfield while you're showing the threat to run.
I hear what you're saying, but he has definitely done that at times.
I'm not saying he hasn't. I'm saying he needs to develop that more.
Do it more. Yeah.
Yes.
If possible.
I don't know if it was Nick Akridge, who we had on the show yesterday from PFF, or somebody else. But I did see a side-by-side comparison of Jaden last year to this year, PFF grades on deep passing. And actually this year he's fared better. Now, the results may not have been better, but what they were seeing was that his throws were actually pretty good.
It's just the sample size is so small this year. It's hard for me to make a large sort of, opinions.
Conclusion.
Yeah, it's just hard right now. I mean, I do think he's been off a tick, but again, he hasn't played a lot. And you got to imagine, let's just say best case scenario, and I don't think it's going to happen because I think they're going to protect him as much as they can. Let's say he plays against Denver. As Cakes mentioned, that's a great defense. He's going to be rusty. You're not going to expect him to be peak Jaden in his return, right? There's going to be some rust there. There's going to be some, going to be a learning curve to get back into the flow. That's why I need him to play as soon as he can get cleared, though. Just doesn't sound like it's going to be this week next week against Denver. Let's play cut 3, where Herm is asked if durability was or should be a concern for Jaden.
It wasn't a concern for me. He never missed a game, never missed a practice. So, I don't have to tell you. I mean, LSU went to LSU after I left and went back working for television. Yeah, I don't think he missed any games in LSU. So, first year he was fine. I mean, so, and that's what people will say now. Just stay positive. They have their franchise quarterback, period. Just enjoy that. Just enjoy when he comes back, you got your franchise quarterback. And don't worry about all the rest of that nonsense. Because, they've been saying that about this kid since he was in high school.
Well, I do lean on that. The fact that he did play 55 games in college. Basically, he didn't miss a game. So I am leaning on that. And maybe it's just a bad run. He's had the soft tissue injury there with the hamstring. He had the freak injury he just had. And then he had the rib. It's not like they're all interconnected. It just kind of random things.
Bad run.
Been a bad run.
Injury run of late.
Let's just hope it's not because he's been exposing himself to so many hits, etc. Just been unfortunate. Well, only time will tell. Let's play clip 4, where Herm says you have to let him be himself.
He's not. You can't put him in bubble wrap and say, "Hey, man, you just got to stay in the pocket. We don't want you to run." He's going to run. He's going to run. He's competitive, and it's just one of those deals, man. I mean, it's just. Football's a funny game. I played 10 years. I never missed a practice. I never missed a start. I don't know why. I don't know how that happened, but I didn't. In college, never missed a start, never missed a practice. In high school, never missed a start, never missed a practice. I'll let me tell you, I was fortunate, right? And it's just, when I see guys to miss games, to miss practices, I don't know how it works. I really don't. There's no magic wand. There's no certain elixir you can give a guy. It's just football, man.
Oh, there is some magic wands. There are definitely some elixirs you can give a kid.
That's Herm Edwards flexing, by the way. A lot of Herm Edwards, strutting and peacocking that he never missed games or practices.
Silly bone density.
He wanted to make that known.
Well, I definitely can tell you there are certain shots you can take that can not necessarily great for you,
right?
But you can take them and you can get through a few games for sure. Not recommending that for Jaden, but you could definitely do that. So I don't know. There you go. I guess the biggest thing I'll be doing this weekend will be, rooting for a couple wins. Root for not a tie in the Vegas Cleveland game.
How funny would that be if that game ended like in a 3-3 tie or a 6-6 rock fight tie?
And then
just to bone the Commanders.
And then it's a Vegas Cleveland game, right?
Yeah.
And then root for a win. What's the other one for New Orleans?
The Saints, yeah. You want the Saints to beat the Falcons.
Need the Saints to beat Kirk Cousins, which
very doable.
Probably doable at this point.
Very doable. All right, got to take a break. Remember, later this hour, I'll give you a chance to win some tickets to go see comedian Matt Rife. 1-800-636-1067 is the number if you can chime in on the Junkies. We'll be right back. All right, let's hook up caller number 10 right now, 1-800-636-1067. Just by listening to the Junkies, we reward you. We got 2 tickets to see Matt Rife, Stay Golden World Tour, Sunday, March 1st at Capital One Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. Every time I do that read, I think about K-pop, because they have the song Golden.
Mhm.
And I
K-pop Demon Hunter.
think Golden, maybe it wasn't nominated for a Grammy Award, but like some of those songs are really popular.
Yeah, they're super catchy too. I'm not a big K-pop stan,
Like
but they're
way
definitely
up on the
catchy.
Billboard charts.
Sure.
So I watched First Take with Stephen A. Smith, and yesterday I'm eating my leftover rotisserie chicken,
Mhm.
pop on the TV, it's on, and they were at Bethune-Cookman.
Sounds like a horrible afternoon. Just watching First Take and eating cold
Rotisserie.
What do you
rotisserie
watch?
chicken.
What do you watch at noon?
Nothing.
I don't watch. When I'm eating, I'm generally
You're probably
This is
staring at your
sad.
phone.
no. When I'm eating, I'm generally playing a micro stakes like sit and go on
Okay.
global poker. That's my entertainment.
All right, I put the TV
It's
on.
much to me. That's much more entertaining than watching a Shouty show with Stephen Screaming
That's
A.
fine.
Smith. But
Teach
that's
their
look,
own.
That's
You're,
your thing.
you're playing poker. I
Yeah.
like to watch TV when I'm having lunch. I'm home alone.
I'm 3-betting relentlessly.
I'm eating
nowadays.
some leftovers. I put it on, and my algorithm usually has sports stuff.
Yeah.
So I'll watch Get Up, which
Mhm.
is like their repeat. I think First Take is a repeat, but I'm into sports, so I'll put it on.
I'd rather be arrested at my house than have that happen. But
Hey, look,
anyway,
Sometimes I watch the Andy Griffith show. I watched an Andy Griffith show yesterday. Like I'll watch stuff.
this is bizarre behavior. This is going to be studied years and years from now.
I think the Andy Griffith show is a classic.
What did everyone watch in the afternoon? That's our
Anyway, neither here nor there.
Yeah.
He's at Bethune-Cookman, and they were making a topic about Cam Newton,
Mhm.
really. So Cam Newton comes on apparently twice a week. He's a regular guest. I don't know if he's there for the full show. It appears he's there
This
for
is
the
a
full
boomer
show.
take. I don't understand his full-blown peacocking, where he looks like a mix between like the Mad Hatter from Alice in Wonderland and a guy on the
it's his
Milan
signature.
runway.
It's his signature.
It's
The
his,
hat-
it's his look.
yeah.
I understand it's his look. I don't quite get it.
I'm not a fan of Cam. He does make it all about himself.
Mhm.
I think he even stood up during his take.
Mhm.
So the controversy is, I guess weeks ago or maybe last week, when he was a guest on the show, the question was posed, does the AFC run through the Patriots?
Right.
And he said, no, I'm not saying that because Lamar's still with the Ravens and Chiefs have
Okay.
Patrick Mahomes, and I would not put the Patriots and Drake May ahead of them.
Okay. I mean,
All
that
right.
seems like a
Well,
reasonable.
A
you know,
reporter then took that to Drake May. Drake May responded, and the way that First Take was trying to play it up yesterday was
Yeah.
that it was a diss on Cam Newton. And so,
that Drake
Cam
May
then-
didn't realize that Cam Newton was on the show
Right.
and was talking about.
and then Cam then responded to Drake May. It's like a whole big back and forth.
Right.
Here's first the comment before we get to Stephen A. Smith, I believe from Cam.
No. This is Drake May.
Okay, this is Drake's
the
comment.
comment. This
Okay.
is the comment that put First Take in a tizzy.
Okay.
You're familiar with this guy, and he played for the Patriots. Cam Newton said the Patriots are fool's gold. That was his words, not mine. Do you hear those things? Do you react those things? Any comment on that?
Oh no, I don't even. On what I don't even know what show he's on. I think they get paid to make remarks and make certain comments. So just worried about what people in our organization think and worried about what we think and my teammates think, and everybody's gonna have different opinions. So we should go out there on Sunday and worry about ourselves.
So I'm going to guess that that's one thing that Drake May and I have in common is that he does not go home like whenever he leaves the Patriots facility and sit down and watch Screaming A. Smith and Cam Newton and Ryan Clark and whoever else is on these shows at this point
Yeah.
talking about the NFL.
He's the anti sort of Von Miller. Von Miller seems to consume everything football.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if Von checked out a show like that.
A little
But it
context,
doesn't
though.
seem like
When Drake May was drafted, I think there was a picture with him and Cam Newton and some video
right
where he talks that Cam was like his idol
Mhm.
because he played North Carolina.
Sure.
Cam, of course, playing for the Carolina Panthers.
Mhm.
And so he said he was a huge fan of Cam Newton.
Right.
Now, I think it was very innocuous what he said, but then Stephen A. Smith takes it to another level, responding to Drake May.
Okay.
Say about this kid, he can run it, he's tough, he's poised, and he's absolutely dynamic in the pass game. And this team under Mike Vrabel can win the AFC Championship.
All right, stop for a second.
He's also
That's
a
Ryan Clark.
I wanted to know.
Yeah.
Okay, that's Ryan Clark hyping him up. Okay. And now here's Stephen A. gonna just
He's also a liar. He's also a liar. First of all, let me tell you, it's not to brag. Listen, pardon the interruption is the #1 show on ESPN spanning 20 plus decades.
20
First Take is the #1 morning show, 13 years and counting. April will be 14 years. Don't tell me you an athlete and you don't know that. Don't tell me you an athlete and you don't know that Cam Newton ain't on the show. You're lying. That's #1.
Such a narcissist. To think that Drake May goes into the Patriots facility, does his work and however long he's there, and then the first thing he's going to do, or if he does it at all, is to go home and be like, "Man, I gotta watch First Take or Get Up or whatever those shows are, and see what these guys are saying about me and the other quarterbacks in the league."
mm-hmm.
He's a 23-year-old kid
could care less.
who's ascending in the NFL.
You know what other show-
He probably doesn't watch any of that garbage.
I don't
doesn't
think the
watch
question was whether he
PTI.
watched it. I think he was just saying that he's
Aware of
aware
it.
of it. And I
He
think that there's
He
a
may not be
possibility.
aware of it.
I think there's a possibility he's aware of it. It was
Well,
just
I'm
a
in
very
sports
slight.
media. I was not aware that Cam Newton was a guest on his show.
I mean,
regularly.
I know he's on the show, but honestly, the only reason
I thought he had his
know-
own show.
The only reason I know that he's on that show is because JP loves putting those shows on here in the studio.
I
And
actually just put it on ESPN,
I
by the
see
way.
him from time to time, and I know that he's on the show.
I thought
Like,
he had his own
outside
show.
of this bubble here, this room, I would never know that
Who does-
what show he's on.
Honestly, so
I'm
Stephen
Drake
A.
May
works with Ryan
with a
Clark
worse
now?
arm.
Ryan Clark works with him every day? Like, I don't
I
understand.
don't think they're every day. He has rotating
he has
people.
rotating
Yeah.
people.
So he has
All right.
everybody.
I have no idea.
You know, Dan Orlovsky goes on the show. Jeff Saturday goes
So he
on the
doesn't
show.
have a daily co-host. They're
No,
always
he
separate
has
people.
Mad Dog, right?
It's like
Mad Dog.
It's a panel that rotates.
rotating panel.
Yeah, I mean, he
Okay.
probably has 15 people that come on regularly,
Okay.
and Cam Newton's part of it.
So I
So
thought Cam
look,
had his own show. That's how unplugged I am.
Cam and Ryan Clark both defended Drake May.
Mhm.
Said Cam being into himself, he
Right.
goes, well, maybe he doesn't know which show because I'm on a lot of shows. He goes, I'm on BET this, I'm
Right.
on that. Like he just started ripping off all his shows.
Everyone's being offended that no one's
Yeah.
consuming their content.
But Ryan Clark was.
He's a kid.
I
He
think
doesn't
Ryan
care.
Clark was of the perspective he just might not know.
More
Like,
of them
he's
are
not a
probably, I'm
liar.
not saying Drake May's this way, but I don't know if you've caught any of the viral clips lately of Cam Scatterbo. You know what he's doing?
I know is that he got caught a lot of heat for showing up at WWE.
Well, he's just like playing video games and he's going
He's
to
a
like
Twitch
YouTube
guy.
influencer guys
Yeah,
and streamers, and he's hanging out with Aiden Ross and what's the other guy? Neon.
I mean,
Like,
Who is Aiden Ross? I see his name
he's
a lot.
streamer. He's
Is he just a video game guy,
I
or
He's
don't
is,
just
know.
a streamer.
that's
Or is
more-
he-
He plays video games.
That's
he
more
like a
of the-
Mr. Beast guy?
He's like a Kai Cenat. He just streams all the time.
I mean, that's more of the
With
space
celebrities.
that the kids who are around Drake May's age are in.
right. That's
they're
my
not-
point.
They're not going home and turning on ESPN to watch First Take.
None of those kids are watching PTI. And I like
Zippy
Wilbon.
Chance.
And, you know, I've read Kornheiser.
I like
Yeah,
those
for years.
23-year-olds consume media differently than
They're
we
watching
do.
YouTube.
Right.
They're not watching that stuff.
But also think about it. If you're in the trenches and you're living that life like with your teammates
Yeah.
24/7 every day, why would you want to listen
You
to
don't.
what an
You
outsider
wouldn't.
has to say about you, your team,
You don't.
all of that?
No.
They're not privy to and everything going on in the
course.
building.
no, but
It's-
it came to him because a reporter took
Right.
the snippet from First Take and said,
But
"Hey,
you're just
on First
justifying him
Take,
where he's saying he
Cam
doesn't even know
Newton
what show
said
he's
it was
on.
Cam Newton said it was fool's
Right, but
gold."
he's just answering the part where he said, I don't even know what show he's on.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, from the way he's playing and leading the Patriots, I'm going to guess he's fully dedicated with his brain in the playbook. And then when he's not doing that, he's recently married. He's spending time with his wife. He's playing golf if he's got time. He's not sitting
But-
down for 30 minutes at a time watching
Yeah.
Ryan Clark and Stephen A.
Like,
Smith.
Yeah, but that's not the question. The question was his awareness I think he could be aware. It was like
he
a
might be
slight
right.
diss.
He might be like, I had
No,
no
I'm gonna
idea that
bet-
Cam Newton was
I don't
on
think he was trying to
an
diss him.
ESPN show.
I
Like,
think he
like-
doesn't know.
Jaden Daniels shouldn't be listening to the sports junkie.
No,
He's not.
yeah,
I know. I'm
absolutely should
saying
not
he
be.
shouldn't be.
Even with a banged up elbow.
I'm
He should-
comfortable
all the
saying
time
in
the
2
world.
years, I don't think he's listened to 1 second of this. I would
Well,
assume
I
he's listened
know.
to 0.
And that's fine.
Like
Yeah.
why? But why would you want to listen to somebody
That
being
knows nothing.
being critical
Right.
of you
We're
when
outsiders.
they have no idea like what coaches are telling you or trying to teach you or anything like that.
Yeah, but
And
that's a separate question.
well, it's the
You
same.
still
no,
may
no,
be
it's the
aware. Like I would say, Jaden Daniels is probably aware of the sports channel.
I
Oh,
would
I
say
would-
no.
I would say
I would
no.
bet no.
I would bet 100% he is.
How
But part of that is through my book. I know that.
well, I wouldn't know that. My guess would be he.
And a lot of the
doesn't
players,
listen to
it
sports
surprises
radio.
it surprises
He doesn't
you.
watch Monumental.
It might surprise you that a lot of the players do listen on occasion.
Some guys might that are a little more like not as like in the. It's like more fringy guys.
And honestly,
I'm not saying they worry
offended.
about it, but just they might pop it on.
I wouldn't be offended if players don't.
I wouldn't
listen
be
to the
offended
show.
by it one bit.
I'm not.
I would
I'm
actually,
currently not
I would
offended.
actually encourage players to not listen to the show.
Yeah. I just there's no way he turns on sports radio. He just doesn't strike me as that kind of guy.
Yeah, I don't think so, but I think that there's awareness.
How could he be aware? He doesn't listen to sports radio. I'm certain he's not watching Monumental. Like, I just don't think he cares. He doesn't strike me as that kind
I
of guy.
don't see how those Venn diagrams
Yeah, it
like
just doesn't.
intersect.
Now there might be some other guy, like maybe the kicker, Truss Way, or some other guys that are like more geeky and they love sports.
Hey, do you think Jane's mommy turns it off when we get a little too risque?
I don't think she listens either. She has no idea.
She probably doesn't listen, but she probably doesn't like when we start doing the
Yeah,
mommy bits, like playing the
Yeah,
old
yeah.
Ted Williams sounder. Like,
You think you turn the radio off when I mention a fleshlight?
yeah, theoretically, she
can't listen to
wouldn't
that,
like it.
Jaden.
She wouldn't be into it.
Dude,
Talk about her being in the side-by-side MRI with Jaden when he's getting his elbow MRI. She probably isn't a big fan of that bit.
You mentioned Ted Williams, and this is apropos of nothing, but it just triggered us. I saw a clip yesterday, and it's viral, and so people have seen it a million times.
Oh, Kraft macaroni. Ted
Okay,
Williams.
which Ted
I know.
Williams? Not Ted
the
Williams.
splendid splinter.
Yeah.
Not
The
that
baseball
Ted
player.
Williams.
No, I'm talking about
Yeah,
the
Golden-
baseball player.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, he is
I
talking
am
about
talking
this.
about the splendid splinter.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm
Your
sure
brain- your
people have
brain is-
seen this and they've heard this legend. It's the first time I saw it. Okay, Ted Williams, when Mike Piazza was 15 years old. Mike Piazza, by the way, appeared to live in a neighborhood like ours.
Mhm.
Like a suburban neighborhood in like a Bowie, but wherever it was. I don't know if it was New York or California.
I don't know where he
the
was
hell it
brought
was.
up.
Okay, his father built him a batting cage in the side yard, like where that house we were talking about
Right.
yesterday with the
Crazy Edition
with
in
the Crazy
Greenbrier.
Edition. They didn't have a Crazy Edition. They had a batting cage. Okay. Ted, somehow they knew somebody. Ted Williams came over there, watched Mike Piazza hit balls at 15. Showed up. Now remember, Mike Piazza wasn't drafted until like the 57th round or something. But he was so impressed. He said, that guy, like, I want to be your agent. And he was so impressed with him at 15.
Talent evaluator.
Yeah.
Evaluate, and you saw Mike Piazza at 15. Like, it's just, but by the way, I haven't seen a lot of clips of Ted Williams.
Yeah.
But it's just Ted Williams as an old guy,
Mhm.
as a legend, stopping by because he heard about this 15-year-old kid that's incredible.
You know what that'd be like? Be like Marconi walking through that door watching
Yeah.
the Junks do radio.
Right, watching the jokes
Be
of
like, look at these
TV.
guys. Look,
The
I invented
entertainment.
this-
Look at his entertainment page.
I invented this medium, and look what these guys have done with it. It's took the ball and run with it.
It was
After
a
all these
fascinating clip. I don't know why, but it captured my attention. Anyway, you mentioned Ted Williams.
I thought you were going to go to his vision. Wasn't he supposedly known for having like 2010 vision?
I don't know.
I don't know. Might have been.
And he left for the war. He served
I
in
know
the
he
war and then
fought the
came back
Korean
at
War.
400.
I don't know much else about
Yeah.
him after that.
Hit 400.
Even after Ted Williams hyped him up, and even after I think he had a great high school and college career, he still went in like the 50th round or something. He still went very, very
And
late.
it was supposedly the legend of Piazza. It was like a favor because Lasorda knew
Somehow Lasorda knew the
dad.
dad. Yeah, the dad
Like
was
maybe his-
plugged in. Somehow the dad had
Yeah.
Ted Williams show up at the house.
I'll be honest.
The
this is
dad
gonna
was some sort of
this
baseball
will
guy.
upset Red Sox fans, and I don't really care. The Ted Williams guy from the Kraft macaroni and cheese and the viral Ted Williams guy means more to me than Ted Williams that
I
played
don't
for the
know
Red
the
Sox.
Kraft
Doesn't Ted
macaroni and
Williams
cheese
have
Ted Williams.
history in Washington?
Oh, uh, oh, uh, 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 Was he not the manager of the Senators? Oh, that I don't know.
No idea.
Am I making
I mean,
that up?
You're probably right.
I
You
don't-
could be right.
I don't
I
think-
don't know.
I don't know that.
I'm
But
not
hold
a
on.
Ted
I know
Williams
the Ted
historian.
Williams guy that was the broadcaster that was homeless.
Yeah,
I know the Splendid Splinter. Who's the Ted Williams guy that does the macaroni and cheese
the,
commercial?
the homeless guy, the
Oh,
viral
same
guy.
Okay. Same
Not
guy.
the guy that went to see Mike Piazza hit BP in side yard. Different Ted Williams.
I was correct. Ted Williams, manager of the Washington Senators
Oh, nice.
from 1969 to 1971.
Did not
Wow.
know he had Washington ties. Was
All right, hold
unaware.
on. Let's go. Let me see. Let's go to
Tom Lavero's probably very upset at me right now that I didn't know that.
Come on, baseball cakes.
Sorry, Tom.
Let's go to Reggie in DC. Reggie, what's up, man? You're on with the Junks.
What's going on, fellas? AB, there's no chance that a local athlete is not aware of an institution, a sports institution like the Junkies.
Thank you, Reggie. We appreciate the institution label.
I mean, I appreciate that. I just don't believe that.
No. Hold on, EB. Hold on. Now, again, remember, I'm talking about. Think about the Skins, right? Some of y'all comments and things that y'all said has been made nationally.
Yeah.
Like there's been articles here. So again, I'm not saying he gets into his car and he turns on the Junkies, but I'm talking about the Wizards, the Caps, the Skins. The Nationals. There's no chance that they are not aware of the Junkies. No chance. Like every major, know those cats. You know them. Again, your publicist may throw something out or whatever, but no chance in DC that Jaden Daniels has not heard about the Junkies. No chance.
Thank you.
think
Reggie.
there's
I
a
would
little
be willing
awareness.
to bet on that, but I appreciate
Are
you
people
pumping
still
my
using
tires
cap?
like that.
That surprises me. That's still
What, cat?
cap.
Oh,
So that's cap. I'm
I've heard
surprised.
it.
I'm
We're
surprised
not
that's
cool
still
enough
being
to use
used.
Yeah.
Oh, I know, but I thought that it was passe already amongst the youngins.
I appreciate that. And I know that the team is aware and the PR people are aware, and there are coaches that are geeky and they listen, that kind of. Jaden just strikes me as a guy pretty aloof. He's not like locked in on sports radio.
Oh, I don't think he's locked in. I just think there's a slight awareness. Like he's probably heard of it.
I don't know how. Who the hell would bring it up to him? You know what I mean? Like, what would he friggin' care?
But who cares?
Yeah.
You sing those zoomed in clips of you.
By the
Is
way,
that what it is?
you guys finally, now you're on Team EB on this, aren't you?
Oh yeah, they got me yesterday.
You got, didn't you?
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't know. I was just watching. I scrolled and there was a reel, and then it was me up close. I was like, "Whoa!"
Right, and it wasn't attractive.
You're
Was
like, that's a lot of ginger to consume.
I don't know if any ginger looks good.
that was a lot of paste.
Yeah.
What about you, Mar? You got too?
I fell victim, man. Now I see where you're coming from.
Did you honestly not see where I was coming from before?
No, I did, but just when it happens to you,
Oh,
like
yeah.
it happens to yourself,
It's different.
hits a little different.
Right. Did you actually think you were more attractive than all of a sudden how
I
you
look
look?
trifling.
Yeah, right. Hey, real quick, let's go to Big John. Big John, you got to struggle to sleep, right?
Man, I sleep like a log, man, every night.
I remember him falling asleep at JPO.
That's true. He does sleep a lot.
I mean,
No, here's what I do. I don't sleep on a bed. I sleep on the floor every night.
You're kidding.
And because it gives me room. It gives me
You do need
stability. I sleep on my left side.
Bed can't
Bed's
hold on.
probably sagging big time.
All right, hold on.
Potato chip.
There's springs.
So hold on. You sleep on your side on the floor?
on the floor with a couch cushion, as you know, for
As a
my
pillow?
shoulders.
Yeah.
And I don't use a pillow. I use towels.
What
I
a
use
setup.
flowers
Can you
for
imagine?
towels. And
Eric, I'm begging you to try this.
No, I'm begging him to send a picture of him sleeping.
I mean, you understand that like tribes in the Amazon that have no contact with humanity have better sleeping setups than
You have like bird feathers.
Do you sleep on your back? Oh no, you just said your side.
Yeah, sleeps on the side. For people that don't know, he is 400 pounds plus. Okay, he's
Still?
advocating that I sleep the way he sleeps.
Well, it works for me. All I need is 2 or 3 hours of dream sleep, and I'm good for the
You know
next
what else
day.
he sleeps on? Protecting his cards when he plays poker.
He doesn't do a good job of that.
Oh, everybody sees all the cards.
I thought you were going to say funny lines. Hey, John, this personal. You don't have to answer this, but have you considered Ozempic and some of those choices that are out there now?
No, I get a little bit. Look, I went through a fitness phase in California when I was running 5Ks in 30 minutes flat. so I can get back there again if I
What
work.
was that?
30 minutes
40
fat?
years ago?
10-minute miles.
The Reagan administration.
I mean, honestly, when was that?
Yeah.
When you were a
It was
teenager?
it was 1996. All
Okay,
right,
that was
but,
30 years ago.
Yeah, okay.
He's like
Well,
Rom, living in the past.
Yeah.
God bless you,
He's
man.
got his picture that in his wallet, like Rom.
No wonder Cali has so many earthquakes.
All right, John, we got to run. That's Hurricane.
All right. Hurricane says I need to sleep on
Yeah.
the floor.
Hey, don't forget we're gonna schedule the Unfunny Ben and Big John comedy show at some point in 2026.
He could be your mentor, Ben.
Yeah.
All right, got to take a
Bad
break.
thing.
Coming up next, we're going to try and hit one. Weekend parlay coming up next here in the Junkies. Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. It's Cakes, EB, and JP Bish out this week and next week. Although he called in yesterday for fantasy advice from Cakes.
He did, yes. Who did I advise him to play? I've already forgotten. If anybody remembers, let me know.
I don't know.
Pretty good short-term memory I have.
The funny thing is, probably after you gave him his recommendation, then he probably sent a text to Dave Richard.
He may have.
The most shocking thing about that call was he said several times, "I miss you, boy."
He did, yeah.
He did.
That was like a shocking thing for Jason.
He did
to
take
say.
a shot that we were talking about the house,
right?
Yeah, you
which
didn't
was a
care
great
about
topic.
He didn't care about
It was a
that.
non-sports
Yeah.
topic.
He hates non-sports topics. that
He's
guy.
right there.
Yeah,
Right.
not a fan.
By the way, somebody said no chance that Big John ran any 5Ks. If he did, it was a 5K to the buffet.
Oh no! I mean, you just can't. You can't escape it.
All right, let's get into the Junkies weekend parlay. We
Oh, I
took a
don't have
week off
anything.
last
You
week.
I
got
gotta
to
get
come up
back
with something.
Same result, by the way.
We'll go to you last.
Except
Yeah.
Cakes didn't have to spend any money.
Last week?
Yeah, because we took the week off.
Yeah, I mean, I did have to reload the account. It's still already down under 100 at this point. Just death by 1,000 cuts. We need this, man. We need this desperately.
You need to win some sit-goes, Cakes.
I do. I could use the help.
Are you? By the way, are you up on the global poker? Are you slowly building your
I'm
account?
up, but I mean, I play the smallest of stakes. I mean,
I know.
I'm just a real number, small fish.
All right, I'm going to lead off. Patriots, of course, are one of the hottest teams, if not the hottest team in the NFL. Drake May is getting MVP consideration, and one of his top receivers, at least for a stretch, was Kayshon Boutte. Now, last week he didn't do anything. I think he's had some injuries.
Got a hamstring issue.
He had a 3-game stretch where he had 2 touchdowns, 1 touchdown, 1 touchdown. I'm going to go with Kayshon Boutte against a terrible defense this week to get in the end zone for the New England Patriots. He's at plus 250.
I kind of like it. I don't love. I love the fact that he's facing the Bengals, but the problem is that 1 week it's Stephon Diggs' week. Then for 2 weeks it's Kayshon Boutte. Then Mac Hollins pops up. You never know who it's going to be. Hopefully this weekend it is your guy Kayshon Boutte.
That's why it's plus 250.
All right.
Spin it.
He's in. You're in. Who's picking next?
Let's go to Mike Mark because he says he doesn't have a pick. He's got a lock.
And this shocked me too. I thought it would be a lock. He'd be picking a UFC event. He's not. He's shying away.
So I was searching through FanDuel and I couldn't find the main bet that I was looking for, which is me going belt to ass at the turkey shootout tomorrow morning, breaking the course record at Hidden Creek. So I will go to the next biggest lock of the weekend. 1 p.m. on Sunday, Indianapolis Colts are facing the Kansas City Sellouts. Give me Jonathan Taylor, 2 or more touchdowns. That's plus 240. He scored 2 touchdowns or 3 touchdowns in 5 of 10 games this year. And he's third best odds to win the MVP right now. He needs to keep rolling. That should be a good game, but Jonathan Taylor, 2 or more.
All right, there you go.
You are
This
on
could
the
be
parlay.
juicy if we keep going this route. Got a plus 250 and a plus 240
That's like
to start.
watching EB's brain smoke over here trying to pick something that's not a Commander's game.
I know. I was like, where's the Commanders game? And then
Cakesy.
All right, I have Quinshon Judkins, the running back for the Cleveland Browns. I have him over 18.5 rushing attempts. Look, Shedeur Sanders is getting the start. They're going to want to hide him as much as possible because, look, no disrespect to him. The Carolina Panthers, up until a few weeks ago, they've been hiding Bryce Young, and he was the #1 overall pick a few years ago in the NFL draft. It takes a long time to learn how to play quarterback effectively in the NFL, and Shedeur is not going to learn that just with 1 week of starter reps. So they're going to give Judkins the ball as much as possible against the Raiders. Already this season, he's got games with 18 carries, 21, 23, 25, and 22. I think he's a lock to have 20-plus carries against the Raiders. So
All right,
Judkins
Judkins
over 18.5 rushy attempts is on the parlay.
Spin the wheel. And let's land behind the glass and go to Ben Strober.
This is the least surprising pick of the night right here.
Well, the Wizards play. It's a Friday night, so you know what that means. The Wizards are going to get a step closer to getting that top pick in the draft, hopefully this year against Toronto. And that means Keyshawn George is going to be getting a lot of on-ball point guard reps, as he always does. Let's take his over on the assists at 4.5. He's hit that total in the last 4.
Like that. All right, it's plus 132 as well. Kind of
More
like
than
it.
4.5 assists.
I might play that as a one-off tonight, man. Help my account even more.
Valdezi.
This is an ugly game. It's kind of hold your nose. I'm kind of picking the spot.
Mhm.
I'm going to take the Jets plus 13.5 against the Ravens.
Will you be in attendance? Home
I will
game
not
for
be.
the
I will
Ravens?
not be in attendance, but I
Okay.
will be watching.
All right.
The Ravens kind of beat up after the Browns game. They have a kind of a Thursday night quick turnaround look ahead for Bengals divisional matchup.
Yep.
At 8:20 on Thursday. So this is kind of one of those sleepy, ugly games. And if it's ugly, it's going to be semi-close. So 13.5, kind of one of those 1 o'clock games. But the Jets get the cover.
Okay, you're in.
A lot of points. All right, that leaves one Eric Carlton Bickle.
All right. Man, I didn't realize this is probably a bad pick. I didn't
That's the way to
realize
sell
the
it.
Rams.
Hey, you were tossing and turning all night, weren't able to sleep,
That's
trying to
probably
come
why
up
I
with
was
this pick.
scratching myself. The Rams only give up 17 points per game.
Pretty
Yeah,
good
their
defense.
defense is pretty fearsome.
Well, I hate my pick now, but I'm going to take Baker Mayfield, the alt passing yards to go over 250. He's done it 4 times. He went for 273 against New England. He went for 256 against the Niners. He went for 379 against Seattle, 289 against Philly. Really got hot there for like a 4 or 5 game stretch, but last couple have been below that.
Mm-hmm.
Last 2 out of 3. Let's say he bounced back. Although I didn't realize the Ram defense was that good.
What are you locking him in at?
It's like 114 plus 114 for over 250.
250 plus. Okay.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right. It is in.
I just feel like he's due.
All right, let's get a recap.
All right. Hold on. Let me put
Although
the
I don't feel that good about it
amount
now.
in. Let's see. Let me find the timpani. All right. Judkins over 18.5 rushing attempts in the Browns-Raiders game. We got Kayshon Boutte needs to score a touchdown. That's gone up to plus 300 in like the last minute and a half. Jonathan Taylor needs to find the end zone twice against the Kansas City Chiefs. Keyshawn George over 4.5 assists in another loss for the Wizards. Jets plus 13.5 against Valdez's Ravens. Baker Mayfield 250 plus passing yards against the Rams. A $10 wager pays this gambling conglomerate $2,453.26. Merry freaking early Christmas. if
Let's
that
go.
happens.
2,453.
Make
That
a lot
is
of
our
turkey.
Junkies
That's 400 plus bucks up my
weekend
head.
parlay. Coming up next, we will talk a little turkey. Thanksgiving's coming up. We'll dive into the worst questions to ask during Thanksgiving when you're around your family and friends.
All right, guys. Talk about BMW of Fairfax. They have no interest in charging you interest, people. Now, during the BMW Road Home Sales event, listen to this. You can grab 0% interest on a new BMW X1, X3, X5, or X7 from my girl Miriam and the team over at BMW Fairfax. That's what you're looking for, 0% interest. And that X Series lineup, they have all the size, power, and comfort you actually want. Yep, Miriam pulled off a deal with all 15 of their stores nationwide, and now they're loaded up with brand new X. And if you qualify, you could stack the BMW military incentives on top of it. And it's crazy. Active duty, National Guard, reserves, veterans, spouses, family members. You might even be eligible and not even realize it. So don't wait. Do what I did. Upgrade your drive at BMW Fairfax. Hit up my girl Miriam. She's got no interest in charging you interest. For the ultimate buying experience on the ultimate driving machine, it's got to be BMW Fairfax. Check them out at bmwfairfax.com.
Capitals legend Alex Ovechkin scored his 33rd hat trick of his NHL career.
Ovechkin's going to turn. He fires. He got it. It's a hat trick. Oh, my. Alex Ovechkin finishes off a hat trick here in Montreal.
With those goals, Ovechkin became the 6th player in NHL history to score a hat trick in his 40s. Ovi's 33rd hat trick also ties him with Brett Hall for the 4th most all time. And last night, Thursday Night Football, Houston sacked Josh Allen 8 times. Callum Bullock forced 3 turnovers with his second interception, and that sealed the Texans' 23-19 victory. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV, 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, and we're brought to you by our friends at Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle and Johnny Cakes Auville Bish out until December.
I think so. Post Thanksgiving.
December
Yes.
1st, he'll be back.
So he's going to not be here before Thanksgiving. We're going to be here, of course, Monday through Wednesday. Then Thanksgiving, I think EB heads to New Jersey. I head to New Jersey. Cakes usually does it at his in-laws, or maybe it's at your house.
Correct.
Now. There's an article about the questions you do not ask during Thanksgiving dinner.
These are off limits questions.
Off-limit questions.
Okay, I know some.
I mean,
I
some
haven't
of them are
looked at that.
obvious. Now, let me just throw this one in there. The one that would be the most offensive, especially to Jason Bishop, would be, can I borrow money?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, but
Although he's been the most generous of people. Remember, he had the guy that was living in his house that he hooked him with, and he never got that money back.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Jason's a generous person. No question about it.
I would love to hear like how you guys would diffuse this situation. Like if you were asked these questions.
Well, let me bring up a couple. Just come up top of mind would be like, for young people, when are you going to get married? When are you going to have kids? Those got to be 2 biggies.
Those are awful questions.
Yeah, those got to be in there.
I mean, the biggest ones, 42%, it's politics.
Yeah.
All right, that's for
Who's
sure.
28.
Who did you vote for? That's probably the
Yes,
one
that's
most
there.
off limits.
28% is finances.
Yeah.
And then 26% comments on appearance or weight loss. How's
okay.
your diet going?
Well, I mean, who's going to ask somebody about a diet at Thanksgiving? You're
Well-
sitting down, all you're doing is consuming food and
Yeah.
appetizers and beer and wine.
Well,
and
if you've gone on a diet journey
Yeah.
and like your family knows that you've been trying to lose weight or
Right.
something like that.
Yeah, but you don't bring it up in front of the whole family, right? I don't know.
I mean, you got to talk about something.
Talk about
Favorite
skins.
topic,
Yeah.
supposedly. The
Not
favorite
his
topic.
skins.
So have this in your back pocket if
Okay.
need be
If
to
I
talk
need-
about.
yeah, in case of emergency, break glass for this
Not going to
topic.
offend people.
Football,
Talking about food and wine.
of course.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not really an expert in either of those categories. I don't feel like I,
I
could
think you're
really,
an expert in food. You've eaten food your whole life.
This gravy's bazilli.
I mean, I do love gravy.
We talk.
If you don't put gravy on your turkey, I don't know if I can hang out with you. You're like an alien.
We hang out with my wife's family, and it's usually big. It's like maybe 30, 40 people every year. It's in Jersey, extended family, cousins, etc.
So it's not one big table because you're kind of spread
Kinda
out
spread
the way you've
out,
said.
and I'm always in front of the TV, but it's a huge spread. So they're always talking about food and what you bring in and the appetizers. There's a lot of food talk. It's a kind of a foodie group. I would say that. It's also people that also, there's a certain segment of them that they're showing off their tech, their new phone gadget.
Hold on. So you're actually during Thanksgiving dinner.
No,
you're sitting like watching like the game while you're eating dinner while other people are like in different spots.
Well, there's not a table for
There's
40.
not really
Yeah.
a table for 40.
Okay,
People
such a
sit
big
all
gather.
over.
Okay, that makes
People
sense.
sit all
That
over.
makes sense.
There's not a formal sit down.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's just, and I usually, because I'm usually watching the game.
Right.
But it's a tech thing, so people kind of like to show off their latest gadgets, like they have one of them will have the foldable phone,
Okay, right.
or somebody will have some new iPad.
You're gonna show pictures of your new sauna. Look at my backyard Oasis.
I don't really participate in a lot of that stuff. I usually just ask questions, like of what stuff that they have. You know what I mean? Ooh, where'd you get that? I like that phone. Where'd you
I think
get
it
that?
depends on who you're with. So
But we
since
definitely
my
don't bring
mom
up politics,
since my mom passed away,
religion can't do that.
we used to do the holidays at my mom's, and that was kind of the hub. Now we generally go to New Jersey to my brother's, and it's the cousins. They're all kind of in college. Dylan's now started college, so I'm guessing a lot of the conversation is going to be, you got my nephew who's a sophomore at Villanova. He plays lacrosse there. I got another one that's a senior. My son is a freshman. It's going to be a lot of school talk probably. And then
that's fine. That's
my
innocuous.
niece is senior, trying to figure out where she's going to college. Like, there's probably going to be a lot of that.
I'm going to discuss the Thanksgiving 3-day DFS slate, and it's going to go over like a lead balloon. Nobody's going to want to talk about the night game between the Ravens and the Bengals.
You know the word. My dad asks me this almost every holiday, every get together that we have, and it drives me nuts. He always asks, "What are you going to do when the Junks retire?"
He asks you that
he
every
still asks you
Thanksgiving,
that?
all the time.
Really?
Yeah. He's worried about you.
I guess so. I don't have an answer for him. I said, I don't know. He goes, they're so much older than you. You can't retire.
After he's asked you that 5 straight times, that's where you just have to pull your dad aside and say, "Dad, you gotta stop asking me this question. I don't have an answer. I don't have a good answer for you."
Your answer should be, they're more felted than you think. They're not retiring anytime
we don't
soon.
have Howard Stern money socked away in the bank, so you're fine.
I mean, I think
That's why we love gift cards.
It's definitely a legitimate question, but I get it all the time, and it's not like I have some sort of plan in place.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's the kind of thing. You're asking about a guy's career, like where are you in your career? Like, those are hard questions.
You'll be a hot commodity. You'll be a hot commodity. You'll move over to a different
every
show.
Thanksgiving.
Well, I don't know.
It's without fail. He will ask me at the dinner table or ask me
it's
what
a Thanksgiving thing. Or
well, it's just every
few months.
Every few months, it's the same question.
Hey, Valdez, we're only a few days away from it. Are you going to try to twist my arm again to have me listen to that Arlo Guthrie tune?
Of course,
it's Alice's Diner. Is that the name of it?
Yes, that's
I've never given
Thanksgiving
it a fair
tradition.
shake. I know it's your thing.
Yes, you have to listen.
Maybe I'll try to be open-minded and listen to it.
Are you telling me that
2025.
seriously that article does not have asking like their kids when they're going to get married or when they're going to have grandchildren? That kind of. How can that not be on the
I
list?
would think that would.
Well,
be
I mean,
on the
there's a
list.
list of questions. If you want me to rip through them,
yes.
Yeah, give us a few.
How could that not be in the list?
These are
of no-nos?
awkward questions.
Okay.
Do you have a girlfriend?
All right, kind of along the same lines.
When are you going to start losing those holiday pounds?
Well, that's outrageous.
just rude.
Yeah, I mean,
I
you
say
can't do that.
at tomorrow. Pass me the gravy.
Yeah, right.
Who did you vote for?
Yeah,
I mean,
clearly.
who would
Like,
ask
what
that?
about
You have to be an idiot?
What did you do to your hair? When do you think you'll get back to work? Why won't you go to church with us?
Yeah, those are all brutal.
When are you
brutal.
getting your life together?
I mean, those are brutal. That's if you
How
hate
would you
your
ask
family
somebody that?
member.
Like,
Yeah.
How's your
about-
diet going?
Go ahead, JP Valdez is trying to say something. Go ahead, it's fine. He can't
you're
see you.
I know
He
he's
can't see you.
ripping through them so fast. What about so? If you're at the dinner table and let's say you have a friends with benefits,
right?
Like, how are you supposed to answer that? Are
Hold
you
on.
seeing somebody?
You don't usually bring a friends with benefits.
No,
to
but
their
they
Thanksgiving.
ask, but they're
Down
asking
low.
you.
Are you seeing somebody?
Well, they're not asking if you're having
Well,
sex.
you just say
Well,
kind
just say,
of.
I'm
They don't
kind
need
of
to know
seeing
your
somebody.
You just say
Like,
casual.
Well, then you're opening the door for a billion other questions.
You can shut it down. Just say seeing somebody casually. Nobody's serious. If I was seeing somebody serious, I would introduce you to them.
No, the cringiest thing. Now, this doesn't happen every
Yeah,
Thanksgiving, but I'm guessing this is common in a lot of Thanksgiving gatherings and get-togethers. Let's go around the table and tell everybody what we've been thankful for this year. Tilt.
That's tradition. You have to do that.
I know, but I instantly
We don't
tilt
do that
because
for
I always feel like
Thanksgiving.
I'm gonna come up with something dumb. I'm not gonna have anything.
Everybody
like,
says the same thing. Thankful for my family.
thankful for my health. and
Right.
It's just it sucks. I
No,
hate
we don't
it.
do that Thanksgiving. We
It's
might do that around
repetitive
Christmas.
and redundant.
I hate it.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping it doesn't happen this
Hey,
Thanksgiving.
we did that at Friendsgiving.
What you were saying?
Yeah, what
before?
we were thankful for.
Did you just host that?
Last weekend.
And how did that go?
Went well.
Yeah.
By the
Yeah,
way, on a
everyone had a
side
great time.
note, I have an irrational hatred is a strong word. Disdain is probably a good word for the singing of Happy Birthday at get-togethers. I just always find it super cringy.
I mean,
Because everybody's off
it's
pitch.
awkward.
Everybody sings it too slow.
The sentiment's always nice, though.
The sentiment's fine.
It's a nice sentiment.
I could do without it.
Yeah.
Now you do
I don't
your
need it either, but it's a
cakes-
nice sentiment.
you do your Thanksgiving with your in-laws.
Correct.
They're getting up there, right?
They are getting up there in years. Yeah.
So usually, if you do it with an older set, I
Yeah.
find my experience is sometimes they kind of lead the conversation. Like they'll be at the head of the table,
Yeah.
and maybe that's not their personality, but like when my dad was alive or when my mom was alive,
I think
they'll kind of lead the way.
there's less of that because they're so involved with like the planning of the meal and the food. Like it's
So
like
they're
that's-
still in the mix.
Yeah, I think it's getting dialed back a bit, but like they're so involved with like the food presentation that
Right.
that's
Does-
what
does-
rules the day.
Does Mr. Wertheimer sit at the head of the table?
Not
Or have you
always.
taken over the head of the table?
No, that's another thing. Like
Or like your brother-in-law.
Sometimes this tilts me a little bit. Like people will go into the dining room and they'll hover around seats instead of just grabbing a seat. Like people are preoccupied with where they're going to sit. Where I just want to go in and sit down.
You want to
I
be
don't-
in and out so you can watch football.
No, it's not even that. I don't want to be lingering around 2 or 3 different seats and figure out where I'm going to sit.
No, this is what you do.
You know what I'm saying?
No. This is how you fix it.
We need assigned seating.
No, you have nameplates. That's what we did.
That's
We did that for
a great
Friendsgiving.
idea.
We print out nameplates.
It's a great idea.
And you seat people.
Well, let your wife figure it out too. Just say, Amy, just figure out where you want
Yeah,
everybody.
print out
Yeah,
everyone's name and just seat them beforehand.
I don't like hovering around seats, not knowing where I'm going to sit.
You-
It actually drives me
You got a
kinda
lot
crazy.
of quirks.
Do you have
It is quirks.
you guys have pre-planned topics, conversation starters?
No,
I
of
really
course
don't, I
not.
really don't talk that much
No.
during Thanksgiving. I
You
watch
sound
football.
like a joy. You sound like a joy to be
I
be
watch
around.
football and I maybe lose myself in a cocktail or two. I enjoy just seeing people eating the food. I'm not trying to just discuss life with people. Just want to relax.
I'm just trying to get a little bit of everything, have my plate nice and full, get through the meal, then go watch some football, have some gap time, then come back and have dessert. You can't just have your meal and then have dessert immediately afterwards.
little
You gotta,
gap time.
you gotta
Yeah, but-
space some things
I know,
out.
but what do you guys like scurry off and just kind of get away from people after you
I'm
eat?
generally that way at all get-togethers.
Now, there is at my in-laws, we're not having it there this year, but they do have a ping pong table in the basement. Generally, after Thanksgiving dinner is done, there's some scurrying down to the basement for some good table tennising.
Normally, in a get-together situation, I like to find a couple people that I'm very comfortable with and just have probably the same dumb conversation with them.
Right.
Versus having new weird conversations
Yeah.
with different people.
Like I'm sitting for the most part close to either my wife or my kids.
Yeah.
You know,
kind
Like,
of talk to the same people,
yeah,
have the same conversations,
right.
avoid awkward
Oh, I
interactions
try
with
to
people you
avoid
don't know
awkward
that
so
well.
much.
Just try to avoid all that. Be in my own little bubble. I kind of live my life that way. Any get together. If I go to, JP has a big party, I'm not trying to meet all his friends. I'll probably talk to my wife.
Right.
And maybe like Bubba. Like,
Right. People you already know.
a mutual friend
You're-
that
you
I
know
already
what?
know.
You know what? Your social circle big enough as
I'm
it is.
not really interested in meeting a lot of new people.
Yeah, but this is your family.
It's my wife's family. Yeah, and they're all great, but I don't need to sit there ponder life with them or talk about politics or anything really.
Plus, a lot of the
let's just see if
talk,
the Commanders
a
can
lot
get
of
a
the
win.
talk is going to be about people that you see literally once a year. So
Yeah.
you start off with
How's it going?
how's your nephew doing at fill in the blank
You
school?
like in school like a Drexel?
Right. Right.
All right.
Yeah.
Where are the pigs in a blanket coming out?
See you in 2026.
Hey, that's great. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
pigs in
that's
a
You
great.
start
blanket.
doing the get up at 2 a.m. for Black Friday?
Right. Exactly.
God, what a horrible way to spend your Black
Yeah,
Friday.
Then
it's
you
the
move
same
on.
conversation. How's the dog?
I know.
Dog good? Dog's good. Oh,
Right.
dog's good. Okay.
Exactly.
I don't know. What else are you going
You
to
brought
say?
up an appetizer. I'm already looking forward to Frito, big Fritos, the scoops, not the little whippy Fritos, big Fritos clam dip that my brother-in-law makes. It's really good.
So we should be asking you, Valdez, if you did this and you did a Friendsgiving, how many people were there?
We had 6 total.
Just 6.
Yeah.
Okay, so
So small table. Small table.
interact
Were
in that
there
situation.
any topics that you did not want to broach? Was politics brought up?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Politics brought up.
really?
Oh yeah.
You must
guys
all be
went down that
mutually. You
road?
must be on the same team, though.
No.
Oh, that's uncomfortable.
Well, I mean,
That's uncomfortable.
we're adults and we can talk to each other without screaming about having different
I talk
opinions.
politics with people on the same team.
He gets very
Love
uncomfortable
that.
on the air.
Love that. But I don't talk to politics with people.
Well,
on the
you
opposing
know, we
team.
talk about stuff, but
aisle
also we're not
bits.
we're not trying to change each other's worldviews.
All right, it's impossible.
Yeah,
you
but,
can't do it.
you know,
It's impossible.
You talk about it, but you can have a civilized discussion without screaming.
What was if you can remember, what was the best topic discussed where you were like, man, I love this. This is good.
Oh, someone's 40th party, birthday party coming up next year. They want to go on a trip. She wants to go on a trip. So
Okay.
we talked about that. We talked about all of us are going to the Masters together. So we're
This is your master's group.
Yeah. So,
Is
so
this
we're
a
all
Hidden
sides.
Creek group, essentially? Is this basically Friendsgiving with your Hidden Creek?
Yeah,
Basically?
It's probably him
Your
and
golf
Jackie,
pros and their
they're-
spouses?
Wacky Jackie.
Right,
And yeah. So we're all high fiving about what route we're going to
Hey,
take
this
at
is
Amen
Fred
Corner.
Quigley. We can't wait to welcome Matt Valdez and his posse down to Augusta for 2026
I
Masters.
can't remember.
Maybe that you should bring up the whatever that influencer golf tournament that you were watching and
Oh, the
Tate
internet.
Spiranak.
We talked about the internet
How could you
invitational.
not? 24 million views.
Yeah.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
I'm saying bring up Paige Spiranak. Was she cheating?
Hey, that's what you're thankful for.
She
When you
improved
guys
the
go around
lie.
the room, the internet invitation.
I was thankful for that. It was great entertainment. It was great entertainment.
Why is she improving the lie? Doesn't she know better than that?
You should know better. I don't know. I don't kind of understand that one.
We talked about, and then we all did how grateful we are for one another. Then we stuffed our faces.
Very good.
That's a nice
Sounds
thing to
like a
do that
good
with
evening.
friends. I don't think I would feel comfortable to do that with friends, really. I do that with family, close family. Like the friends, I'm going to say what I'm thankful for.
Yeah.
Seems
Come on, do
also
it right now to
personal.
Cakes.
Yeah. Tell Cakes what you're thankful for.
Look at him in the
I know what you're
eye.
thankful
Look
for.
at him in the
I
eye.
can fill it in. Your sauna in your backyard. You're butt thankful.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
You're
know.
thankful for
My
these
things are all
things.
boring. They're all the same things. Just wonderful kids, wonderful family, all that. That's it.
Well, then it
Good
shouldn't be
help.
that hard. It shouldn't be that hard to do that.
No, I could do
I'm,
that.
I'm
but-
thankful for all the family that's gathered
I'm going to
here
get it
and,
and say,
and our health.
I'm going to say I'm thankful I'm running hot in the cash game streets
Yeah.
at MGM National
See, that
Harbor.
would be
One of the
new.
Last 3 sessions. Been on a heater.
Hey, I
I'm
need Mar.
thankful.
I need Mar to say he's thankful for Pupatella at the family table
Yeah.
and record it and
Oh,
send it to me.
And here's what you should do. You should go to Pupatella before Thanksgiving, stuff it in your fridge, and bring that to Thanksgiving.
I've already thought about that because I got a signed salad.
Oh, there you go. It's perfect. Just have them make $100 worth of salad and bring it to Thanksgiving.
I think I might do that.
I need to go get
So
those
you're
monster
bringing
pies at
Pupatella to
Costco.
Thanksgiving.
We'll see. TBD. Either I have to make my own salad or I get their
No, no,
salad.
so
So
you
you're going to
get
bring
their
like
salad.
wilted day-old salad?
No, you get it. You
But
go
put it
there,
with saran wrap.
It goes Wednesday night.
Yeah.
Go Wednesday night. Slap it in your fridge.
Yeah, you're good.
Overnight, it's fine.
Hey, this is
You're
this-
good.
This is butt embarrassing, but I went to Pupatella for Friendsgiving and
Yeah.
got 5 slices of cheesecake.
I love
So
it.
you
I
can
love
have
the
it for
hustle.
dessert?
You know
yeah,
what?
yeah, yeah. Put it out on the
That's
dessert
solid hustle.
dessert
So
table.
wait a second.
You know
Somebody
what?
got hoard.
Did
You
they
had
like
5
it?
slices
Well, we had
for
spread-
6 people.
Well, we also had so much other crap.
Okay.
that no one's gonna have a slice of
Okay.
that pecan pie,
Did they like it? I'm
cookies.
assuming they
Of
liked
course,
it.
everyone loved it.
Of course.
Hey, real quick, let's go to Scott in Annapolis. Scott, what's up, buddy? Go with the jump.
What's up, guys? All right, Cakes. Look, man, I love you, dude, but I need your rationale on something here.
Okay.
You don't like cheese, but you're looking forward to clam dip. Is that correct?
That's what he said.
Yeah, I don't know if my brother-in-law Steve puts cheese into the clam dip. I'm pretty sure he does not.
Cakes has a lot of cheese quirks.
Again, here's the quick rundown on my cheese thing. I can't eat cheese like off of
On a cracker.
a hunk of cheddar cheese on top of a cracker. That's a no-go.
Which
That's
I
a
have
non-starter.
every day of my life.
But you do love cheese crackers.
Hold on. This is my cheese bit, not your cheese bit. I love Cheez-Its. I hate cheesecake. I love nacho cheese, warm cheese on top of a pizza. Fantastic. But I don't order cheeseburgers. I order hamburgers because I don't need that extra cheese.
So, because I
if
would
it's not
want to say
necessary.
the easy way to break it down is you're kind of anti-cold cheese.
Pretty much, yeah.
Do you ever eat cold pizza?
Sometimes, but I can do that because
I think you can do a
mozzarella,
cheeseburger though.
I can if need be. I don't love it, but I can.
Cheesesteak?
I
Steak
can
and
do
cheese?
it's, again melted cheese.
Yeah, so it's
hot and cold.
Listen,
I'm
I would
Katy
have no
Perry
problem
when
with
it
it
comes
if you
to
added
cheese.
cheeseburger to your palate.
Yeah.
I would have no problem because it would make all the sense in the world.
Sure.
You don't like cold cheese,
Pretty much it.
but you don't like
What about
cheeseburgers.
clam dip draws you to it?
I don't. It's creamy and it's got clams in it, and it's got Fritos as the base, which is delicious.
He's a big
Fair
chip
enough.
guy.
Yeah, I love chips.
Dude, Fritos underrated. I need to get more
Fritos are a one
I
seed.
need more Fritos in my life.
Fritos
Somebody gave
scoops.
us a little pack of small little, wrapped whatever chips.
Yeah,
And there was like 3 Fritos.
yeah.
Destroyed
You
them.
need to go get the
You know how
big
good Fritos
scoops
are?
bag.
I never get Fritos.
Well, you should go get some today.
See, that would be good Thanksgiving discussion.
Yes,
I love
snack
Fritos.
food.
Yeah, right, and I'm good with that.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, everyone go around, give us your favorite snack.
Yeah.
One
What
800
snack you thankful for?
636 1067 if you want to chime in. We're the Junkies. Don't go anywhere. Coming up at 9:45, we'll talk a little Caps hockey with Brandon Duhaime, Caps winger. Caps have won 3 in a row now, have caught some offensive fire, particularly the last 2 nights.
Love it. Love the heater.
Ovi with a hat trick last night.
Hey, who was in the building when they put the 7 spot up a couple nights ago? And
John
then
Martin
They
Allville?
scored 15 goals since that person.
Are
was in
you
the
back patting yourself right now?
Might be a little bit. Maybe just a tad. I don't know. Cosmic thing. I don't know what to tell you. Might be semi-responsible.
By the way, during the break, went to the bathroom and I just perused the snack items because I always get a diet drink. And then usually I get the boring, like the nuts and little cranberries with cheese, little package.
You're
they
one of
have over there.
Monumental Vending's top customers here at
Yeah,
Odyssey.
I spend about $4 or $5 a day.
Yeah.
Right? I just chalk it up. $100 a month is going to that stupid little setup. But today I was like, maybe I'll do something different. And I noticed I am a big sugar guy. I have a huge sugar addiction. It's literally like a crack addiction that I need to break. I don't do a very good job with it. But I was going to get, I noticed first time they have these big cookies.
Okay.
And I was going to get it. I mean, JP, you're going to have a hard time resisting.
Don't tell me.
The cookie's this big. And I looked at it and I went, well, that looks delicious. Right in front of it, though, it says 530 calories.
Yeah.
Worse to be expected.
Yes. And I'm like, well, who can get that? Worst marketing ever. Now you flip it over on the back. It's so big. It says the calories. It says 130 per serving.
Yeah.
But
there's a billion servings.
It's like 4 servings.
Cookies as big as a sewer lid.
Dude,
In
the cookies
break
about
room.
this big. It's one of those big cookies you get like it, Subway or something.
Yeah.
530 calories.
Subway cookies are small. So maybe
okay,
you
you're
like
the cookie guy, not me.
Subways are just
It's
regular.
a pretty large cookie.
So what did you get instead?
Nothing. I
You
just
just bypass?
I froze.
Completely bypass?
Well,
You're
I'll
a
go
big
back. It's early.
Uncrustable guy. How many calories are in an Uncrustable?
About 300, I think.
Okay.
Man, I had my eyes
It's a
open to
lot.
those like a couple weeks ago. I'd never had one. And I had the peanut butter and honey version. It was delicious.
You know what I
I
noticed?
want another one.
Just talking about food and everything. I definitely don't consume enough protein. And not even close to enough protein. It's
Are you a
huge-
vegan?
No, but I just you should be eating so much protein.
Well, you could-
First of all, it fills you up. Secondly, it's great for building muscle and everything. I lift weights and I just don't eat enough
You
protein.
could buy that bowl that Matt Valdez put on the outline that I think Sweet Green is now selling. It's a protein bowl.
Yeah.
And I believe the ingredients are chicken, rice, broccoli, maybe there might be some quinoa in there.
Avocado?
And it's- I don't know if there's avocado or not. It's a normal size bowl. You know the price that they're charging?
$20.
$24.
That's a lot. For what is it?
Seems outrageous.
Chicken and rice. Chicken and rice.
Chicken,
Sweet
rice,
green,
and broccoli.
Yeah.
But there's 106 grams of protein.
Oh, there's that many, Grant?
Yeah.
Oh, that's worth it then. There's
but-
106?
Yes, but also I don't think your body can process
That much at a time.
time.
So you eat half and
So
half.
okay.
So eat half and then put some in the fridge and eat half later.
Subway's
that.
added some basically protein subs to the
Sure.
mix.
I mean, you
Like
need at
extra
least
protein,
your
which
body weight in
I
protein,
feel
right?
like they
They
just
also
thrown.
added like a foot long cookie and a foot long like soft pretzel as a side. So
Yeah, I don't see that as much. They had like an advertising campaign for that because I'll be honest, I probably hit Subway once a week.
Yeah.
So they've got a good meal of the day thing going right now.
Mm.
If you hit the days that you like, it's a pretty cheap meal. It's not like the glory days where it was like $5 foot long.
I mean, come on, you're talking to an OG sandwich artist, JP. I used to work at the Subway in Towson way back in the day.
Right, but you can get a good meal for like $7.50 now.
The most
at
laughable
Subway
thing.
if you get their meal of the day.
Valdez,
It's
you
usually a
understand?
6-incher, though, right?
Yeah.
6-incher.
I always
My-
get 6
My boss at the Subway at Towson, he used to tell me with a straight face, you can make food for yourself and charge yourself half price. And I said, oh, okay. You keep thinking that's going to happen when I'm the only person here. I was the only person in the entire restaurant. I was making the subs. I was ringing people up. I was cleaning the place. I was shutting it down.
When did it shut down when you were on shift?
I don't
Was
know,
it
it's
late?
probably late, like 11 or midnight. Because
Did you ever
it was
have?
right on the way to the bar?
Did you ever have a scare that somebody was like going to rob you?
No, not that I could tell. I did. My one scare was I did get an egg thrown at me when I was walking home one night, walking across an intersection. Somebody pulled their car over, slowed down, rolled their window down. I was like, I don't know this person. What's going to happen? They lean out. They threw a freaking egg, nailed it. They were like the Drake May of egg throwers. Nailed me right in the chest.
Like an uncooked egg.
Yeah, uncooked egg. You didn't think you were going to throw a hard-boiled egg at me? Anyway,
scrambled.
My boss would be like, "Yeah, you can make food for yourself. Just charge yourself half price." I'd be like, "Yeah, okay." So I would make food not only for me but for everybody in my suite, and I'd have a big bag like Santa walking home to.
You come
to
up
the
with 5
towers,
sandwiches,
and I'd have 5 or 6 foot-long sandwiches.
Oh my God!
And I charge myself 0%.
Did you charge them?
What do you mean? Did I charge them?
No.
Charge them $5?
It was Santa Claus.
Charge my
Hey,
friends?
I don't think it's a stretch. The guy who used to sell us Twinkies here.
I mean, I was
He
a
did have a food business.
I was a burgeoning entrepreneur.
Yeah.
But yeah, the answer is no. I did not charge my suite mates for the free subs. Sorry, statute of limitations is officially run out on that.
But I was thinking, like, just yesterday, I didn't have enough protein, not even close. I like barely anything for breakfast, right? Coffee, it's terrible. And then lunch.
What's your typical lunch?
It's random. But yesterday it happened to be, we went to Costco last week. So we bought the Panera mac and cheese for Kate.
Yeah.
It was easy, right?
Well, that's a lot of calories too.
A lot of calories, I'm sure.
Yeah, but mac and cheese doesn't have. Does it have protein?
Yeah, nothing. Right? Maybe a little bit from milk or something and cheese, right? So that was nothing. And then I did have a steak, but that's not enough.
That's a lot of protein in a steak.
Maybe 30 grams or something.
Yeah,
You're
decent
supposed to have
amount.
250 grams or whatever you are.
You better get on the horse. You better find some extra protein.
Way under proteined. Way under protein.
You can buy protein bars at Costco that have 25 or 30 grams of protein a pop.
Bringing it back to
Make a shake.
monumental vending.
Yeah.
I tried to go healthy a couple weeks ago. Now, I'm not consuming things at that monumental vending like I was. When I was, it was a Cliff Bar guy.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, I don't want a Cliff Bar. And I looked, and
freaking
there
hate
was
Cliff
one that
Bars.
was theoretically more healthy. They have barbells or bear bells.
Yeah.
So I look at it. They had a bunch of protein, EB, maybe like 25 grams. I don't know. I don't pay attention to that. The price. How much do you think one bear bells? I think it was chocolate caramel.
They're going to
bar
charge
went
more
for.
because it's a protein bar. I'm going to say $4.35.
You're all over it. It was $4.19. It stunned me.
Valdez, I'd be silly on the Price is Right.
Stunned
It's a
me.
shopping game. I might be silly with that.
$4.19.
Yeah.
Never again.
They're holding you hostage. They have food here. You didn't bring food. They've got you over a barrel. It's the way it works. It's capitalism.
I'm kind of doing the intermittent fasting where I don't eat until 11.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you this because usually I'll go to the gym after
good.
work.
That's good.
I'm just so hungry. Like yesterday, I lifted weights and I wanted to do half an hour cardio. Skip the cardio. I was too hungry for lunch.
Straight to the food.
I was like, all right, I did a half hour lifting.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Like, I gotta go eat.
I don't think I could do a protein shake every day, but I could do a protein bar. But I'm sure I would get one that was full of sugar.
Of course.
You know what I
You
mean?
see,
Like
you
it's the
have-
only one I would pick.
You got to read the labels, Rick. You can't just go in and just grab a box. You got to find the one that's high in protein, low in sugar.
It says low in sugar, but then it's like some sugar substitute that I don't know, marginal benefit to you.
But if you eat too much protein, then you're not going to be as regular as you are.
He's plenty regular. He's
I'm
so
pretty,
regular.
pretty regular.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see him limping out of here to go poop every day. Every single day.
I think the magnesium, there's certain magnesiums you could take that also help that.
Well, I think the coffee intake also helps that
Coffee
big
helps
time.
for sure.
1-800-636-1067. Coming up next, the Commanders don't play, but we'll go around the NFL. Week 12 already in the NFL. That's next with the Junkies Blitz. Coming up in an hour, we'll check in with Brandon Duhaime from the Washington Capitals. They got a big win, put up 8 goals last night. Ovi with the hat trick, Ethan Frank with a couple. So we will talk to Dewey at 9:45. But right now, time for the Junkies Blitz. And that's brought to you by Offenbachers. Football season's here and cooler nights are calling. Score big with a hot tub and fire pit, warmth, comfort, and the perfect game day vibe. Let Offenbachers help you upgrade your backyard today. And don't forget, Offenbachers now carries indoor and outdoor saunas. EB raves about his.
Love it. Everybody should get one.
He's thankful for it.
Yeah, I am thankful.
He's not thankful for a bye week with the Commanders because he likes to watch the Commanders on
Unthankful
Sundays.
for that.
So here are some games to consider, EB. I don't know if you can watch all of them. You know, I think you've got DirecTV. Maybe you've got
I
the
have
ticket.
DirecTV stream. I do not have the NFL ticket.
All right. Well,
I do not care.
on CBS,
Yeah.
I think this is the main 1:00 game. You've got the Steelers in Chicago to take on a Bears team that is red hot. Bears
Aaron
laying
Rodgers is
2.5 in this game.
Rogers out. Mason
I
Rudolph
think it's
is
going to
in.
be a game time
Yeah, he
decision.
hasn't officially been
Have it
declared out.
said. Okay.
11:30 a.m. You will know whether he's
All
in
right.
or out.
All right.
Bears, of course, atop the NFC North, but a lot of people are looking at this as almost a must-win for them because when you look at their schedule, it gets really hard. So even at 8-3, it's not a lock that they would make the playoffs because after the Bears play the Steelers, they've got the Eagles, the Packers. Now they do have a dud against the Browns. They got the Packers again, and they close the season at 49ers, Detroit Lions.
That is tough. And
So they've got a really tough schedule down the stretch.
that Cleveland game. I mean, you call them a dud, but like their defense travels. Like that's going to be a tough out for the Bears. Now they should outscore them, but Myles Garrett's going to make it a long day for Caleb when those guys face off.
Another interesting game, 1:00. Patriots, who are 9-2, head to Cincinnati to take on the Bengals. Interesting here that Patriots are laying 6 is that you're likely to get Joe Burrow back. And the Bengals at 3-7, you would think are out of it, but Steelers atop that division at just 6-4, Ravens 5-5. They are holding to a flicker of hope. And with Joe Burrow back, should he return, they've got a better chance to win. But remember, they will not have Jamar Chase because he was suspended for the spitting incident.
So you expect more balls to probably go to Chase Brown out of the backfield. He's been pretty involved since Flacco took over after starting off the season pretty slow. Their schedule gets brutal as well, especially with the quick turnaround playing at Baltimore on Thanksgiving.
Right now, the Lions are on the outside looking in of the playoffs at 6-4. They host the Giants and pretty much a must win for them. If you look at what the Lions have been doing the last 6 weeks, beat the Bengals, lost to the Chiefs, beat the Bucks, lost to the Vikings, beat the Commanders, lost to the Eagles. They need to turn things around if they're going to get back in the playoffs. They also have a pretty tough schedule. After they play the Giants, next 3, Packers, Cowboys, Rams. Then they close the season, Steelers, Vikings, Bears.
Yeah, the one that's really going to haunt them was that 3-point loss at home to the Vikings a couple weeks ago.
And I'm not sure if Jackson Dart will be back for that game. Jameis, of course, has started the last 2 for the New York Giants, who are 2-9 on the season. NFC North battle, Packers host the Vikings. Vikings are 4-6. Packers 6-3-1. You know, Jordan Love quietly is having a pretty good year. 15 touchdowns, only 3 picks.
Question mark here is, will Josh Jacobs go? He suffered a knee injury in the win over the Giants at MetLife. And J.J. McCarthy, I mean, that guy, he's a guy who's in desperate need of some confidence and a big game. Don't know if going on the road to Lambeau is a place to get it, but
he's near the bottom.
He needs something to go right.
He is near the bottom in most statistics, whether it's completion percentage.
Do you have his numbers in front of him?
I can look it up. I've got him right here.
What's his touchdown interception ratio?
He is, let's see.
At least he didn't have 20 turnovers like Sam Darnold.
Well, he hasn't played that many games.
Yeah.
J.J. McCarthy he's got 842 yards passing. He has 6 touchdowns, 8 picks.
Oh, he's got more picks than.
And what's the completion percentage? Isn't it low 50s?
He's like 52%.
There's a lot of
53%.
There's a lot of JJ McCarthy bets.
Oh man, I know I know I'm on the plus side of them too.
I think,
That's not
I think
great.
Cakes has a lot of JJ McCarthy.
I may have to do some
exposure.
extra reads, Valdez, to pay for these.
JJ McCarthy will throw for 27 plus touchdowns. Must start 15 games.
Hold on.
So you're going to win that.
Wait a second.
You'll be
No,
fine.
it's gonna be-
No,
It's
it
gonna
would be
a push.
voided. It would
Wow.
be voided if he doesn't start for 15 games.
Here's the question: is there a time frame on that?
Well, he just gave you that
It's
there's a
the
game
season.
caveat.
Are you
Yes.
sure about that?
Yes.
I'm trying to find a way to wriggle off the
No,
hook.
but you're
over
off
there.
the hook because
Yeah.
you did the 15 starts.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So that was smart.
Vikings.
Who was on the other side of that bet?
I believe
Think of-
UJP.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would have won that bet. But he's
Vikings.
missed me, yes.
Vikings will have a better record than the Packers. Cakes has the Vikings.
Well-
JP has the Packers. That's $5.
Well, this is a huge swing game for that. It's probably not going to help. But
I mean, the Packers have a 2.5 game lead.
yeah,
JJ McCarthy will have 14 plus interceptions. EB, yes. Cakes, no.
Ooh,
There is no injury
I need him
caveat.
to slow down on the picks.
Hold on,
JJ,
Am I in line?
Yeah,
Was
you're in line to win that.
nice.
Yeah, as long as he throws
Or
7 interceptions the rest of the season.
Or he could be benched and then
Yeah.
Cakes would win.
Yeah,
I don't think
let's
he's going to
go.
be benched because he's their future.
just-
Supposedly, they got to figure that out. To be fair to him, he's only started 5 games as a pro.
Right.
You mentioned Sam Darnold. He had the 4 interception game last week, which they still almost won.
Yeah.
They should smash the Titans. They have, that's a get right game. They take on the Titans.
And they're laying 13.5 points on the road. I mean, they are expected to, as Mike Marr would say, put the boots on the ground to the
No,
Titans.
belt the ass. He
Belt
says,
the ass.
yeah,
He loves
come
that too.
But that's a
He's going to do that at
mismatch.
Turkey shootout tomorrow.
The Ravens game mismatch. They're favored by 13.5. Although in our parlay, Valdez is taking the Jets
think
plus 13.5.
I think it's going to be closer than you think. It's kind of one of those sleepy games.
Could be.
You have a quick turnaround next week.
Plus,
So
Lamar's dealing with a bunch of ailments right now. He's
Yeah.
got an ankle injury he's dealing with.
not just that, it was a physical division game on the road.
You know what, Valdez? You're going to hate hearing this. I kind of like that bet. And I'm a mush.
Well, as
so-
long as they win, they're fine. You can win by 10. You win your bet.
Yeah, I like it.
Didn't you just say they're going to blow them out?
I don't know.
I convinced you in
You may
1 minute.
have. I'm all over the place.
There is another big 1 o'clock game. Maybe this is the CBS game, the number 1 CBS game. I'm not sure. Chiefs host the Colts. Kind of a must win for the Chiefs. They're 5-5. Colts, of course, 8-2. We also have a parlay bet there because we've got Jonathan Taylor 2 or more touchdowns. Chiefs defense is pretty good. I don't know about that leg, but we're always grasping with the parlay. Moving to the 4 o'clock games. All eyes will be on Allegiant Stadium because people are interested in Shedeur Sanders. He will get his first start against the Raiders. Raiders defense, of course, not great. And again, we have a parlay leg there because we've got Judkin shares for our parlay.
Over 18.5 rushing attempts is what we need from him. NFL Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
No, for Shedeur, dude, I should take this. Shedeur to throw over 200 yards plus 260. That's
I like
something.
it.
He could have a terrible game. He could throw 4 picks, whatever. But, I know you think they're going to run a lot, but if he throws for 200 yards, that's not a high bar. Plus 260?
Just kind of depends on their offense. They don't have great weapons. So, like, Dylan Gabriel was putting up very low numbers, and it might just be a function of
If
their
he
offense.
has 175 yards, it's
The
plus
one thing I'll say
136.
about him, I told you that Baldy liked what he saw on film, at least of the last 8 plays. And one of the things he mentioned, if you've watched Baldy's breakdowns, is that Shedeur took shots.
He did, but I think that they're going to try to limit his passing as much as they humanly can.
But maybe against the Raiders.
It's a lot of pressure for him to go on the road, get a start. Like, they're going to want the running game to carry the day for them.
Maybe, but against the Raiders, you might want to pass.
Also, you might want to see what you got.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? See what
Yeah,
you
I mean,
got.
they have nothing. They literally have nothing to lose.
2-8. It's a battle of 2-8
Yeah.
teams. So you got 4 o'clock games. A couple of them are duds. Jags, Cards. Okay, Jags are in the mix. Playoff mix at 6-4. Falcons, Saints. Kirk Cousins against Tyler Shuck. But Eagles, Cowboys is intriguing. 425. Dallas 4-5-1. Eagles have kind of all this drama surrounding them. Jalen Hurts having to defend himself. These rumors of coaches not being happy with his play.
And big surprise. This is the least surprising blurb of the day. On the other side, the controversy about CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. Of course, they missed curfew when they were out in Vegas before the game against the Raiders. They were having dinner and drinks and missed curfew.
But CeeDee Lamb says there were rumors that CeeDee Lamb was throwing up. He says that's bogus.
He says I can handle my alcohol.
He can handle his liquor.
He was very insulted.
He can handle his top shelf liquor.
Sunday night, you've got the Bucks Rams. Rams, of course, 8-2. Bucks at 6-4. They're now fending off Carolina, who's been creeping up on them in the NFC South. Carolina plays Monday night against the 49ers.
Well, they're about to have Christian McCaffrey steamroll them on Monday night. So any sort of momentum they had is going to get put to a halt on Monday in Santa Clara.
But both games, a lot of implications in their divisions, respectively. Bucks and Carolina battling it out in the NFC South. The Rams atop the NFC West at 8-2, but the Niners are knocking on the door at 7-4. So some big games here in Week 12, even without the Commanders. But coming up next, it is bye week. Let's get into the Commanders and where they are. We know the record is horrible. We understand they've lost 6 games in a row. But how do you feel about the individual units?
Why don't we do this? Grade the offense. Are we going to grade each one, like wide receiver, running back? We're going to do that? Okay.
I think we should grade each individual unit.
All right.
And see what because look, we're going to start turning towards the future. It's going to be weeks, if not months, of talking about the future. See where you're strong. See what you really need to attack in the offseason.
We got a lot to attack.
1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Coming right back.
All right, guys. EB here. FanDuel Fridays, turning it up with NBA Happy Hour every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern. 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern. FanDuel's dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. It's not just any other promo. It's your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern. Only on FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/EB to grab your reward before the clock expires. That's FanDuel.com/EB. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present DC. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ovechkin had his 33rd career hat trick in the Caps' 8-4 win last night. Now, not to overshadow that crazy impressive feat, but Dylan Strome may have had a bigger night. Strome assisted on Ovechkin's first 2 goals, the second one after learning during the first intermission that his wife Taylor had given birth to their 3rd daughter. So huge congrats to them and a big congrats to the Caps on a massive win. And Davis Mills threw for 153 yards with 2 first-half touchdown passes to help the Texans to their 3rd straight victory with C.J. Stroud sidelined by a concussion. It was the defense, though, that really sealed this win. Josh Allen was sacked 8 times. Callan Bullock forced 3 turnovers. Texans 23-19 victory. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, appreciate you checking us out on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're presented by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber. Just visit cropmetcalf.com to join their team. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle and Johnny Cakes Awville. We actually did a quick schmooze yesterday with the big boss from Richmond.
That's right.
He was raving about Adam. Said Adam's killing it.
He was. Look at that.
An MP on the mic.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Comes on after us. Then Adam, who still goes by AWOD.
I feel so bad. It was literally saddled him with that name.
He's stuck with it now.
I mean, what a terrible
bad
radio
nickname.
name.
Cakes is way better, and Cakes isn't great, but it's way better than AWOD.
It's all your fault.
It's totally my fault.
Yeah, because it was started with
Eric Wadden.
Yeah.
I
He couldn't have E.
Couldn't be an E. Or,
and his name actually made sense because AWOD doesn't make sense for Adam Epstein.
None.
EWOD makes sense
Makes
for
a lot
Eric
of sense.
Wad.
That's a good nickname
Yeah.
for him.
Yeah.
But Eric
For
wouldn't let
AWOD,
him
it's terrible.
have that name.
And then I guess
Or
he
you
was
wouldn't
just
you wouldn't let him have,
replacing.
no, you wouldn't let him have E because
Yeah.
you said you had an uncle who called you E.
Right. I'm very protective of my name. Like when Coach Bieniemy was in here and everybody wanted him to call him EB or whatever. Remember, I made a couple $1,000s off of that. Put out some T-shirts. I wasn't doing that. I wasn't doing the EB.
You weren't having it.
You can still get them for Christmas, right?
You
don't know.
The wind is out.
I
of
thought
those
it's still there
sails.
on like your Twitter moniker.
It is, but it's dead. It's dead. I'm not hawking
It's a
anything.
dead nameplate.
That thing's dead.
I recommend going to the fan store if you're going to get Christmas items.
There you have it. Nicely
Yeah.
done,
I
Val.
think that's
Nice
fine.
pivot.
But anyway,
Can't buy everything there.
we did the quick schmooze with Bennett.
Good thing we dressed up too. We really presented ourselves well.
We're radio
I-
guys.
you know,
Bobby,
Quick
you
thing.
liked my last line when Bennett said,
I was gonna bring that up. I didn't
What was
know.
JP's last
what was
line?
I didn't know how I felt.
What was
And
the
when Bennett,
I
signature?
just threw it out as a
no,
joke.
no, no. Bennett. So Bennett goes.
Is there anything I can do
very,
for you?
yeah. He's very nice to us, and we're schmoozing and everything. And then Bennett goes, he's trying to set up maybe an appearance down there, and he goes, hey, if there's anything I can do for you guys, don't be a stranger. Let me know. And JP just goes, you can pay us more.
Like more money. Yeah.
I got chuckles.
Yeah, it was a little awkward, but what are you gonna do?
It actually was a good comment.
I agree.
And it was also a good, definitive ending point. As soon as you said that, it sucked all the air out
I
of the
don't
room.
like
I
those
wasn't
schmoozes.
quite doing the bish.
Yeah.
But I was close to the door.
Yeah,
I was
you were-
standing
you were
by the
hovering.
door.
There was
I
some
couldn't
hovering.
have stood further. I was back in the corner of the room.
When
But
he
you were
said-
in the room. I bet if Jason had been there, he would have actually been standing in the hallway.
When JP said that, I wanted to. I thought
cringed?
I thought like a dirty bomb went off in that room. And I
I was
had to
like,
get
well,
out.
this is the end of the
That
hangout.
it was actually a good line. I actually liked it. You can pay us more. Yeah.
Yeah, it was good timing. It was good. Whatever. All right, see you later.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, They do pay us peanuts.
No question.
Literally peanuts.
Well, his answer is, well, you guys aren't doing anything extra. You just turn it a
It's
switch.
a good
It's a
retort.
very
Yeah.
good point by him. Yeah. Touche.
Just for the record, Valdez loves peanuts.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Who doesn't?
I mean,
I do too.
they call me the planters
Not
guy.
circus peanuts, just regular peanuts.
I'll take all the peanuts.
You're the planters guy.
Yeah.
You're Mr. Peanut.
Who does the almonds? We get a lot of almonds at our house. The ones that are
Who
like,
does ads for almonds?
no, you buy almonds at Giant.
Blue
I buy
Diamond.
Yeah, we
Blue
get a lot of
Diamond,
blue
big
diamonds.
almonds.
Those are good for you.
Yeah.
Those I try to eat those. Especially
We-
with,
Yeah, but I want them loaded
They're
with salt.
expensive.
I like
Don't
salt.
come at me with salt, unsalted almonds.
No, but
That's
I can do
all-
low salt.
It's almost as bad as unsalted pretzels or, God forbid, unsalted saltine crackers, which they actually sell. Salt is in the name of the product.
Yeah.
You got to have salt on a saltine.
Right.
Sorry, it's an outrage.
Who came up with that pitch? They're sitting around the table and they're coming up with new ideas. They're saltines.
They sell
They've
them.
been established forever, and then some guy goes, "I got it.
I've
Let's
been on
go
it.
unsalted."
They do sell them. They are available. I cringe.
All right, real quick. Let's go to our friend Shola. I haven't heard from Shola in a while.
Has been a while.
How are you, Shola?
I'm good. How are you, EB?
Is it too early to? Jason would have rules. It's too early to say Happy Thanksgiving.
No, we're less than a week out. I think
No,
it's
you can
So
do
you
that.
can say Happy
perfectly
Thanksgiving.
acceptable.
Shola makes scarves and all that, right?
I do, and I was calling because I have an AWOD story.
Oh, okay.
I met his dad at an event where I was selling things in Alexandria a couple of weeks ago.
Maury.
And,
How did you know it was his dad?
Maury, yeah. Because I saw him on your drinking show that time.
Oh,
Remember
okay.
he was
You
a judge?
recognized him.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
He's ve-
He also looks just like
He
him.
has a very distinct face.
Yeah.
yeah. He's an ugly
Yeah,
dude.
he does.
Jeez.
I mean, he's a nice
Well,
guy. Let's be
I mean,
honest. Not
He
handsome.
clearly colored his hair a weird color.
Oh, he does?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, I said to him, "You're Maury, you're AWOD's dad," and he was like, "Oh my God, how do you know?" And I told him that I saw him, and so then he wanted me to tell him how great he looked on the TV when he was on the TV,
That's
and he said he
hilarious.
Fishing for
couldn't
compliments.
believe that I remembered it.
Fishing
And
for
then I said that
compliments.
I met sorry.
Never mind. Go ahead. Never
And
mind.
so then I said that I had met AWOD at one of JP's get-togethers,
Uh-huh.
and he said, he's doing really well now. And I said, I know. I thought that he bought a house. And then he said, well, you know how he bought that house, right? Mommy and Daddy helped out.
Oh,
That's so
you know
funny.
what? Now we got to call Adam. We didn't know that.
He works in
Okay,
radio.
well, hold on. So they co-signed it.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah, they had to have co-signed.
And that's not that unusual. As long as he's paying the mortgage.
Yeah, it's not like
Not
they put the
If
like
they put
100,
all the
100
down
grand
payment
down.
and they're
Yeah.
paying for it, then it's
They
kind
might
of-
have.
They might have.
Whatever.
That's what I thought. That was the impression that I got.
That's a lot of wigs for Maury to sell. Hey, good for him.
I didn't,
That's
More
fine.
power to him.
I didn't know they were holding cash like that.
Yeah. Well, I think the mom's like super successful. I don't know about Maury.
I met
He's
both
at
of
a
the
flea
parents.
market buying scars. How successful can he be?
I met both of the
Well, no, he
parents at
wasn't
the
buying
football
stuff, and he
fest.
actually looked homeless.
Oh, he looked
jeez.
Well, he's taking a
Just
pounding.
bombs.
He's taking a pounding
She's throwing
today.
haymakers at Maury. I love it.
Did he come up to you or no?
No, I recognized him, and he told me that he was off to Madrid with Joe Theismann.
Oh, I mean,
What is
he may
going
look
on?
homeless, but he's got some coin. He's flying to Madrid, and he's floating AWOD's mortgage note.
Good for him. Hey, Shola, thank you. Appreciate you. Happy
Sure.
Thanksgiving.
Thank you. You too.
Yeah.
All
Bye.
right.
Good hearing
she's,
from
she's
you.
good. All right, let's go through. You want to grade each unit? You want to
Let's
do
do
the,
it.
let's do the
So-
offense this
so-
segment and the defense
yeah.
next segment?
So this is inspired from Commander's Wire put out a report card. And
I
to
don't
be
wanna
honest,
look at their
I don't want to look
grades.
at their report card either.
yeah.
And
I've
I'm
got my
kind of
own grades.
now I'm kind of thinking of this in two ways.
Yeah.
One, how have they performed this year? But two, what do you need to address in those particular departments for next year?
Yeah.
If you do need to address it. All right, so let's start offense. Quarterback.
All right. Overall grade, I would say to be probably C, B minus C plus. B minus C.
Is it a cop out to give an incomplete? Because
Yes.
Jaden hasn't played.
Yes.
No, but I'm
Six
grading the
games.
position. I'm grading the position.
While you try and figure it out, what
Yeah.
I'd say, I agree with EB's B minus because I actually think Marcus has played about as good as you can expect. And if you look at some of the grades, like PFF passing grades, I think they have him number 7.
I would give
He's had some big runs.
I'd give a C+ to the quarterback spot as a whole.
Okay.
I have a hard time giving them a B. C+ though.
B minus, C+
works.
is kind of the
But
same.
that said, they don't need to do anything about quarterback for the future. They've got their franchise quarterback in the future, and I'm cool with Marcus being the backup next year if that can work out.
Sign Marcus for like 1 year, $9 million, whatever it is, because he's making like $8.5 million this year. Just run it back.
Wide receiver.
This
particular year, it's probably a D.
I have them as a D because Terry has been a flop. Let's be honest. He's barely been on the field. Debo's been good, not great. And they've had to resort to signing guys off the street like Robbie Chosen and Treylon Burks because of the injuries to Noah Brown and Luke McCaffrey.
Yeah.
It's a mess of a room right now.
It's a D at best.
For performance.
It's a D at best.
But for the future, I
the future needs upgrading.
I think for the future, it's thin because that's an old unit. If you think about it, I mean, Terry just turned 30, right?
But Lane and McCaffrey aren't old.
Debo's 29. Who knows if he's even going to be back next year? He could sign with another team. You have some youth there in McCaffrey, and hopefully he takes another step. Jalen Lane, same. I think they need to add another piece this offseason, whether it's drafting or a free agent. They need some juice in that room that they don't currently have.
They need a high, like a first or second round pick to add to that room.
Yeah.
Or a big name free agent.
I'm gonna look at 2026 NFL wideout free agents right now.
If you want to chime in, I'll tell you the next unit. I've already looked at the free agents and I can give it to you. Running backs, I would say
C. I'd say B minus.
I'll give them a C.
I feel like I think collectively, like none of them are breakout guys, but I think collectively it's fine.
We've seen moments. Bill had the game against the Chargers where he goes for over 100. I think Chris Rodriguez had a really good game this past week, and he's shown that he can be part of your running back room.
I mean, on the whole, their running attack,
they're 6th.
They're averaging 1,500 yards or total 1,500 yards, almost 5 yards a carry as a whole.
Right, but that includes the quarterback runs.
That helps.
I know, but
lift that.
But Chris Rodriguez is at 4.7 and Krosky Merritt's at 4.4.
Trending way down.
As a group, I have them as a B minus.
McNichols is averaging 7 yards a carry.
I've liked what McNichols can do. Now, this is the area where I would look at free agency. So I would look wide receiver draft.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody to pair with Terry McLaurin.
Yep.
And I would consider bringing Debo back. I think Debo's been productive. He hasn't had the best situation around him. And I like the youth in Lane and McCaffrey. So maybe draft one, maybe bring Debo back. But running back, I think I would go free agency. And so your top guys who are going to be available.
So who are you getting rid of?
There's some big
You're not going to
names.
get rid of Rodriguez. So you're going to get rid of McNichols?
I mean, maybe you'll get rid of him. If you land James Cook, I would. James Cook's a free agent. Derrick Henry.
James Cook is not a free agent. He just signed a deal.
Oh, so this is an old list.
You're looking at old list. James Cook re-upped with the Bills. It was sometime around training camp. He's locked in with the Bills.
Okay, well, according to Spot Rack, here's a name I'm intrigued by. Breece Hall, 24 years old.
Mm-hmm. He should be gettable.
He could be franchised by the Jets, but we'll see. Kenneth Walker's 25 with the Seahawks.
Okay.
Other names available include Rico Dowdle, who started to show something. I would add a veteran running back.
I don't disagree with that. I don't think Adam Peters is going to spend a lot of money on a running back, and I think some of those guys are going to be pricey.
I don't think it's their biggest need at all. I think it's fine. It'd be nice to have an upgrade, but I'm okay with bringing the same guys back. I don't know.
I think Peters is going to be more in the. I want to draft a running back in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round that I'm going to pay $800,000 or whatever.
I mean, are you ready? Are you giving up on Bill?
No, but I wouldn't mind bringing in a proven.
I mean, McNichols has been huge
back.
at times, and Rodriguez has been huge.
I'm cool
at
with
times.
McNichols being a 3rd down back, a passing back.
You don't like Rodriguez? I mean, he's been pretty.
I think that you could potentially upgrade it. And I think the free agency, free agency for top running backs is a lot cheaper than top wide receivers.
True.
Mm-hmm.
So with wide receiver, instead of spending $20 million on a top wide receiver via free agency, I go draft. For running back, I think you get a really good guy for $8 to $10 million.
Yeah, but I don't know if Adam Peters is into paying guys $10 million to run the football, because look at the salaries of the guys he has running the football this year. Nobody's making anywhere close to that sort of money.
All right, tight ends.
I have them as a C-. I think they need a big talent infusion there. Zach Ertz, I don't see him re-signing here again this offseason. He's 35, correct? We've milked the last little juice that we could out of Zach Ertz, in my opinion. They need to get younger and more dynamic at tight end.
I'm with you.
I thought they had that in Ben Sinnott, but who knows?
I'm with you. I'd give him a D in terms of performances here. I mean, we did get to see one Sinnott touchdown.
Right.
I mean, Bates, they say, is mostly a blocker. He's caught a couple passes here and there.
Does Sinnott have 2 tutties? I think he might have 2.
So, hold on.
Double check.
What
He has
grade
limited catches, though.
I give them a D. They don't have a dynamic tight end. And in terms of the future, free agent tight ends include Kyle Pitts, Mark Andrews, K. Dotton, Isaiah Likely,
They
Tyler
definitely
Higbee.
need to upgrade. So, I mean, if you want to give him a D, that's fine. It's kind of mean, but because Bates is good, I guess I could give him a D. It's okay.
You can give him whatever grade you want.
I mean, what I probably best I would give him a C-. What do I care?
Okay.
What was that?
I mean, I'm not going to quibble over it. I mean, I think a
C-minus
D
Ds.
sounds kind of
Yeah.
mean, but
Yeah.
okay,
What
whatever.
was I thinking? Of course, Sinnott only has 1 touchdown.
All
I was
right,
trying to get to the
offensive
second one.
line. I actually
He's got
think
3 catches.
I think
Yeah.
the offensive line, by and large, has been pretty good. I'll give them a solid B.
I gave them a B as well. I mean, they
I don't think they need to mess with the offensive line.
They've run blocked to the point where they're 6th in the league in rushing, and I think they've been a solid unit overall.
I'm fine with a B.
I mean,
and I wouldn't mess with the
they
starters.
should be solid because they traded for Tunsil, they drafted Connerly, they drafted Coleman relatively high, 3rd rounder 2 years ago. Like that should be a B unit. So that's kind of where I see them.
So those are our grades. If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. That's just offense. We'll go through the defense. And what do you want to see them focus on? Like, we've offensively, if it's draft or free agency, they need a tight end, right, to replace Ertz. They need a wide receiver to complement Terry, assuming Terry gets healthy, and they need to get younger there. I think they need to get a running back. You guys aren't necessarily sold on that. Now, defense, there's going to be a lot of holes to tackle. So we'll get into that next. If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Kind of doing a report card of the Commanders. Commanders Wire put one out, but we're giving you our grades because it's bye week. They don't have a game this week. Where are you at with the Commanders now? Based on performance, I don't know what our average grades were, but
can you just give it for each unit real quick? Did you write it down?
Average? I didn't. I just wrote my own grades, but I think they were all somewhat close. Like in quarterback, we were kind of in the B, C range.
Yes.
Wide receivers, we were like in the D range.
Yes.
Running back, C range. Tight ends, low C or D.
Yes.
Offensive line, B.
Yes.
That's basically where we're at.
You brought this report card home. You might need a signature from mom or dad.
Oh, yeah.
To go
Well,
send-
wait till you see the defensive side.
You might have a ripe hiney. Yeah.
Belt to ass, as Mike Marr likes to say.
You schedule a meeting with the guidance counselor.
All right, where are we going to start with
When
the
did you
defense?
go to trade school? Might be your avenue.
Defensive line. So, but you got to go. You got to go two different areas.
Do
So
you want the defensive
ends? Let's go defensive ends.
I mean, it's
got to be
an F. They don't generate
Armstrong
pressure.
was good though. Armstrong was really good.
They don't generate pressure.
I would say D.
Honestly,
I'm gonna give it D. You can't.
Valdez and I were talking about this during the break. They're so bad as a defense, like statistically, like your team defense. That I'll be hard pressed to give a passing grade to anything. They have the 31st ranked defense in the NFL right now.
Just in their defense, I think Martin is better than a failing grade, and I think Armstrong clearly was probably like an A.
All right, you can get me up to a D.
D plus.
Do they generate pressure regularly?
No, those guys
I'm not
do.
giving you a D
Those
plus.
guys do. And by the way, Von Miller had a pretty high pressure rate. He's going to lead the team in sacks, playing a third of the. I'm going to say D plus.
Like it matters. Like you're gonna lob it to your parents, your mom. I got a D plus instead of a D. They're gonna be like, who cares?
I'm just saying there are some bright spots. It's not a great unit, but there are some bright spots.
I can't
George
go that
Armstrong
high.
was
I
great.
can't go that high.
He
You
was
give them a
bright
D
spot.
plus. Cakes, what do you give them?
The defensive ends?
Yes.
They definitely get a D minus. It's
I'm with
bordering on an F.
Cakes. I'm with
All right.
Cakes. You talked me off the F.
All right, I'm D plus because of those.
Now
guys.
that said,
also
they've
Wise
been
could have been
ravaged by
filling.
injuries.
Yes.
So in terms of the future, it depends on what you think about those guys moving forward. But Armstrong showed that he can do
Yes.
the job.
Yes.
You know, last year it was Fowler. Now, one of the things that we talked about before the season, because there was all that Trey Hendrickson talk. I mean, could we have had more segments about Trey Hendrickson and it didn't happen?
No, we had more
All right,
segments
but
about
the
Terry
talk-
McLaurin than we did.
That's true.
Hendrickson.
But the,
By the way,
whole
Hendrickson
talk
has 4
was
sacks.
yeah.
He's also got a bulky back.
The talk though was they need a defensive end, but part of our discussion was, well, do they? Because last year during the NFC Championship run, they were very close to the top 10 in the NFL in sacks. The defense was creating pressure, which was helping the defense. This year, not so much. All right, so
Then
interior line.
A B minus.
I think that's fair because I think Kinlaw's been a hit.
Kinlaw's been good.
And I think
Payne's had
Payne-
moments.
That's what he is. His moments.
Newton's been a disappointment.
What did you give them?
B minus.
B. I thought you said D minus.
No,
at
no,
first.
B minus.
They've
been good. In
And
fact, they
actually-
were like top 4 against the run in the interior part of the line at one point.
Yeah, and against the run, they're currently ranked.
They're like
27.
Yeah, I can't
No,
give
but
them. I
the
can't give them.
interior part of the line wasn't the issue. It was the ends. It was setting the edge.
Yeah, but they're
Where they were
they're
getting
part of
screwed.
the line, so I can't give them. I can't give them a B grade. They get a C.
Okay.
Just because they're sucky adjacent.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's fine.
kinda
It's
the way
fine.
I'm gonna do
Go
it.
to linebacker, quick.
C minus, I would say. But overall, it's hard when your defense right now, if you just look at yardage, there's only one team in the NFL worse than them, and that's the Cincinnati Bengals defensively.
All right, go to linebacker.
Linebacker.
F.
Including Bobby Wagner, who's like leading the team in sacks and like
D
or in
minus.
tackles, and he's like their 3rd highest rated defensive player.
What'd you
F.
give them?
D minus. I mean, I can't give them.
That's
much
my
better.
one
It's-
F. That's my one
Yeah.
F.
I'd give them a. I probably should just give everybody Fs, man.
Huh.
I'll go with
Trying
your
to be
F. I'll go
objective.
with your F because Luvu's been a disappointment.
Yeah, he's been a dud.
Wagner gets beat in coverage. She does tackle well, but let's be
Somebody's
real.
got to make the tackle.
Somebody's got to be responsible for why their defense stinks.
Linebacker is a very, very tricky position in the NFL because you need a lot of experience to play linebacker. But if you're older and more experienced,
Yeah.
you're too slow
You're
to
slower.
play the
yeah,
position.
You can't really execute.
So you can't it's hard to draft somebody and kind of just plug them in there and have them make the calls, diagnose everything. And you need the Bobby Wagner brain,
Yeah.
but you need to put it into somebody younger.
Yeah, and I think the thoughts of Jordan McGee or Kane Medrano riding to the rescue, I don't think that's happening anytime soon. I mean, those guys can be decent, like, relief guys, but I don't think you're expecting them to be starters.
All right, corners. I got to give them an F for performance this year. Marshawn Lattimore, bad. Sandstrill, step back. Sandstrill just hasn't been as good. Amos has been okay.
Amos has been decent. I'm going to
But
give D-.
They're terrible.
I'm D-. I'm not going to give him an F because of
They're terrible against the pass.
I'm a D-.
I give him a D+ because of Amos being there. That's the only real saving grace.
And Sanderson's had moments.
Now, part of this is because of the pass rush, but right now, if you look at the statistics in terms of passing, they give up 250 yards per game. That is 29th in the NFL.
Actually, let me give them an F. I'm going to revise my grade. F, because Sanastrill's muffed punt, I'm going to throw in there because he was the one that completely torpedoed.
And then finally,
that game.
the safeties. They've had a lot of injuries at safeties.
I
but
give them an F just because Quan Martin refuses to wrap guys up when he tackles. He just tries to throw his shoulder into people and knock them out of bounds or knock them over, and it drives me crazy.
I think it's hard to
F
dispute that.
minus.
800-636-1067. Here's a question I want to throw out to you. What do you think is their best unit? And what is their worst unit? I think their best unit's quarterback.
Their best unit is quarterback. Their worst unit, field goal kicker. We didn't even mention that.
We didn't mention that.
They go through field goal kickers like EB goes through nail clippers.
My honorable mention.
Just say toilet paper.
My honorable
Station.
mention for best unit is offensive line. 1-800-636-1067.
That tracks.
Now the worst unit, man, it's got to be on defense, right? And the crazy thing is, they tried to address this in the offseason. They drafted a guy. They made some free agent moves. I think it's the secondary. Their secondary stinks.
Yeah, the corners specifically. Corners have been a massive disappointment because you give up the draft capital to get Lattimore. You think you're acquiring close to a Pro Bowl level player. Wasn't even close to that, and then he gets injured. Amos, he gives you reason for hope for the future, but he gets injured. And Sanastrill has regressed in year 2. There's not one bright spot in the cornerback room that I can think of.
But
okay, Amos when he gets healthy.
But
that's your bright spot.
linebackers right there too. Like to me, it's the whole, like every unit on that defense needs to get better.
Yeah.
Would they be better if all these guys had played? Well, yeah. If Wise had played the whole season and you had Armstrong for more than a handful of games. Right. I mean, Armstrong is still currently their leading sack guy.
Yeah, with 5.5. That's a huge problem.
Hasn't played in a month.
Right.
Yeah, but when he was there, he was effective.
What's their strongest unit? Like, you don't have to touch it in the offseason.
Quarterback.
Do you have a second one? Because my honorable mention would be offensive line.
I actually think that their running back room is decent.
That's your honorable mention.
Well, I mean, I'm just being honest.
Okay.
I think it's decent. They can win. They can win with it.
You like
their 5th or 6th in the league.
You like their running backs better than you like their offensive line.
Offensive line's fine. It's fine. It's not great. It's fine. I'd say it's similar. I could say that.
All right, Cakes, what's your list? If you want to chime in, 800-636-1067.
Worst unit, field goal kicker.
Okay, but give me your second one then, beyond field goal kicker.
Secondary, worst unit.
Secondary.
Best unit, offensive line.
Yeah. So on offense, what Adam Peters will need to do, it's a lot. He needs to upgrade at wide receiver. Yep. I think he needs to upgrade at running back. We skip over, but definitely tight end. And then on defense, just straight across the board.
He's got a lot of holes to plug and limited draft picks with which to do it. I'm telling you, if they get a top 5 or 6 pick, they have to trade back.
Should they do a draft, DB? You know when sometimes you'll have a team and you'll be like, okay, we're set here. We're just going to draft only defensive players.
No, because we need a receiver. And we probably need a tight end.
Probably need a tight end?
Well, I mean, I like Bates. I think he's half the equation. So, I mean, you want a pass catcher if you don't think it's Sinnott. Okay. But, I mean, I'm not going to draft the first.
How much is Kyle Pitts going to go for? He's been a bust.
Oh,
Let's
I
be
love
real.
Kyle
He's not
Pitts.
terrible.
Oh, he'd be good on this
He's
team.
okay.
He'd be good on
He'd
this
be a
team.
really good
He'd be an
target for
upgrade.
Jaden.
He'd be good on this
What's
team.
But he
price
can't
tag
be
gonna be?
he can't be super expensive because he's never blossomed into the star that everybody projected.
I mean, top tight ends. What's Kelsey making? He's probably making like, I'd guess 12 or 13 million a season. I'd guess Kyle Pitts on the free agent market, he'll command 7 or 8 million per season. That's a guess.
I would love to have him. I still
He'll
think
have
this-
suitors.
He's like a tight end version of Kinlaw, like all this potential,
Right.
And it just hasn't quite blossomed yet. I would love to have him.
Well,
If anybody's over there is listening, I know they monitor the show.
yeah,
Put Pitts on your radar.
yeah. Put that post-it note up on the
Yeah.
draft board.
I'd love to have him.
Kittle
Free agent board.
Kittle signed a 4-year contract worth $76.4 million. $18 million signing bonus, $35 million guaranteed. According to this,
He's not gonna,
says
he's gonna be
AAV.
half of that.
I don't know if I
Half
bet
of that?
I bet he'll get over 12.
I don't know. But I would be up for it. We got like 90 to 100 million.
Now he offers no blocking, right? He's basically a wide receiver.
Fine with that. They've got plenty of
That's-
blocking.
Cakes loves that.
They've got Bates for the blocking.
Right.
Apparently, they've seen it for the blocking.
Yeah.
Senate is my
Yeah.
incendiary point.
But did you
I
ask
can't
the
help
worst?
myself.
Like, I think I would
Yeah.
use my first round pick on a pass rusher or like an elite linebacker, like, in a game changing linebacker, future Hall of Fame linebacker.
Wow, I was low on the tight
What
ends,
about a
man.
shutdown corner? But you seem like you've drafted a couple in Sanders
I
still
could use
and
another one. Or we could
Amos.
get another one in free agency to kind of. You can't plug every hole.
Yeah.
I mean, once you get the like third and fourth round pick, you start grasping, right? So you assume some order of your first 3 picks are going to be linebacker, defensive end, receiver.
I think I'm with you. Like if you can get a linebacker that's in the Roquan Smith mold.
Yeah, you need somebody that's going to be like a
Just
3 or 4 time Pro Bowler, just a stud. You need a young Bobby Wagner. You know what I mean? You need a stud, and then you got to have a stud.
You need a game wrecker.
Yeah, game wrecker. Yeah, another one on pressuring the quarterback. At defensive end. I'd like that. I also
Cakes,
like to
where's
run
your
it back
first
with
round pick
Wise.
going? I know your number one thing was kicker, but you're not taking a kicker.
First round pick?
Yeah, your first round pick. What position are you dressing?
I need the most maniacal pass rusher.
Okay, so
That's-
you're not.
that's on
I
the
thought
board.
you were going to go wide receiver.
Well, I mean, you're probably going to be picking, if you don't trade down, they're probably picking in the 7 to 10 range, depending on how the rest of the season works out. Like, unless you can draft like Travis Kelce in his prime, you're not picking that guy at tight end in the top 10. So I'm going to go with a guy, whoever it is, that can sack the quarterback 13 to 15
All right,
times.
real
as a
quick, let's
rookie.
bang on a couple of these calls because we wanted to give people opportunity. We never do. We always talk too much. We never shut up. You give you a chance to give us your best unit, worst unit, and who'd you hit up first in the draft. Let's go to Tim Fredericksburg. Tim, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Thanks for having me on.
Yep, thanks, man.
So it's kind of interesting. Obviously the defense all across the board in F. It's very frustrating to see kind of the outcome of the moves that were made in the offseason. But I was talking to my dad actually the other day about this, and he brought up a good point that, Adam Peters and company went all in because they were trying to take this momentum, this short time frame we have with Jaden under this rookie contract, and go all in with these veteran moves, which, I understood at the time, and it seemed like a good idea at the time. But now we're sitting with 3 wins, injury-riddled, walking wounded, and we have, 5 picks? So it's hard to get excited about the draft when we have all of these holes and needs. We've actually gotten older, and we're the oldest team in the NFL, and we're sitting at a 31st ranked overall defense with going into next year, relying on 2 wide receivers over the age of 30. So I just kind of wanted to throw that out there. I know over here down this way, we love us some Adam Peters. He can't do no wrong, but I think it's also time to shine a light on some of these moves and start critiquing him a little bit harder.
We've been doing that this
than
week.
we have.
We've been doing that this week. All right, thank you, Tim. Appreciate it.
Riddled by injuries, though.
Oh,
like some of the moves, like Dietrich Wise.
I want to run it back.
I'm looking at.
Listen, I want to run it back with Wise and Armstrong.
I'm looking at Dietrich Wise.
But they're old guys. But
All
I
right,
want to run it back.
he is an older guy, but This is what he's played since 2020. 16 games, 16 games, 17 games, 16 games, 15 games. He comes to the Commanders and out for the year.
Wasn't he injured in the first game of the season?
Second.
Okay. Yeah.
See,
he
I
didn't
want
last
to run
very
it back
long.
with him and Armstrong.
Oh, maybe that's the
that
plan.
can help, though. That can help
you
with the
need
draft.
to add. You need to add something to that. I
That's
feel like
fine, but then if let's assume those guys are healthy day one, run it back with those guys, and then focus linebacker and receiver, and then you get your other, unless there's a game wrecker, unless there's a Myles Garrett out there, obviously.
But even the game wreckers, like, wasn't Abdul Carter supposed to be a game wrecker?
Yeah,
I think he's been pretty good when he's not oversleeping in meetings. He's been pretty impactful.
Yeah, but like Brian Bird,
now the team sucks.
They've got exactly. Like they've got
but I
the
don't think
guys, and the team sucks.
Right.
I mean, he has a half a sack aches.
Right. That's not
Abdul
great.
Carter, like you just said, he's. I
think
I
his
have
success rate's
heard.
been high. He hasn't had a lot of sacks,
Right.
but I mean, you do want that guy to have like 8 or 10 sacks as a rookie.
I know, but I'm just saying, like you're hyping him up to an extent. Like he's got a half a sack.
Oh, that's not great.
That was supposed to be the number one game wrecker,
That's
right?
the sexy stat.
Draft.
That's the money
It
stat.
is, and he might be fine in the other metrics.
Right.
I get that, but I don't know. I think the more I think about it, you might talk me off secondary. Get me some sort of just phenomenal linebacker.
You could get another corner. I know we got Duhame. You could get another corner via free agency.
Yep.
All
right, coming up next, we do have Brandon Duhame from the Washington Capitals. Don't go anywhere. Put up our Junkies poll of the day, brought to you by Surfside at Junks Radio. What's the worst unit on the Commanders' defense? Defensive line, linebackers, or secondary? Surfside, we love them. Use the code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com to get 25% off select merch, tees, hats, hoodies, and more. I love my Surfside hoodie. Use the code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com and you can vote at Junks Radio. What is the worst unit? All right, let's talk a little puck. Caps, nice little winning streak. Joining us right now is their winger, Brandon Duhane. What's up, Dewey?
How we doing, guys?
Doing not as good as you guys. 15 goals in the last 2 games, man. We talk about this offensive explosion against Edmonton and Montreal.
Yeah, huge credit goes to I guess you can give a lot of credit to the big man O. He's obviously feeling it right now, and our top guys are producing at a pretty high rate.
Yeah, Ovi's splits, I looked them up against Montreal in his career, 61 games. Now, I don't know if this counts last night's performance with the hat trick, 74 points in his career in those 61 games, so better than a point per game. I'm going to put you on the spot, Dewey. Do you know who your top splits are against in the NHL? Because I know who it's against. If you had a guess.
I would say Montreal would probably be up there. I feel like I get lucky out there sometimes. Maybe Anaheim.
Anaheim is your top split. You have in 6 games played in your career against Anaheim, against the Ducks, you have 2 goals and 3 assists against them. Montreal, in 11 games, you have 4 points. You love facing the Ducks, apparently.
Yeah, they get lucky every once in a while, I guess.
And you know what? I think you guys are facing the Ducks like coming up on December 5th. I may have to do some overs on Dewey. I know you can't talk about gambling. We'll steer away from that.
Hey, Dewey, I asked Coach Carberry a question, kind of a coaching question the other day about how he gets a message through to you guys when you guys are pros. You've practiced power plays. I mean, literally probably thousands and thousands of times,
You've
right?
done it all.
And you've done different approaches. I mean, there's only so many different approaches. As a player, how hard is it to stay locked in to messaging from coaches?
It's not too bad. I think they do a good job of kind of giving us the pre-scout and what works, and then it's up to the guys to kind of collaborate themselves and give their input. So I think it works pretty well hand in hand.
Are there super film nerds on your team versus some that don't watch as much? Who's the biggest into like watching and poring over film the most?
I would say, we're all kind of getting the same pre-scout from the coaching staff. Guys are doing their own film and watching their own shifts. So there's a few guys that are pretty dialed in on that. I would say for me, I think Dowder being my line mate he does his homework for sure, and he's always we're always kind of going back and forth on what they're doing and what we need to do to prepare.
Hey, Dewey, this is kind of an off-ice thing, but how surprised were you guys to learn of the news that Stromer's wife gave birth during the game last night while you guys were in Montreal? He was clearly emotional. He was getting interviewed post-game because he missed the birth of his 3rd kid. He definitely wanted to be there, but what was that like hearing that news?
Yeah, it was, there's a lot of emotions that go into that, excitement, just happy they're both healthy, and we're pretty excited about that. And also, you get a little bit upset thinking, he wasn't be able to be there. And, I guess, there's a lot that goes into that.
It's fine. He'll get some better sleep. He got plenty of time to not sleep and help out. It's all good.
Hey, Dewey, what a night for Ethan Frank. 4-point night, 2 goals,
He's
2
balling,
assists,
Cakes.
4 shots, even drew a penalty. He's making the most of his opportunity with Pierre-Luc Dubois sidelined at this point.
Yeah, that was a pretty insane performance. Little 4-point night is I don't think those come by pretty often. So you see what he's doing, his speed, his shot, his playmaking ability. He's really taking the bull by the horns.
Couple games ago, Leno had a couple of goals. What makes him a special hockey player, and what should fans expect moving forward in the future?
Yeah, just an elite skill set, I think, is his big thing, and how he can create He can create by himself with almost nothing and no time and space. He usually finds a way to make a play, and pretty elite at it as well.
All right, man. Keep it going. 3 wins. Offense has been explosive. We'll talk to you next week.
All right. Have a good one, guys.
Thanks, Dewey.
Thank you, buddy.
Dog's pumped up for the
It's
heater
all
that
good.
you guys are on. Pumped.
Thank you, buddy.
Love it.
All right.
Time now for a
That's
Honda Huddle.
Let's go Caps in
Yeah.
dog bark right there.
Honda Huddle, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Houston Texans safety Kalen Bullock had himself a day last night. He forced not 1, not 2, but 3 turnovers in the game.
Our safeties could never, never in a million years.
And of course, the Texans had 8 sacks in the game with Davis Mills under center. So I think CJ Stroud is expected to come back soon. They've won a couple games with Davis Mills under center.
Have they won 3 straight games at this point? They're on a mini heater too.
Dude,
Check the Texans.
he's buying himself about another 5 years in the league.
But you have to go back to CJ Stroud, right?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. But he's banking some contracts.
Absolutely. You know who else is doing that? Jacoby Brissett. Jacoby Brissett is earning himself Sam Darnold type of money, I would have to say, with the way he's been playing in Arizona with Kyler Murray sideline.
Wow. You
He's
think
killing it.
You think he'll get starter money somewhere?
I think he might. I think there's a good chance he does.
Mills is
He's
taking
been
care of the
impressive.
ball, though. 5 touchdowns, only 1 pick.
Yep.
And like you said, delivering some wins.
And look, the Texans are plus 10 in turnover differential. When you're plus 10, that's going to win you a lot of ball games.
D'Amico Ryans has a fearsome defense. They
Yep.
got some talented players. So, of course, it's week 12 in the NFL. No Commanders game, EB, but a bunch of silly games you can watch on Sunday. For EB, Cakes, I'm JP.
Yep.
Have a great weekend. Be Mitch and Finley with our boy Zabe coming up next here on The Fan.
JP was like, hey, who's going to have more goals? Who's going to have more at the end of the year? Wizards wins or Ovechkin goals? And I think he was at like 4 goals when I filled in a week ago. Well, now we're looking pretty. I go, Ovechkin easily. I'm like, he's going to have 20 goals. Russian machine never break. And he had a hat trick last night as the Capitals thrash Montreal.
He might have scored more goals last night than they're going to have in the next 40 wins.
Oh, you mean the Wizards?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's the next bet. How many games will it take for the Wizards
to get the 7 goals?
To get a hat trick of wins.
So
for
3.
their next 3 wins. We could go through the schedule and map it out.
How many games they played thus far, and they have 1 win, right?
Yes, they're 1-13.
So
last I checked, on pace for 6 and 76.
All right, I would say it's going to take them about. There are going to be some teams going to start like looking past them. So I would say they'll get there. So they got to be 4 and something. They got to get 3 wins from this point forward.
Yeah.
I say by the time they hit 48 games,
okay,
they'll have their 4th win.
We'll go find the wins. We'll go scout them out. There's probably a few rubber chicken opponents coming up here that they got a shot against, but still. Welcome to B. Mitch and Finley on this Friday, November 21st. Steve Zabin sitting in for JP, who's enjoying his bye week. B. Mitch is here, ready for a big bike ride tomorrow with Jeff Walker. And I've got to get into this because this is a crazy situation going on right now.
Jeff is in shape, man.
I know he's in shape, but like you're already saying, you're going to put him on a bike with clips.
No, we're not going to let him wear the clips.
No, you're not.
I refuse to do that to a person the first time. So we're going to change the pedals out to regular pedals.
Okay.
To make it easier for him.
How many miles?
It's 28 miles total.
And your typical ride on a road bike is? Typical?
Typical ride?
What do you typically do? You do like 40.
We'll do 28 miles sometimes. Like this is what we do is like, so we have 30 turkeys that we have acquired to give out for Thanksgiving.
Nice.
And we're going to have people bringing in canned goods to put a whole thing together. And we're donating them to the police department where they're going to donate them out to people. So it'll be.
How does this work with the bikes? Are you going to deliver the turkeys on bicycles?
No. So we
put a turkey in a backpack and make Jeff carry that.
That would be funny. we just build a ride around doing a good deed.
That's good.
And so we're going to do that tomorrow. And
where are you riding?
We're going to start at Watkins Park, and we end up all the way.
Where is that?
Watkins Park is off of Central Ave, right there in Upper Marlboro.
Okay.
And we're going to ride from Watkins Park, come out of Watkins, make the right, and we end up all the way back through Bowie, and we come back around, back to Watkins Park.
Okay.
So it's a 28. It's like 28.2
28 for you is not much. You
Not
typically do rides of 40 plus.
We do 40. We do more. Sometimes we do shorter rides, just like to get it going.
Okay.
You know.
All right, Jeff. When was the last time you rode a bicycle?
In that perspective,
any bicycle.
He's saying in that perspective, never.
Ring. I mean, like, were you 12 or what?
Oh no, I rode a bike probably. Like I was showing my little cousin that I could wheelie about like 3 weeks ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I could wheelie a bike.
You could pop a wheelie.
Yeah. Well, these bikes are not made for wheeling. They made for rolling.
Oh no, I understand. I might die tomorrow. But
No.
It's a challenge.
And these are
that I'm accepting.
That's the mindset you cannot have. See, that's why we won't put you on clips, because if you had clips and you can't get out of them quick enough, you're falling. And I'm allowing you to ride a damn good bike,
bro.
What's the bike?
It's a Mercedes AMG bike, 18 grand.
When I mean die, I mean get off the bike and gotta walk up a hill. I don't mean I'm a fall or anything.
If you have on clips, you will go fall.
Yeah, you're going down like Biden. You're going straight down.
I left my house and I saw Mark calling me. I'm like, Mark don't normally call me this early. So I called my boy Mark back. I'm like, yo, what's up, man? He said, bruh, man, I'm dying laughing. I'm like, what you mean? He said, man, Jeff called me. He riding with us tomorrow? Hell, I wasn't supposed to ride at first. I'm riding now.
Okay, I got to get back to this bike. $18,000. Is this an e-bike?
No. It's a carbon fiber bike where The bike.
Give me the specs. I want to look it up right now. Because I typed in Mercedes bike, it gives me a lot of electric bikes.
The reason that the bike
AMG
costs so much,
F1 team electric bikes.
No, it's not the electric. It's the carbon fiber one. It was the AMG Lewis Hamilton edition, and the reason the bike costs so much is the shifting. So it's it's a SRAM Red E-Tap, which was about $6,800 for just that.
That's why it costs as much as a Honda Accord brand new.
So
because of the
frame and
gears
everything else
and the shifting. That's why it costs. They can't make it for a penny less. You know,
The
it's
frame
all
and everything
metal
else.
spokes and chains. There's
The frame with the wheels and all hit you for
navigation.
about
No. It's all. It just we can't make it for a penny less. I mean, honestly, that is a huge, insane markup. But I'm glad you're so into bikes.
Oh man,
that is an incredibly expensive bicycle.
Yeah, but that's not.
And
even,
you're gonna let him?
That's not the most expensive.
Oh my god,
bro! There are bikes. Listen, but like the thing of it is, the bikes, the lighter they get, which scares the hell out of me, more expensive. Like you see some of these guys on Tour de France, that's $25,000, $30,000, $40,000 bikes.
Well,
and it's normally like because it's so light, and like now they're like on the SRAM Red, you can program it to where when you hit a certain elevation, the gear change on its own.
Oh,
and when you start, I refuse to do something like that because it'll throw me off.
Do the Tour de France riders have those bikes?
They
that
can't. They
auto
can't.
shift
No,
and
they can't do.
unload?
They can't do the auto shifting stuff.
Okay,
no, but they can have electronic shifting.
Okay, I have an e-bike that my dad had, and it's really cool.
You probably
But
should,
it's for
you
lazy
probably
asses.
you should let Jeff use that one.
Oh,
tomorrow, right?
yeah. No, when you're riding an e-bike, you're like, this is great. I should bicycle everywhere. This is so easy. La 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 la. I'm biking really fast.
But the faster they go on the e-bike and the more hills they hit, the quicker that battery die off.
Well, there's that.
And then they're heavy as hell. So if you mess
Yes,
around and
they are.
your battery die on the ride, you're gonna be pushing that 30-something pound bike.
And of course, I'm
Mine's
like,
about 14, 15 pounds.
and I'm just perpetually terrified of laying it down and getting into a wipeout. Because, with enough miles, it's probably going to happen. It's just a matter of time. No matter how careful you are, no matter how vigilant you are, eventually you're going to take a bit of a wipeout. That's why you got to make sure to wear your helmet and be careful and ride with a friend so that they can help you if you take a big old digger into the ditch.
Yeah. We have Leslie Shepard. Shep had a few of them.
Nice. A few wipeouts.
Yeah.
But he's an NFL player.
I had to jump him one time. I don't know how this little thing got on the side of the road, and he hit that, and he went over his handlebar.
Oh, boy.
And I had to get over him. I would have ran right over him.
My last bike wipeout was in college at UC Santa Barbara, the Harvard of the West. I'm going to play Tuesday night rec league floor hockey. And I've got my Milec hockey stick across my handlebars because, you have bikes on campus at UCSB to get around and whatnot. So I've got the stick across the handlebars horizontally. Everything is fine. I hit a bump and I lost the grip of end of the hockey stick.
Ooh.
Guess where the blade then went immediately to?
Into the smoke.
Right into the spokes in the front. What? I mean, I went ass over tea kettle, straight over the handlebars like it was a cartoon. Luckily, I was young and nimble enough that I got up without any worse for the wear. Still made the hockey game.
Wow.
And played pretty well. Didn't have a hat trick like Ovi did last night, but it was fun.
That's why you hate to see squirrels when you're on a bike path.
Exactly. Squirrel. So the Caps win last night in Montreal 8-4 as Ovi notches his 33rd career hat trick. It did include an empty netter at the end, but those are goals that count.
They happen.
He had two nuclear wristers early on, which is an Ovi staple, and he is now tied for fourth on the all-time list with Bobby Hull. Bobby Hull or Brett Hull? I wrote Hull down, and I forgot to note which one. I heard this on SportsCenter last night. Also, he is now 10th in the total points race with Joe Sakic. He had an assist last night as well. He's got 10 goals in 21 games so far. His total goal count is 907. And the Ovi goals versus Wizards wins tally is already looking like it's a wipeout.
It's a landslide.
So there's that. But that
He's
wasn't
up by
even-
6.
Right. But that wasn't even the best part of last night. The best part was Dylan Strome, who had 3 assists last night, but an announcement for the team right afterwards. In the locker room, this is from Mike Vogel's story at WashingtonCaps.com. He said, before we start, guys, I got some news for everyone. While the first period was going on, my warrior of a wife, Taylor, had our 3rd daughter while we were on the ice. I'm really proud of her.
That's good stuff.
That is good stuff. And
good
before
stuff.
everyone goes, no, what do you mean it's good stuff? You should have taken the night off.
No.
You should have been there.
It was, when women, a lot of women that marry these athletes, they know
They know
where
the
they're gonna
deal.
be, and they understand the lifestyle too.
Right.
So let's be real.
He said, it's tough. You always want to be there for the birth of your children. I didn't know it was coming this soon, but I can't wait to go see her. Sutton Kimberly Strome is my 3rd daughter. She was born at 7:30, so it was really quick. She felt it 2 hours before, and it just happened. There was nothing I could do to get there. I do love this. Look,
He's on the ice, and you know what? He's playing well. He's assisting. You know, which coach is gonna run up there and say, "Yo, man,
hey man,
you know
your
you
wife's
can
in
lead your wife."
labor.
Man, let him cook right now. we'll let him know a little bit later. And then again, they probably told him, "Hey, she went into labor." And he's like, "Everything's okay. I'm gonna finish this up. I'm already here."
Right, yeah, exactly.
You know,
the whole ethos of being with your wife during childbirth has evolved quite a bit since the 50s, when the stereotype was, I'll be at the bar with the fellas, call me doc when it's out, and I'll pass around cigars and say, it's a boy, it's a girl.
Yeah.
You know, that was very Neanderthal. I grant you that. It's good that the dads are involved. They
Yeah.
should be involved.
Yeah.
I was there for my 2 daughters. Now, granted, I made sure to pick a center field bleacher seat for the birth, not behind home plate, because I was offered by the doctors. They're like, you know, we got seats behind home plate here if you want to come get a better view. I'm like, no. Center field bleachers. Perfectly good.
hey,
All
right there, massaging the shoulders. Hey, you good? And you're like, okay, 1,
Okay.
2,
Okay.
push.
Breathe. Okay.
You know?
Ice chips, everything else.
Yeah. But it's like, listen, man. A lot of people can be there, but let's imagine if you're a pilot.
Imagine
Okay,
if you're serving in our military.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's not a guarantee. And let's be real. A lot of them that were there when it happened, the woman probably cursed them out anyway.
Right.
Listen, bro, you get told some stuff when they get on that epidural and that thing coming out. You got me into this mess.
Right.
No, you got you in this
what
mess.
you did to me. You did this, you monster. Oh, yeah. No, there's some women that have no problems expressing their true innermost thoughts in that
Yes.
moment of childbirth.
Hey,
that
man.
beautiful, sacred moment of bringing a new life into the world that you're going to cherish mostly forever.
You say
You
mostly.
hope. Right. Until they become relentless screw-ups later in life and don't appreciate all that your parents did for you.
There you go.
Anyway, Dylan Strome, mazel,
Congrats, brother.
mazel, way to go. 3 dimes and a baby girl on the same night as the Capitals rout the Habs.
He has a
8-4.
story for the ages, bro.
He really does.
Yes.
Okay. We got stuff to talk about. We've got guests lined up today. John Walton will join us from the Caps at 11 o'clock. Mike Jones. Who? Mike Jones from The Athletic. We'll talk NFL at noon. Wes Moore will make his picks as he does with
The
you guys
Gov.
every Friday. And then Ask B. Mitch at 1 o'clock. But the other story that came down just today, and I'm like, wait a minute. Somebody already told me this. Commanders will be designated international team for 2026.
Yeah.
So B. Mitch yesterday says to me off the air, he's like, I already know this. I got this from a good source. Commander's going to be going back overseas because they did such a great job this time. Brought so many fans. The energy was great. Either next year or the year after. And I said, it'll probably be the year after because they don't like sending teams year after year. And you go, no, it could be next year, in fact.
Yeah.
And sure enough, boom.
Yeah.
The news comes down today. So we don't know. They think it's either going to be London or Brazil.
Yeah. I've been to London where we played at Wembley Stadium.
Okay.
That was a preseason game back in 1992.
Okay.
I would love to go back to London. I like London. I know many people look at Brazil, but you're not in the nice
You're in
part of
Sao
Brazil.
Paulo.
Yeah. So
unless they decide to move it to Rio,
if they move it to Rio,
then that's
all
a
in.
different story. Then you're all in.
Sao Paulo, that was a lot of horror stories when people came back from that one.
Well,
you
yeah.
know, you leave your hotel, you come back, stuff is gone. You're walking down the street, somebody bump you over here, and then you realize, damn,
where'd my wallet go?
My wallet was there, you know? So listen, man, places, you don't want to go places where you got to be. One thing about me, I don't love going anywhere where I got to constantly watch my whereabouts.
Okay.
You
And
know,
those
I'm still going to be in tune to where I'm at, but when you got to overly be, looking around, hell, you don't see anything. You don't enjoy yourself.
But you have super awareness as a former punt returner in the NFL.
I have awareness,
like
but
you
you
have
know-
360 full vision, even when you can't see what's coming.
Well, when
you have to when you were returning.
You
punts.
check it out. But when I was in Spain, this guy was telling me, he said, yeah, man, the guy walked past me and told me you're a mark. He was trying to let him know the people watching you. And he said he didn't understand it. And he also felt the bump. And then he felt the rub. And he thought nothing of it. Like, 'cause there's a lot of people walking. Everything was gone.
No way.
So-
that happened last
So
week.
I've been walking with stuff in the front pocket.
Okay.
You know,
All right.
so hey, you gotta take care of yourself, man.
You also don't. I've never seen you with flashy jewelry either.
No, I leave that stuff in, and then I had the ring, but I had turned it the other way for a little bit. Unless I have to hit somebody with it, then I turn it to a brass.
So you
nut.
you rolled with your Super Bowl ring?
Yeah.
Nice. Now, of course, you got yours back before they started making them absurdly overbuilt
They're big. They're
and
big as hell.
absurdly expensive.
But you can always turn it to where just the back part shows. You know what I mean?
By the way, which one is that right there?
What?
That's your wedding ring.
Yeah.
You don't have your Super Bowl ring today?
No.
Okay.
No.
You only
It's-
wear it for special occasions?
Yeah.
And what did it cost you? Well, they gave it to you.
Yeah.
What's it valued at? Do you know?
At one point, it was 15 something. So maybe
That's
more
it,
than
huh?
that now.
And it is not. I've seen Jacoby's, I've seen Rigos, I've seen a lot of UX Redskins. I'm wondering, like, what would you ever do with it if you felt like I'm on hard times? I got to sell it. What would it go for?
I don't know.
You never even investigated that.
No.
You know any former players, teammates that sold theirs?
I never know. I don't know nobody directly, but I've heard people say that they saw their ring.
Is it insured?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Good.
Yeah.
And you still like having it and seeing it?
Yeah, I like to wear it every once in a while, just to because
Effing
people always ask to
Super
see
Bowl
it.
ring.
People ask to see it, so I
Super
wear
Bowl
it.
champion,
Normally,
of
in that I
course.
don't want to wear it
Okay.
because it's too damn gaudy. So
All right. 800-636-1067 is the phone number if you want to jump in on this Friday. Other things we're going to talk about. The Texans rough up the Bills last night. Is the window closing on Josh Allen and the Bills? They're still 7-4, but they're not the world beaters that a lot of people thought them to be. And then compare that to the Chiefs, who have a big game coming up against the Colts on Sunday, where if they don't win that, they're 5-6.
Yeah.
And
That'll
then
be
things
trouble.
are going to get very interesting. We lost a white hat last night. Adrian Hill, the crew chief, the referee for the game, went down with a hamstring. They had to replace him. And it was wild because I don't think I've ever seen a white hat go down during an NFL game. Also, Al Michaels has said he wants to do one more year of play-by-play. And for many of us, we're like, Al, listen, you were great back at the Miracle on Ice and for many years afterwards. But, dude, you're damn near 80. Can you let somebody else do it? Anyway, I want to talk about
hey,
that
man,
just
when
a
it's
bit.
in your blood, it's in your blood.
Yeah, no. Well, and it's a good gig as well.
Hell yeah,
Right.
they pay well.
Right. Plus, there's a bunch of other stories that I've got on my list here, so we'll get to all those. John Walton, Mike Jones, Wes Moore, and Ask B. Mitch. It is a loaded Friday here on B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
Alex Ovechkin had his 33rd career hat trick and added an assist to move into 10th place on the NHL points list, helping the Capitals beat Montreal 8-4 last night to hand the Canadiens their 5th straight loss. Ovechkin has 10 goals this season to push his NHL record to 907. He has 1,643 points, moving him past Joe Sakic for 10th on the scoring list. And Cowboys wide receiver CeeDee Lamb said that he and George Pickens missed curfew on Sunday, which resulted in both players missing the first series of Monday's game against the Raiders. He did confirm they were at the casino, but they were just having dinner and drinks, and he denied that he was getting sick outside of the casino, which has been circulating on social media. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
So the funny thing about that CeeDee Lamb story is that apparently someone close to Lamb said, it's an insult to say that CeeDee doesn't know how to hold his liquor. They didn't deny that he was out way too late. They were just offended that you would imply he would actually throw up.
That's when you tell your friends to shut the hell up.
Right, exactly.
It's an insult to say he can't handle his liquor.
That's what
he was out after curfew drinking when he should have been in his room.
Yeah, no,
but you can't say he can't handle his liquor.
Yeah, no, they just said they were out having dinner. That's all. Just a late dinner that stretched to 7 in the morning.
Yeah, so when you're throwing up that late, you're not in for where you're supposed to be. So.
Yeah. When was the last time you couldn't hold it and you threw up from drinking?
I think I might have been college.
Okay.
Yeah.
I lost it on a radio station trip to Cancun in 2016. In fact, not only did
Cancun, you know. A lot of things happen in Cancun.
Oh yeah, it was like the last night, and it was just too. No. Hold on. I forgot one prominent puking. I puked into a bed of mulch at the radio station in Milwaukee after the Bucks won the championship in July of 2021.
Wow.
Yes, because we were at this bar downtown in the Deer District, and the only way you could get a table there to be part of the atmosphere was to get unlimited food and drink, or a certain number that you could hardly reach, like $500 or whatever.
Uh-huh.
So sure enough, with a target of, well, we still have more left on our tab, the drinks kept coming and the drinks kept coming. And by the time the night was over, Giannis had a 50 burger. They had won the championship. The whole city was crazy. I was way overserved. We were going to be on the air the next morning. I slept on the couch at the station, but before hitting the couch, I went outside and put one down in the mulch. And I had the presence of mind, B. Mitch, to take a photo of it.
Wow.
I'm like, this is championship puke. I left all of this fandom, this championship fandom, in the mulch tonight. So I took a picture. I, of course,
sometimes it's better out than in, though.
Of course. It felt much better afterwards.
Yeah.
So I took a photo. I posted it to Twitter, of course, because that's what guys do. And my lovely wife said, would you please take that down? And I'm like,
you posted it?
Yes, I posted my puke because it was championship puke. And then somebody photoshopped it with like a border around it that looked like a top souvenir card.
Wow.
It was like 2021 Bucks championship, and there's the puke in the mulch. So that was the last time I puked due to alcohol. You go back to high school. CeeDee Lamb goes back to Monday. Walker, when was the last time you had the Technicolor yawn, as they like to say?
Saturday in Madrid.
Saturday in Madrid.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Jeffrey.
How did he get on the traveling team?
Jeff just went.
I went for myself.
Jeff wanted to go, man.
I will be out there next year too.
When he heard they were
at.
going, he said, I'm going. And he got him a ticket and flew in and flew out.
How much was airfare? Just curious.
$400.
He got
round trip
on what? I didn't know Spirit flew to
Iberia, who works directly with American.
So Iberia out of IAD
Yep.
Straight, direct?
Yep.
You didn't have to pay for toilets on the plane?
Nope.
What is Iberia Air? Where are they based out of?
I think Spain.
Okay.
From Madrid.
$400 round trip?
Yes, because as soon as they announced
Get
it,
out.
before I even knew I had a ticket to the game, I said, let me purchase my airfare. And
That's smart, man.
it was early.
Most punctual airlines worldwide. So says their website. Hola Madrid, Iberia. There you go. Serving Spain and other parts of the region. What about hotel? Where'd you stay?
Oh man, that was another story in itself. Man, well, the Airbnb I wanted to stay at, it was only about like $700-800 for 3 days.
Okay.
But my boy, he decided he wanted to save a buck and put us in the hood of Madrid.
Oh boy.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you got some culture.
Oh
You got
yeah,
some
got
Madrid
a lot of culture.
Okay. So who went with you?
I went by myself. My boy, he
Your
was
boy.
there with his
Who's your boy?
It's Boo.
I'm not gonna say his name because I don't know who all listen to this.
That's fine.
Station, but he was out there with his boo, and
Oh, okay.
I told them I wasn't third wheeling. I'm up and I'm out every morning.
Okay. But you shared an Airbnb with your boy and his boo
Yes,
in the hood in
the
Madrid,
hood of Madrid.
on a $400 round tripper on Iberia.
Yes,
What a great adventure.
Yeah, man.
I loved it.
I
loved
saw
it.
him more. I saw him more than his boy probably saw him.
I would have thought it would be far more expensive than that. That's amazing. So you can just flit over to Spain like it's nothing.
Yeah.
That's amazing. All right. Well, there you know.
Now you
next
know.
year you can root for London.
Yeah.
Don't root for Brazil. Brazil's a lot farther away, number one. I think it's like 16 hours maybe. Look that up. And then there's nothing to do. London would be a lot better. So you're down for London, right? If it's London,
I'm down for whatever. Say
you're down for whatever. Okay.
I'm there.
Are you down for what?
Huh?
It's a song.
Oh yeah, no, I don't know. That.
Okay, so if you go next year, just keep me in the loop as a +1. I'll even pay for some dinners. Okay.
Cool.
You know, Daddy Zabe will jump in with your crew.
Daddy, no, I don't call nobody daddy.
Well, let me rephrase that. Uncle Baldo.
Yeah, they call him Uncle too. Don't worry.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go.
Yeah. Jeff called.
All right. So I want to talk about something that I could not believe was true. I just got back from Vegas, by the way. And it's unfortunate that F1, which I'm not into. I don't know if you are, B. Mitch, if you watch the Drive to
Somewhat.
Survive
I watched
series.
some stuff. My son and my daughter-in-law, they're heavily into it.
Okay. And, you know, if you're into it, that's fine. That's great. You know, for me, I'm like, whatever. The F1 race has been a boondoggle, though, of epic proportions in the city of Vegas. There's about 3 casinos that benefit greatly from the high rollers, the whales that are attracted by this race every year. And I forget which ones they are. It's like Bellagio, Wynn, someone else. They're the ones that push this through to have this race there. Every other property on the Strip and all these other businesses get hammered this week because the race just doesn't.
It takes up everything.
It takes over.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I saw a tweet. You can get a room at the Flamingo for $8. Now you still have to pay $50 resort fee. So it's a $58 room.
Mm-hmm.
And it is the Flamingo, which is pretty downscale.
Yeah.
But still, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
now that's
$58
$58 during F1 week.
Yeah.
They all thought that F1 week would take room rates and jack them to the moon and they'd make a ton of money. No, it's the exact opposite. Also, you can get a general admission
Maybe probably
ticket.
don't go at that time. They're
I
like,
know.
I'm not going
People
to
are now
Vegas.
avoiding it. Right.
Yeah.
So you can also get a general admission ticket to the grandstands for F1 for $36.
Dang.
So this race is not nearly the kind of must-go, super popular.
Might be getting more play than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's one part of it. But there's another part of it in which Formula One is so tight in controlling everything about their operation, and especially when it comes to unauthorized media. They wallpaper over the glass walkways across Las Vegas Boulevard, so you cannot watch the race when you're walking across. You can get ticketed if you don't keep moving while going across this public walk bridge, which is crazy, only for Formula One. And then it gets the craziest I've seen so far, which is this letter from Treasure Island to visitors this week.
Mhm.
According to reports, they will be subject to random security screenings in their own rooms during the race event.
So how you gonna get in my room?
Well, let me read you the letter. Dear valued hotel guest, this is on the Treasure Island letterhead. We would like to take this opportunity to thank you for selecting Treasure Island Hotel and Casino as your resort destination during your visit. We hope you are enjoying your stay. Okay, blah, blah. Get to the point. As mandated by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Departments, room safety screenings will be conducted throughout the F1 Las Vegas event series. Security personnel will intermittently access each guest room for a brief safety check beginning at 9 a.m. each day and will continue periodically through the event each night from Thursday through Sunday, November 23rd.
Let me ask you this question though. What is this safety check? What are you trying to protect me about making it safe for who?
They don't want anyone with long telephoto zoom lenses getting unauthorized footage of their precious little zoom.
So they can just walk in
race
your room.
car race.
They can just walk in your room at
Did
any
you
time.
not hear the letter?
What if-
they
what if-
not can they will.
What if
they'll be coming into your room multiple times during the race?
So what if I have my chain on
Do
my
not
door?
disturb.
Yeah, I put my chain on my door.
They might bust it down.
Well, you gonna have to bust it down because I would have my chain on the door. Why you have the chain on? I don't like people just walking in my damn room.
Of course not. Nobody does. That's the insanity of
But
this.
Who is going to just put the lens up and leave it if they know all this going on? Somebody's gonna get pictures of it any damn way.
Of course.
Because they're making such a big deal, which makes the better people come out and handle the business.
It's just insane. The letter goes on to say, we understand this may be an inconvenience, and we truly appreciate your cooperation during this important safety procedure.
I think they know the people that are trying to do something. They're basically saying it. You got to give it to everyone to make the people not know that you're on to them.
So you're saying this is more of a shot across the bow and not so much they're actually going to go into
Yeah.
everyone's room
Like I
multiple
get some
times?
emails every once in a while talking about something I know I didn't do, and that normally offends me. But now I understand what they're doing. They can't directly say the person, so they got to send it to everybody to make everybody just aware of it. But they can't say it to the person. So
It's just crazy because there's already so much coverage of this race and every sporting event in the world. But, you know, F1 is not special. They think they're special, but they're not. They're just a sporting event. And it's kind of a boring sporting event because the same three drivers win all the time.
yeah,
Like it's a joke in that
it's
regard.
Hamilton or the guy in the orange and black.
And then there's that skinny Italian guy.
Yeah.
And then there's the other guy, the Brazilian guy. Yeah, that guy. Right. Yeah, those guys. The ones with all the money, with the best teams. They all win all
They
the
always
time,
win
right?
all the time, yeah.
Okay, so let's assume that this is true, that this actually happens. What would you do other than put the chain on your door, which they probably have some device that can unhook it, I don't know, or bust the door down? What would you do in response to that? Because my thought was, oh, you're going to come check on my room? You're not going to like it. I'm going to be spread out, buck ass naked. I might be Donald Ducking it, as the saying goes. Shirt with no pants, stuff strewn all around, and it's going to smell. I'm not going to clean up. Like, you will do a U-turn out of my room so quick if you come to, quote, inspect it.
Hey.
Who would put up with this?
Nobody.
This is just insane.
Yeah.
And the amount of control that F1 wants to have, the iron fisted.
Why is it only one hotel?
I don't know if it is just one hotel. I don't know. It might be a couple of them. Again, I've read about these kind of things with F1 and this race in Vegas that are just insane.
Yeah.
So anyway, if you have any thoughts on that, tweet us and let us know. If you've been the subject of a safety screening
In
out
Vegas.
in Vegas. Okay, coming up.
Reach out to Bees, find out why that's happening.
Exactly. We're going to talk to John Walton from the Caps at 11, but also straight ahead, the Bills get thrashed last night by the Texans. B. Mitch is going to talk about that nasty D. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley Zabe sitting in on a Friday.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel Friday is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo. It's your weekly pregame NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern, only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to grab your reward before the clock expires. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Man, I just got a tweet from JP down, I believe, in South Carolina, maybe Florida, as he's enjoying his bye week. By the way, Steve Zabin sitting in for JP. B. Mitch is here. This photo from JP is unbelievable. He just responded to a tweet in which he said water parking, meaning what is he doing right now? Water parking. And this face, B. Mitch, look at the face on one JP Finley. It's so funny. It is the face of
That's the guy that when he watches kids, he says he's babysitting. So in other words, he doesn't want to be where he's at. That's what that look tells. That look says, I'm on vacation doing something I don't want to do. I think he's with the two girls. Lauren probably chilling somewhere. Like in the spa.
I just laughed. I responded with a laughing emoji. I said, that face, bro. That face.
Says it all.
Hashtag been there. Hashtag done that. You know what, JP? Enjoy these times,
bro.
Because they go by so quick.
Hey, you could have, just hang out. You be good.
All right. Texans beat the Bills last night.
Beat the hell out of them.
Well, they did, but it was close at the end. 23-19, your final score, as the Texans defense absolutely harassed Josh Allen all night long. 8 sacks. He was doing these.
He didn't know where he was going, man. Yeah.
Running around, taking 17-yard sack losses. It reminded me of that game early in Josh Allen's career when he still hadn't really figured it out. That playoff game in Houston where he was running around like that, taking crazy sacks. Do you remember how sort of out of control he looked like early in his career? This was the first or second year, I believe.
Got sacked 6 times? 8 times.
8 times.
Damn.
And safety Kalen Bullock had 3 turnovers, 2 picks, plus a forced fumble. Had the second pick as well that sealed the Texans' victory in the game, 23-19. And they did this all with Captain Longneck. Davis Mills at quarterback is a very good QB too. And his neck,
Captain
Davis Mills' neck needs to be studied. It's the craziest, longest neck I've ever seen.
What's the dude you should play with the 49ers?
There were Merton Hanks had a bobblehead neck. Okay. There was the kid from Chantilly who played quarterback in the league, redhead with a long neck, played for the Buccaneers for a long time. His name will come to me in a second.
Mike Glennon.
Mike Glennon. Thank you very much, Landfill.
Because Sean didn't have that long neck. Mikey had the long neck, though.
Oh, yeah. Mikey had a long neck, but ain't nobody have a neck as long and as girthy as Davis. That was weird. Don't say girthy. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so he's a good, capable backup.
Yeah.
And the Texans defense is really, really nasty.
Yeah. I watched that game and like JP sent me this text this morning saying they play violent like Dan Quinn likes it or talks about. And when I was thinking the exact same thing. Josh Allen didn't know where they were coming from. I mean, it wasn't one guy beating the offensive line. It was 4 guys damn near every time to where, like I always tell people, try to, like people that really want to learn football, everybody just look at the skill positions. Watch the O-line from the side, and you watch the person that's pushing somebody back, and you realize that's the side that's winning. They were playing on the other side of the ball all night long. And like when I see a running back get the ball and immediately have to move, I'm like, damn, that D-line's killing them.
Yeah, it's not
That's what that happened to him. Like Josh was getting set up.
Right.
And when he got to his setup, 5-step or 7-step, somebody was there making him move instantly.
Right.
He had no chance to even scour the field.
It's not just winning, it's winning quick.
Yeah.
The players that can win their battles quicker are even more devastating. And Will Anderson Jr. had 2.5 sacks. He's all world. Danielle Hunter had 2 sacks as well. 12 quarterback hits total. Josh Allen finished with 253 yards, but no touchdowns and 2 picks on the game. The last pick, though, came, so they had harassed Buffalo down 4 into a 4th and 27, I believe. And they then played the softest, ridiculous back-it-up defense. And the Bills ran this nice little hook and lateral that got 30 yards for a first down. Actually, more than that.
Mm-hmm.
they're suddenly in range for a touchdown with 2 timeouts in their pocket inside the plus 30. But they got it to 3rd and 1, and then committed a false start, which made it 4th and 6, I believe, and they threw the pick at the end of the game. The final call, though, was a flag on the field. So they throw a pick, there's a flag on the field, and it's like, oh boy, probably PI, right? It always is PI. They've got a backup referee with the white hat announcing the penalties because Adrian Hill, the crew chief, went down with a hamstring. So Roy Ellison, the umpire, stepped in as they did with 6 officials. They do this drill, apparently.
Yeah.
Every year in the preseason, they
extra
practice.
one. Yeah.
Well, no, they went one less because they didn't have an extra on site.
They normally have one, though.
They do every game or just the playoffs?
They normally have an extra receiver on that sideline.
Okay, well, they had 6.
I mean, referee.
Yeah, they said, according to, and I went to footballzebras.com. Nerd. It's a website about football referees. Football Zebras said that they practice this all the time, and so they went with 6. They rotated around. Umpire Roy Ellison then got the white hat, which is the guy that announces the penalties. He's the guy that you hate as a fan because you think he is personally stealing money out of your FanDuel account when you're wagering on games responsibly using what promo code?
B-Mitch.
That's right. Is it FanDuel, by the way, or DraftKings?
FanDuel.
Okay. So you hate the white hat, even though he's just the guy announcing the penalties. There's back judges and side judges and line judges and umpires that are throwing the laundry and sometimes the crew chief, but you hate the crew chief, right? Yeah. So there's a new white hat because Adrian Hill's like, my hamstring, I'm out. And the guy, Roy Ellison, calls the final call so dramatically. He goes, pass interference, huge pause, offense, number 13. And the crowd goes, It was great. He just knew how to make it dramatic.
Oh, yeah.
And that's how the game
That's how they become part of the story.
I know. So the Bills are now 7-4. The Patriots on Sunday, they play the Bengals with Joe Burrow likely to play. Patriots are 6-point favorites. They're 9-2. Drake May's had an unbelievable season. I did print out a story that said, should Commander fans have second thoughts about taking Daniels over Drake May? And I go, people.
Let it go, people.
People, would you just come on now?
But that's that clickbait stuff.
But if the Patriots win to go to 10-2, it could be a wrap for the division.
Could be
a wrap.
Could be.
It's a wrap for this hour. We're going to turn the page into hour number 2. We got our guy, Joe Walton. Yes, John Walton. Excuse me. Got John Walton from the Caps to talk about Ovi's hat trick last night as well, plus our full rundown of week number 12 in the NFL. Mike Jones of The Athletic and the Governor to make his pick. So stay with us. B. Mitch and Finley. Zabe sitting in on a Friday, November 21st on The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty.
They have, however, allowed a power play goal in 3 straight games. Entering right tonight, right from the glove, they score! It's one back to Ovechkin.
That was the first of 3 goals from the Great Eight last night, his 33rd career hat trick to tie Brett Hall for 4th in NHL history. Ovi helped the Caps cruise to a huge 8-4 win over the Canadiens, making it 3 in a row for Washington. And it's only been a few days since the Commanders came back from Madrid, but they're reportedly going to be wheels up again overseas next year. It's not clear where they'll be playing in their next foreign voyage, but team president Mark Klaus said the Commanders will be designated as the home team for an international game next season. Do you want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
It's a category nobody really probably tracks. Hat tricks for 40-year-olds in the NHL.
He might
Hat
be leading
tricks.
that one.
Well, there are some stats on that, and I believe our next guest is going to have some details
John's
on
on
that.
him.
John Walton joins us now. It is B. Mitch and Finley. Zabe sitting in for JP. Good morning, Mr. Walton. How are you?
John, I love you.
Oh,
Welcome, music.
Zabe, we have not done this in a long time. It is good to talk with you. And B. Mitch, I appreciate the theme music as always.
John's the biggest Prince fan out there.
I love it. So John, last time you and I actually, I think, were within eyesight of each other, even though we didn't speak, June 7th, 2018.
Damn.
You remember what happened on that day?
It was a good day. So I think maybe this is going to bring about good events is the best that I can imagine here. Yeah, that was
Stanley Cup Game 5 in Vegas, 4-3 final. Cup gets raised. I'm there as a fan just because a friend of a friend said, hey, I got a ticket. You want to come out? And I'm like, hell yeah. And I'm like, they better win it tonight because this is the only ticket I have for the series. Like, if it goes further than this. But then I saw you got to have your skate with Lord Stanley, and you talked about how much it meant to you as a kid growing up with the game of hockey, and I thought that is a really cool, special thing. I was very happy for you, John.
Yeah, that was an amazing night, and easily in 15 seasons here, the best moment I think you could ever ask for. And yeah, the memories of that. It's funny, you know, as a kid and, in your 20s and whatever, going to Vegas with your buddies, you never could have imagined that the best hockey moment you'd ever have in your life, and certainly one of the best moments of your life, period, would be in Vegas. It would have nothing to do with winning anything other than just being along for the ride with the greatest group of guys ever. It was such a special time back then.
Very cool. And Alex Ovechkin is still churning along. I would have ventured to bet that many casual sports fans, not from DC, that know of Ovechkin, that don't follow the NHL on the regular, might be shocked to be like, he's still playing? He's 40? And I know he broke the record last year, so that would catch the eye of the
He's
casuals.
40 and he got a hat trick last night.
Right. Okay. So give me your perspective on the unbelievable Russian machine that never breaks, even at 40.
This season has been wild in the fact that not just with Alex, but in the first quarter of the season, which really kind of came to a close earlier this week, this team had trouble scoring goals. It seemed to be contagious. The special teams haven't been very good. And they started out winning 6 of 8, but then they went a stretch of 10 games and they only won twice and things weren't going very well. And then all of a sudden this week, in beating Los Angeles and then just beating up on Edmonton here and then pummeling Montreal last night, and Alex again is right in the middle of it. And he had a hat trick last year against Edmonton in February, 32nd hat trick of his career. And the way he started is like, okay, he's getting a few and he's starting to heat up a little bit. But, when he goes into Montreal, something special happens. He has hat tricked them 4 times now, the most of any single team in his career. Damn. And it's not even a divisional team, right? Like you'd expect if it were, the Rangers or the Flyers, or even back in the Southeast Division days, the Florida Panthers or Tampa Bay or something. They've never been in division with Montreal. That doesn't seem to matter. He just goes in there and beats them up. So even at 40, and to be able to do what he did at the end of the game. And guys, I want to talk a little bit about Dylan Strome last night, because Ovi got the hat trick in large part because of a pass that Dylan made to him. And we're like, wow, Dylan had this tremendous night, 3 assists, and we're talking about it. And we didn't know what had happened during the game, where, his wife was due in 2 weeks with their third child, a daughter. And we find out when we walk in the room, Ovi actually talked first, and he was talking about Stromer and a big night for his family. And, Mike Vogel and I look at each other like, what's he talking about? I have no idea what's happening right now. And then Stromer comes, I have something to say. And he breaks down. He starts crying. He's emotional. He missed the birth of his daughter. It happened so fast. She went in during the warm-up of the game last night, and the child was born by 7:30. We weren't even out of the first period yet.
Wow.
And so here he is, not even in the country, and this wildly emotional moment. I mean, you guys have been in a whole lot of locker rooms, and I have too. I've never had a moment like that where I'm looking across at other people in the scrum going, well, didn't expect this. I thought we were going to talk about 8 goals and a big Caps win here, and now suddenly we've taken a big left turn. And it was emotional. It was bonding, I think, for these guys too. It was just such a wild room, and they were so supportive of him, and it was so emotional. And just on a random Thursday night in November, in the middle of the season, it was crazy last night.
So imagine the stories they're going to tell that kid.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Baby, you know the night you were born.
Right. So Ovechkin has the hat trick, but Strome had the life trick.
Yeah.
A third daughter, John. Third daughter on a on a 3 assist night.
Yeah.
Now, I've got 2 daughters, but 3 daughters. I mean, it's going to be a wild ride in their teenagers. You got 3 daughters, Mitch?
Yes.
3 for 3?
Not well.
And
3
a
or
son?
4.
Okay.
Son was first, and then I got 3 in a row.
Well, you know how it is when they're teenagers. So he going to be a wild ride with 3 daughters when they're in high school. But it's what a blessing that is. And I am hoping and assuming, John, that the Caps social media team has some assets of that moment that they're going to put out at some point.
Oh yeah, they've got video out. They're so good at that. Like
is it out already?
Last night, yeah, it's out there. And then, so I mean, I was sitting there asking a question. That was, I'm ready to ask a hockey question, and then we're hit with that, and it was like, well, what do you ask now? So Mike Vogel actually started, and he said, just what. The emotion of it. And then I said, what did it mean to have your teammates behind you? I mean, that's such a, in a way, I mean, it's pretty devastating. The due date was in 2 weeks. Like we were talking about the California trip in 2 weeks, like maybe Dylan wouldn't be there for part of it because of the birth of their child. And here he is in Montreal. We were gone. We were only in Montreal for 22 hours. I mean, we got in at 2 a.m. We were out last night before midnight. So it was a shortest of short trips. You're not even probably thinking, it's like, I'll be home. And even he said, I'm going to get home in time. Like, I mean, I got a chance, right? I mean, the game's going to go. We're going to fly right home. We're going to be at Dulles by 12:30, 1 o'clock, 1:30, whatever. And I'll go right to the hospital. And it just didn't work that way for him.
Yeah, so, I was able to get home one time. I rolled in the house and rolled right back out.
Rolled in?
I got back from Kansas City.
Changed your undershirt?
Don't stop. Let's keep moving. And go back and boom.
That is funny.
Yep.
So it'd be funny if the PA announcer, John, said, goal by number 8, assist number 17. Also, your daughter has been born. Congratulations. At 4:23, the first period. 4:23. Goal to number 8 and a child to number 17.
And it was in Montreal, so it would have been in French too. That would have been great.
Right, exactly. All right, so with this last couple of games where they have just slaughtered some teams,
15 goals.
What does it do to the outlook for the rest of the season? And I wasn't here to start the year to get the vibe, John, on what they were thinking this year was going to be, but does it change things?
I think there are still some work things that need to be done. It's a work in progress. I would say special teams still have a ways to go, but I think that some of the injuries are going to still be an issue. Pierre-Luc Dubois probably won't be back until after the Olympics. And for Nick Dowd, missing last night, something shorter term, but hopefully he's back soon. Those are 2 big losses defensively. But this team is, last year was wild in the fact that I didn't think that they were a division winner. I certainly didn't think they would be at the very top of the Eastern Conference. I thought they were a good team, but they were a great team, and they won a playoff round. And, they found, okay, this is what we got to do to beat Carolina. We got to get faster. We got to, they were legitimately one of the top 8 teams in the regular season, the second best team in the league last year. They had a lot of guys that had career years. So in any sport, you're going to have some regression. And the Caps had more than their share in the first quarter, where Connor McMichael was off to a slow start. Alexei Protas was off to a slow start. And even Alex was off to a slow start. But they all seemed to be, after all the puck luck that hadn't gone their way in the first 16, 17 games, now in the last little bit, feels like it's starting to turn the corner a little bit. And they found some line combinations that work. They will probably be hard-pressed to turn it into a division title before it's all said and done. But I've said it from the beginning. Carolina, New Jersey, Washington, probably the top 3 teams in the league. They filter out in some way, shape, or form. And the Caps very much, I think, will be a playoff team when it's all said and done. And in the Eastern Conference this year, guys, and I don't know how much you see it day to day, but it's wild right now. Everybody is within. I mean, the Caps were, before the game on Monday, they were in 26th place in the league. They are now 2 points from first place in the Metropolitan Division, which is crazy. I mean, just 3 wins, and it's so bunched together, and nobody's pulled away. Nobody's lost too much. Everybody's kind of in that mushy middle, and it just, the Caps have weathered that. So now, if you can start turning the corner, do more of what happened last year, improve on special teams, get some guys back, no reason to think that good things aren't going to happen here.
John, answer you this question. Ovi last year got injured, broke his leg, came back. You start questioning, will he be able to break the record? He did that. This year, now he started off a little slow. He got a hat trick last night. We're 22 games in, 62 games left. Has 7 goals now. What's the possibility or the expectation of how many goals he can score this year?
I mean, I'm laughing because it's just, he's 40, and every time I've 15 years of me doing this now, and every year, even going back to late 20s, early 30s, like, he's going to slow down. This is going to, is he going to get the record? Is he going to even get to 700? And then he just keeps going and gets 50 goals and hat tricks on the second to last day of the season to get to 50 when you didn't think he'd get there. And then you think, he's going to blow the record away. And then you're right, he breaks his leg almost a year ago to the day in Salt Lake City. And he's not going to do it this year. And then, well, of course he's going to do it. It's Alex. He always does it. And now, I was even talking with a couple people after the game last night. After 32 hat tricks, he's 40. Are we going to see another one? And then lo and behold, of course, he does it in Montreal. I mean, how dare I even think that he might not do it again, because he always does it again. And there's going to come a day when he doesn't, and it's time to call it a career. But right now,
he might be 50 then.
I mean, he might be, right? I mean, everything is just, he just keeps finding ways to do it. And, now, working with Dylan Strome last night and back with Anthony Beauvillier, he's been with a lot of different line mates. There's been a lot of changes, a lot of the lineup's been in flux most nights, and he just has gotten on a heater again. And as he goes, so goes the team. And you'd like to think that gets the power play jump started. They had their second game all season last night that they had more than one power play goal in a game. So maybe the sky's the limit. Ethan Frank hadn't scored a goal since last season, a stretch of 18 games. He got 4 points last night, 2 goals, 2 assists. And just everybody seems to be all of a sudden, after a lot of guys were really fighting it, a lot of guys feeling pretty good coming back from Montreal last night, getting ready for Tampa tomorrow.
You mentioned Dubois not being back until after the Olympics. I just want to talk about how happy I am that the Olympics and the NHL have figured this out, because I have thought that this being a part of the Olympics is one of the great things that they finally figured out how to do. So I'm excited for it this winter.
Yeah, me too. And on our Saturday show here tomorrow on Cap Saturday Face-Off, Kenny Albert's going to join us, and Kenny's calling the Olympics and calling hockey in Milan, and we talk about that. It's just the greatest tournament, not since Sochi, not since 2014, to your point, have we seen this. And now, as the best on best go at it in a bigger tournament. 4 Nations last year was great, but it's only 4 countries, right? So now that you have this bigger stage and Team USA strong in goal, and listen, we got a couple of guys for Team Canada that Tom Wilson and Logan Thompson, who I both hope get to go here and we see them there. Tom Wilson seems to be trending in the media in Canada as being someone who will probably be there. I think there's a real good chance he will be. I hope Logan Thompson is. He's the best Canadian goalie going. You think they'd figure that out, but he came from Vegas to Washington, and the Vegas guys are in the search committee, so to speak, for the team. And I don't know. I get the sense that things are a little frosty there. They better get over it because Logan's the best goalie. He needs to go, and I hope he does. And he's just been terrific for this team. Such a good citizen in the room, and very happy that. What he's been able to do, one of the best goalies in the NHL again this year. What a great move for the Caps to get him. But yeah, hopefully we got some local flavor going over there too. We'll find out here.
All right. Very good.
More interesting.
Yep. Thank you for your time, John. We appreciate it.
Jay.
All right, fellas. Appreciate it.
All right.
John Walton brought to you on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Coming up, the college football weekend. It's the calm before the rivalry storm weekend. And a pet peeve that I need to get off my chest. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Zabe sitting in.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel Friday is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boost, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo, it's your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour, every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern, only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to grab your reward before the clock expires. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Commanders played in Madrid last weekend, and they'll be making another trip overseas in 2026. Team President Mark Cloud said that the Commanders will be designated as the home team for an international game next season. Rumors are that Washington will play in either London or Brazil next year. The NFL has played 6 international games this season in London, Berlin, Madrid, Sao Paulo. The Rams are going to be on the home side of the league's first game in Melbourne next season, and the league is also going to make its debut in Rio de Janeiro. There's also a plan to play in Mexico City for the first time since 2022, in addition to the expected European destinations to the schedule. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
When I walk on by.
B. Mitch and Finley here on The Fan. I am Steve Zabin. Yes, that guy who used to be around here. Back again on the airways. Thank you to Chris Kinard for letting me get some bullpen innings while guys are out enjoying their bye week. B. Mitch has been an easy ride for me yesterday and today. So hopefully you're enjoying a little change up to the show. But you guys will be back in the saddle on Monday. Have really not talked Commanders today. We talked about the fact they're going to go overseas next year.
Yeah.
I listened to the Junkies give out report cards and grades, and it gave me PTSD thinking about high school and grades and triggering. I'm like, oh, I hate the grading thing. We can get into it. I just figured today on a Friday, it's a bye weekend. Unless you got something specific you want to dig into, let's just leave the Commanders off to the side.
Yeah, they're not playing this week.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, believe me, all the shows on the station have gone over and hashed through
What's happening?
many things. Yeah. And the unfortunate reality is nothing can really be done until we turn the page into the off season.
True.
And I've always had a rule, B. Mitch, and there's been plenty of Redskin seasons in which it was over well before it was over.
Yeah.
My rule is always enjoy our football while it's on our plate. We'll have all off season to get into these free agent lists.
Yeah.
And the capologist stuff and the draft
You
and
sound
everything.
like me, Zay.
Yeah. So we got football right now. So let's just deal with the football now.
I don't care
But it's
to
a bye
talk
week.
about all the stuff going to happen later.
Right.
Deal with it when it happens.
It's too early.
And we don't
It's-
know any damn way.
No.
So let's just,
It is too early. That said, I did go to tankathon.com. Are you aware of that site?
What's it called?
Tankathon.
I've heard of it.
It's basically a website dedicated to printing the standings based on the draft in every sport. So, in other words, if you know your team is ass and all you care about is, well, are we going to be any better next year? Go to tankathon.com and they'll lay it all out for you.
They'll probably destroy your whole mindset.
I did print out, though, the mock draft at tankathon.com going 3 rounds deep. If you did want to go into this now, again, like I said, you can do this on your own time.
Yeah.
Not going to do it here on the air. But there are a number of teams this weekend you wouldn't mind quietly rooting for to win because it will help the Commanders.
Totally.
So if you want to take a note of the teams to root for this weekend, I have those for you here. They include, let's see, 2-8 Cleveland versus 2-8 Las Vegas. You're rooting for a tie. You know why? You want both those teams to be ahead of you in the draft, or with more wins, I should say. And a tie is a half win. So
is 2-8 Cleveland against who?
2-8 Vegas.
See,
Commanders are 3-8 right now into the bye. So here's the thing: you want a half win to possibly trip up both teams. If one team wins, that's still a small win for the Commanders because someone is going to climb out of that 2-8 hole. But that's one way to look at it. And then, of course, you want to root for all the other bad teams like Tennessee, the Giants,
to keep winning.
New Orleans, the Jets, even though it's unlikely that many of those teams are going to win because there's some pretty big spreads out there this weekend. There's a lot of lumber, which we're going to hear from the governor and Mike Jones later on. Let me get to college real quick and a pet peeve. So Tankathon.com did a pretty good job of letting me just print the pages they have on their website.
Mm-hmm.
You would be surprised at how many other websites literally do not ever want you to print out the content you're looking at. It is a nightmare. It is a quagmire most times. You're looking for the little print icon. You're looking for, wait a minute, where can I just want this list. I just want this story.
Yeah.
I don't want the pop-up ads. I don't want the videos. I don't want the pop-unders. I don't want the surveys. I don't want the cookie warnings.
And
Just
I don't want to
print
join your
me
stuff.
Thank you. I ain't joining no club. I'm not subscribing. I'm not doing any of that. And it's so frustrating. I'm like, some of us still want to print it out. I know you're thinking, well, who's going to print it out at home? What are you going to do? Put it on your refrigerator with your kids' pictures they
You wanna
drew at
look at
school? I want to have it.
Yeah.
I want to have it in my hand. So I like to have every week a visual one sheet of the mountain of Division I football games. And there's a lot every week because there's 119 D1 programs, maybe more. I haven't checked the number lately, but it's a lot. And luckily for us who like football, they're all on TV somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm old enough to remember where many games you're like, oh, that game's not on TV. Really? No, not on TV at all. Anywhere. You can't get it.
Now you can find them all.
Yeah, you can find them all. And there is a website that prints out the entire rundown of games, but would not let me print it for love nor money. I tried multiple times. I had to do screenshots as JPEGs and then paste them into a Word document, shrink it down, and here it is. I'm holding it in front of you.
Wow.
I've got the full rundown of games because I just wanted to see. I'm like, okay, where are the big teams? Who are they playing? Who's on a bye this week? What's the landscape? Because this is the pause before the storm.
Yeah.
The rivalry storm is next weekend, starting on Friday, Black Friday, the Egg Bowl, with Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin. By the way, can I get you to weigh in on this ultimatum they've given Lane Kiffin? Like, hey, if you're going to take the LSU job, you got to let us know by the Egg Bowl. Isn't that crazy that this is actually
It's crazy,
a thing?
but I think they want to be able to look. I mean, if you're going to
Yes.
do it, don't make us wait till the end of this stuff and then leave.
I don't blame Ole Miss. I
don't
just think
blame-
it's crazy that they're poaching coaches on a historic season in the SEC in the middle of the season.
But that is where
The way
it's at
it
now.
is.
It's about money these days. And I think people get mad at the players. Same thing with the coaches.
Yeah.
Same thing with the schools.
Yeah.
So if everybody else getting cheddar, let the players get cheddar.
Right. So the calm before the storm weekend does have a handful of big games. The biggest one is number 15 USC at number 7 Oregon.
Yeah.
USC is just on the outside edges of making the college football playoff. A win against Oregon up there in Eugene would be massive for them. Missouri is at Oklahoma, number 22 Missouri and number 8 Oklahoma. Again, Missouri's probably too far out of it to get in, but Oklahoma with a bad loss could fall a couple of spots at least.
Totally.
They could put themselves in jeopardy of being out. We got the Hokies right here on 106.7 The Fan at noon tomorrow. They're hosting number 13 Miami. It's a massive game for Miami because they got a great resume. Many people are saying Miami should already be in, but they're one click out right now at 13.
That's a hell of a spread, though. Minus 18.5 is a lot.
Right. Even with an interim coach and Franklin waiting in the wings, I would not put it past Virginia Tech to rise up and give Miami problems tomorrow. Number 11 BYU is at Cincinnati. That is even though Cincinnati's not ranked, that is a hard road date for BYU that wants to stay in there. And number 12, Utah, they host K-State. That is a bit more of a cupcake for them. But those are the teams that are right on the edge of the playoff. Number 2, Indiana, bye week. Number 6, Ole Miss, bye week. Number 5, Texas Tech, bye week. Number 19, Virginia, bye week. So they're all off. The cupcakes are Ohio State hosting Rutgers.
Yeah.
Then they get, of course, Michigan in the game. That's at Ann Arbor this year. Number 3, Texas A&M hosts Samford. Cupcake.
Yeah, very.
Number 4, Georgia hosts Charlotte. cupcake. Nom nom nom. Number 9, Notre Dame is at home against Syracuse. That should be a pretty easy game, but it's not a total cupcake. And number 10, Alabama hosts Eastern Illinois because they don't want to really sprain anything before they take on Auburn in the Iron Bowl. Yeah. Auburn is not good this year. They've already fired their coach, but still, it's the freaking Iron Bowl.
They wake up to play that game.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I have here, if you want to Xerox. Do we have Xeroxes in the building?
They don't even have a spread for that Alabama Eastern Illinois game.
Not posted?
No spread.
No spread yet? Spread too big to list?
Well, it has to be higher than minus 44.5 because that's what I think Ohio State is favored by.
Okay. But I've got right here, chronologically by time window from 12 o'clock. If you really want to be couch bound tomorrow, and by the way, it's going to be 55 and rainy tomorrow as it is today, according to the weathermen. If you want to just sit on the couch, this is the sheet to have where it's literally every game, every time, every network. They even give you the announcers. The only problem is I started to try to look for which teams were on a bye based on the numbers and the rankings, and I didn't know which rankings they were using, and I started to get all crossways on the numbers, counting. Okay, 1, 3, 5, 7, 8. What am I missing here? Who's gone? And then I realized I was looking at the AP top 25, not the ESPN top 25.
Wow.
And I think there's a third top 25 as well. So that definitely messed me up. But you know what? People, will you please allow for better printing for those of us who like to print stuff, for God's sake?
I'm the same way.
Okay.
I like to print, have it in my hand to read it. I don't like reading it on this or even on the computer.
Okay.
I have to go back to it. I'd rather have it in my hand.
And then because of that,
Dave, I'm a printer.
You are a printer. Look at that. Look at that big folder full of stuff right there. I love it with notes on it as well. Then because I had realized that I've gotten quite loose with my ability to rattle off exactly how the playoff works, I'm like, I better print this out and refresh myself on the way it works. And I'll give the collegefootballplayoff.com website full credit because they have a PDF that you can print. That is very nice. It's a good graphic layout of the bracket. It explains the rules.
In color.
It's in color?
Yeah.
Exactly. The top 4 teams in the selection committee final rankings. And we've got 3 more of these. So you've got after this week, after the rivalry week, and then 1 more after the conference championships. 3 more committee meetings. They will rank the teams 1 through 12. The top 5 conference champions in the rankings get the top 5 seeds. If any of those top 5 conference champions are outside of the top 12, then they'll be the 12 seed. They'll get in, but they'll be the lowest seed in the bracket. Then teams 1 through 4 get a first round bye. The remaining teams that are ranked by the committee, that's 7 through 12, they'll be seeded 5 through 12 based on their final ranking. The first games of the weekend of December 19th and 20th on Friday and Saturday. Then it's New Year's Eve and New Year's Day for the quarters. And then the semis are January 8th and 9th. And the championship is not until January 19th.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
Yeah, they make it's long, man.
It's a long road.
And that's why when I hear people discussing the stuff about the players, I'm like, look how long this stuff has gotten. Look how they are as long as them.
It's like a pro season.
The pro season.
Right.
And you mean to tell me they not supposed to get anything? No. Nah.
Well, at this point, so like if you're going to knock Ohio State, A&M, or Georgia for doing cupcakes or Alabama cupcakes before their rivalry game, just remember, many of them will have a conference championship game, and then they've got to grind their way through the bracket.
Through the playoffs.
If they're going to make it to January 9th.
That ends up being about, 15, 16 games, basically, for a college person to go to the end?
Yeah, it's a pro schedule.
Could be more, yeah.
That's a pro schedule right there. And speaking of these college games, it's bad enough that it's hard to know where things are streaming on, what channels, because it's always changing. Now it's getting even more complicated because NBC wants to sub-license the rights to the Big Ten football championship to either Netflix or Amazon.
Because they're getting paid.
I know.
So think about it. We have the deal we paid, and now we can recoup some of our money.
Yes, we're going to sell off pieces of it.
Hell yeah.
This is crazy. So basically the big networks and the big, streamers are starting to horse trade with each other like, okay, you want to buy this? Okay, we'll buy that. You buy this. This is over here. We own that. Da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah. Basically, they are making partnerships without it being a partnership.
Yes.
That's what they're doing. So we can work better in different entities. So you buy up all this, about all this. Now we work together. We make all the money.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, when does it all settle down? Will it all settle down?
It's
never going to settle down.
It's a race, man. Like you see the commercial where they're trying to chase the cup, the NBA final.
Oh,
trophy.
right.
It's just like that.
Just
That's
like
how
that.
life is.
Yeah. So that doggone sports are just too popular in this country.
Very much.
Okay. Quick break. We got our guy at the top of the hour. We got Mike Jones from The Athletic, and then, of course, the governor will make his picks. I also have my rundown, my handwritten rundown of the NFL games.
You got different colors and all.
Oh, yeah. I take this very seriously. So seriously that when I was handwriting these games, I forgot the biggest one of the weekend, which is Colts at Chiefs, where the Chiefs are 3.5 at home against the 8-2 Colts.
I mean, they're only
Indiana
getting 5.
Jones.
They're only getting 0.5
because of the home team getting 3.
You normally get 3 at home, so they give them 3. They give them 3.5. They only getting 5 basically. 0.5.
I'm a professional Chiefs hater. Even I'm not so sure that I want to bet against them still. I said last week I'm not betting against them. They got handled by Denver. I just feel like there's still something left in the read.
And he got something left.
Something left.
Yeah.
All right. B. Mitch and Finley here on the Fan, 800-636-1067 on your phone lines as we roll towards the noon hour.
Fellas, if you're still rocking those tired old polos with floppy collars, it's time to step it up. Collars & Co. gives you that crisp dress shirt look with the comfort of your favorite polo. I wear mine to the studio, to hit the golf course, or even just a night out with no wrinkles. No dry cleaner, just throw it on and you're ready to roll. CollarsandCo.com. And you can check them out in person now. They have a new store that's open in Congressional Plaza right there in Rockville, and it's stocked up with all of your favorite holiday shopping needs. Collars & Co. Look sharp just like I do.
Simone Biles got new boobies. Yeah, I know. It sounds rude to me to say it that way, but look.
I guess she's done with
gymnastics.
Gymnastics then?
She talked about it. And so if she's going to talk about it,
you could talk about
openly. Well, right, as long as it's not in a creepy, lascivious, out of bounds way.
Was it a reduction or increase?
Oh no, it was a enhancement, let's call it.
Okay.
Breast enhancement surgery. She said her doctor in Houston did it, and she's one of the best, and that she's happy with how they look. She gave the specs on they are this many cc's, high profile, saline. I mean, there's all kinds of
I'm
specs.
gonna just say
to
this,
stuff.
Zay, when they give you all that information, you got the right to say what they said. You can repeat it, talk about it. I mean,
but here was the thing that blew me away. She also said, by the way, it hurts. She's like, I don't know what, I've had other girlfriends that say, oh yeah, 2 days later, I was going out to clubs and having a great time. Everything was fine. She's like, man, this hurts. She chose to get them under her muscle. And I didn't know that was an option.
Huh?
And she's probably got a lot of chest muscle being a world-class gymnast. So that might be part of what is affecting
that may
her.
make it hurt even more, because if they got to put it under the muscle, they have to lift the muscle.
Well, that's the thing. And apparently you can do it two ways. You can do it under and over. I don't know much about this other than just I'm happy
And
for
it's
her.
saline, you said?
No, she's going silicone. Now, there were a problem.
But
Would
you be worried about it if it's under the muscle? Because those things can leak.
I know. Well, once upon a time, there was a big recall for silicone breast implants. I believe Dow or DuPont Chemical had to do a big settlement. This was 40 years, 50 years ago, maybe. Long time ago. But I guess they've perfected it since then. But either way, she went on social media talking about it. And my biggest takeaway was not just that, well, she said she's still kind of in discomfort, was her size and weight. Do you know what she is? You know how tall Simone Biles is?
4 feet, probably 8, 9
Yes.
inches. Yeah.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
4'8".
I dated someone
4
in college that was like that tall. My coach's niece was about 4'8".
Bless her heart.
Yeah.
I knew gymnasts were tiny. I never thought of that. When I hear a woman that's
like that tall.
yes,
Like,
and
wow.
she's got very broad shoulders
Mhm.
as well. So she talked about that, saying, I've got a pretty challenging body type, physique type, to make this all look the way I want it to look, because I got huge shoulders and I'm 4'8".
Yeah.
I was just like, wow.
That's small.
Yeah, 4'8". God bless her.
Yeah.
Well, enjoy them.
Yeah.
Enjoy your new look. Is she still dating that former Packer?
She's married.
She's married to the former Packer, now Bear safety.
I think he's Bears now. Yeah.
Okay.
They got married.
Landfill, look up Ms. Biles' lovely hubby, because if he's still in the NFL or not. But yeah, good for her, good for him.
Yeah.
Good for both. But if they're still a little bit sore on the injured list, then maybe he's going to have to wait.
You have to wait a little while. Yeah. Back off.
Imagine that your wife gets home,
Plays for the Bears.
with new ones. Oh, he does. Okay. Who is it again?
What's his name? Landfill. Yeah, Jonathan. He claimed he didn't know who she was at first.
Jonathan who?
Owens.
Jonathan Owens. Okay. Yes.
He didn't know who she was when he first met her, he said.
You believe that?
Hell no. She's more popular than you, dude. She's probably bringing in more money than he is.
Yes, easily because of her endorsements.
Yeah.
Speaking of knowing who you are, I heard something on the golf course this summer that blew me away. And that was a friend of mine said that when they meet somebody new on the golf course, a couple holes in, that person will often have Googled you.
Google who the person is?
Yeah. Hi, Bill Smith. Nice to meet you. Okay, great. Where are we playing? White tees? All right, great. Let's go have a good time. Boom, tee off. Couple holes later.
They know stuff about you.
Exactly. Not for nefarious
But
purposes.
I'm just saying, everybody is not
per se.
Googleable.
Oh, yes, they are.
But if you just pull up
Bill Smith could be a
the
million
average
Bill
name
Smiths.
Bill Smith, and for you to figure out exactly who Bill Smith is, I go play Jeff Walker, and I Google Jeff Walker.
I know.
We don't know who's going to pop up.
But maybe you say, "Oh, Jeff, nice to meet you. Where are you from?" And he says,
DC.
Bowie, hun. Or wherever Jeff Walker's from. DC born, right?
Fairmont Heights, Maryland, baby.
Fairmont Heights. Okay. So that's all I need then to get a good bead on Jeff Walker from Fairmont Heights. So again, this is not for anything nefarious. You're not going to try to steal someone's identity, but it's a way to get conversations started. So I would agree with you that his claim, Jonathan Owens, that he didn't know who Simone Biles was, it was like, oh, just another 4'8" sweetheart who could be my soulmate. Let's see how this goes dating. Yeah. Oh, well, you're the greatest gymnast of all time.
Yeah, dude, please come on, try that elsewhere.
Exactly, try that elsewhere. But imagine getting, your girl, she gets home with the new ones, and she's like, they're still a little sore.
Get a massage, I love you, baby.
And you're like, come on, no, let me just lay my head next to him. Come on, let me just pet him.
Your head too heavy.
Can I just do the no? Get away, get away. So you go sit on the other end of the couch, looking all glum, and you're just looking over at your girl, those beautiful new lady lumps. You say to yourself, when can I get at them? All right, week number 12 in the National Football League. The Broncos, the Dolphins, the Chargers, and yes, our Commanders are on a bye. There's some pretty big headline games coming up here, some significant games. The Sunday nighter is Bucks and Rams. We got to talk about that time that Baker Mayfield, on 2 days' notice, led a Rams comeback when he had been cut from the Panthers. Mm-hmm. That was in 2022. Yeah. He's back again, this time with the Bucks and flying high. That's one of the games of the week. It'll be your Sunday night affair. And we'll get into all that next hour with Mike Jones of The Athletic and the Governor making his picks. It is B. Mitch and Finley. Steve Zabin sitting in for JP right here on The Fan.
Call number 10 to 800-636-1067. You can win a pair of tickets to the University of Maryland football Saturday, November 22nd versus Michigan. Join Maryland Terrapins football for his 2025 finale against the Michigan Wolverines. Don't miss your last chance to see Maryland football in Turksville this season.
Indianapolis Colts quarterback Daniel Jones was limited in Thursday's practice with a calf injury. This is the first time he has landed on the injury report this season. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reported on Twitter saying that the Colts are just being cautious, but it is something to keep an eye on. The Colts are playing the Chiefs on the road this Sunday. More quarterback news. Cincinnati Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow was a full participant in practice yesterday for the second day in a row. Now, nobody has yet declared whether Burrow, who's still on injured reserve, will return to the active roster and start Sunday's game against the Patriots. But is it the right time? I guess we'll find out. And right here on 106.7 The Fan tonight, 7:30 p.m., you can listen live as the Wizards take on the Toronto Raptors. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
I couldn't jump in before it hit the post there. Turned down for lunch is what we got here. B. Mitch is digging into his home-brought lunch, which smells delicious. I'm going to defer my gratification until after the show. Steve Zabin sitting in for J.P. Finley, who's enjoying his bye week. What do we got today?
Some air-fried pork chops.
Nice.
Spiced up, too. Whew.
Tell you, air fryers have changed the game.
Yes, it has.
It's, things that are declared game changers is overused. People overuse that term. I'm happy to say air fryers, they done changed the game.
We did 10 filet mignons here one day in the air fryer.
Get out of town. Where'd you get the 10 fillets?
I forgot the name of the place that JP gets the stuff from. The one that shipped it to you around Christmas time.
Oh,
and we seasoned
Omaha
them up.
Steaks?
Omaha, and we had them right here.
Oh, good. Air fryer.
Air fryer. 400 degrees. Took them about 15 minutes.
Nice. Okay.
And they were medium.
They were very nice. All right, let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. It is our pleasure now to welcome on Mike Jones. I said Mike Jones.
Who?
Of The Athletic. Mike, good afternoon.
What's
How
up,
are you,
Mike?
my friend? It's great to talk to you again. How you been?
Hey, it's been a while, Dave. And B. Mitch, good to hear from you. I'm in the middle of prepping some air fryer fried wings. Right now
That's
myself. I tell you, you're right. Game changer, man.
I'm gonna tell you, go get you some Chilean sea bass. Take some Cajun seasoning, mix it with
We
lemon
don't make
pepper.
ex-NFL money, man. That's
Mix
an
it. No,
expensive fish right
No,
there.
you just go to
That's the
Costco.
Cadillac
Go to
of fish.
Costco. You can get it at Costco. You get the little separate little packages, and you season it with the lemon pepper and the Cajun with a little cayenne pepper. Put it in that air fryer. Unbelievable.
How many minutes?
It takes about just 5 to about 7.5.
All right, New
7.5
segment.
minutes.
New segment for when JP comes back. Recipe Friday.
Recipe
Air
Friday.
fryer,
Air
Recipe
fryer.
Friday.
Hey, we can
There
do
you go, here
that.
to the
We can
show.
do that.
So, Mike, you and I last crossed paths when we were on NBC4 doing the weekly Redskins show with our friend Clinton Portis and Carol Maloney. That was good times right there. I've been reading your stuff ever since. You're covering the league beautifully. And the league never disappoints when it comes to its storylines, does it?
Never does. The drama never stops. And when we think we got stuff figured out, we learn that we don't have anything figured out, especially this year where everything is so wide open. Good teams are bad teams are good, contenders are wetting the bed. It's just, it's wild out there this year.
Everyone kind of assumed we were steamrolling towards yet another epic Chiefs-Bills encounter in the playoffs. And now with the Bills looking very gettable at times, they've lost to a 4-pack of very mediocre quarterbacks this year. And the Chiefs hanging in there for dear life in a huge game against the Colts. We may not get them. Question, is everyone okay if we draw Denver, New England in the AFC Championship game?
I am.
You are?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't mind.
Mike, would you be okay with that surprise? Well, no one called this one. Championship game?
I am so tired of Sean Payton's smug face. I just don't
It'll be
want
tough.
to see that.
He is so cocky.
Unless he's there and Mike Vrabel stomps the mud hole in him, I do not want to see Denver there just because, like, I just can't, man. Now, we very well may, you know, and because every team is beatable. I do wonder about these teams like New England, who, when they get to playoffs for the first time, it's a different energy, it's a different level of intensity, and we see kind of some of these young upstart teams falls just short a little bit. But Washington made it to the championship game last year, so it's definitely doable.
Yeah.
Anybody but the Broncos and Sean Payton, you know, not because I don't like Bo Nix, and I really like their defense, but Sean Payton is just,
he's a little
purses those lips, and he looks, he's just, you know, I
you know what it is for me, Jonesy? It's the glasses. I think he's shopping on the wrong carousel for the ladies' glasses. Seriously, look at his glasses. They're like these clear Sally Jesse Raphael glasses. And I'm an old man that needs readers
you took
myself.
Me back with Sally Jesse Raphael. Man.
I know I did right there. But anyway, so let's talk about the Bills. You know, at times I get buddies saying, "What's wrong with the Bills?" as if I know. But my general theory is they've been pressing the do something Josh Allen button for too long, and the rest of their team muscles have atrophied to a certain degree. Do you have an operative theory about where McDermott and the Bills are now?
Yeah, I mean, here's the problem. So last week I did a story on the contenders and pretenders, and I picked the brains of scouts and coaches, people around the league who have gone up against these teams, and a number of them told me that the Bills were pretenders. And I'm like, but they got Josh Allen. And they said, yeah, but they are too dependent on Josh Allen. If they can't run the football well, or if their defense can't get the stops, he has to be all world for them to win. And yesterday was the perfect example of the defense was not getting the stops that they needed. They weren't able to run the football. They were bringing pressure, and Josh Allen it was almost like too much was on him. And it was odd because there were times that he would normally take off and just run and pick up yardage, and he wasn't doing that. He was doing all this twirling around in the backfield and getting himself into more trouble. And then you had Joe Brady making really like head scratcher play calls. And so I looked and I said, yeah, there really is too much on this guy. He's trying to do so much and be so, you know, superhero-ish. And he doesn't have a defense that's going to get him the ball because they would get stops, but just beyond midfield. So they were getting pinned deep in their territory, and he had to go 95 yards every single time that they got the ball. And so I looked and said, yeah, they really are pretenders because there's no way Davis Mills should have been able to carve up their defense like that and lead touchdown drives. They should have, you know, been able to cause some trouble and give him some fits. And they weren't able to do that.
But I think as you look at it, and I've said this year in and year out, if you can get pressure up the middle on a quarterback, you can mess all of them up. And you look at them rushing against him last night, they had those two guys coming up the middle, occupying multiple bodies from the Buffalo Bills, and those outside guys were beating the hell out of their tackles. He couldn't step up in the pocket like he normally does, and that killed him.
Right, because that's the way he normally takes off. Is he'll dart up the middle. And they didn't do anything as far as like moving the pocket with some rollouts and bootlegs to try to get him on the edge, to get him away from those guys. It just, the whole thing, and you saw his frustration when he went to the sideline after that fourth down stop where they got stopped for a 5-yard loss, when he was just like, what are we doing? It's not looking good for them. And, you know, I don't know, because the thing is he's already lost New England one time. If he couldn't handle Houston's defense, he's definitely not going to handle Denver's defense, which leads the league in sacks. You know, and they also have a good secondary. So it's not looking good for Buffalo.
All right, let me flip it to the other side of that equation, which is the Chiefs equation. And I want to talk about their opponent this weekend, which is the Colts. Colts are 8-2. The Daniel Jones resurgence is truly incredible. I'm still not sure if it's real or not, but it's real so far. Jonathan Taylor goes a long way to making a quarterback who's kind of mid look pretty hot. My question is this. Somebody asked me, why can't the Commanders do a quick rebound a la the Colts? Because I was already looking ahead to next year, Mike, for the Commanders going, I don't even know if next year's a thing, given how depleted they are. And somebody said, well, what about the Colts? What about them? What have they done to be where they are now?
Well, okay, the Colts have had a quality offensive line, a good run game, a good defense for a number of years.
Yeah.
They just needed a smart quarterback that was able to take care of the football and run the offense. Now, Daniel Jones is starting to look like he might be turning back into a pumpkin. I think he's had like 6 turnovers in the last 2 games combined. So teams are figuring out where to pressure him and everything. But again, the cupboard wasn't bare. They have not had all those bad drafts piling up. They've had some good drafts. They just needed a couple extra ingredients. So the Commanders, look, they are going to need more drafts, and it's unfortunate that they gave up picks for Marshawn Lattimore, the Laramie Tunsil picks. Okay, that was a good move, but it's a shame that some of their building blocks that they would really be able to use this coming draft are gone for a veteran that didn't pan out. But it's going to take several quality drafts and some smart free agent signings, and not these like get a guy past his prime Von Miller hoping it'll work. You got to get some young on the rise guys. And once you have successive drafts and year upon year, then your depth is better. And that's why it's going to take a little bit of time, but it can get there. It's just, look, we got to remember, anything is better. The owner's not sabotaging the head coach. The GM isn't falling asleep, drunk in meetings. It could have been way better. It could have been way worse. I mean, we've been through a lot. We forget how bad it was. But it'll just take some time.
I think also when I look at, even with Daniel Jones, he has strengths. And I think the Colts have leaned towards those strengths instead of trying to just say, this is our offense, run it. And I believe Washington will have to do the same thing with their quarterback. Lean towards his strengths. Make sure he understands you're more important than what you think. You're the CEO. You're not just a player. But they have to lean towards his strengths and not just, I hear every week about this is when we throw to the open receiver. When I'm watching teams with lesser quarterbacks throwing 15 times to one guy and he catches 12, 13 of them.
Right.
Got to figure it out.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And again, when you have a quality run game that really eases stuff up, that helps ease pressure on that quarterback. We're not talking about a run game that's good because the quarterback's running all the time, but a running back that can change and really put pressure on a defense. Then they can't just key on your quarterback. And so that'll take some time. Again, they got to continue to beef up this offensive line. They got to continue. They've got to find a real running back that can be the workhorse guy. And then, at receiver, Devo, Terry, but those guys are not young. And so, again, when you look at the list of needs, it's kind of long. And it's almost unfortunate that they got lucky and won like they did last year, because it made them think that they were further along than what they were in their roster construction.
The most compelling story to me this week is Shadour's first start. 2-8 Browns, 2-8 Raiders. Normally a please black this out in my area game. Instead, I'm all about it. No matter what Shadour does, we know that some of the takes,
it's gonna be a story.
Some of the takes, Mike, are going to be wild in either direction. What do you think is the bar for Shadour in his first start, given the fact he hadn't been with the first team all year in practice?
Yeah, and that's the thing that's, it's a process, and he's not going to go out there and look all world. Now, again, he's going against a defense that's not the most dominant. They do have Max Crosby, though, so there is, a talented pass rusher opposite him, but they have got to run the football. They've got to protect him. They got to catch passes. The problem is, like last week against Baltimore, I don't care who the quarterback was back there. That offensive line has really deteriorated and was not good. Nobody would have been able to have a chance. Just look at Joe Flacco, how bad he looked with them, and they thought, oh, this guy is done. He's a stiff. Let's trade him to our in-division rivals. And he goes out there, and he's directing an offense that's averaging 28 points and 350 yards a game. So they are very devoid of talent. So that's why I worry for Shadour. I think that he's going to make some plays. He'll probably make some mistakes, but his first game actually wasn't all that bad. He had, 3 or 4 bad plays, but he made something out of nothing a couple times. And, so you just want to see him take care of the football, extend plays, and, we'll see what happens from there. But you can't expect miracles with the offensive cast that he's working with.
The other guy has got a huge lot of stuff riding on his outing on Sunday is J.J. McCarthy in Minnesota. Vikings are at the Packers, and the McCarthy thing is bubbling and brewing to where it's almost going to be a crisis point if he lays another egg. His numbers, Mike, are terrible, as you know. They're lagging behind even Zach Wilson after 5 games with the Jets, and they were ready to ship his ass out at that point. So this is a big start for McCarthy on the road.
It is, but this is the silly thing about this. The guy didn't play football last year.
Yeah.
He's basically a rookie. And it's very silly of Minnesota to, have the expectation that he was going to come in and look dynamite with a lack of experience. If they really thought that they were Super Bowl contenders this year, they should have franchised Sam Darnold and make McCarthy sit under him for one more year so we can actually be on the field practicing and running an offense and taking snaps for a whole year before turning the starting job over to him. You're going to take lumps with a young guy with the least amount of experience that he's had there. And so I don't like the whole narrative that I've been following for, all these weeks that he's been starting. It's the first time he's been out there. He's not going to look great. And Peyton Manning's rookie year, didn't he lead the league in interceptions?
Yes, he did.
It takes time. And as we see, Sam Darnold looked, like trash. And now he, several years.
Well, last weekend he looked like trash too, though.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
He woke up.
Talk about
dreaming.
Talk about some pumpkinish shades turning back into a pumpkin. Sam Darnold, like, oh boy, please tell me this guy's not coming back.
It takes some time, though.
Okay.
He didn't just. So that's why I think that they need to alter their expectations.
I hear you. Your take on McCarthy is quite defensible and logic and sounded and grounded in reason. But here's the problem, Mike. Drake May exists. And because Drake May exists and you hold one in one hand and the other in the other, even counting the fact that May played last year and got his lumps sort of through the system, he's in the same quarterback class and he's kicking ass.
Yeah, but he didn't kick it last year. And McCarthy got hurt. I understand what Mike is saying. I think that's what we've all gotten. If we see one game, I listen to fans all the time. They see one play, now they expect it the rest of the year. I always tell everybody football not easy, especially at that quarterback position. Right. But me and JP could tell you, I was never super high on McCarthy anyway, because I think in college he played for a team
that
ran the hell out the football
50 times a game.
They didn't go to him when they needed something. They handed it to the little short dude in the backfield. You know? So I've never really thought he was prepared for the passing aspect of the NFL. I think he's a smart kid. He's a winner, but he doesn't throw the ball effectively enough to be really the guy that they want him to be right now.
I agree. And that's why I agree. I think that this year they should have said it. Yes, we're going to try to win games, but this is about learning. This is about laying the foundation. He's going to learn the NFL game. He's got to learn the passing windows. He's got to learn the tempo. And they should be they should be trying to pound the football instead of having him drop back as many times a game as he does. Kevin O'Connell is a smart coach, but we saw some kind of questionable quarterback management when he was here in Washington with Dwayne Haskins was young. Find ways to lighten the load on your quarterback, simplify things, and not think that you're calling plays for 7-year veteran and expect great results from a kid that has only played a handful of games in the NFL.
All right, 30-second out because we're up against a break. You got one game that you like the most tomorrow? Come on, Jonesy, give us something.
Oh, I really want to see this Cowboys-Eagles game because, the Cowboys, they at home, Dak Prescott 18-0 against NFC East teams at home, and the Eagles. There's so much pressure and turmoil and everything.
Is that right? That stat's right. 18-0 at home.
Last 18 games at home.
18 in a row. 18 in a row for Dak at home.
That ends
against
this weekend.
NFC East.
That is this weekend.
All right. Well, 4-5-1 Cowboys. This is like their last chance to actually say, "Hey, we're still gonna. We have some ambitions left in the season. If they can't beat the Eagles, who are 3.5-point favorites, then it's probably curtains." Mike Jones, as always, a pleasure,
Appreciate
my friend.
you, Mike.
Great to connect.
All right. Have a good one, guys.
All right, Mike Jones of The Athletic. Coming up, the governor, his picks for the weekend. You're listening to The Fan.
The Oarsman Automotive Group in Virginia has been serving the area car buyers for over 100 years. With that kind of track record, you know they've got to be doing something right. Conveniently located all across Northern Virginia, Oarsman dealerships offer many of America's favorite and best-selling brands, like Toyota with 2 locations in Chantilly and Fairfax, plus Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram trucks, Chevy, Buick, and GMC. In addition to an unmatched selection, Oarsman offers incredible deals and financing rates. And let's not forget about the Oarsman's tremendous selection of quality certified used vehicles to choose from. Maybe best of all, every vehicle sold is backed by the Oarsman's Lifetime Edge, with up to $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car washes with every scheduled maintenance, loaner cars with every major maintenance, and a lifetime engine guarantee. And there's more good news. If you have a car to sell, take it to Oarsman. They will pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy, just like they've done JP and I. To beyond satisfied Oarsman customers, and let's ride together.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Giants quarterback Jackson Dart remains in concussion protocol, will not play Sunday's game against the Lions. Jameis Winston will make his second straight start with Dart out. Russell Wilson will be the backup. Dart had returned as a limited participant in practice on Wednesday and Thursday, but he did not progress enough to be considered ready to play. And Lions tight end Sam Laporta was placed on injured reserve last week, but it appears his 2025 season could be over. Lions head coach Dan Campbell said that Laporta had surgery on his back, and the chances of him returning this year are, quote, very, very slim. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit M Street Bank to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
We're back, B. Mitch and Finley. Steve Zabin sitting in for JP Finley here on the Fan. Just got that news about Jackson Dart. I don't know why I looked these things up. Jaxson. Jackson.
Yeah.
That is ranked the number 93rd most popular boy name in the country. So it's a top 100 name, even with the X in the spelling, which is weird.
That's crazy.
Traditional Jackson, without the X, what ranking do you think that is as a boy name?
Outside of 100.
No, 17.
17? Wow.
17. Wow. So a little Jackson factoid. And the other factoid is he's not playing. So the crab leg kid is back in. That started. Okay, to the rude guest hotline we go, Brian.
All right, and joining us, the governor of the great state of Maryland, Wes Moore. Gov, you're at 30-25 so far this year. And
listen, I'll take Coach B, Mitch. I'll take Coach.
Nice. Well, Coach Moore joining us right now.
Coach Moore.
Zabin is joining us today.
I got to tell you on that Jackson name. If this kid keeps on playing, if he turns out to what the Giants actually hope he's going to be, you're going to see JAX rise up those ranks.
May rise
and he's a
up
good
the
looking
ranks.
dude, so people going to want to name after him then.
Absolutely,
That's
but
right.
he's got to take care of himself. He's getting knocked around too much.
He got to stop leading with his head.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
All right, Gov, let's get right into it. I'm going to save the Ravens game for you last, and I'm going to start off with the Colts and the Chiefs. If the Chiefs lose, it'll help you all out some, I'm sure.
It sure would. But I don't think they're going to. And here's the only reason why. I think the Chiefs are continuing what has really been one of the great dynasties that we've seen in football. But every single year we're watching just a chipping away at that. And while the Chiefs really have had a lot of ups and downs, I think last week's game, I think people really need to pay attention to, because while the Chiefs are on the downside, I'm telling everyone who will listen to me, watch out for the Broncos. They are looking like a legit threat to be able to pull off to get out of the AFC. But on this game, I think the big thing is that Jonathan Taylor is just a monster. I mean, he's continuing to show why he is one of the real front runners for MVP. But the challenge is going to be this: is that Daniel Jones is dealing with an injury. And so what's going to happen, what you're going to see the Chiefs do, which they're actually really good at, they're just going to pack the box. And they're going to do what they need to do to be able to stop Jonathan Taylor from being able to pull off 200 yards. And so if you look at the fact that the Chiefs are at home, you look at the fact that Daniel Jones is not fully healthy, I think you're going to see the Chiefs pull this one. The Chiefs will pull this one off.
All right. Well, your next game, it's a game everybody around here be paying attention to. The Eagles and the Cowboys. I think we all Eagles fans this weekend.
Listen, I am never going to be an Eagles fan, but I'm with you on we all hate the Cowboys. But listen, as much as I absolutely hate the Dallas Cowboys, I actually think they're going to pull this one off. I think they're going to. And here's the thing: it's very tough to beat the same team twice in the NFL. And I think we're all seeing, because once you get to your division games just carry a different kind of weight. And when you saw the Eagles pull that one off in week one, I think the Cowboys are a better team than they were in week one. Now, I say they're good, to all the Cowboys fans out there, but they're a better team than they were in week one. The thing that actually gives me a pause for the Eagles on this too is that the game is in Dallas and the place just gets loud. Dallas is a tough place to play, and so the fact that the Eagles are looking pretty banged up, the fact that there's been a whole lot of this week, so much of the talk has been locker room talk about the Eagles, which is never a good thing when the week is dominated by who in your locker room is saying what about who in the locker room. I think the Cowboys. Pull up a win this week.
Yeah, I cannot root for the Eagles ever, B-Mitch. But,
well, I got a little reason I root for them against Cowboys for sure.
I know, but I do enjoy the rivalry because I think it's one of the best so-called B-side rivalries in the NFL, where they hate each other. They've only met 4 times in the playoffs. I looked this up, so there's not a lot of big history in the postseason. But the Bounty Bowls in '89. Bounty Bowl 1, Bounty Bowl 2 were such good stuff because after the game, you had a red-faced Jimmy Johnson saying, I went to go shake Buddy Ryan's hand, but he ran his fat ass off the field before I could get to him. And I was like, oh, that's good hatred right there.
Oh, yeah. Well, that makes
look at you, Steve. I love the pullback. I love it, man.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
All right, so next is the Bucks and the Rams. The Rams won a very good one against Seattle last week. Can the Bucks bounce back and knock off the Rams?
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, man. I had the Rams losing last week, and the Rams showed me something. I mean, and I tell you, the thing that really showed me wasn't just, everyone's talking about Stafford and whatever like that. It was that defense.
Yeah.
I mean, the way they just threw Darnold in knots all game long. And that's the thing. Darnold is not a quarterback that just has a bad game just because. He saw a defense that he has not seen over the past 5 weeks. And so I was actually really impressed with the Rams win. I think this is going to be a very exciting game to watch because you do have 2 good and high caliber offense that are going against each other. But I do think that home field does matter. I think the Rams have the home field advantage. And the Rams showed me something last week with that win on Seattle. So I'm going with LA on this one.
All right, the Panthers are going all the way across the country. People go from east to west or west to east. They normally don't do that very well. And they're playing against the 49ers team with a lot of injuries, but they keep winning. Who winning this game?
Yeah, the Panthers are going to go all the way across the country just to get their tails whipped. That's going to be a long flight back. But, and I had someone telling me the other day, they're like, the Panthers looked really good last week in their OT. I'm like, y'all beat them. Good win. You beat the Falcons in overtime. So I don't think that the Panthers are going to travel well. I don't think the Panthers are a consistent team. And listen, B-Mitch, you're right about the Niners and their health. And they have not been healthy all year long. But this is probably the healthiest that they have been all year when you consider all the various injuries that they have had. So I think the 49ers, I think we get a big day out of McCaffrey, and I think the 49ers, beat the Panthers.
All right. So far you're taking all the home teams here, Governor.
Yeah. Home field advantage matters, man.
I probably can imagine what you're going to take in the next game. Okay, you got the Gang Green coming to play against the Purple. Jets taking on the Ravens. What happens in this game?
Yeah, Gang Green feels about right because all of them seem they inflicted with something.
It's rotting. The team is
they're all
decaying.
Rotten. They're all rotten. The Jets. And listen, I got to give respect to my man Tyrod Taylor, only because he's a former Raven.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's gonna be under center for the Jets. But this is just a bad football team. And literally, it's the offense, it's the defense, it's the special teams, it's the coaching. It's across the board. This is just not a good football team. And the fact that they now have to come to Baltimore, which, and one thing I will say, B-Mitch, is that, yes, we are on a 4-game winning streak. This would not have been the 4 most impressive games, though.
Yeah.
I think the Ravens keep winning, and listen, I'll take an ugly win over a pretty loss any day of the week.
Yeah.
But these have not been really impressive games. I think the Ravens still have a lot to show. But I also think that we're playing the Jets, and we're going to be okay because the talent level of the Ravens versus the talent level of the Jets, it's not even in the same conversation at this point. And I don't think the Jets at all are going to have an answer for the Ravens running game and for what Derrick Henry is about to do to the New York Jets. So I think the Ravens, they hold home court.
Gangrene, the death of body tissue caused by loss of blood supply or serious bacterial infection, most commonly affecting the arms and legs or affecting the New York Jets.
There you go. I got you 30 and 20.
Feels about right.
30 and 25. You win all home teams. I'm kind of thinking one of those home teams going to lose. I think they're going to be the Cowboys. I think the Eagles defense is going to mess up Dak. But I'm looking to see you sitting at 34 and 26 or either 35 and 25 at the end of this week. We will see.
Let's go.
All right, man.
And when you add that down to our history, man, I'm getting near. I'm getting ready to throw on my yellow jacket, man.
All right. Well, we'll talk to you next week as we do every week, man. Appreciate you for the time.
Hey, I appreciate you guys. Thanks.
All right, that's Governor Wes Moore joining us from the state of Maryland, making his picks as he does every week. And
I like that. The Gov.
I like the picks. We'll see which one, though. I just don't know about the Cowboys thing.
Question, because I'm not fully familiar with the entirety of the segment. Is he allowed to mention point spreads?
He never mentioned point spread.
Does he?
You ever noticed that?
Is it because he's not allowed as governor?
I don't know.
So these are straight up picks.
Just straight up picks.
Okay, so these are money line picks.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how we do it.
So yeah, 30 and 25 is not great money line.
Yeah, he'll take some wild picks though. He'll take the underdogs a lot of times.
Okay. I was going to say, did he take any dogs this week?
Yeah, the Eagles.
Eagles.
Cowboys. The Cowboys
are a dog of 3.5.
Yep.
Niners are -7. The Rams are -7.
The Chiefs are -3.5.
And the Chiefs, yes, they are. They're favored.
Yeah.
So there you go. By the way, about the Niners, Kyle, when he was here, I was pretty hard on him on the radio.
Uh-huh.
Because he is a Nepo baby. Let's not mince words.
You were on. I was hard on him too.
He's what?
I was hard on him too.
Oh, okay. You're not a Nepo baby.
Oh, no.
So he's a Nepo baby, but he's made the most of it, and he's really damn good. And so I don't mind when somebody who got their start because their dad was in the business, whether it's the NFL or broadcasting or whatever, when they become their own guy and when they show a real aptitude for doing something hard. And what Kyle has done with this Niner team this year is they show up and they play their ass off every week, losing these major chunks of their team, whether it's Bosa or Warner. Purdy's been out for a long while. They retrofit what they do to fit Mac Jones, who is not anyone's idea of a QB1 in this league, and they find ways to win. And some of their wins have been really grimy, but they're wins. You bag them, you stuff them, you keep moving on. So I have a respect for Kyle Shanahan. He's a hell of a coach. If they hadn't lost those big chunks of their team, and if their wide receivers weren't wiped out to start the year, I would say this is a Super Bowl team. Absolutely.
Santana made me change my opinion of him.
Because?
He told me how great of an offensive mindset he was, and when you can play, he will go all in with you.
That's what I've heard, yes.
If you were on the cusp of not being that good, he don't give a damn about you. So I'm kind of that way myself.
Sure.
If you're not helping me, I don't care for you to be around.
I've heard other people say that Kyle is good not only with the X's and O's and the schemes and everything, but that he can be a dude to the guys in the locker room when needed, and then the coach who says, "Yeah, no, we're not going to do that."
There you go.
When also needed. So,
all right, cool.
Two things right there. Okay, coming up at 1:00, we got Ask B Mitch, and we have two stories about that house next door that we've got to get into in the third hour of today's show. But I'd like to run through the rest of the games that the Gov didn't pick for Sunday.
Let's get it.
Sound good?
Yeah.
That's next. B Mitch and Finley. Zabe sitting in for JP right here on The Fan. For the record, my lunch was Lunchables from Vendo World here.
Ivy knows a lot.
Normally I'd say that they are underrated, but since the last time I had these highly processed and I'm sure terrible for you, miniature turkey, cheese, and cracker sandwiches. Since I last had them, I'm convinced they've changed the formula and not for the better, because these crackers.
The cheese tastes weird too.
Well, and the meat's slimy. Again,
Yeah.
they have to create these things to stay shelf stable for way too long. But I think they've even dumbed it down even further, because that doesn't look like a regular Ritz cracker. That is looking closer to cardboard all the time. But hey, please, the Lunchables Corporation, actually, I think it's a product of, who makes these? Kraft, maybe? Procter and Gamble?
I don't know.
Check the back of it. Anyway, don't come
They were
after
better
me.
back in the day.
Listen, don't come after me, because I still bought them and I kind of liked them. Not a bad lunch. So the Bucks Rams is that Sunday nighter. I think it's got a ton of intrigue. I think it's going to be a hell of a game. Rams are 8-2. Bucks are 6-4. Rams are 7-point favorites in this one. I take you back to December 8th of 2022, in which on Tuesday of that week, Baker Mayfield was released by the Panthers for reasons I don't even know. Why would you just flush a quarterback at that point in the year? I guess David Tepper, their owner, is such a menace. Like, he is Snyder on steroids, basically, that they said, you know what? You can leave now. On Tuesday, he was cut and picked up immediately by the Rams. They had a game Thursday that week against the Raiders on Thursday Night Football. And Baker Mayfield didn't start, but he came in relief, and they were down 16-3. By the time it was done, he was 22 of 35, 230 yards, 2 touchdowns, including the game winner. One of the most amazing performances by a quarterback, just thrown into the fray.
Yeah.
At a point in which the Baker Mayfield stock had never been lower. He'd just been cut by the Panthers, couldn't even make it with the Panthers. I remember that game, and I said, damn, I'm going to have to change my priors on Baker Mayfield, because I was kind of down on him too. The way he left Cleveland, and even he admitted, he's like, look, I had some growing up to do. I got a bit too big for my britches. I needed to be humbled, and I was, and that helped make me a better player than I am today.
Oh, that's why he's getting paid now.
That's why he's getting paid now, and he's fun as hell to watch.
Yeah, he'll go out there and go for it. You know, I think sometimes his ego gets him in trouble, but you know what? It also gives him a chance at all times. The thing about most athletes is they believe they can. He believes and knows he can.
Right.
There are a lot of people that they don't think they can.
Yeah.
They question every damn thing, and they don't. That's why they never make it to where they're supposed to go. But Baker has great belief in him.
He's the best small scrambler in the league. Josh Allen's a big scrambler, and he's not a runner. I would put Lamar Jackson, I'd put Daniels. They're runners. Their top end can separate from you, but Baker can scramble like a chicken in a courtyard through and in and out, and he steps up and through gaps of the pass rush as good as anybody for a smaller guy, and he'll take licks, but he's pretty good at not exposing himself to get completely debacled, and that's huge for his longevity.
Yeah.
Because he gets out there and runs. So that's going to be a fun game on Sunday night. The Ravens, meanwhile, are 5-5, and they're technically favored to win the division still. They've got a 53% chance to win the division. They're 13.5 over the Jets with Tyrod Taylor, who was once the backup to Flacco in Baltimore, never overlapped with Lamar. Lamar, since he came back in his 4-game run, he's got a 115 passer rating and no interceptions.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah. He's been damn good throwing the ball over the last 2-3 years. Well, 4
Sure.
years, right? Obviously. But the thing about him is I just think when he get in certain situations and people dare him to, like, they sit back and make him have to pass the ball, I think at that point, just break the pocket. Because I know when he breaks the pocket normally when he sees the big one. But when people are sitting back and he got 5 yards in front of him,
or 10,
go get it.
Or 12.
Get the 5, get the 6, get the 10. And then as long as you're moving the chains, and then all of a sudden you get them out of that sitting back crap and they're going to make a mistake And then instead of you can hit a crease, or now you got your big boy could beat the hell out of them.
Sure. I think the biggest challenge, I would guess, I wouldn't know, didn't play, but I would guess the biggest challenge is you don't want to fall into the mindset of I'm running at the first sign of pocket collapse. So I would imagine Lamar has worked really hard to become a really good passer in addition to being a threat with his legs, that he wants to suppress that run at first sight, but he's so good at it. And oftentimes the yards are right there.
Yeah.
Take them.
Yeah.
Just take them when you can.
When people think, like the people had the mindset, oh, he can't. When people make him have to throw the ball, he can't do it. Hell, you could throw it, and if you just run a couple of them, all of a sudden
the
they're
throwing
gonna creep.
gets a lot easier.
Yeah, they're gonna start creeping off
Yes.
your guys, trying to make sure they stop you, and you're hitting guys that like a 7-on-7.
Yeah. The Bengals are 3-7. They're going to run Joe Burrow back out there. It looks like he is going to start. He practiced all week, was listed as questionable. This is an interesting one because, like the Commanders with Jaden Daniels, this is their franchise. And he's got a turf toe, which is a very tough, very finicky injury. I'm just wondering, is anyone in Cincinnati going, we shouldn't be playing Joe Burrow at 3-7?
No,
they're like, get him out there.
Joe's gonna play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. The Steelers are expecting Aaron Rodgers to start on Sunday against the Bears at Soldier Field. He is famously the man that Wikipedia says owns the Bears. His record against the Bears, care to take a guess? Over 29 games.
29 games. He's
with the
probably
Packers.
lost 2.
Close. 24-5.
Wow.
That is pretty amazing.
He also has a fractured something in his left hand.
He does. He may wear a small brace, they say, on it.
Brace. We're gonna find out if you're supposed to be out there.
Do you think that'll affect him a lot? I mean, they say that there is a little bit of pain on the snap.
The snap maybe it got some pain. They're gonna probably give him a little shot to figure that out. But you can hit somebody, you can get tackled, and somebody twisted. Hey, when you're hurt, one thing about it is professional football is like living in the jungle. If you are wounded, they're going to find out if you should be out there or not. Point blank.
Yeah. Bears are 7-3. They're in first place in the North. The deepest into the season they've been in first place in a long time. They're obviously feeling it with Ben Johnson. Caleb Williams is playing a hell of a lot better now that he's got competent coaching. So you like to see that. They're 2.5-point favorites. That's going to be a good game at 1:00. All right, quick break. Hour number 4 coming up. Ask B. Mitch, and what about that house next door? That's next.
Bengals head coach Zach Taylor says he has not made a decision yet on Joe Burrow playing on Sunday. He said his goal is to wait as long as they possibly can to make that decision. Burrow was a full participant in practice on Thursday. That is the second day in a row he's listed as a full participant since he injured himself in week 2. Giants quarterback Jackson Dart has not cleared concussion protocol. He will miss New York's Week 12 game against the Lions. That means veteran backup Jameis Winston is in line for his second start with the Giants. And at 7:30 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan, you can tune in as the Wizards face the Raptors in an NBA Cup in-season tournament group play matchup. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
You know it is the happy hour here on the show because we're playing, what is this, Rob Zombie? What is this song again? It's,
Sandstorm.
Sandstorm by Darude. There you go. Turn it up! Come on now! I know for those who are actually working on this Friday, and CK, our boss, says, oh, yeah, nobody comes to work on Fridays now anymore. Downtown, traffic is very light. Well, people are working from home. Even though, B. Mitch, it's the middle of the day still, it's like 5 o'clock for us.
That's
on
it.
This shift. As John Thompson used to say.
5 o'clock somewhere.
That's right. What a great close to that
I'd
show
say,
it was. So it's Ask B. Mitch, your regular Friday segment. And I've got a sponsor here to read. It is, let's see here. Hold on a second. It was in my text chain with you guys, right? We gave away the tickets, correct?
Got that.
Landfill, what's the read? It's in the show sheet, you say?
Right on it. I got it.
Ask B. Mitch Anything is sponsored by Collars & Co., where comfort meets style. Upgrade your look with the dress collar polo today.
There you go. Sorry to not have that handy. Okay. Landfill would like to open the bidding on the questioning.
Oh, boy.
With a question for you about a house that has gained notorious fame in quick fashion in Northern Virginia.
Yeah.
Yes. B. Mitch, have you seen this story in Fairfax County of the person that built this 3-story addition to their suburban home?
Yeah.
How would you handle it if somebody did that next to your house?
We would have an issue because I will be more. They've gone to the county to get their permits. I would be at the county saying, what they're trying to do is infiltrate the rules. He basically has a damn apartment right there and a business. Now, if I have a garage detached from my house, if I were to go now and start training out of my garage, it's the new gym I got over here. Oh, but it's just a garage. People will have a problem with it, and it'll be against the rules in Fairfax. I don't know how they say, well, he kept trying to say in his culture, everybody stays in one spot. Bro, that's
you're in America.
You are basically setting it up to where you're trying to make it into a deal like they're going, but you're not at home. You're here. And a lot of things are different. And then you look at it, it's an eyesore in that neighborhood.
Fairfax County issued the permit saying, okay, you can build it in August to one Michael Nguyen, which is Vietnamese Nguyen, which is like Smith in Vietnamese.
Yeah.
There's a million Nguyen's that are Vietnamese. And he lives with his parents, and he lives with his wife, and he lives with his young children. And he said he is adding an office, more bedrooms, and a playroom to give his family more space. He says, in our culture, we like to take care of our parents, and we don't want to send our parents to a nursing home. So that's the reason why I'm doing the addition, so we can have the grandparents stay with the kids, spend time with them, and stuff like that.
Could it stop at 2-story, and could he have taken it behind the house? Because what I'm looking at, as soon as I saw the picture, I'm like, he's trying to block his neighbors from seeing stuff. Because if you look at it, he just built the wall in between his main house and the neighbor's house. And now I got this big wall, 3 stories in a neighborhood where basically had ramblers.
Right.
And now there's nothing you can see. And I now through my family and to my kids and having my grandparents with the grandkids playing on the sentimental value of everybody.
Well, if I was the neighbor, aside from the aesthetics, if it truly was additional space for true family members, parents, grandparents, kids, that's one thing. I wouldn't be wild about it, but I would have some sympathy. It's when that turns into a mini Motel 6.
That's what it seems
and you're
like.
now renting out the rooms to other non-family members.
And
Then-
cars, extra cars, and blocking and all that.
Yes, exactly. So that would be what would really set me off. Now, Fairfax County Supervisor Pat Harity said a 30-foot high wall, 60 feet long, is no place 8 feet from somebody's property
Yeah, and they
line.
put it too close to the what's called.
Yes. So the county said that the violation in code was not with the building's height. It was the side yard setback that it doesn't meet the 8-foot requirement.
So were they going to move it in or are they going to take it down?
News 4 reported that the county sent a statement noting the violation, writing, staff notified the property owner and is meeting with them to determine the plan to correct this issue and bring the construction into compliance with the county's regulations.
Okay.
Wynn told News 4 he met with county officials and is requesting another site survey be done after Thanksgiving to see if his side yard setback is in violation of the rules. So in other words, he wants a instant replay review of the setback between him and his neighbor.
See,
Like,
and-
are you sure that's not 8 feet right there?
I know people try to play with that you're supposed to leave things a certain distance.
yeah.
And I know this too, even in my neighborhood. And I've let people I say, you sure you're doing it right? And I know they're not doing it right. So I'm letting it happen. Now I'm going to go when I go and just say, this is wrong, it's too close, needs to move. Another thing to do, and then I don't want to hear anything about, oh man, come on. No, move that crap. I'm gonna use other words though.
Right,
'Cause
right,
I
right.
told you before you
I
did.
told you, I warned you.
I said, listen,
That's
make
right.
sure it's right. 'Cause
That shed, that trampoline,
I'm a nice dude
that
right
fire
now.
pit.
Yeah,
you
but
better,
when I
move it
come
up.
in with my survey and they say you're too close or you creeped onto my property, I don't care if it's in the trees.
Yeah.
You creeped onto mine. I have the right to tear down what's on my property.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
If it's on my property, I can destroy it. So I let you do it. So we good.
They say good fences make for good neighbors, but there's always disputes, such as trees that overhang, that grow up to huge heights. If the tree
Say-
is not rooted on your side of the fence,
If this is your property,
yeah,
would you put your house right here?
no,
You put it here.
of course.
Here. You put it here.
Yeah.
And now you want to build stuff over here, which is not your property.
I know, but I'm
I
saying
leave
like,
it at that. No, I'm telling you about this is facts here. This is happening right now.
right.
So I'm good with it.
It's so funny, the whole easements, setbacks, all these regulations, and it can get very complicated. Even like way out where we live on 10 acres, right? At the monogamous compound, as I call it. The community of about a dozen homes total was built with equestrian access in mind. So the master plan that is on the books with the county of Loudoun has a easement for a equestrian trail that goes through people's 10-acre lots.
Through your lot. Wow.
Okay, and so it came up at an HOA meeting once about because like nobody uses these horse trails really. Can we just take that off the books? And the word was from those who know, they said, no. Don't try. Because as soon as the horse community out there in Loudoun
They're gonna
finds
get
out
out.
about, you know what they'll do? They'll trailer their horses in to ride the easement on purpose to say, oh, no, we're using this thing. And then you're in a war with the horse people.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
They
I'm
don't-
not
and
getting into a
They
war.
don't give a damn about it right now
I
until
know.
somebody say they don't want it.
Right, exactly. So one of our neighbors, Christy, she's got a couple horses. She's a lovely woman. Occasionally she comes clip-clopping onto my 10 acres and I wave and I smile and I say, isn't it lovely to be out in the country? And I don't give two about anything because I'm generally speaking one of these guys who's like, as long as it's not too obnoxious, I'm going to let you live your life. Now, this huge addition, this is a bit much and would be very troubling, but this is also where I'm assuming the neighborhood has no HOA. And that's a whole nother ball of wax because HOAs can be a pain in the ass.
They are the absolute worst.
They're the worst.
But they also they try to make things uniform until they like somebody and they go against what the damn HOA statement state.
HOAs,
then they don't want to go against it because they know they made a mistake.
I know. HOAs are the worst until you need one. And these neighbors on either side of this atrocity in Fairfax County need an HOA so bad, but it's too late because they don't have one. Yeah. And this guy is one instant replay ruling of getting his setback approved from keeping this mini Motel 6 in his otherwise ranch-style suburban Fairfax County neighborhood.
Yeah.
Tough deal. Landfill, when this caught your eye, did you have a proposed solution or a proposed counterattack to the blight that is this new addition if you were the neighbor next door?
I mean, it's bad. I guess you just got to sue. Otherwise, run for the county board of supervisors and try to overturn it somehow.
They're really not going to vote for you when they know you're coming in there just for that.
That sounds like a lot of work.
Or just bill a guy $800 a month or something.
Okay. How about sort of music warfare?
That could work.
Say, I will see your mini Motel 6 and I will raise you with death metal at all hours of the night, pointed right at your addition. And you'll have to knock on my door. Sir, can you turn the music down? Oh, sorry, can't hear you. In fact, play Sandstorm. There you go. Hey, neighbor, how's it going over there? Nice day, isn't it?
Hey, I'll tell them, if that wall wasn't there, man, I wouldn't have to turn it so loud.
Yeah.
Me and my neighbor on the other side trying to have a party together.
I would maybe one day I would sit there and I'd say, let me get my tennis racket and a tennis ball and start practicing my forehand off the side of the house.
You know,
like it's a big wall. Oh, I'm sorry, neighbor. Didn't know. I thought I was going to play tennis here.
Yeah,
this could get really ugly.
It could.
And hopefully.
Well, the lady I saw on TV last night said that the guy has come over and they've had some very, very constructive and nice conversations.
Yeah, that doesn't take down the mini Motel 6.
In other words,
you know what that does? It means
I'm trying to butter you up so I don't have to do anything.
Right.
That's what's happening.
So, since it is Ask B Mitch Anything Friday, I have an Ask B Mitch that you already know the answer to because I did prep you on this, but I was stunned given this story about that house next door that you guys were unaware of Kayla, the Herndon tunnel lady.
Yeah.
That
one is crazy.
Okay, so have I blown your mind about Kayla, the Ukrainian-born engineer who is building a giant series of tunnels and catacombs, no exaggeration, 30 feet below her Herndon home?
The question I would ask is this, and I hope that the county is smart enough to understand. When you start building that stuff underground 30 feet, do they ever move to a point where now you're starting to make the neighbor's yard become less stable and you're making their foundation become less stable? Because if it's directly under your house, cool. Because, I'm like, whatever happens, happens. If you didn't do the right stuff, that's on you. But do they ever get to the point where they start off to be like just a little thing? Now she's starting to expand. Does she keep expanding?
Oh, if you're 30 feet under, now you're jeopardizing the entire Jenga pile that is the neighborhood.
There you go.
And I would not feel confident as her neighbor, even with proper setbacks, even with proper permitting, that this thing is good for me as a neighbor. Now,
I don't buy it.
I've got Julie Donaldson did a great piece for Fox 5. Let's go ahead and play this piece here. It'll be a good explainer to Kayla, the Herndon engineer tunnel lady who has gone viral on TikTok.
Yeah, college nights and weekends, they're spent building her own personal cave, as she calls it. And look, she is famous for it. Now, her followers, they started as engineers and contractors as such, but it quickly grew into a fascination of fans from across the globe that had an interest in what she was doing. And she said it all started quite simply back in 2022.
When I first started this, I was like, I want a small storm shelter / emergency
It always
shelter.
starts small.
And I don't know how difficult and complicated tunneling is going to be. So maybe I'll just go 5 feet.
And 5 feet.
So this is the entrance tunnel.
Turned into 30.
It is not easy in any sense of the word, but it was easier than I had imagined.
And so she kept going
not
as
easy
one
at all,
bucket
by the
turned into over 100 tons of rock.
Some people go to the gym every day. This is my gym.
Being lifted from below her home. Now, she had to overcome some bureaucracy, but is back at it with the goal of creating a miniature workshop that she hopes to extend another 30 feet. And why is that?
So the mess doesn't cause the house to get dusty. Because a lot of the things that I like to do, whether it's cutting stone or cutting steel, there's a lot of grinding, there's a lot of sanding, and that just makes a huge mess in the house.
So there you go. You have to see this
But
woman.
this is where my question comes in.
Subterranean.
Is she doing it by herself? Because at first it looked like she was doing everything by herself.
Okay. That is a great question, and it is the essential question because she's a petite lady who's not super young. She's not like some lumberjack woman who can swing an axe or whatever.
Yeah.
So she does show what she does to do all the work. She welds these giant buckets with winches that serve as debris elevators with release chutes that carry hundreds of pounds of rock and dirt out of her basement. She shows herself. You know what else is she's doing? She's not just tunneling under her house. And by the way, these tunnels have...
She's building stuff while she's down there.
Right. The tunnels have electricity, ventilation, drainage, all kinds of stuff. She has poured concrete into rebar supported arches to keep the tunnel solid and from collapsing. Where I've seen videos on our TikTok of, okay, here's the cement truck today. We're going to pour the concrete. And she's learning how to do all this via YouTube videos, reading about it, just kind of figuring it out on her own. And nobody ever appears in her videos but her.
Yeah.
She also mines what she is calling castle blocks, which is, imagine a boulder the size of this console here, this table. And imagine her drilling holes into it, 1/4-inch holes with a giant stone drill, 8 to 12 inches deep, filling that with this special crack expanding compound, and then putting a shunt of rebar in it and pounding the rebar into the hole as hard as possible in a series of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 down the fault line of the giant boulder, and then having it crack, and then repeating and repeating and repeating till she gets castle blocks the size of 2 feet by 12 inches and probably weighing 60 pounds each that she is going to build a castle with. She's doing all this on her TikTok. Purportedly. We don't know, B. Mitch.
If someone else is doing this.
If there's other helpers behind the scenes.
It has to be other helpers. I can't see one person even like to be able to do what you've seen. One person can't do it by themselves. And now this is the kicker. They're selling these 1/4 inch pieces of rock for $35.
Yes, that's the other thing, is that she's got so many fans that to raise money, she's saying, if you would like to support me, buy a rock from one of my digs, $35.
That's why I believe the world is going to hell in a handbasket. I mean,
no, they're just fans. They're fans of
fans.
She also has a regular office job as like an engineer, so this is all side hustle stuff. Well, I don't think she's got any man in her life. I don't know where a man would fit. I don't know what a date
He'll
would
probably
look
be
like
dead
for
by
her.
now because he's working too damn hard.
You think she would put him to work?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
You want to be my man, you got to work.
You would not to work? Build tunnel. Hey, babe. Instead of digging tonight, can we go see a movie? No. Must build tunnel.
I love
tunnel
innovation.
must go deeper.
I love innovation. I love
Keep working. You soft-handed American. I knew I should have brought Ukraine husband with me.
I love all the stuff. I like the mindset, but you have to be affecting the other stuff around. You just have to be.
One of these
I'll
days,
see it.
headline, Herndon woman's house collapse. Neighborhood is cordoned off for geological assessment.
Or even MERS. Some other stuff could be going
Ask
down.
B. Mitch. 800-637-1067 is the number. We'll get to your question.
800-636-1067.
Oh, what did I say? I said 637. Sorry. 800
That's the same number JP gave out one time.
1067. Ask B. Mitch anything. That's next. You're listening to The Fan.
The Green Bay Packers offense could be receiving a late season reinforcement soon. Wide receiver Jaden Reed practiced today for the first time since week 2. They opened up his 21-day practice window. Buccaneers running back Bucky Irving has not played since week 4, but he is trending up, according to head coach Todd Bowles. The running back has been at practice, but he is not ready for game day action just yet. Someone else who is not ready for game day action, Jackson Dart. He will not return to the Giants this week when they take on the Lions. Interim head coach cited Dart's lack of progression through protocol as the reason he will miss this week, not the fact that the organization are just being extra cautious with the young quarterback. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's a Friday. We are winding it down. We've got Ask B. Mitch Anything. We got callers lined up. 800-636-1067. Here we go. Let's start with Gerald and Ashburn. First up on Ask B. Mitch Anything.
What up, Joe?
Hey, Zay. Good to hear your voice.
Thank
Mitch.
You. Yo.
Mitch, where can I get a good bowl of gumbo in the DMV?
Oh, man.
Good gumbo.
I be honest with you, I can't tell you anywhere because I don't go out and get gumbo around here. I get it from
Why
my
not?
house.
You make your own gumbo?
Yes. It used to be Okra's was in Manassas. They used to have good gumbo.
There's got to be a good gumbo joint.
I haven't
in our
found a good gumbo
vast
place here in
okay.
ever.
You have high standards. Being
I
a
do.
Louisiana boy who makes his own. How about good enough gumbo? That's what Gerald wants. He wants good enough
and
gumbo.
then the other place, Louisiana is usually right there at the corner of New York Ave, right by the Renaissance Hotel. It's gone.
Really?
I used to go to that place too. So all the places I used to go to are no longer there.
Are there any restaurants that specialize in all Louisiana stuff? Gator, gumbo, crackling.
Yeah, all over Louisiana.
By the way, crackling.
I've really found nobody right
trash,
here.
by the way. You know that.
Depending on how you get it cooked.
Gerald, I wish I had a better answer for you, but apparently you've stumped B. Mitch.
Yeah.
A rare thing. You stumped B.
That's
Mitch.
what I need then. Mitch, that's what I need. Next time you're making some gumbo, you can just invite me out.
There you go.
All right.
There you go.
We'll do that soon.
Yeah. Give me your number.
Landfill, let you know.
Give me your number, address. I'll give me your email. All right, let's go to Mike in Culpeper. You're next up.
What up,
Ask
Mike?
B. Mitch anything.
What's up, Mitchell?
How you doing?
I got a question for you. Back in '91, I was cruising up East Capitol, and I got stopped at the light at Benning Road. I looked over to the right at the shrimp boat, and guess I seen 3 people coming out the shrimp boat. Dick Smith, the jazz singer, the X-Ray Skin, Chuck Brown, and I could swear you was with him.
Nah, that wasn't me.
You sure now?
Yeah. I'm sure it wasn't me.
Wasn't me.
But I might have been over in that area, but I wasn't with Chuck Brown and Dick Smith.
All right, well, bless his soul, but I was just checking. I swore I seen you hang with the 3.
All right, hold on,
But
Mike.
you had a-
Mike,
you have
who
a
else
beautiful
was
day
there?
now.
Who else was there, Mike? Real quick. Who else was there? Okay, Mike is gone. I was going to try to investigate more. Sounded like your "yeah, it wasn't me" was a bit quick.
Nah, it wasn't me.
A bit quick.
I never
B.
been to the
Mitch.
shrimp boat with Chuck Brown.
A bit quick and sort of presumptive. Like you use that phrase a lot. Yeah, no, wasn't me.
Wasn't me. Yeah, me and Shaggy.
You ever wasn't me? You ever
Started dancing on the counter. Wasn't me.
wasn't me?
But no, I never been to the shrimp boat
You ever-
when Chuck was there.
Okay. You ever see
I've been to the shrimp boat though.
have you seen Eddie Murphy's Raw, the comedy show that was turned into a movie?
Saw
that was
some
in
of it, yeah.
theaters? Okay. Remember the part about him cheating on his wife and she caught him with the woman in bed and he's running after her and he's naked, but she's like screaming and he's like, wasn't me. He's like, he's like, you start defending the highest point of ground in the argument. He started with wasn't me, even though the woman came in
and saw him
the
in the
woman.
bed.
He's naked. She's running out of the house. Wasn't me.
And my brother said, "You gonna believe me or your lying eyes?"
Exactly. Let's go to Welsh Timothy. Oh, no, did I hang up on him or he hang up on me? Either way, call back. Let's go to Linwood in Reston. Ask B. Mitch anything.
What's up, Linwood?
Hey, what's up, HOFB Mitch someday? And Dave, thank you for entertaining us and keeping us informed. I have a question about air fryers. B. Mitch, what air fryer do you use and why?
I couldn't tell you the one we have at the name of it at the house. I use it because
Foodie Ninja?
My wife bought it, and you don't have to use all the oil to get it cooked. That's the
I
main
appreciate
reason.
that. Well, when you come up with that next section that was recommended by Dave for Fridays, just let us know then. Thank you.
All right, cool.
Yep.
I mean, that's the main thing about it. Because like they came out with so you're not fried turkeys, and when you frying turkeys, you put a lot of peanut oil in the pot, and then they came out with this thing called an infrared fryer, and I was like, I'm gonna try that out. And the turkey goes in, and you do the little, and the heat comes from different angles. Infrared.
Wow.
So, and you end up frying it just like a damn regular fried turkey, but there's no oil in the pot.
So how does it get juicy and succulent without oil?
Because it cooks it from the outside.
Okay. Seals in
the
juices.
And what it said, like you can, if you want to make it more crispy, you could put like just rub some oil. So you could use what's called it the avocado oil. You could healthy stuff.
Okay.
But a lot of people are allergic to peanut oil, so you get rid of that.
Yeah, well, thankfully I'm not, because I love peanut oil.
Me too.
And fried turkey. I've got the Ninja Foodie 6-in-1 indoor grill with air fryer, $219 at Target. So it does both. It'll grill a steak and it'll air fry. It's got various little things you put in there.
Sear it, then throw it in the air fryer and cook it the rest of the way.
I could.
There you
God,
go.
I never thought about
Yeah.
that. Let's go to Roosevelt in White Plains. You're next up. Ask B. Mitch anything.
What's up, man?
Hey, how you doing? Let me say something real quick before I ask my question. When I was a kid, it was a football player named Ken Houston.
Yeah.
He was my
bad man.
favorite football player ever. And as an adult, when I seen a young man take a kickoff against the Detroit Lions as a rookie and ran all the way, that was Brian Mitchell, and that became my next favorite player.
Appreciate
it. Now about the Commanders, I think on offense, we just need a couple of things. Do you think it's wise to go all in as far as free agency and the draft, more on the defense?
I think it's better to improve the defense because right now it seems to be more depleted than the offense is. And I understand, and people talk about it all the time about when you have a franchise quarterback, they will make people around them better. But I just think that the offense is ahead of the defense already. If you bring the defense up to par, you don't put so much stress on your offense, and then you help your defense grow with it. Just like last year, when they were doing everything right, Jaden and that offense were having those long, sustained drives, which allowed the defense to go on the field fresh.
Yeah.
And that defense played better than what they were.
They definitely punched above their weight class.
This year, they're not getting all of those long, sustained drives, and they're going on the field tired and things of that nature. And now they're playing worse than what they are.
Yeah.
So, you need to try to at least bring it together. Like if you had a strong enough offense, you get it as good as you can because then you can help your defense out. But if you can elevate both of them kind of slightly at the same time, you make your team a lot better overall.
All right, Roosevelt.
Okay, thanks.
Appreciate you, brother.
There you go. For you kids out there, Ken Houston made one of the all-time franchise tackles in an October game against the Cowboys, dirty stinking Cowboys. Skins were up 14-7 late, and Houston stopped Walt Garrison at the 1-inch line to preserve the victory. It was shades of what Wagner did last week in Barcelona.
Yeah.
Or not Barcelona, but in Madrid with that goal line where he bowed up. That was so awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Just squared up and said, nope.
You're not going in there.
Not today, Satan. Let's go to Tim in Falls Church. You are next up. Ask B. Mitch anything.
Hey, Zabe, great to have you back. B. Mitch, always loved you.
Appreciate
the caller who was asking about the best gumbo. Now, B. Mitch, I'm not sure if it's as good as yours. RT's Seafood in Del Rey. It's been there about 17, 18
I've
years.
been to RT's before.
It's excellent.
Yeah,
and
I hadn't been there
it's in
so long, I
Delray. It's
forgot it was
nestled.
there.
It's not in the main part of Delray, and they have other really good items. But I searched for the best gumbo a couple of years ago, and I finally landed at RT's, so I highly recommend it.
RT's, yep, I've been there before.
Okay, does that gumbo have big chunks of celery or small chunks? Because I don't like
It's small chunks, and you can get multiple different kinds of meat.
Yeah,
it's very, very good. Really
Okay.
cool
If you-
bar, great restaurant.
Gator, duck, possum.
I'm not sure about that.
All the delicacies of the South.
It's not based in Louisiana, B-Mitch. It's based in Delray.
But if you, God, Evan Xavier gave you all those things. I don't want all that crap. If you
What's the best meat for gumbo?
Oh man, the easiest is chicken sausage.
Okay.
But you can add. I do chicken sausage, shrimp, and crab, all of them at once.
Oh,
yeah. But the thing of it, if you cook your vegetables down, let them saute enough, you won't see no chunks of celery in there.
Okay.
It'll all dissolve
Or you
into
can
the,
just leave
into
them
the
out.
roux. It'll
Or you can
dissolve.
you can just leave them out.
See, that's
Picky
what I'm saying.
Pete.
JP don't eat onions.
Yeah.
If I bring a pot of gumbo in here, I got 10 to 12 onions that big.
Oh no!
And you don't taste none of it.
Yeah, you do.
No, you don't.
Then why'd you put them in?
I put them in because it makes the flavor, but you can't tell me. You can't tell me there's onion in it.
Oh, yes, I can.
No, you can't.
No, you have no idea how much of a picky Pete I am.
Promise you can't.
You can put me blindfolded in an aircraft hangar with one onion. I would find it
that's
within
fresh
a minute.
onion. That's fresh. I'm not giving you fresh onion. It's gonna be sauteed so much you're gonna be like, damn, this stuff good. It didn't even have onion in it.
My nose and my taste will suss that onion out and will reject it out of hand. Okay. Do we need to read before we go to break?
I got you.
We got tickets to give away?
Nope, no tickets.
Okay. All right. Read coming up. Final segment. Who knows what we got left, but stay with us. One more to go. We got B. Mitch and Finley. Zabe sitting in for JP on the bye week.
All right, the B-Mitch and Finley AAA Club Alliance poll question of the day. What are you hoping for the remainder of the Commanders season? And Landfill put 4 different things here. You want to lose for a draft pick. You want a healthy Jaden and Terry. You want to beat the Cowboys on Christmas. Or you just wait for next season. And I think right now, the healthy Jaden and Terry were winning and also level up with new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA, plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. Already a AAA member? Upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. All right, B-Mitch here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the absolute best, and they've installed new systems in my house, 3 of them, and I felt the difference instantly. And here's the best part. Rude's systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. It's comfort and convenience, perfectly balanced. Also, you don't have to worry about the savings. Listen, I'm going to tell you about them. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. I definitely utilize that. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
I believe this is the weekend, not the weekend, the weekend.
The Weeknd?
Yes, that's how it's actually spelled. The Weeknd's real artist name, I got to look this up. He was the halftime act in Tampa.
It's a while ago, yeah.
2021,
He
the year that
performed well,
the
too.
Buccaneers won it with Brady.
Yeah.
And yeah, he surprised me. I did not really know much about him. Maybe Bad Bunny will do the same. for
Everybody's
me.
talented.
Yes,
Talented.
my Spanish is terrible, and I have a daughter who's a Spanish teacher, so maybe she can coach me up. Maybe I don't even need to know the lyrics.
You don't need to know the lyrics,
as long
but
as the beats are
and
good.
You and everybody else start moving to it.
Yeah.
So my neighbor Sammy's from El Salvador, and a lot of his brother-in-law and a lot of his other family, they listen to Bad Bunny a lot. So on the golf course, I get to listen to it.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you, he got some stuff that will make you move.
Okay. Well, we'll see how it goes.
He make the ladies move, so the guys will be moving next to him.
Yes, the Super Bowl LAX, Super Bowl Licks, as the Roman numerals go, is 79 days away. New Year's 40 days away. Christmas 33 days away, and we're 1 week away
33
from Black Friday. I'm going to be on Friday of next week because nobody else wants to be, and that's fine. I'm going to go door busting at 4 a.m. I already told Walker, I said, let's go you and I door bust at 4 a.m. Come on in and talk about the experience. Try to find a VCR for $6 or something crazy like that. Of course, nowadays in the days of Amazon, nobody really goes out at dark 30 on Black Friday just to get the good deals.
They still do.
They do?
Yeah, man.
For what?
People go buy
For
stuff.
things?
Listen, man, let's be real. And it's mostly women. Women are always going to find the deals, bro. They gonna beat it. But I just watched the thing not long ago. I was laying in the house and it said, listen, stop getting fooled by the Black Friday crap. All they do is raise the prices up before it, and then they lower it. And they tell you, you're getting 50% off. When you ultimately look at what the price normally is, you're not really getting much off.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
sometimes the prices are exactly the damn same.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's a power bank that I am looking for my devices. And it's not like I don't have many power banks, but this one is bigger, better, faster, stronger, more wattage, so it can power more stuff.
They work with their marketing when they market to you. That's all they do.
And so this thing, I'm looking at it and I'm like, am I really going to buy an Anker power bank for $109 a week before Black Friday? Shouldn't I wait? There's got to be a Black Friday sale on Amazon at some point. And then I asked a buddy, I said, is there a way to set alerts for items you want on Amazon where it'll tell you, hey, it's now on sale? Because that's all I need in terms of a hard count football wise. To get me to jump off sides, B. Mitch, and buy this thing that I probably don't really need.
So it's 109. What is it right now?
109 right now.
It's gonna be $108.99 on Black Friday.
But they'll have relisted the list price to $139.
Yeah,
and they'll say it's $20 off.
Football Talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
All right. Lock of the week is Lions -10 against the now Jackson Dartless Giants. You know why? Because it's a Men in Black special. Remember the red pen light in Men in Black? They would just point it in front of your face. Will Smith, you don't remember anything. Tommy Lee Jones, you don't remember anything. The last thing you saw about both the Lions and the Giants are going to be totally different. The Giants outperformed what they were against the Packers, and the Lions struggled against the Eagles. Red pen light, it changes. Lay the 10. That's my pick.
There you go.
All right. B. Mitch, great ride. Thank you. Have a great
too, brother.
weekend.
Appreciate you, man.
Thanks for having me, and we will see you next time.
Peace.
This sports update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. 7:30 p.m. right here on The Fan is tip-off. You can tune in as the Wizards face the Raptors in an NBA Cup in-season tournament group play matchup. In Week 12 in the NFL, we have a ton of quarterback news. Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers is questionable to play Sunday against the Bears per head coach Mike Tomlin. If he can't go against the Bears, backup Mason Rudolph is in line to start. Giants quarterback Jackson Dart remains in concussion protocol. He will not play on Sunday against the Lions. James Winston will make his second straight start. Russell Wilson, the backup. Bengals head coach Zach Taylor says he has not made a decision yet on Joe Burrow playing this Sunday. He's going to wait until the last minute. That is his plan, but there is a chance we see Burrow this weekend. This November, only score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and a $500 off every door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What's up and happy Friday. Welcome in. We're Grant and Danny, and you are listening live to 106.7 The Fan. We are out and about today, out west in Manassas at Uptown Alley. This place is really cold. There are lanes for you to bowl. There's laser tag. There is an arcade. There's a mall here and a really, really nice, cool bar with great drinks and food. And, oh, yeah, we're here, too, talking about football all day long from 2 to 6:30. Come on out to Uptown Alley in Manassas.
I thought you were doing a bit. There actually is laser tag. I think I made a joke. This place has everything. It's like a one-stop shop. You want to bowl, you want to play arcade games, you want to eat delicious food, watch your sports, hang out, good restaurant. It's got everything. And I'm like, oh, good joke, Grant. They have laser tag also? I literally just looked up and saw the sign for laser tag for the first time. There's an entire laser tag thing here.
I haven't played laser tag in a while, but when I got here, I wanted to play laser tag really badly.
Yep.
And we've got two members of our promotions team. We've got an engineer and then me, you, and Toby. We should have done 3-on-3 laser tag before this show kicked off. I haven't done laser tag since I was at a birthday party when I was like 14.
Name something really fun. I'll start. Laser tag.
Name something really fun you haven't done in a long time that used to be awesome. I'll start. Laser tag.
I beat me to it. That was going to be my answer.
You can bowl as well. You like arcades? Who doesn't like arcades?
Seriously.
I get out here and I always text my wife and say, bring the kids. Let's do this thing. Let's have a family day at Uptown Alley in Manassas. So come on out. We're going to be here until 6:30. We're giving away Wizards tickets on the show today at 3 o'clock and at 4 o'clock. So you'll have a chance to win tickets to go see the Wizards by listening to us right here on The Fan. Bill Bender covers college football. I want to ask him about James Franklin of Virginia Tech. We didn't talk about this, but Mike Locksley is safe at Maryland despite a disastrous season. He will be back with the Terps. We'll ask Bender about that. JMU is ranked as a big game with Washington State this weekend. We can discuss that and the rest of the slate in college football on a Commanders bye-week weekend with Bill Bender coming up at 3 and then our Beltway Blitz at 4. We're giving away the second batch of those Wizards tickets. But, Danny, I want to start with last night. There was a lot of good sports to consume. Nationally, you had Thursday night football, and here we go again with an upset. Whatever you think's going to happen on Thursday night football, just assume the opposite is about to take place. The Bills lose in Houston to the Texans. Final was 23-19. This was not just the Texans. This was the Davis Mills-led, C.J. Stroud-less Texans. And yet, Buffalo, 2 picks of Josh Allen, 8 sacks of Josh Allen.
And it felt like more than that, too.
They couldn't get out of their own way offensively. They scored on their first drive. They didn't score another touchdown all night long. Just like that, Houston is off the mat. They're 6-5. They got a real shot moving forward to make the playoffs. And these 7-4 Bills have lost 2 in a row, 3 of 4. They're in a bad way.
So I kept beating this drum, and congrats to Houston Texans, Darius Cameron. You know, he's a major Houston Texans fan. He's a mark, as they say.
He called his shot yesterday on the show. He said the Bills and Josh Allen rarely play well at that stadium that gets renamed every 2 years. I think it's NRG.
Reliant NRG Stadium at Houston, should be the Oilers Field.
Texans, Dameron was on to something.
He smelled, listen, this is an elite defense. Them and the Broncos are very similar teams.
Yes, I agree.
Right? This is a top-flight, championship caliber, that good defense, and their offense struggles. Again, who am I talking about? Now, Denver's got more heroics. They've gotten some breaks. They've won some of these close games that Houston has not won. Right? They lost by a field goal to the aforementioned Broncos. They lost a one-score game to Tampa by a point. A remarkable comeback in that one. They lost a one-score game to the Rams, lost a one-score game to the Jaguars. This has never been a bad team. Their offense is struggling. That's the story because of the renaissance of a couple years ago of C.J. Stroud and company and Nico Collins, everybody bursting onto the scene, and that was what got all the headlines. But this defense has kept them in a million games. They were a pain in the butt to play against. Again, they are limited offensively. That's not a high-ceiling team, but they are good enough to beat some people, and it's finally kind of come back here as they've won. What is it now? Is it like 7 of 8 or 7 of 9 games to revitalize their season?
DeMeco Ryans is also a really good head coach and certainly a leader of men type. You know, one of these guys that's going to batten down the hatches when the going gets tough and players respond to, and you've seen that with them this year for sure. But what I was thinking about as that game ended last night was the AFC playoff picture not only feeling wide open, but we might have some new blood.
It's a little muddy, isn't it?
Coming out of the AFC this year. Because forever it's been the Chiefs and the Bills, and if Joe Burrow's healthy, the Bengals, and then kind of everybody else. That's kind of been the entering the season thought. I would throw the Ravens maybe into
Ravens
that
have
mix.
been in that club. Like, who's going to lose to the Chiefs, basically?
13, 14 wins most years. Lamar Jackson's an MVP candidate. But look at right now. The Chiefs are 5-5, not currently in the playoffs. The Bills are 7-4. They're 6th in a conference where 7 teams get in. Lost 2 in a row, 3 of 4. The Ravens are 5-5. They're 10th in the AFC. They're climbing fast, but they're not in the playoffs right now. Those are the teams we're talking about. The Bengals, who have the other of the MVP-type quarterbacks, Burrow's been hurt all year, are not going to make the playoffs. So in place of those teams like the Chiefs, who, by the way, are probably going to get in, and now the new thing this week is everybody saying they're better this year than they were last year. They're looking up the offensive numbers to justify that. I don't think that's completely wrong. But do people realize they're 0-5 against teams right now that are currently playoff teams? 0-5 in 5 games this year.
Yeah, their schedule's been really arduous, and they have not. I mean, last year they won every close game. That's not hyperbolic. They won every close game they were in the regular season. This year, I think they've lost every one of those. So the regression is powerful, and we're acting like, what's the deal? That's all it is to me, is a simple statistical evening of what is generally unsustainable, which is winning one-possession games.
Their only win this season against a playoff team, I guess so they're 1-4. I think I said 0-5. But their one win was against the Detroit Lions, who are currently in. But they're 0-5 in or 5-0 rather in the non-playoff matchups that they've had. So it's very much a binary. Do they play a good team? They probably lose. Do they play a bad team? They win. But right now, this moment, they're not in the playoffs. The Bills, we've talked about. The Ravens, we've talked about. So who's there? Well, here's your new blood. Hard-charging Denver. The Broncos right now are the number 1 seed in the AFC. And everyone wants to belittle them because of their offense and Bo Nix. They just beat Kansas City in a show-me game, in a game where we heard all week long that was the biggest regular season games played by Mahomes in his career. That him and Reed together, they haven't had a regular season game that important in terms of trying to win their division. And Denver, toe-to-toe with them, beats them. By the way, the Broncos have not had a playoff win in 10 years. They're 9-2. You want some new blood. Who's the 2 seed in the AFC? The Patriots. New England has not won a playoff game, believe it or not, in 8 years.
Yeah.
That's crazy to me. Because the last playoff game I think Brady played in was that pick 6 against the Titans. Then they went a few years where they didn't go. Then they got there once, and Mac Jones played okay, and they got blown out by the Bills. And so they haven't won a playoff game in nearly a decade. They're 9-2 in the 2 seed. The Colts right now are the 3 seed in the AFC. They haven't won a playoff game in over 7 years. They're 8-2. So you've got Denver, New England, Indy, 3 teams nobody thought would be in the top 3 in the conference. The number 4 seed in the AFC is the Chargers, who have not won a playoff game in 8 years. They're 7-4. I don't think they finish there, by the way. They're going to fall back to the pack. But right now, this moment, Danny, buy or sell, there's a new team coming out of the AFC, and it's not going to be the powerhouses, Kansas City and Buffalo, who are leaking some oil.
I'm still holding out that it's the old guard, and a lot of these new whippersnapper upstarts aren't quite ready for primetime yet. But the data's not in my favor. That's not based on evidence.
Let me make this the poll of the day.
You know what I mean? That's based on the I'm not going to update my file just because I have some priors. That's what it feels like.
Darius, post this on Twitter as our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day. And the question, I think, and I'll pose it to you now, Danny, to kickstart it. I'm giving you Chiefs, Bills, or the entire AFC field. Do you take Buffalo, Kansas City to come out of the AFC, or the entire rest of the field?
Chiefs, Bills. And it's again, not based on evidence.
It's based on Mahomes Allen.
It's based on those two guys. And it's based on a track record. It's based on deposits. Again, I think I've got this right. My 7-year-old has basically seen 1 year where Pat Mahomes wasn't in the AFC title game. And he didn't really see it. He was just a baby who couldn't talk or walk or do anything else. Every other year, that's happened. His entire life has been one thing. And the idea that that's just over now, I'm not accepting it. Kansas City is still not in a good spot. I'm not telling you they are. Would you want them, after ripping off, let's say for the sake of argument, a 6-1 stretch to end the season against a couple of mediocre opponents, by the way, which they absolutely have a chance to do. Tough one this weekend. But if they rip off 6-1 to end the year and are call it the 5 seed or the 6 seed, going on the road a couple times, would you go, oh, yay, it's the Chiefs? You'd be terrified. Everybody would be. They're still, to me, the king, even though they've got food poisoning. They've taken on some water.
Go vote on that now. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny, and our poll of the day on Twitter. It's the G&D Metropolitan Moving and Storage question that we're asking you. Local, long distance, residential, commercial. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. Here's what's crazy is I think I'm going to agree with you. It's just one of those, until you drive a stake through them, they're going to keep coming back. And nobody really has. Now, if you ask me right now, can the Bills get to the Super Bowl? I would say definitely not.
Just doesn't feel like it.
Their defense is bad. Last night, their pass protection looked bad. And if we're being honest, Josh Allen, who played, I thought, a bad game, has had more of them this year than he's had over the last couple of years. And I'm a mark. I love Josh Allen. He's one of the best in the league. That was not pretty. He clearly got flustered. It just didn't go well yesterday. The Chiefs, though, are the team, comically, because they're not in the playoffs right now. They're 5-5. They just lost again to the Denver Broncos, that I look at and I go, that's a good enough defense. They're better on offense than they were last year. They're more explosive down the field. When it's all said and done, they're going to be fine. They're going to win playoff games, and Mahomes is going to do Mahomesy things in January. But be curious to see what that poll says. Before we move on to Alex Ovechkin's hat trick in the Capitals, we had another Al Michaels moment last night that was not great for those of us who want to enjoy the game thoroughly. There's a 4th and 27 play last night. I say this again. 4th and 27, man. And a hook and ladder. I tweeted about the hook and ladder play, and I got 30 people yelling at me that it's hook and lateral. Sure, you can call it that if you want to. It's a hook and ladder. That's what the play is called in my playbook. But anyway, Al Michaels called it first like he'd never seen a hook and ladder. Second, like he just wasn't able to keep up with the play. And third, like maybe just vision-wise, someone stood up right in front of him in the middle of the play and he didn't see it. I don't think that's what happened. But it ruined one of the plays of the year last night on Amazon Prime. How amazing is a 4th and 27 conversion? I ask you.
It was brilliant.
Scale of 1 to 10. How amazing is it if a team playing for it the game, down by 4 with the ball, converts a 4th and 27?
I mean, that's a 9. I mean,
okay.
It's one shy of the game-winning touchdown at the wire.
How about if they do it on a hook and ladder?
Lateral or ladder?
Yeah. How often does that happen, by the way?
Very rarely.
Once a season, would you say?
Perfect call, perfect time. They got the coverage. Everything about it is perfect. It's unbelievable.
Oh, not once a season. Once every 5 seasons or 10 seasons.
Maybe.
No, probably not. Maybe once every 12 seasons, a 4th and 25 or more on a trick play hook and ladder happens, and the team driving to win the game converts it and stays on the field. And this was how it sounded last night on Amazon Prime.
4-man rush again with a spy. And then you got a lateral, and it's going to be inside Texas territory with Shakir.
Ruined the play. Ruined the experience. That should have been such a momentous, amazing, brilliant broadcast moment, and it didn't become that. I'm not saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, I'm watching. Oh, that's tough. There's got to be some knob, right? That you just sort of turn it in the up direction.
You
go clockwise with it and just let's raise up a little.
You got to find a way.
Find a gear
to get up for the big moments, and that's not even just like the biggest moment of that game. That's a Pody kind of moment. That's a play candidate.
mean, imagine Kevin Harlan speaking about it. You know what I mean? Just in that unbelievable voice, just like a machine gun, bop, 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 with all the points. Throw across the middle. It's caught. Lateral to Shakir. Blah, and he's going crazy as he's calling the play, rising to the moment. The moment. It's a big moment.
You would have enhanced the moment if that were the case. Speaking of enhancing the moment, the Capitals finished off a 24-hour period where they played 2 games last night, and they scored 15 goals.
Now, that seems like a lot of goals. 7.5 per game.
7 in game 1 at home. Capital One Arena win over Edmonton. They hit the road to play Montreal last night, and they won up themselves.
Yep.
They scored 8 goals. They got a couple of the kids going. Ethan Frank had a big night with multiple goals last evening. But the story was Alexander the Great. Alex Ovechkin, the Great 8 last night, for the 33rd time in his illustrious, unprecedented, unfathomable career, delivers a hat trick for Washington. The first on a set piece on a faceoff, 1 second into the power play, 1 minute into the game. The second on a wrister that was awesome late in the third period to put the game to bed. And then the third, an empty net goal. On the night last night for Alex Ovechkin, so many new historical achievements, but it was memorable, and you heard it all right here on 106.7 The Fan.
Slavkovsky has it at the red line. He's just waiting for Leonard to come off. He does. Here come the Habs, and a shot here on Lindgren, and a save as Caulfield got it away. Ovechkin's going to turn. He fires. He got it. It's a hat trick. Oh, my. Alex Ovechkin finishes off a hat trick here in Montreal. How about that? He picked it up in between the dots, right in front of Charlie Lindgren, and slides it the distance, and a few hats making their way onto the ice here at Bell Center.
So here's some of the notable anecdotes from last night's game. Alex Ovechkin now tied for 4th all-time in Hatties with Brett Hull with 33. He becomes the 6th player to tally a hat trick in his 40s, which I think is a crazy number, by the way. 6 guys have done that.
That's surprising.
Pretty wild.
Yeah. I guess different eras where guys were skating around without helmets on.
Sure.
Maybe somebody did it.
Goals 905, 906, 907 for the Great 8. He now holds the all-time record for goals with a goaltender in the net. So for all of you party poopers who were whining all of last season all over the country
Cry
about
more, please.
empty net goals, even though Gretzky's and Ovechkin's were pretty comparable, and he didn't even surpass them until most of the way through last year. He's now scored more goals with a goaltender in the net than anybody else in history as well. He also cracked the NHL's all-time top 10 in points, and he is now scored on 185 different goaltenders in his career. I wish he did the thing that Myles Garrett does. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but Myles Garrett at his house, you can imagine he's got a large home, and he's probably got a big yard too.
Plenty of space there, yeah.
He does this bit. I don't think it's just at Halloween, although that's when I see the picture every year. I think it's year-round, where he has an actual gravestone, not like real, but like these fake gravestones made with the names of every quarterback he's ever sacked, and they're put up in his yard. So as
does he do one for like he has had a 5-sack game this year and a 4-sack game,
Right.
which by the way is under talk.
So there's be one headstone for Drake May.
And okay, that's it. That's what I was asking. Yeah.
But he keeps tabs on like, oh, you're in the graveyard now, and he'll like say that, right? I wish Ovi did that with goalies, and he just had 185 names in his yard.
It needs like a farmhouse. There's so many acres to do it. This is one that I've actually did some research and figured out myself stat wise. If you only took the games where Ovechkin has multiple goals, so that's 2 and 3. Okay, you only took those, he would be 120th all time in NHL history in goals. You see what I'm saying? Like only the games where he scored multiple goals, he's borderline top 100 in the history of for anybody that's ever picked up a stick and played in the NHL. He's above great players who were awesome for a long time on the all-time goal scoring list, just in games where he's had multiple goals. The level of insanity of all this, this old man is just skating around at half speed of what he was 20 years ago, just potting hatties in his 40s. It's so stupid.
This white-haired guy.
Yes.
Remember when we used to talk about Alex Ovechkin being salt and pepper, but now he's just salt, basically?
Yep.
He's doing the thing again, by the way, the Alex Ovechkin thing.
Mm-hmm.
He has 6 goals in his last 4 games. He has 7 goals in his last 6 games. He's now within 4 goals of the NHL lead.
Yeah.
At 40 years old. Don't stop, man. Play forever. Last night, the story was actually Does he play a couple more years and go for 1,000? Now, I'm still thinking this will be the last ride, and at some point later this season, he's going to say, I'm calling it. This will be the end of the road. But he is on the precipice now. If he continues to stay hot and you start climbing, and you're now one of the league leaders a month from now in goals, of people saying, why? You're still scoring.
You're still scoring. I mean, the other part of, and listen, this is not an insult. This is it's a realization. Of course, he's not the same player he was a handful of years ago in terms of a complete game. But I've always felt he's an underrated passer. I've always felt that was a skill set that nobody ever really paid attention to. And he passed Joe Sakic for 10th all time in points, just kind of a way to back that up. But such a goal scorer extraordinaire. He doesn't fly around end to end the way that he used to. He doesn't have the speed or explosion, etc. Just a nose for the goal. And I know it's cliche, but that's what this is. That's what it's all about. It's the different ways. It's the pinpoint shots, the quick release, the deception in it. It doesn't get old. It's phenomenal to watch that guy figure out a different way to score than he was doing, 10 years ago.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're locked into the Fan. It's a field trip Friday on G&D. We're at Uptown Alley in Manassas. They got great food. I had some really good wings already at the bar. Come on out and kick it with us. Bring the family today. Happy hour, whatever you got planned. There's all kinds of cool things to do out here at Uptown Alley. There's bowling lanes, there's laser tag, and a arcade as well. We're going to talk college football and give away Wizards tickets in 40 minutes. Next, we're going to be a little facetious. Wrong answers only. We're going to have some fun with this. Without the Commanders playing on Sunday, and they can't lose a 7th straight game, what are you going to miss the most? Wrong answers only. Next on Grant and Danny. Hey, guys, it's Grant for the good folks over at Virginia's 250th Commemorative Committee. I'm the father of 4 presidents, you know that. And I just took the presidents, Reagan, Truman, McKinley, and Lincoln, over to George Washington's Mount Vernon this past week. And boy, did we have fun. My family loves going to many local historical landmarks to celebrate Virginia's history, and there are plenty of them. 8 presidents from this state. We're drivable to a bunch of locations where you can have an amazing experience and learn a lot about America's history. We're celebrating 250 years in America, and Virginia is front and center in this celebration this year. There's no better time to get in on the fun, year 250, leading up to the 4th of July, than right here and right now. We're going to Thomas Jefferson's Monticello next. In fact, there's this passport that VA 250's put together for a bunch of the different locations where you can go get stamped, and that is the next one we're going to get stamped. It's going to be really, really cool. So if you want to celebrate, you got to go to visit.va250.org. That's visit.va250.org. Figure out what the next big family event is, what the next big cool celebratory thing that they're doing is. We will see you at some of these stops along the way. Visit.va250.org. America made in Virginia.
This update is driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. In the NFL, the Commanders have a bye week, so no game tomorrow, but the Commanders are going to be a home team for an international game in 2026. Unclear yet where the destination will be. Some injuries around the league. Lions tight end Sam Laporta likely done for the year after he underwent a back procedure. Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow listed as questionable. He could return for the first time since week 2, coming back from turf toe. Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers is questionable. Giants quarterback Jackson Dart going to be out for Sunday's game. Jameis will start once again. Dart is still not clear concussion protocol. Buccaneers wide receiver Chris Godwin likely back on Sunday, but running back Bucky Irving out another week, trending toward being back next week. NBA action tonight. The Wizards taking on the Raptors in Toronto. 7:30 tip-off near the game right here on The Fan. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Rugged capability, commanding style, and powerful performance. Honda's got it all. Check out the Honda Accord, Civic, and CR-V and find the best deal on the Honda for you. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer for a great deal today. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Live from Uptown Alley in Manassas, we're Grant and Danny, and this is The Fan. We will be with you until 6:30 on site today, so as you get out of the office, come on out. If you're in the Manassas area, you're coming back from somewhere closer to the city, that's perfectly fine to listen to us on the commute and then swing in for a late drink, a little happy hour as we get ready to get off the air. We are giving away Wizards tickets on the air today, 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock over the phone lines. Bill Bender's going to talk college football at 3, and ahead of that conversation, we've got Wiz tickets. And then the Blitz at 4, we're giving those Wizards tickets away. There's also a chance for people to sign up and win Wizards tickets out here at Uptown Alley as well.
Right here, live and in person. There's a little box, and I'm going to yell what's in the box. I'm going to do a 7-bit, and then it'll hopefully be your winning entry. So come on by, fill them out, and win.
7, who's one of the characters, I believe, in your favorite Netflix show, Stranger Things.
That is not correct. That is not correct.
I thought everyone's named a number in that show.
No, not everyone. Just a girl with some powers who was abducted and had her identity stripped from her. Just a fascinating character. But no, you do you.
I caught some shrapnel for my Stranger Things take.
Yeah.
That I would never watch a show when there's a main character whose name is a number. Just I'm out on that.
Which is such a strange line of demarcation for you.
Perfectly reasonable, I'd say.
There's a tree that talks, and one of the things you watched and liked just says, I am Groot, and you're like, yeah, that's fine.
Groot's silly, though.
Is he?
Yeah, Groot's pretty good.
He's talking tree. Says,
you know
I
who
am
loves
Groot.
Groot? My kids are all in. Mm-hmm. They watch little Groot shorts, these little 4-minute Groot videos.
By the way, Lil Groot sounds like a terrible rapper that Ryan likes.
Lil Groot definitely has a song that made it big, and now he's got like 2 others that are coming on, and he's performing at Capital One Arena, and there's going to be, 1,400 people in Ryan Clary.
First 90 seconds is him going, yeah, periodically.
If there's not a rapper named Lil Groot, you and I should become
Just
the rapper.
be a character called
named
Lil Groot.
Not like Lil Dicky, but Lil Groot.
Lil Groot.
I want to have a little fun with this, and I'm hoping our listeners are in the mood to do the same. Misery loves company,
yes.
So let's do this thing together. And also, if you can't poke fun at yourself and you can't laugh rather than cry, then what really are we supposed to do for the rest of this season that has gone off the rails? So the Commanders don't play this weekend, thank God. They cannot lose. They cannot hurt you on Sunday. They will not be doing all of the things that annoy you and then finishing second. They've got a bye week. But I wanted to do a topic on the phones. We'll open them up at 800-636-1067, where we ask you, what will you miss the most about the Commanders not playing on Sunday? By them not having a game, what's the thing that would have happened that you will miss the most? And we're looking for wrong answers only. And so I'll give you an example at 800-636-1067 of something you might call to say. What will you miss the most with the Commanders not playing on Sunday? Danny, the thing I'm going to miss the most is Washington's defense being gifted a 2nd and 20 after a holding penalty. There was a holding penalty on 1st and 10. They are now in the catbird seat on 2nd and 20. You're going to have a 3rd and long. You can get off the field. You can get the ball back for your offense. Except they're going to play with a big cushion on 2nd and 20. They're going to give up an underneath throw with a catch and run. They'll rally and make the tackle after a 14-yard gain. And they're going to now allow a 3rd and gettable. So instead of a 2nd and 20 becoming the occasional, 3rd and 20 because you broke up a pass and now the drive's over, or a 3rd and 15 because you played at the line of scrimmage and got someone on the ground, They gave up enough yards that now on third down, the other team's probably going to move the chains anyway. The second and a mile, where you give up almost all of the distance to then give back the advantage that you had, is the thing I will miss the most without the Commanders playing on Sunday. What will you miss most? 800-636-1067.
I want you to close your eyes only for a moment. The moment's gone. A team that's in no huddle. They run the most no huddle of anybody. I want you to picture a late substitution coming on. And the back judge, I think maybe it's the umpire. I don't know. Not really. I don't care about those.
Umpire's the white hat.
Yeah, so maybe it's the back judge. I don't know who it is. But there's a guy that's going to run up the line of scrimmage and go, I'm the letter T. I'm the letter T. And no one can do anything until I'm not the letter T anymore. And everyone has to stand around and wait for a defensive player to shuffle off. Then a little bit of confusion. Oh, there's some confusion. Where do I line up? Do we have enough time? We can't get the check-in. Timeout. Oh, I'm going to miss it so bad this weekend. Is it a game where I need those timeouts later? Probably. Am I squandering one on the first drive of the second half? You bet your sweet ass I am. Get rid of that timeout. Shoot it into the sun. I want to see that referee say, I'm the letter T and no one's allowed to do anything, and then it turned into a timeout for Washington. Just an unbelievable show of ineptitude that they don't belong at this level. I'm going to miss that.
Rite of passage.
I'm going to miss it.
To watch a game on a Sunday this season.
I'm going to miss it.
I got one for you.
Oh.
What will you miss the most about the Commanders not having a game on Sunday? Wrong answers only on Grant and Danny, live from Uptown Alley in Manassas. The thing I will miss the most without getting to watch them this weekend?
Yep.
The critical early second half 51-yard field goal attempt to make it a real close game that they will miss. And you'll know as they're lining up, even though they have a new kicker now, because they've gone from Matt Gay, who can't make field goals from 50-plus,
right, yeah,
to another guy in Jake Moody, who has struggled immensely in his career at making field goals from 50-plus. But it's a 51-yarder. It's not a 61-yarder. So this is one of those field goals that everyone else in the league right now looks like child's play. 51 is the new 43. You just go out, you line up, you kick it. It goes not only through the uprights, but it splits the difference right down the heart of the plate. You know, you get the tip of the back end of home plate because you just split it in half down the uprights. And by the way, it's got 10 to 12 yards to spare.
Plenty of room to spare.
Unless it's Brandon Aubrey or Cam Little or one of these dudes who can hit from 70. Then it's just got 27 yards to spare. But from 51, it's that missed field goal that makes you feel like it's still 1994. And 51 is the longest field goal known to man. I'm going to miss knowing as they line up for the long field goal, even though everyone else would drill this, my team doesn't have a shot.
One more for me? Is that okay? Can I do one more?
Yeah, go for it.
Referee reaches down to his right hip, hits that little button that says, I'm talking to everybody now. False start, number 86 offense, 5-yard penalty, repeat first down. Veteran day off for everybody. The thing I'm going to miss is not the false start. I'm not going to miss the false start. You know what I'm going to miss?
What will you miss?
The little clap that Zach Ertz does after the false start. Oh, I messed that one up. You did, buddy. You did, 35-year-old. You screwed up again. Have another day off. Rest up. Put your feet up. Relax. Relax. Don't move. Don't strain yourself. You're older. You don't have much burst left. Probably really sore and tired. Like Danny is. I played some basketball last night. Both my Achilles tendons are hurting. My knees are barking. I should have a couple of veteran rest days. I'm going to miss that low clap after the false start, which happens again and again and again. I'll miss it.
I don't know how I would know this, because certainly you wouldn't have told us before the show 3 times. A little birdie said you might have hit a game winner or 2 last night.
Yeah, I did too. We played 3 games with the boys, and good games. The last week, we were tired. The guys were in better shape. The other team was. We still came back, though. Jason hit a couple big buckets.
Wow.
And, when it was tied, when it was time to end it, who the closer is. Old Rivera is over here. Took a screen, little hesitation dribble because it hit a couple threes, sucked the defender out, one hard dribble, rise, fire, mid-range, Hamilton, good. Let's shake hands all around.
And I know what the people are thinking. They're like, well, obviously a grown-up wouldn't be telling everyone about his pickup basketball game the night before on the show call. So how do you know, Grant? There's a website. There was a game story written about it. Danny definitely didn't over-talk about it all day long as if it was a high school state championship game. But, yeah, there's a website. I'll give you the link if you guys want it. Let's go to the phones, 800-636-1067.
DannyIsBuckets.com.
Gary is in Fredericksburg. What's up, Gary? How are you?
What do you say, gentlemen? Happy Friday.
Hey, buddy.
And to you, what will you miss most without the Commanders playing on Sunday? Wrong answers only.
What I would miss the most is when the other team throws a long touchdown pass or even something over the middle and they gain a bunch of yards and all of our corners and safeties just hold their arms to the side up in the air like, hey, who was supposed to get that guy, or point fingers, you were supposed to get this guy. They do it every game.
I know that little sequence there.
I know that one.
It's like, was that you or was that me? Or the one guy's like, dude, what are you thinking? That was your responsibility.
That's the Josh Norman shrug and point.
Yeah.
That is cut across multiple regimes. That is a staple now of Washington football.
Well, it's a staple for every bad secondary.
Oh, that's what they have in common?
You give the big explosive play up, these chunk yardage explosives, and you want to let everybody know. You got two options. You either peel off so you're not in the screen when the guy scores. That's number one. Or number two, if you are in the screen, you got to do the big pointing. Like, that's not me, that's you. That way, Grant and Danny, when they're sitting at home, know that wasn't on.
Well, I know it wasn't on that guy.
We'll take some thoughts and some calls on this next at 800-636-1067. No Commanders game on Sunday. They cannot hurt you this weekend. What will you miss the most? Wrong answers only on G&D. We are live from Uptown Alley in Manassas. If you're in the area, come on out here and hang out with us. Really cool location. We'll be here for 4 more hours until 6:30 on The Fan. What will you miss most with the Commanders not playing Sunday? Wrong answers only is what we're doing right now on Grant and Danny. Welcome back. We are out and about and on the road. Uptown Alley's such a cool venue out here in Manassas. You can come out here and bowl. They've got an arcade. They've got laser tag. There's a mall attached. Nothing you can't do. We'll be here until 6:30. The thing I am most sad about not getting to see this weekend without the Commanders playing is after the holding penalty on the opponent to get ahead of the sticks defensively. 2nd and 20, on the verge of a 3rd and a mile and punting, the 2nd and 20, 16 yards that Washington would allow with a big cushion to set up a 3rd and very manageable 4. I'm going to miss that on Sunday, Danny.
Oh, man. Oh, I'm going to miss the false start by Zach Ertz and the clap that he does because he messed up, but he still gets vet days off. I'm going to miss the I'm a letter T official thing where they can't run a play and have to burn a timeout.
Phones are packed. Let's get to them. Bernie in Potomac Falls. What will you miss most with the Commanders idle this weekend?
Yeah, I'll miss sitting watching the game with my family, and then somehow a 60-yard touchdown happens against us, where the defense looks awful, and my son will grab the remote, click to Red Zone, and then I'll get to watch it 3 times again on Red Zone with the rest of the nation. I will not miss that.
the random, thank you for the call, 60-yard touchdown that is inevitable and will happen at some point. Is it Bijan on a dump-off? Is it CeeDee Lamb because 2 DBs ran into each other?
And this is not a red zone possession, but I'll take you here now. Scott Hanson on red zone. This is a deep touchdown at the expense of Washington for the 418th time this year. No bathroom breaks.
Is it a tight end who can't be tackled, just rumbling Tucker Kraft? How's it going to happen?
It's a deep crossing route. Look out for it.
Let's go to Tailgate Ted on line 2. Back from Madrid. Tailgate, it looked like you had a heck of a time, man.
It was a good time, boys. The only thing missing was you two. How you guys doing?
Next time. It looks like we're going to get another shot here. We'll talk about this later, but the Commanders are losing a home game because they're going international again next year. There was a report in The Athletic today, so maybe Danny and I are to fly across the pond next time.
Nice. I'll sit in the middle with you guys, man, any day. Let's go.
Love it.
So for this weekend, man, I'm going to miss my Twitter timeline being flooded with Eagles and Bears fans asking how the Hard Rock was after we lose. I usually spend about an hour and a half of my day just muting trolls after every Commander's loss.
The troll
we had a lot of them this year, so it's been sad, man. I'm going to miss this.
Look, Ted, I got to tell you, man.
That's such a good.
I'm not going to sit here. First of all, incredible zing, great awareness. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like we are real celebrities or we deal with the flack of some like politician or movie star or whatever.
Oh man,
but. There's a little bit of welcome to our world there for Ted.
Yeah.
Where you're just trying to exist.
Just living your life, love a football team.
All you want to do is just live,
and
no one will let you do it. Appreciate the call, buddy. As always.
Tip of the cap.
Buddy. I had the audacity as a radio show host who does 22 and a half hours of radio.
Yeah, I do that too.
For months leading up to the draft, to have the opinion of a guy that I thought the team should draft. Now, I happen to think that there were other good quarterbacks too. I don't dislike any other quarterbacks. As soon as they drafted another quarterback, I very calmly said, they got a really good option. This is their franchise quarterback. This is exciting. But because I had the nerve to promote another guy leading up to the draft before they drafted someone else and still enjoy watching that guy play football as someone who loves consuming football and quality quarterback play, I'm a jackass. And I'm somehow a jerk because of it. So, yeah, I get the whole trolling thing. That mute button is your friend, my friend. Trust me on that. Let's go to Steve in Houston on line 3. Hello, Steve. How are you?
What's up, Steve?
What's up, fellas? It's been a minute. Your Major Tutty boy checking in with you.
What's up, man?
Oh, Major Tutty. You love Major
remember
Tutty.
the whole diabetic thing? What was that, year before last or whatever?
Yeah, the diabetic pig.
Diabetic pig, dude.
You gave us the zing that we still use.
My man. You know what I'm going to miss, bro? I'm going to miss seeing Quan Martin miss a tackle.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
You're good for a couple of those every week.
It's the angle. It's the bad angle, Steve.
Are you going to miss Major Tutty at all? Sounds like he might.
No, he won't.
But here's what I wanted to ask him. It sounds like he's gone. When he was upset about Major Tutty looked a little more like me. He had a gut. He had to go to his doctor to get some blood tests.
He was
done.
soft bodies.
Is he pre-diabetic?
Yeah, who knows?
Is he on cholesterol pills? Like, what are we doing? Now he's rock solid.
He went to Ozempic, Tutty. That's what happened.
Tutty was getting the GLP shots. He was dropping the LBs, right? and he's been working out. So I think Steve's probably more on board now. Let's go to Anthony and Calvert. Anthony, the Commanders can't hurt you this weekend. What will you miss most? Wrong answers only.
Oh, man, you guys got me tied up. I'm going to miss the mean mugging, the stalk walking, the flexing like you got a vibrate in each arm after you make a tackle 18 yards down the field for another first down. I'm going to miss that.
The LaRon Landry, yeah.
How about the touchdown dance when you're down by 4 touchdowns?
Oh, that's a good one, too, isn't it?
You got the garbage time score, and you go, this is my chance to do a big jig.
I've never been here before. How do I behave?
Mark in Bethesda, you're on Grant and Danny. What are you going to miss on Sunday?
Hey, guys, long-time listener, first-time caller. I absolutely love the show.
Well, Jim Zorn loves you.
Bethesda!
And the front Bethesda.
Wow.
Boom, that's what I'm talking about.
Can I say Darius is on it today?
That's how we do it.
Both clips back-to-back? No hesitation?
No hesitation.
Wow.
Love it. Love it. So the thing I'm going to miss is the secondary getting torched up and down the field. They finally come up with one measly pass defense, and they strut around. This is exactly what you guys were talking about with finding the end zone when you're down by 4 and then you flex. It's like, oh, my God, you've been torched. You have flames going up and down your back, but you're going to strut around like you're the second coming of Rod Woodson or Steve Atwater.
No, they're the
or
Legion
whatever.
of Boom. It's 2.0 Legion of Boom, man, on that play at least.
Like this particular pass is incomplete.
Right.
All the self-congratulation.
Well, while we're on it, how about something I'll miss on Sunday is the opposing quarterback's line. 317 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks, and a quarterback rating of 123.6. Let's go to Max, who's in Rockville on G&D. Max, what are you going to miss most? Wrong answers only.
Hey, what's up, guys? First time caller here, man. Long time fan.
Oh, I appreciate
we're
that.
smoking them out
Oh, that's great. But now, guys, 2 things I'm going to miss dearly is, Marshawn Lattimore getting 1,001 flags and then getting angry at the other team. I'm just definitely going to miss that every weekend. And another thing I'm going to miss is Von Miller being this great player we all know and love. I mean, he was a great pickup for us, and, he's been killing it. No, it's like I'm watching a Casper the Ghost out there, guys. I mean, what is going on with him this year? It's like, why is he plus 450 for a sack on DraftKings? I mean, this is ridiculous.
That's tough.
Yeah, that's tough.
Future Hall of Famer.
Yep, that's a gold jacket.
Here's the problem.
Yep.
And this is my honest answer because that's a funny line. He's now not being used like he needs to be used. He is now playing on a lot of first and second downs, defending the run. And so you're not getting third down pass rusher Von Miller with juice like you should. He's getting more snaps than he probably should down in distances that he probably shouldn't. What's his sack total right now?
5.
I mean, so he's going to end up very likely around like 8.5 sacks, which is not a terrible thing as a situation.
But you're watching,
Of course.
Right? Like, and again, it's unfortunate. We talk about this all the time. This is my Reed Doughty corollary. It's not his fault. That's who he is. But for Von Miller, he should be your 3rd or 4th pass rusher who should be supplementing, coming in, playing 25, 30 snaps a game in pass rushing situations. And, as a fresh guy can offer more maybe than your typical starter.
And he's getting chipped and protection slid toward him.
He's that, and that's not now. 10 years ago, you go that doesn't matter. He's a superstar. That's not who he is anymore.
Bill Bender covers college football, Danny. Next, we're going to talk to him about Maryland keeping Mike Locksley, Virginia Tech hiring James Franklin, JMU having a game against Washington State as a ranked team this weekend, and the rest of the big games in college football. Also, we're giving away Wizards tickets as soon as we come back right here on The Fan.
No Commanders football this weekend on their bye week, but we learned today that the Commanders are going to be a home team for an international game in 2026. Destination still to be determined. Injuries around the league. Lions tight end Sam Laporta likely done for the year. He underwent a back procedure. Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow listed as questionable as he looks to return from his turf toe injury. Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers is questionable. Giants quarterback Jackson Dart going to miss another game as he's still in concussion protocol. Jameis Winston will get the start for the Buccaneers. Wide receiver Chris Godwin likely back this week, but running back Bucky Irving going to be out another week, trending towards being back next week, though. In the NBA, Wizards in action tonight in Toronto, taking on the Raptors. 7:30 tip-off. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. Last night on The Fan, here the Capitals beat the Canadiens 8-4. Alex Ovechkin with his 33rd career hat trick. Now the Caps have scored 15 goals in their last 2 games. They're back in action tomorrow against the Lightning. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Caller 10 at 800-636-1067. You're winning 2 tickets to see the Wizards and the Hawks on November 25th, 4 days from now at Cap One Arena. Close out the NBA Cup at Capital One Arena. The team's going to be wearing their City Edition unis. First 10,000 fans are getting Bub Carrington-designed pajama pants, all courtesy of the Washington Wizards. Caller 10's winning right now. You'll have another chance to win at 4 o'clock today ahead of the Beltway Blitz.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Shows live, Field Trip Friday. We're out at Uptown Alley in Manassas. This is a great venue. We'll be here until 6:30, so come on out and kick it with us all day, all show long. Really good food being consumed in front of us now, and they got great cold drinks as well. So come on out and be a part of the show. Uptown Alley in Manassas today on a Field Trip Friday. To the Ruud Guest Hotline we go. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and that's where we find terrific college football writer and sporting news senior writer Bill Bender. Bill, thanks for a few minutes. We appreciate it. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on.
You got it. There's a few extra minutes for all of us on Saturday to turn our attention to college football because we're not dealing with the Commanders this weekend, so we figured we'd check in on some of the big stories. We'll start locally. Virginia Tech this week pulled off a pretty surprising move when they landed James Franklin as their next head coach, the former Nittany Lions head man. What do you think of the hiring from both the team and Franklin's perspectives?
I think it's a great hire. I think it's all about identity. That's what I wrote day of. You know, Virginia Tech has had one 10-win season since Frank Beamer retired. You know, they make it the ACC championship game the first year, and then in general, kind of a 500 program since in the playoff era. So, you know, I think for Franklin, it gets him out of Penn State. He knows the area. He knows how to recruit that area, and I know you guys have really good high school football in that area. So all of those things add up to, I think, Virginia Tech having a new identity, which they've lacked, and I think he'll do well there. And as you guys have seen, I mean, the bar to do well in the ACC isn't that high these days.
Is the airport big enough for him?
He got that in quick, didn't he? You know, that the jab there, and I think he'll be fine. And again, Virginia Tech, like I said, when you see what Virginia's been able to do this year, and Georgia Tech with Brent Key, I think James Franklin, I always remind people, 70% of his game. Would you rather have a coach with a 70% winning percentage? I know he was 4-21 against top 10 teams, but go back and look at how many of those games they were playing Ohio State and Michigan, and they weren't favored in those games. So I give him a little – I know they should have won a few, but I give them a little benefit of the doubt there.
Yeah, Bill, stick aside, obviously, about the airport. I don't know how much bigger the Blacksburg airport is than the one that's at State College, but, you know, I could go on all day. I was talking to a Virginia Tech buddy of mine the other day who was saying, yeah, he's not going to get us over the top. And I go, dude, you've got light years to go before you even talk about getting over the top. You need, you know what I mean? Like the road to get to okay is where you need to focus, and there's nobody better than James Franklin. Just kind of give me a thought on that, just sort of where Virginia Tech is as a program and kind of, you know, where James Franklin could take them.
Well, okay, so I'm a I'm 46 years old. So when I think of Virginia Tech, I think Thursday Night Football on ESPN, block punt, Michael Vick, Enter Sandman, all of those things. And I haven't felt that in a while. When Virginia Tech's on, they come and go. So that's what I was talking about with that identity. When I think of Penn State under Franklin, yeah, the top 10 losses come up. I live in Columbus. So, but I also think about Micah Parsons, Saquon Barkley coming out of the sanctions, being able to win at 10 or more games. Had we had a 12-team playoff when this thing started, he'd still be at Penn State because it'd be in the playoff every year.
I want to pivot across the river to Maryland. We're talking college football with Bill Bender of the Sporting News on Grant and Danny. The Terps announced that Mike Locksley is staying on as their head coach. I was stung. I guess I know the information, but it just seems crazy that he's been around since taking over in 2015. And his career record now is 10 under 500 at 37 and 47. Back-to-back years where they won't have finished over 500. Is this because they believe in the direction of the program, or is this because there are so many openings at schools that would attract a better coach that they don't want to join this coaching cycle?
Yeah, I think some of that. We're all on Lane Kiffin watch today, obviously. He really holds our attention. But I think that could be part of it. And I think Mike Locksley, you start to look at like who the elder statesmen of the Big Ten are, and that list gets a little goofy these days, especially if Kirk Ferentz ends up retiring, whenever he ends up retiring from Iowa. I think Maryland's stuck in that. Look, the Big Ten has 18 teams, and the bottom third's rough. And if you can get towards bowl eligibility and get a 7-win season in the Big Ten anymore, I don't think that's that bad. I mean, that's kind of the zip code that PJ Fleck lives in. He gets to a bowl game, he wins his bowl game every year, and people in Minnesota, I think they probably accept that that's pretty good. So, I'm not saying Maryland should accept that. As far as tomorrow, I think they'll give Michigan a run. Michigan's banged up. They're down to their fourth running back, and if they can create a turnovers, I've seen that movie before where Maryland gives somebody, either Ohio State or Michigan, a run the week before the big game between those two schools.
Yeah, they're 2-14 in conference and counting over their last couple of years, and it's been reflective of that this entire era, really since the move to the Big Ten. And my question is, what should the expectation be? Ultimately, I think I think everyone was delusional when they moved from the ACC to the Big Ten that just, success would follow and every once in a while they'd be frisky. I thought that was ludicrous and they didn't know who they were, and it certainly hasn't happened. I'm happy for everybody that there's more money for the school, but it doesn't seem like football success is followed. What should the expectation be?
They try to get to bowl games and get a playoff team through there at some point. Squeeze one through. I don't know if we can do excuses because look what Vandy and Mizzou are doing in the SEC. Vandy has the right coach, the right fit, the right program. I think Diego Pavia should be in the Heisman mix. So, you look at the Big Ten. Is it a little harder to topple Ohio State, Michigan, Oregon? I guess, but why isn't USC in the playoff every year? Look what happened to Penn State this year. I had them ranked number 2 like everybody else. That didn't work out. So I think you can have a team that can get in that middle class of the Big Ten in 8 or 9 games and try to get to the playoff. And, that'll be the expectations at places like Maryland, who is struggling, much like Wisconsin, Iowa, Nebraska do in the Midwest. And you guys could probably answer this for me. I worked with Maryland grads at Sporting News, and for years they were still and it's kind of like Nebraska fans. I still wish they were in the ACC. And that's always hard when you have some people in your fan base that feel that way.
I don't know that it's some. I'd say it's most. Or I guess there's plenty of people that like the money that got dumped in, but I think most of the people I talk to, certainly when it comes to basketball, miss a lot of those rivalries.
Yeah, and just to add to that, the people that are yelling at you are talking about a bunch of money that they'll never see. It's like somehow some measuring stick that the school makes more money. Well, that's great. How is that more fun for you as a fan? But I digress.
Bill, post-Ralph region, their coaches have been Randy Edsall, DJ Durkin, Mike Locksley. So I get that backdrop as I ask you this question, but could they do better and should they try to do better than Locksley? Because I think the jury's kind of been returned on what he is and isn't. Can they do better than that?
I'll preface it with saying I really like Mike Locksley. I've had a couple conversations with him over the years at Big Ten Media Day. Enjoy his temperament, the way he coaches those kind of things, his philosophy on football in general. I mean, when you say, can you do better? I think, to me, it's, that area, like I said, you've got to be able to recruit those kids out of that Catholic league that you have there, where, all those schools, you see where they go to the SEC schools. You've got to be able to recruit in that circle. James Franklin will make that a challenge because I think he'll pull some of those kids to beat Tech. There's no question. So I think it starts there. And what is the commitment to football? It's one thing to cash that check and go get 7-8 wins. It's another when I think one of the unfair things Maryland faced up until the last 2 years, it was very difficult to be in the Big Ten East and play Penn State, Michigan, Ohio State every year. I'm not saying we're starting the season 0-3. In most cases, most of those schools were starting the season 0-3.
I want to ask you about the best team in the state of Virginia, the James Madison Dukes. Kind of give me a state of the union there and, kind of what's their immediate future hold.
You know what? I had them in the playoff last week in our projections, and nobody agrees with me. I had them at the 12 seed and think it would be really interesting for them to get into the playoff out of the Sun Belt. And what I was impressed with last week is sometimes when you see a school get ranked out of nowhere, not out of nowhere, but you know what I mean. I mean, I'm a MAC guy. I went to Ohio University. So when you're ranked and then that week that they're ranked, they struggle or lose. That didn't happen. They ran all over App State last week, putting up 50 points, running for like 7 touchdowns. So I like the attention that they handled it. I think if they go 12-1, they will have a compelling case. The danger, though, is there's another school in your backyard over there. If Navy wins the American Conference, they'll have a compelling case, too. They didn't have Blake Horvath when they played Notre Dame.
It's going to be interesting to monitor, actually. I hadn't considered Navy with that record possibly getting in. Bill Bender is on social at BillBender92, Sporting News senior writer, talking college ball with us. One more on JMU, and then we'll hit on a couple of the big games of the weekend. They've got Washington State coming to their place, which they're heavy favorites. I mean, this is not, even though it feels like you're leveling up with like a program from a major conference or whatever, they're expected to win that game. Do you think they could be on upset alert, or is this a game where they could have some trouble? What do you make of the matchup?
This is the matchup, right? Get through this one. Washington State is a plucky team. They, pushed Ole Miss, pushed Virginia, played well in those games. And this is a kind of a spotlight game for me a little bit on an otherwise kind of, you never sell a weekend as bad. You always say it's kind of light this weekend. We'll see if there's surprises. That's bad advertising, right, boys? So I think I'll have my eye on it because I want to see if James Madison can do that. Obviously, the dream first-round matchup for them, and I think it would be a lot of fun in some ways, is if they did play like Indiana in the first round. Could you imagine? You could have the Kurt Cignetti Bowl on national television. It would be great.
That would be unreal.
I would watch that. I think that would be a pretty good theater, as only sports can provide. Bill Bender with us here, Sporting News, breaking down the college football slate here this weekend. All right, give me the game of the weekend for you, the one that you got your eyeballs on. If you can only watch one, what is it?
And that's always a hard question. That's so unfair, but I'll go USC Oregon because the Trojans have played better. That's such an obvious answer, I think, too, because game day's there. The mulligan for Oregon after losing to Indiana earlier this season. The Trojans, if they win, maybe they get the Big Ten, a fourth Big Ten team in. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Now, since we've talked all ACC all night or all day, about Pitt, Georgia Tech, I think Pitt could win that game. I do. I think their run defense is solid. Georgia Tech's defense, period, has been bad the last 2 weeks. Wouldn't surprise me if the Panthers, while everybody's kind of kicking them while they're down after the Notre Dame game, end up beating Georgia Tech on the road tomorrow night.
Heisman Trophy odds right now. Fernando Mendoza, last check, was the favorite at -110. Julian Saint of Ohio State is right behind him at 2-1, and then it's a huge gap. Diego Pavia, Gunnar Stockton at Georgia, a couple other guys. But I'm curious about the Julian Saint thing as like a legitimate contender. Am I crazy, or if you're just the quarterback of the Ferrari of Ohio State and you don't lose, do you just get to win the Heisman? I'm not saying I'm unimpressed, but I'm also not impressed per se.
I think it's tough because what he's doing with the video game stats on top of it is impressive to me. I know Fernando Mendoza's had a couple Heisman moments, obviously, especially the Penn State drive. And then Jeremiah Smith probably deserves consideration. You mentioned the Ferrari. The Ferrari comes with two wheels, Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate. That's pretty good. So I think both of those guys have been phenomenal. And then outside of those three, I think the three other Heisman candidates I would look at, Jeremiah Love at Notre Dame. He's been phenomenal all year. Diego Pavia at Vandy. And if Georgia Tech were to beat Georgia and win the ACC, I think Haynes King could make a late run, because I've said all season, no player means more to their team more than Haynes King at Georgia Tech. The numbers show that. And I think he could be that, like, his odds are. I don't have him in front of me, but, just a couple bucks there, it might pay off.
Yeah, I think he's 35-1 and about 6th or 7th in odds right now. Quarterbacks, as it pertains to the draft, covering the Commanders and talking DC sports, kind of out of the game of studying QBs on Saturdays because they got Jaden Daniels for the long haul here. But watching college football like we do, Fernando Mendoza, to me, everyone says he's going to go very early. Is he athletic enough to be a really, really good NFL quarterback? And what does the quarterback class look like it's shaping up to be? Is he the top guy right now?
I mean, he might be, but it's a lot of intangibles that I like about him. And I know that phrase gets thrown around loosely around draft time, but I don't love this quarterback class at all. I kind of made the joke earlier this year when everybody was down on Arch Manning. I said, well, if Arch Manning came out, he still might be the top quarterback taken. That's how rough this quarterback class has been. And, I think Fernando Mendoza is certainly going to get that attention. I don't know if there's any franchise changers out there, Daniels or a Caleb Williams or, even Cam Ward once he settles in with Tennessee. I don't know if that guy's in this class. And, you start to look at next year even with Arch and Julian Sayin and some of those guys, and it's like, well, might be the number one pick in that draft. And it might be the first time since Keyshawn where a receiver gets taken number one.
One more for you. If I gave you the top 4 teams or the field for the college football playoff for the national championship, would you take the top 4, so Ohio State, Indiana, A&M, and Georgia, or would you take the field to win the Natty?
I love that question. I would take the top 4 because I think I would live with the only one. Can you give me Notre Dame at half price, and then I could have 4 and 5? If you gave me Notre Dame, I would take 5 because I like Ohio State that much. I like Georgia that much. Don't love Texas A&M and Indiana, although I'm not. They're undefeated. Let's credit that. They win the games in front of them. But if I was picking a national champion in order, I would go Ohio State, Georgia, then Notre Dame, because I think Notre Dame's playing that well.
Remember, Curt Cignetti wins.
He just wins. I Googled it.
I saw it on Google.
He certainly does. And I don't want to, like I said, I can't wait for the Big Ten championship game if it's Ohio State and Indiana. That one will be a lot of fun.
Awesome information. Great breakdown of the college weekend ahead, Bill. Thank you so much. We'll send everybody the Sporting News to check you out.
Hey, anytime. Thanks for having me on. Take care.
Thanks, Bill.
There's Bill Bender on college football. Generally, the way this works is because Sunday is such a lazy, fat, gross, terrible father, terrible husband day for me.
Yep.
I don't even think about asking for any free time on Saturday to watch college football. But you see what I'm saying?
Hey, bud.
Sunday, no Commanders.
Right.
Now, there will be NFL football all day long.
Sure.
And I'll be on a couch for it. But I'm not quite as locked in. There's no notebook on my lap. Don't have a computer next to me. So maybe, just maybe, a little more college football for me tomorrow.
A little extra college football. For me, the college game, if it happens, it happens.
Yes.
I can't schedule around it because there's so many kids' activities and things, and I'm already in line for a spousal fight based on Sunday, especially when there's a 9:30 fight with your wife game time. But there's a little extra now this time, right? A little fewer activities. We're in between seasons. I got a shot.
Let's hop up a level. So we just got you set for Saturday. How about Sunday? What are the most interesting NFL games on the slate this weekend? We'll go through them next on Grant and Danny from Uptown Alley in Manassas, live on The Fan.
This update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast Tucks, an affordable business grows with PVI. No game for the Commanders on Sunday. Today, though, we did find out that the Commanders will be a home team for an international game in 2026. Destination still to be determined. Injuries around the league. Lions tight end Sam LaPorta likely done for the season after he underwent a back procedure. Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow listed as questionable as he looks to make his return from a turf toe injury. Quarterback Aaron Rodgers is questionable. Giants quarterback Jackson Dart is out for today's game as he still hasn't cleared concussion protocol. The Buccaneers going to have back wide receiver Chris Godwin likely on Sunday. They'll still be without running back Bucky Irving. He's trending towards being back next week. Basketball tonight, Wizards taking on the Raptors in Toronto. 7:30 tip-off. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. If your office setup is looking like a busted play, call the pros at PVI Office Furniture. They'll come to help you design a game plan that actually works. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Score big when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan, live from Manassas. We are at Uptown Alley. What are you working with over there, Danny?
Street tacos.
Okay.
These are tacos, but they're for the streets.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying?
The streets have been talking about those tacos, and they're saying good things.
Oh, they're fantastic.
I'm hearing
just a
good
fantastic
things.
dish.
We're just talking college football. I missed any part of the conversation, you can podcast it when we are done wherever you get your audio. Let's hop up a level to the National Football League, closing in on Week 12 on Sunday. I want to go game by game and give you the number one storyline in each football game this weekend with the Commanders' idol. So we start you off 1 o'clock local, Jets, Ravens. The game's being played up 95 in Baltimore. New York's 2-8. Baltimore is 5-5. Storylines here include Tyrod Taylor getting the start. The Jets have made a quarterback change. Justin Fields has been benched. And for the Ravens, the playoff push continues. They survive a scare, overcome the Browns 23-16 last week. Since their bye, they are 4-0, and their defense has actually been top 5 in the NFL on early downs over the last month against Chicago, Miami, Minnesota, and Cleveland. This is a great chance for them to win a 5th straight, get over 500, and be knocking on the door of first place going into next week.
Yeah, they had a tough early season schedule, and it showed, right? They lost a heartbreaker to the Bills, destroyed the Browns, aforementioned, lost to the Lions and the Chiefs, and, that's not crazy that would happen. Now they got the doors blown off by the Texans and the Rams, two-score game. Bye week happens. This has been a different team, a much easier schedule in the second half than that first half. They beat up on some bad teams. They're going to have to continue to harvest their nuts because of the bad start they got off to, but they are a team I would not want to see come January.
Steelers play the Bears at Soldier Field in Chicago. 1 o'clock kick, 6-4 Pittsburgh, 7-3 Chicago Bears. It sounds like Aaron Rodgers is going to get injected with who knows what.
Yeah.
Try to give this thing a go. Mason Rudolph went 12 for 16 off the bench last week and looked okay. The story, though, here I think is actually the Bears, not the Steelers, who are trying to hold off their opponents in the AFC North. We were just talking about Baltimore, but it's Chicago, who have won 3 in a row and 7 of 8 under Ben Johnson. With a win, they'd be 8-3 and still in first place in the conference going into December. Can you imagine that?
Unbelievable.
Not the conference, I'm sorry, the division.
The division, yeah.
They'd be creeping up at the top of the conference too, but they would be leading the NFC North. We talked before the season. Detroit, maybe the best team in the conference. Green Bay could be the best team in the NFC. Minnesota was coming off of double-digit wins, is going to be scary. How did the Bears get out of the basement? They'd be in first place at 8-3 and rolling.
6 of their last 7 games come against teams that are either playoff teams or teams we think are going to make the playoffs, a.k.a. Detroit, who's not in the playoffs right now. If it started today, but we all feel pretty good about them. Niners, Packers 2 different times, at the Eagles. If you're going to get there, I think this year, especially in a crowded NFC, I think you probably have to win this game. Not technically. There's no must win. That's kind of an obvious situation. But there are enough difficult games on their schedule. I think half of them are on the road as well. I think this is such an uphill climb, even for a group that's harvested the nuts and a great job at 7-3. That last part of the schedule for a team that's probably punched above their weight class to this point, it might be a rude awakening. I think they got to have this one if they're going to be a postseason team.
I am still selling the Bears as a legitimate noisemaker in the playoffs. I just don't think their defense is good enough. But they're doing the thing that the Saints with Breeze back in the day and the Colts with Manning used to do, where you'd have a bad defense, and you have great offense or whatever, and you went on runs because the offense was so good, and you were opportunistic. They have the top 3 interceptions getters in the league on their defense. So they can turn you over even though they're pretty bad. But that game, I think, is going to be very, very telling because Pittsburgh, even on the road, is going to be a tough out for them. Here's a fun one. 1 o'clock game on Sunday in Cincinnati. The Patriots and the Bengals. New England is 9-2, yet to have a bye, trying to become the first NFL team to get to 10 wins this season. Their second-year quarterback, Drake May, is now the front runner for the MVP award, narrowly ahead of Matt Stafford, looking at the sports books. The story, I think, is not New England here, though. Yeah, they're hard charging, and they're trying to overtake the Bills in the division. And they're a fun story because Mike Vrabel's in year 1, and he's turned the program around. The story's Joe Burrow. Burrow was not supposed to be back until their Thursday Thanksgiving night game against the Ravens in Baltimore coming up in a few days. He's ahead of schedule. He has practiced in full all week. Today, Zach Taylor, the head coach in Cincinnati, was non-committal, would not say Burrow's going to play. I don't understand, though, why you'd have him practice all week. You'd take first-team reps away from Joe Flacco if you weren't going to have Burrow play, but that, I guess, could still happen. But to me, that's what I'm curious about. You're tuning in at the start of the game. You'll know by then, but it's to see Joe Burrow again and what he looks like if he's back on the field. The Bengals, because they're 3-7, are probably cooked either way. Doesn't really matter. They're bringing him back in a lost season.
Yeah, raises the intrigue certainly for the Bengals side of things. For the Patriots, they can only beat who's on their schedule, and they've done that 8 straight times. They've been beyond impressive. A couple teams that are good, they've beaten them, and everyone else is not good. And Cincinnati would be included in that, even with Burrow. That defense is horrendous. They'll be without Jamar Chase because of the expectoration incident heard around the world.
Expectoration?
That's right. That's when that spit leaves your mouth. That's right. The Patriots should win that game, but again, that's the intrigue now. You ramped up a difficulty when one of the best quarterbacks alive is playing.
Can you spell that?
Yeah. Just not going to do it right now.
Okay. Giants, Lions. New York is 2-9. Detroit 6-4. The Giants will not have Jackson Dart. He's going to miss a second straight game with that concussion. Is this happening more this year, or is it just me? That you get a concussion and you don't come right back, you're held out longer, or it lingers longer?
I feel like I don't think it's just you. No, let me rephrase. It might be just you because I feel like this happens. Some of them are, it's nothing.
It is like very weird.
Yeah, by Tuesday he can see light again and he's fine. And others, I'm not making light of it. CJ Stroud is on week 3 we just finished.
Stroud just missed 3 games with a concussion.
Some of them are more severe.
Oftentimes, and I'm being flippant, I guess, and I shouldn't be, but quarterback goes into the blue tent. They leave the game with a concussion. 7 days later, they're back out there starting. But I know everybody responds differently. No Jackson Dart, so Jameis Winston gets a second straight start for the Giants. They played the Packers pretty well. They had a lead in the fourth quarter. Jordan Love was tremendous and helped get the Packers a win last week. But they're taking on another NFC North team with Jameis under center. The Lions are 6-4. We found out today for Detroit, their tight end Sam Laporta is out for the rest of the season.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
Back injury for Laporta. This is a really big developing story for that offense. 40 catches, just shy of 500 yards, on pace for 923 through the air as a tight end with a career-high pace 92 targets. Their passing game has gone from 8.1 yards per play last year to 7.5 this year, which is significant. Jared Goff last week was just 14 for 37, completed 37% of his passes. It's one of the worst passing games in the league statistically in, I think it was 3 years. Now they got to get right against the Giants, and they got to do it without Sam Laporta. They're just suffering a lot of injuries again, that Detroit team.
Yeah, and Detroit's losses are not shameful losses. There's not a bad loss in the bunch. Maybe a divisional game to Minnesota will come back and haunt them a little bit, but that's not crazy. You lose a field goal game to a division rival. They've lost to the Eagles, at the Chiefs, and week 1 to Green Bay. Nothing horrendous about that. But, again, this is a team with higher aspirations. They've got Green Bay again, Dallas at the Rams, and a couple divisional games to kind of end it. At some point, great teams need to start playing great. Detroit's been inconsistent.
Vikings at the Packers, Lambeau Field in Green Bay. I don't think there's a huge developing storyline here. Notably this week, Minnesota's headquarters, a lot of questioning J.J. McCarthy.
Mm-hmm.
He is not playing well. There's now questions if he's the answer. Is he the franchise? Is he the guy? Did they botch the quarterback situation, letting Darnold walk out the door? Meanwhile, for Green Bay, 6-3-1, nobody really knows what they are. They lost to the Panthers. They shouldn't have. They looked terrible against the Eagles, back-to-back L's. Then you almost lost to the Giants. I know almost doesn't count. But if not for Love making ridiculous big boy throws late, they're on a 3-game skid, and they're 5-4-1 with some gross losses to the Browns, to the Giants, to the Panthers along the way. This is a matchup against a Vikings team that beat the Lions very recently.
Yep.
You can't take them lightly. This defense is playing well.
Yeah, and they're going to get after you. They're going to force you to do something. Now, if you handle it, you could put up points against them. Big plays are there to be had. They're going to be aggressive. And this is a Brian Flores staple. He is going to make you react to him and the way that they play defense, and they're good at it. For Green Bay, I continue to get so frustrated with them, mostly because of what happened the first 5 days of the year where they were the best team in the NFL. They looked so good, and they have not matched that since. It's been a lot of undulation, a lot of eking out wins. And I know you get credit for beating who's on your schedule. On one side of my mouth, I'm praising Denver for doing it, and then I'm critical for Green Bay doing kind of the same thing. But they keep leaving me wanting more, and I'm frustrated with them, even though they're right there at 6-3-1, controlling their own destiny.
So I'm guilty of this too, but what I think you're doing and what I know I'm doing is overvaluing the first week of the season.
I'm 100% doing that.
Because if you think, like, the Raiders beat the Patriots in week 1.
Yep.
And weird things happen all the time. Think about the Bengals every year.
Mhm.
And I think because it was the first 5 days and it really affected you and me because, we're sitting there on my couch doing our live stream for Washington and
Going,
Green Bay.
oh my God, look at this group. Yeah.
It looked like they were about to go 15-2. And the rest of the season, they have been nothing like that. So I don't know how authentic that is looking back, but they're just probably not that good. Let's go to the Colts and the Chiefs. Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City. Chiefs 5-5 hosting 8-2 Indy. We talked about the changing of the guard in the AFC, where the top seeds right now in the conference are Denver, New England, and Indianapolis. And nowhere to be found, Kansas City and Baltimore out of the playoff picture currently, and the Bills who have fallen to the penultimate team in a 7-team bracket. For the Chiefs, though, you got to have it right now. We keep saying you're better than last year. Your offense is actually the most explosive it's been in 4 years. If they get into the playoffs, they're going to make a deep run. None of that matters if they don't win a couple of these games they need to. They lost to the Bills in a pick'em game. They lost to the Broncos in a pick'em game. Now you've got Indianapolis, their favorite at home. You have to win this weekend, or else we can't keep saying, oh, they'll be fine. At some point, you're just not that fine anymore.
Yeah, it's late early is, I think, the expression that's come up here for these guys. I know they're still good. I know they are, right? I've seen enough. But they're just because they lack that one super explosive threat, they get Rashee Rice involved, but it's a lot of stuff close to the line of scrimmage. You're still going to gadget up, still going to gimmick it up, still try to find a weakness. That defense is still pretty good. They still have the magic of Mahomes. But at some point, you just are what you are, right? And we can no longer assume it. I still, by the way, we said this earlier in the show, I still think they're going to the AFC title game, even at 5-5 out of the playoffs if they started today, simply because there's too much track record, 7 for 7 in Mahomes' years as a starter. They have been in that AFC championship game. I feel like it's going to happen again, and they're going to get right. But your point is correct. When? This is sort of now dude, if you're going to do this, you better start doing it right this minute.
That'll do it for the 1 o'clock window. I want to move on to some 4 o'clock kicks. The Browns 2-8, the Raiders 2-8. This would have been a game I wouldn't have brought up, except that Shedeur Sanders, the most talked about, biggest lightning rod in the history of fifth-round quarterbacks, gets his first ever start for the Cleveland Browns. He came into the game. He struggled immensely. Really, really bad 4 for 16 performance. Throws an interception. Should have had a second interception. Gets sacked a couple of times holding on to the ball. And then afterwards, the excuses that he never gets first-team reps as if he's the first backup that's ever happened with come out. On the other side, you got everybody saying he'll never be good. See, I told you so. He's awful. No reasonable takes whatsoever after what was expected.
Yep.
A fifth-round quarterback who went in the fifth round for some reasons, didn't look good. That happens all the time. He's not allowed to just have the game where he doesn't look good, apparently like everybody else. But now we're going to see. He got the first-team reps all week. He's the guy going into a Raiders game. You're taking on a defense that gives up a lot of plays in the passing game. A chance for him maybe to hit the ground running.
This will be fascinating. If for no other reason, then
Is it the most fascinating game ever between 2 and 8 teams?
Two terrible teams. The answer, it's up there. Certainly. I mean, again, if he doesn't play well this week, which, by the way, is not unreasonable. They don't have much on offense, right? There's not much going on there. He's had 3 practices probably with the first team. He's a rookie anyhow. It doesn't have the training, doesn't have the experience of all the other guys playing against a bad team. It could absolutely not go well. Max Crosby has a day because you don't adjust the protection right or whatever. I'm fascinated as to what the reasoning will be for the people that want to condemn it. Fascinating for what the excuses will be for the people that want to make sure everyone knows he's the greatest ever and it's some weird conspiracy against him. I'm nervous about it the same way that the discourse can't be rational, but I can't turn away.
Eagles, Cowboys in the NFC East at 425 in Dallas. Cowboys trying to keep slim playoff hopes alive at 4-5-1. The Eagles look like their defense has hit the championship form button. Man, have they been good the last couple of weeks. This is as good a defensive unit as there is in the NFC, maybe in all of football, right there with Denver and Houston, at least as far as a recent sample goes. And A.J. Brown just can't help himself. After trolling his quarterback on social media for most of this season, yesterday he was asked about people that say you're having a down year and maybe you just don't have your A game anymore. And he throws Saquon Barkley under the bus. He said, well, I guess Saquon Barkley isn't the same guy either. Teammate of the year, A.J. Brown. I mean,
he's on fire.
Like, what an awesome teammate this guy is. He is the best, isn't he?
Man, oh, man.
Who else can you humiliate and call out in the media?
Yeah, and again, I understand the point he was trying to make.
I do too.
Because he's answering a question about, hey, are you diminished? Is your skill set not the same? Or have injuries caught up with you or whatever? And he's offering another analogy about a star player that's not having the same caliber year. But it would be so easy is to not do that.
Is there a better way to make his point?
I bet you there is. Say, I don't feel that way, but, critics are going to say what they're going to say.
There's guys all over the league that aren't having great seasons that will have more great seasons after this year.
Yeah, we're 8-2. We're in a good place. It's one of those things that, I could probably do that. Now, I can't do what he does on the field to draw a distinction, but I would answer the hell out of that question. That would have been awesome. And you know what I would have tried to do? Not run Saquon Barkley under the bus. Wouldn't that have been fun?
We'll hit another batch of games a little bit later in the show as we preview Week 12 in the NFL. But it is Friday, and we are out and about on a field trip Friday. We're in Manassas today at Uptown Alley. Let's win off the field next. You call us and tell us what little mini moral victory has made your day better that nobody else would care about. You can call us at 800-636-1067. It is time to win off the field on Grant and Danny next on The Fan. And then what? Time to figure out how you are winning off the field. You call us right now at 800-636-1067. Celebrate a moral victory that nobody else would care about, but put a smile on your face. Pretty easy segment. We do it today because Bruce Allen many, many years ago said these words in Ashburn.
We're winning off the field, but we got to start winning on the field.
So we honor the goose, and we keep that day near and dear to our hearts so that we don't sink back to those depths.
Yep.
800-636-1067. Danny, show the people how it's done.
So you're looking for something small that nobody else would care about, but we're going to celebrate it here. So I'm trying to think of an example of that, and I suppose I will do that right now. So you and I have very busy lives. We've got like 11 different jobs and gigs and things we're doing in addition to being able to do this one all the time. We're coaching kids and things like that. So yesterday, I wasn't going to have time to eat dinner when I got home and then go coach my oldest son for the Forest Green basketball team, you see. So I wasn't going to have time to eat dinner. Well, it turned out there was a whole Friendsgiving celebration at our radio station that had nothing to do with us, but there was so much food that we got to eat. So I was stuffed like a fat sow, and I didn't even need dinner last night. See what I'm saying? Because I was going to need dinner, and I wasn't going to be able to get it. Then I didn't even need dinner, and I was able to stay and play basketball afterwards without being like, oh, my God, I'm starving. I'm not starving because I had all this pie and different foodstuffs that made me fat, and then I worked it off playing some hoops where I had a couple of game winners and a bunch of threes and set guys up for some assists that, frankly, they blew with some layups. Don't ask Ben Parrish about it. He struggled a little bit in the game, but that's not important. I love Ben. He's a great guy, but he did blow a couple of layups, cost me 3 or 4 assists. But the point is, I didn't need to eat, therefore I was.
Winning off the field?
Yesterday, I had a conversation in the office of Laura Gonzalez, Odyssey sales czar extraordinaire.
I call her the big sales boss. Is that right?
I think that's what she is. She's kind of the big sales silly at the office. Yep. And I had a quick conversation with her, and while I was in her office, I noticed there was a bowl of lightsabers. Not lifesavers, but lightsabers.
Sure.
So she had a whole bowl where there was just a bunch of lightsabers from the movie. So I put a few in my pocket, and I love sucking on a lightsaber. It's one of my favorite things.
Yeah.
And so anyway, yesterday I had 2 of them in my hoodie pocket today. Right just about 10 minutes ago. I was like, what the heck is that? Oh my gosh, it's a red lightsaber.
It's a Sith lightsaber.
I threw it right in my mouth, and it was so delicious and wonderful. The exact right kick from candy that I needed to get me through the day. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
That's the way the game is played.
If you had a lightsaber, what color would it be? Like Grant Paulson Jedi Knight or Sith, doesn't matter. It's whatever your proclivity is. What color is your lightsaber?
First thought.
Yeah.
You want me to say red?
No, I'm not. I don't want you to say anything. It's you.
Are we talking lightsaber the candy?
No.
Are we talking actual lightsaber?
An actual space laser sword. Yep.
It's green.
Green lightsaber.
Green lightsaber.
A hero's lightsaber.
Was that a hero's one?
Yeah.
You can't get those if you're just anybody?
No. You've got to pass the Jedi trials to be able to construct your own lightsaber with the Force. You got to tame a kyber crystal that speaks to you, bro.
No way.
Yes. Green?
Green is my answer.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Hey, real quick, I wanted to crowbar this in while we have a second.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Dylan Strom and his wife.
Stromer.
Do you know that Dylan Strom's wife, Capitals center Dylan Strom, went into labor last night pretty suddenly and early, it sounds like. Everything is great. Baby's doing well. Mom's doing well. But Dylan Strom finds out minutes, an hour, maybe less, before their game in Montreal. It's happening right here and right now. He's getting updates before the game and during the early part of the game, a few minutes in, that the baby's actually been born. That his daughter, I think the name's Sutton, was born while he was on the road. And he was very emotional talking to reporters after the game about having to miss it, not being able to be there because it wasn't planned. It wasn't like he just said, I know we're having the baby that night, but I'm going to play in Montreal.
Yeah, you felt like he had weeks and it was all,
The videos the team put out are amazing with him telling his teammates right after the game and everybody, jumping around him and high-fiving him and celebrating, but pretty emotional. Can you imagine just having to get through your gig? Like you find out your wife's going into labor right as we're going on the air, and because you're doing a show.
We're in Kansas City or
something.
Yeah.
I'm just going to do 4.5 hours of radio and try not to think about it. And Strom had 3 apples, had a great game, just went out and played hockey. These guys are different, man.
Yes, they are.
Let's go to Vic in Gaithersburg. Vic, how are you winning off the field?
So I lost a drill bit a week ago. I couldn't find it for the life of me, and I use it every day. Been struggling every day trying to open stuff up. Well, I just had a fresh laundry pair of laundry pants Threw them on this morning. Reached in my pocket, similar to your lifesaver. Bing, bang, boom. Found my bit. Happy as ever.
You got your drill bit, Taylor.
Winning
back.
off the field.
This guy's going to be just drilling things all day long now.
Your drill bit, Taylor.
He
That's a
doesn't
good bit.
even need any drill bits anymore. He's just going to drill to drill.
Who played drill bit, Taylor? Which one's that?
That's Owen Wilson.
Oh, wow. He was drill bit, Taylor?
Yeah. When I think of a drill, I think of an oil driller who could save the world.
No.
Like Harry Stamper.
No.
Darris? I think someone who could drill to 750 feet, Darris.
Don't shoehorn that.
I think of
That's ridiculous.
a team of drillers.
This is
from
overindulgent.
West Texas who would save planet Earth if asked.
Unreal.
Because a meteor was hurling
This is irresponsible.
toward
is what
planet
this
Earth.
is.
They would land on that rock. Colonel Willie Sharp would probably be flying
Unbelievable.
the spacecraft, if I had to guess. And after saving the world, he would land and he'd find Liv Tyler. He'd go up to Gracie and he'd say, "I'm Colonel Willie Sharp requesting to shake the hand of the daughter of the bravest man I've ever
What a
met."
clunky line that
It
was, by the
clunky,
way.
But it was delivered so silly.
Yeah, that guy's really good.
I'm Colonel Willie Sharp, United States Naval Academy Air Force Base Ranger Tahoe.
Permission to shake the hand of the daughter. Like, it just doesn't come out.
Requesting permission to shake the hand of the daughter or the son of the man who's the bravest gentleman I've ever met in my
My
life.
father's cousin's brother's former roommate's friend.
By the way, this is like 3 hours after this guy took this scissors device to your neck
Yeah.
and choked you out while you were trying to shoot him. And now you're like, I love this guy and he's my brother up there. It's just like, a lot happened.
But he's so good. Whatever that role is, like he's not allowed more than 12 or 13 minutes of screen time in most movies.
Colonel Willie Sharp?
Yeah, Colonel Willie Sharp. What that actor's name is? He's the beginning of The Dark Knight.
Yeah.
He's in Heat, in the same kind of
Good
small
call.
role.
Bank robbery.
So they love. So the director of The Dark Knight, you may know Christopher Nolan, is pretty good at this.
Familiar with his work?
Loves the movie Heat by Michael Ombre or Michael Mann, and put Colonel Willie Sharp in it in the beginning scene because he loves Heat so much, and it was kind of an homage to Heat there in the beginning.
Requesting to shake the hand of the guy that hit 2 game winners last night and pick up basketball. G&D on the Fan. Speaking of game winners, there haven't been many for the Wizards, but maybe you'll get to see the first of the season in win number 2. We're giving away Wizards tickets as soon as we come back ahead of the Beltway Blitz next, right here on Grant and Danny. You're listening to The Fan.
This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. In the NFL, Commanders have the day off tomorrow or on Sunday, bye week. They are going to be the home team for an international game in 2026. We found out today the destination still to be determined. Injuries around the league. Lions tight end Sam Laporta likely done for the year. He underwent a back procedure. Quarterback news, Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow is listed as questionable. Aaron Rodgers is questionable. Jackson Dart going to be out for another game. He still hasn't cleared concussion protocol. Jameis Winston will start for the Buccaneers. Wide receiver Chris Godwin likely back this week. Running back Bucky Irving out another week, trending towards being available next week. Basketball tonight, Wizards taking on the Raptors in Toronto. 7:30 tip-off, the game right here on The Fan. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Caller 10 at 800-636-1067. Let's give away the final pair of Wizards tickets we're giving out on air this week. Right now. Got to be the 10th caller, 800-636-1067. They're playing the Hawks November 25th. That's Tuesday next week at Capital One Arena, and it's the close of the NBA Cup. The team's going to be wearing their City Edition uniforms. They're giving out Bub Carrington-designed pajama pants to the first 10,000 fans in attendance as well. This is courtesy of the Washington Wizards. Show's brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. They do a little bit of everything. All the important stuff you need to do for your family, they will cover. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Mention us to get a discount on all of the work they do. kmlawyers.com. We're covering college football and the Commanders coming up in the Beltway Blitz, but we start off on the ice. Not a bad 24 hours for the Caps. They scored 15 goals in 2 wins. Last night, Alex Ovechkin tallied 3 of them, his 33rd career hat trick. Mike Vogel, washcaps.com, joins us now. Vogues, the old man's at it again. 40-year-old Alex Ovechkin, 6 goals in 4 games, and he's now within 4 of the NHL lead.
And he's on a pace for another, 40-goal season, too. It's crazy. Like, I say it all the time, never bet against this guy, number one. And number two, enjoy it while you can, because even though it seems like there's going to be an end to it, or there's going to be no end to it, there actually will be at some point. But he's a freak of nature, an absolute marvel, and he showed it again last night.
All of a sudden, the offense seems to have picked up a little bit, folks, I would say, with 15 goals in the span of 48 hours. I remember not too long ago, I'm old enough to remember where the goal's going to come from. They're struggling a little bit on that side. Seems to be just fine now, huh?
Yeah, it's been an interesting 48 hours for sure, like you say, and the third time in franchise history that they've managed to score 7 goals twice in consecutive days. And the first time was, I should say the second time was actually earlier this year, back in February, right after the Four Nations break. The first time, as you would guess or imagine, was back in the mid-1980s. So I think what's really amazing about it is, number one, that they're doing it without Pierre-Luc Dubois in the lineup. And number two, they're getting so many goals from so many different guys. Think back to Wednesday night at home against Edmonton and getting 2 goals from Ryan Leonard, and then 2 nights later getting 2 from Sonny Milano and a couple from Ethan Frank too. And really good to see Ethan Frank pop up with 2 goals and 4 points last night. Last night, a lot of people might not realize this, but that was his 10th game with the Caps this year. So now if the Caps do try to send him back to Hershey, which they won't, but if they were to do so, he would have to clear waivers and would certainly be claimed by another team in the league. So just a really impressive performance. And what was honestly remarkable is you look at the ice time from last night. Ethan Frank put up 2 goals and 4 points in like 8 minutes and change. Sonny Milano with a couple of goals in 6 minutes and change, and Hendrix Lapierre with two assists in the same amount of ice time. So a lot of guys doing a lot of stuff with not a lot of ice time. It's really great to see.
Tell the people the story of Dylan Strome and how last night he missed the birth of a child, found out during the game, and just how emotional he was post-game.
Yeah, Grant, one of the wildest things and one of the really most humbling and emotional and incredible things I've ever witnessed. You know, because you're watching that game and it's back and forth and it's a ton of momentum swings and everything that's going on back to back. You're playing a team that you knocked out of the playoffs and they got it in for you. That the crowd in that building is capable of creating momentum for the home team, and they do it constantly. So it's a real roller coaster of a game, and you're trying to keep up with all the momentum swings, and you think you've got a grasp on everything. And then you go downstairs, and Dylan Strome, before anyone can ask him a question, just breaks this news that it's just so incredible when you think about it. The Caps are in the middle of a stretch in which they play 7 of 8 games at home. And the one night out of 18 that they're on the road, his wife all of a sudden goes into labor and delivers their 3rd daughter during the first period of the game. And he tells us essentially all the details that he finds out before the game that, you know, she's at the hospital and they're FaceTiming during first intermission. And this is just like, you know, sometimes life just takes over in sports and becomes bigger than the game. And that was one of those moments last night. You just felt so much for Dylan Strome. And I love that he was so magnanimous and so emotional and so unafraid of being emotional on camera and in front of people and telling the story of his expanding family and what his wife did and how heroic she was. And I don't think, and Spencer Carberry encapsulated it really well. We'll be talking about this game and this night for years and telling stories about it. And just the reaction from all his teammates. It's a real brotherhood in that locker room. And you know, we saw it earlier this year after a loss when Nick Dowd's dad passed away. And then we saw it last night in the exact opposite. With someone coming into the world and a dad who had an amazing game and wasn't able to be there for the birth of his 3rd daughter and was trying to process all of that as we and then later the world were watching. It's you know, you don't see that every day, and it's one of the things that makes sports so great, really.
Vogues, thank you as always, brother. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, fellas. You too.
You got it. Let's hit that college football sounder, please. College football. Our pal Denton Day here. I'm on 106.7 The Fan all the time. He knows college football inside and out. I'm Denton Day. Tell us about this weekend slate. I like this Oregon-USC matchup, man. I got the intrigue for it.
Oh, yeah, thank God you like that one because there are not a lot of other matchups to like. SEC is in what we call layup weekend, which is where they pay millions of dollars to beat up on schools like your Stanfords, your Charlottes, etc. But you have the Big Ten pulling through for us. Now, you do get a nice Oklahoma and Missouri matchup in the noon slate, but the highlight is going to be USC and Oregon. And, fellas, if USC can come away with a win, they're still in contention for the college football playoffs. So there's a lot on the line for the Trojans.
Denton, James Franklin has a presser this week. Then he goes to the basketball game. He did not do a Blacksburg accent. I don't know if they have one, but he didn't go full Brian Kelly and try to indoctrinate
You never want to go for Brian Kelly.
To the locals. But I am wondering, like, what does he do now? Does he just kind of sit back and watch everything for several weeks, like over the shoulder of their interim staff? How does this work?
He is recruiting. He's already started. He's already bringing Penn State transfers that were looking to go to Penn State this upcoming, spring, and he is bringing them to Virginia Tech. The nice thing about Franklin, which, by the way, fellas, this is going to be the best hire relative to the program of the entire offseason. Even if Lane Kiffin jumps to Florida or LSU, we will not have a bigger impact than James Franklin going to Virginia Tech. He is a guy that lives and dies by the college football calendar. He doesn't have hobbies, which means you're not going to see him on a beach in the most important time of the season, a la Brian Kelly. You're not going to see him playing golf 80,000 times during the offseason, a la Hugh Freeze. So I'm sure he's evaluating some of the coaching staff, kind of wanting to figure out who he's going to keep. But he is hitting the recruiting trail, and he is trying to convince players that were going to Penn State to come join him over there in Blacksburg.
Speaking of Lane Kiffin, I saw there was people tracking a private jet that's going from like Baton Rouge, supposed to go back to Ole Miss, but then it detours to Florida. What is going on with him today? Why is that such a big – I mean, I know why where he ends up is a story, but is actually his jet going back and forth here?
I don't know if that's his jet or just a private jet, but there's not a lot of private jets that are going to regularly travel to
this
either
could be
Baton
like
Rouge.
Shohei Ohtani's on a plane to Toronto. I don't know if you remember that zing, but, you know, it's just like, no, some random guy gets off the plane and there's a bunch of cameras there, you know?
Yeah, it pretty much could just be that. It could just be a rich booster. Maybe it's somebody literally just trying to mess with us. Like, I don't know what the deal is. I mean, it's nice that Ole Miss isn't playing this weekend, so you can kind of lean into this a little bit more. I'm a little done with it, especially because I think he's staying at Ole Miss. So I think all of this has now become over the top. But in a week where there's not a lot of drama, Lane Kiffin will be more than happy to get his name in the headlines and give us the drama.
Denton, I actually want to go back and talk about Oregon for a second. They haven't really played anybody. I mean, they won at Penn State and they lost to Indiana. Those are kind of the two best teams they played. I recognize they haven't been all that impressive against like the 2 or 3 ranked teams they played. I'm still a believer in them, though. They're 7th in the country. If they beat USC this week, I'm kind of looking at them as a sleeper, a team laying in the weeds that maybe I wouldn't want to see come postseason time. Am I crazy? Am I overestimating them?
It depends how they beat USC. If it's like a Big Ten slobber knocker 21-18, I'd be a little concerned. But they looked really good offensively last week against Minnesota. So if they're pushing 35, damn near 40 points, I think you'd be right then, Danny, because their offense would have turned a corner. When they beat Iowa, they didn't play very well, but it's rainy, it's windy, it's Iowa. If you can go out there and throw the ball around the yard and score a lot of points, I feel like I'd be in the same boat as you, looking at them being like, hey, they have a nice ceiling that they can hit here still, and I think that ceiling is good enough to at least compete for a championship.
Mike Locksley is 17-47 in Big Ten play, and he's coming back to Maryland. Your thoughts?
They didn't have a choice. It's too late in the coaching cycle. I know that sounds crazy because the regular season is still going on, but when you have 12 other openings and a lot of those jobs are going to be looked at as better than yours, it would be silly to then join the fray late, especially after or when you knew. It was not a secret that James Franklin and Virginia Tech have been talking for a while. When you know that a big fish is coming off the market, you're kind of too late. So everyone thinks when they put more money into the program, it'll automatically mean wins. We'll see what that means for Locksley. He's done a better job recruiting as of late, but stars don't win games. You got to go out there and prove it on the field.
What should I asked a different college football analyst we had on earlier this same question here, Denton. What should the expectation be? I feel like Maryland fans, and this is a huge generalization, half are like, this is a top program and they should be excellent and win 10 games a year. The other half is like, it's nice that they're having fun. Like feels like there's no in between for me. What should the expectation be?
I mean, I can think of one person that maybe is expecting 10 wins a season, but I think he's even come down a little bit the last time we talked about Maryland. The expectation, fellas, is a bowl game. Look, if you're not getting into a bowl game next year, then Michael Locksley is not going to be here next year. You can make the excuse this year because you got a freshman quarterback and it's a lot of new pieces. But now that all this money is being pumped in, this is a team that should be winning, I would say, around 7 or 8 games. If anyone is realistically thinking 10, they need to have their head checked. That's just not what that program is.
Denton, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you hopping on the Blitz.
Yeah, appreciate it, fellas.
Let's localize the NFL combo. Bye week for the Commanders, and then a 6-game sprint to the finish that'll kick off with the number 1 team in the AFC as of right now, the Denver Broncos. That is a Super Bowl caliber defense. We had a guest yesterday who said he thinks that defense has just kind of become not talked about enough. We look at the Broncos or the Texans, and we kind of go, they can't actually win it all. But those are really, really elite defenses. Washington's going to have to face some tough ones. Denver, Minnesota after that with Brian Flores. We talk about bringing Jaden Daniels back or Marcus Mariota. Cliff Kingsbury's got his work cut out for him out of the bye.
Certainly does. And again, these are groups that are good against everybody, not just hey, they got a good plan against you, et cetera.
By the way, 2 more games against the Eagles.
That's right.
Who over the last 3 weeks have been the best defense in the league, and they've been shoving it on any and all comers.
Yeah, single-digit points, 2 straight weeks for them.
So like, of the 6 games you have left, you do get Dallas. They're playing a lot better after those trades, at least in a 1-game sample. The Giants will be the reprieve, I guess. They've got a really good defensive front. but 4 games against great defenses, 2 against Philly, 1 against Denver, 3 against, I'd say, top 5 defenses in the league. So if it's Daniels coming back, I mean, it's going to be a real test for him trying to kind of salvage his season.
That's a good point. I hadn't really thought about it when we were having our discussion the other day about, kind of what you're looking for from Daniels and what will make you feel better in the offseason, et cetera. Kind of what you want to get out of these last several games whenever he does come back. I hadn't thought about that, but you start looking at it on paper, you're going, uh-oh, that's, as you said, 4 games probably, right, against really, really excellent defenses.
They did not flex Denver and Washington, so it's a Sunday Night Football national TV game. I was really surprised by that. I did hear from someone who said part of the logic was, and I haven't heard anybody mention this, because of the Christmas Day night game on Thursday in Baltimore, it's a quick turnaround, and they felt like getting anywhere else could be really hard and complicated. So the NBC crew is doing that Christmas night Ravens game. It's a quick trip, staying in the state of Maryland from the Ravens Stadium to Landover, and maybe that was the biggest reason why that game didn't get flexed. Had not heard that mentioned, but I think that's something to throw out there.
It basically is the logistics of setting up TV somewhere else is too much.
Like, yeah, we might be able to get some better numbies elsewhere, but can we actually pull off the broadcast over a holiday without having everybody miserable in our entire company trying to pull this thing off? And it's not like the storylines aren't there. You're still hoping for a Jaden Daniels return. You're still getting Bo Nix in year 2, who last year got to the playoffs and is right now, I'd say a major talking point as to whether or not is he holding them back? Is he, making the winning plays late? And again, it's a super defense. This is a group that you want.
They're just excellent.
They're going to go into that game the number 1 seed in the AFC. Yeah, you want them on national TV. That makes sense. They're a story.
And it sounds like we're being hyperbolic when it comes to that defense, but look at their sack totals, for example. Remember a couple years ago when Philadelphia ran away with it in terms of the sack title?
I saw a stat like last night about how good the Texans defense is at getting sacks, and someone's like, oh, they're only like 18 behind Denver or something like that.
The difference between Denver and Atlanta, who's second. Atlanta, by the way. How about Atlanta? Second in the NFL in sacks. 49-34, a 15-sack difference through 11 games is greater than the difference between Atlanta and the Raiders, who are 25th. Like, this defense is stupid. They do everything well. They stop the run, they stop the pass, they get after the quarterback, they turn you over. There is nothing they don't do. It's nothing fluky about it. It's the amount of times they press you, knock you down, hit you, hurry you. They disrupt what you want to do, and they blitz kind of middle in the pack. There is no weakness of that group, talking about Denver. And so to me, if it weren't for Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix would have been kind of the darling in the story of all the rookies quarterbacks last year for a team that went from a joke to pretty damn good.
Last year,
right? But so this year we're kind of doing why isn't he taking the major leap while they're muddling through an offense with a 9-2 defense? It's awesome.
9-2 team that is ultra flawed offensively.
Yep.
All right, next on Grant and Danny, we're going to get into the Commanders playing another international game next season. That news broke today. They just got back from Madrid, Spain. They were just playing overseas, second time ever. Remember, the London game was in 2016, and they're going back across the pond very likely. We don't know where yet. We're going to speculate and look into that next. Plus, as soon as we come back, I'll make it quick. But I just heard something insane about a Major League Baseball trade that I want to get into. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatics Sportsbook. It's a big, exhaustive one. Let's go. For Arizona, no Trey Benson, no Amari DiMercado or Marvin Harrison Jr., and it looks like Bam Knight is questionable in their matchup. For Atlanta, no Drake London or Michael Penix. Both are out. For Cincinnati, Joe Burrow has practiced all this week, and there's a chance he might go. I've not seen a definitive word on that yet. For Cleveland, no quarterback Dylan Gabriel. Yes to Shedeur Sanders. He'll be in that lineup. For Dallas, no Solomon Thomas, no Malik Hooker, no Dante Fowler. All questionable, rather, on that defensive front that's already pretty banged up. And for Detroit, Sam Laporto's on IR. Great chance he misses the rest of the year. And Penei Sewell is questionable for Detroit's big matchup this weekend. In Green Bay, Josh Jacobs is questionable, their star running back. In Jacksonville, Travis Etienne and Bashal Tutin are both questionable. For Kansas City, Isaiah Pacheco is out. In New England, Ramondre Stevenson is questionable to go this weekend. And for the Saints, finally, Alvin Kamara questionable with an ankle. That is today's injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. You heard me mention fair play. There is nothing better going on right now in sports betting than with Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. It's unbelievable. It protects your players, protects you and your bets on all prop bets across straights, parlays, same-game parlays across any first-half entry. Some books just protect you for the first quarter. Some do nothing at all, but not at Fanatic Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets every football game day. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet plays on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. You can also track your player performance in the Fanatic Sportsbook app, and the payout speed is lightning quick as well. So bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatic Sportsbook, I'm telling you guys, winning hits different here. I've downloaded the app, and I love it. You'll love it too. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD, visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
This update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In the NFL, the Commanders have the week off. Today we learned, though, that the Commanders are going to be a home team for an international game in 2026. Location still to be determined. Injuries around the league. Lions tight end Sam Laporta likely done for the year after he underwent a back procedure. Quarterback news, Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow listed as questionable as he looks to return from his turf toe injury. Aaron Rodgers is questionable. Jackson Dart is out. Jameis Winston going to start for New York. Packers running back Josh Jacobs is listed as questionable. Buccaneers wide receiver Chris Godwin likely back this week. Running back Bucky Irving out another week. Basketball tonight, the Wizards taking on the Raptors in Toronto. 7:30 tip-off, near the game right here on The Fan. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back to Grant and Danny live today on The Fan. We're in Manassas at Uptown Alley. Come on out and kick it with us. Bring the fam. There's a lot to do. Arcade, laser tag, bowling alley, restaurant, all right here within 30 feet of where we're at right now. Of course, if you bring your buddies and you do a little happy hour, you can get after it a little bit. This is a pretty cool bar.
Whatever you want to do, you can do it here. You can roll like Lebowski. You could play some video games. Again, there's laser tag here. I didn't even know there was, and there is. The food's unbelievable. I just love this place, man. It's a lot of fun.
Certainly is. All right, before we get back to football and the Commanders, because we got some huge Commanders news today we got to cover, I want to talk for a second about something I just saw come across my feed on Major League Baseball. So I'm sure you saw the Orioles traded Grayson Rodriguez a couple nights ago to the Angels.
Yes.
Outfielder Taylor Ward, who hits for some power, goes back to Baltimore. The deal for me on paper is kind of inexplicable and makes no sense. Taylor Ward's a good little player. He'll come to the Birds and provide some pop for a season, but he's a free agent at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Grayson Rodriguez has 3 more years of team control, at least, for the Angels ahead. And if he gets back to being healthy, you might have just added a number 2 type starter. This was the 11th overall pick who, when he was healthy at the big league level, shoved a little bit. Now he since has regressed because he hasn't been 100%. But I get it. You want to add a bat. You got to give up an arm potentially. But the Orioles, their problem is less offense and more pitching. It was just a strange trade. I say this, though, to tell you that the part that's crazy to me is I just saw this from Jim Bowden, who's a former GM here in D.C. and works with me at MLB Network Radio. Here's his tweet. I'll read it to you. Grayson Rodriguez just told Foul Territory TV that he did not take any kind of physical or medical test before being traded from the Orioles to the Angels. He said even his dad asked him why that was. With the medical history of Rodriguez, how could the Angels make that trade without a physical, Jim Bowden asks. Now, for those of you that don't know, Grayson Rodriguez, his arm, has been a nightmare throughout his career for the Orioles. 2022, right lat strain. 2024, right lat strain. Right shoulder inflammation in early 2024. Right elbow soreness that led to his missing the entire 2025 season. Had to undergo right elbow debridgement surgery to avoid Tommy John in August of 2025. He's had bone spurs. He's had this. He's that. I mean, it's one thing after another. The entire reason the Orioles are trading him is because there's a possibility he'll never be himself again. That's the only reason you're getting him if you're the Angels for the price that you're giving up. And this guy is acquired and you bring him in without having had him take one physical? How is that possible?
I hadn't seen that note. My response is, oh, my God. Because from the Orioles' perspective, I get that. I'm not saying I endorse it, but I get it. I know we're not breaking down Orioles trades here in D.C., but bear with me.
I don't have any Nats trades to break
down.
Well,
thank you very much. That would imply movement and acquisition and money. The point is, though, I have felt that way about a player where it's like, enough. I'm just so tired of it. I'm so tired of the question mark next to his name. I'm so tired of the listed on the injury report. Thursday, Friday, we don't know. He's questionable. Every day it's something. Every other week is on the injured list for baseball. I've gotten to the point where I'm just like, enough of this. I can't do it anymore. And maybe he goes somewhere else and thrives. I just can't deal with it. And whether that's the right or wrong call, I have felt that way. I understand being exasperated and feeling like it's never going to happen. if you're the acquirer, you're the team going, yes, I'd like to opt into that. And you don't have anybody just poke and prod a little bit and go, well, that seems good or that seems bad. You just do it?
You would have a doctor say, this arm has 14 innings left in it. And you go, okay, maybe not. Or you just don't worry about it at all.
This house had a flood. The roof caved in, and there's a couple trees next to it. One actually already cut the house in half one time. You want to buy it? Sure. You want a hell of inspection? Not at all. Let's go. Full send.
They may actually feel like the value is so good that the juice is worth the squeeze regardless. Like, yes, his arm might break, and if that happens, then we lose. But we're giving up an outfielder that maybe isn't in our plans anyway.
Yeah, a year before free agency.
A one season left when we're not really trying to win for this future of Grayson Rodriguez. So it doesn't really matter. If he's either healthy or he isn't, there's nothing we can do about that. And they feel like it's still worth the risk. But I still, there's very little precedent, I would imagine, for making a deal without a physical. Like Mike Rizzo made it a point to tell us, who was it? I think it was John Lester maybe. But at one point they had to do this trade where they couldn't do a physical because it happened so late up against the clock. And it was the first time in his career, I think, basically, that they didn't do this like thorough medical evaluation on a player. And it was a crazy thing that it happened that way. That's not someone who had a lengthy litmus test, lengthy list rather of arm history, arm injuries. I just can't wrap my head around it. Pretty crazy. Speaking of the Nats, who you mentioned, today's actually a significant day in Major League Baseball and for the Nationals. We find out once and for all today if they are going to non-tender any of their players. So the cliff notes on how this works is you've got to decide today if you're going to retain your arbitration-eligible players. You don't have to agree on how much you're going to pay them, but you either say, we're going to negotiate with you and we're keeping you, or you free them to become free agents today. And the deadline is 8 p.m. tonight. So there's only a few guys that are of particular interest here. Among them, Luis Garcia. The team could move on from today. And I actually expect them to do that. Most of the people that really backed him and were longtime proponents, I think, are probably not in the building at this point. But maybe they decide that he gives you enough offensively, doubles, couple of home runs, second base position, that it's worth what they're going to pay him. But I think $7 million is what he's targeted to get. That's too much. So my guess is he gets non-tendered. The other guy to watch out for is Jake Irvin, who's scheduled to make, the projections are about $3.3 million. Jake Irvin, based on performance, should probably be closer to like a $1 million guy. So last year on this day, we found out they non-tendered Kyle Finnegan. They eventually brought him back cheaper. If they were to non-tender Jake Irvin, I think they would bring him back cheaper as long as he didn't.
Or they would try to,
But he's probably really excited. He's an analytical, data-driven guy, wants to be here, I would imagine, with this new staff. So he's interesting. And then the last one I'll throw out there is Riley Adams.
Riley Adams,
He could be someone that they could non-tender if they wanted to save some money at catcher, where you've got Keibert Ruiz under contract, and maybe you want to go out and get a starter, have Keibert Ruiz be a backup, and then Riley Adams, there's not really a place for him anyway. So this will inform some of how they're thinking. But the big one to watch is Luis Garcia. After years of the team just kind of crossing their fingers and hoping for more, could be day one where this new staff makes their first decisions and says, yeah, we're good on that.
Yeah, it never really materialized consistently for him. For a guy that again, has an elite skill, putting bat to ball. The hardest thing to do, he does. The rest of it just never around. Too streaky, too inconsistent, too up and down defensively. Had issues, and I'm not making light of it, but had issues with weight at times, trying to stay in good enough shape to be consistent in terms of his approach on a daily basis. Improved in that regard, but just never really caught. I think you could do better, and that's the point. Do they want to at this stage of whatever this build's going to be? Right, 1 year maybe overpaying a little bit isn't the end of the world if you don't have a plan B ready. And I don't know what their plan B is going to be. I don't know how much better they're going to go out and do realistically. So that, to me, I'll be interesting to see, because it'll kind of tell you what they're thinking, right?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's get to the big news for the Commanders today. We have not really mentioned this on the show and haven't been able to dive too deep into it, but they are going international again. They're taking their show back on the road. Now, we don't know where to, but here's what's particularly compelling about this. So this year, they just played a road game in Madrid, Spain, but it was an actual road game on their schedule. They have not ever, not one time, been designated as the team to lose a home game until right now. They played the Bengals, which should have been a game in Cincinnati, in London in 2016. Then they played the Madrid game this week with the Dolphins, should have been a Miami home game. in Spain. Those are the 2 international games they've ever played. Danny, for the first time ever, they're going to have back-to-back seasons with an international game. And for the first time ever, they will lose a home date at Northwest Stadium in Landover. So if you're a season ticket holder, you will lose a date this coming year. The way the NFL is going to sell it to the team, I'm sure, is you're still going to have the same number of games, because what they'll do is they'll only have 1 preseason game, and then they'll have 8 regular season games. And so there's going to be 9 total at home next year, which is what would have been on the schedule anyway, I suppose. But if you're a season ticket holder who thought you were getting 9 regular season dates, now you only get 8. I don't think the money changes in a favorable way. We already saw the report today, in fact, that if you're in the lower bowl, your season ticket numbers are going up next year, even though you're losing a home date. So we'll cover that part of it in a second. But international, we just saw them in Madrid. We saw how much fun everyone had. Less than a week later, we find out they're going again. The timing's pretty good for the league to release this, and for the team to release this, because there's enough honeymoon feelings, I think, where people go, oh, I missed that Madrid trip. It looked like a blast. I'm not missing the next one.
Yeah, it's. I don't think it's fair. I think it stinks for fans that go. I think it stinks for fans that are paying for season tickets and dealing with the increase, et cetera. It's great for the few that decide I'm willing and able to spend a week, thousands of dollars, whatever the case is, to get away and to go. And if you can do it, God bless you. I'm not someone that gets angry about that. Do what makes you happy. But I again, this is one of those. I'm always so curious as to who's a fan of it, right? Like, this is the
NFL for sure.
Well, that's my point. It's like, and you're that excited that the league's doing well? Like, how does that help you? You know what I mean? Like, well, they're just going to start charging more for everything.
If you're a fan with disposable income who can go, like if you're one of the people that just dropped a bunch of money, went to Madrid at the time of your life, you're going to go again next year probably.
And you should.
It's your vacation. You get to see a part of a different country. You get to see your football team. So those people like it.
And they love it. But my point is, the people that I care about are the rank and file. I care about the upper bowl folks. I care about the people that are like me going, you know what? I don't know if I want to spend $500 on a Sunday to get a couple of corn dogs or whatever, some nachos for my family, pay through the nose to park, pay for all the tickets, deal with all the hassle for a loss. I'm making those kind of value decisions. This doesn't help them. Doesn't help the regular fan at all. It's a TV product for 90-some% of us.
Danny Ruiz thinking about the common man.
Yeah,
rolling up his sleeves on this political ad.
In this case, yes, for fans, I don't like it. I've mentioned this a million times. I was a partial season ticket holder with the Wizards with a couple of buddies. The price doubled year over year when I was sitting there watching them win 20 games because I wanted to see Wall and rookie Bradley Beal. And they thought they were going to be pretty good. So it was 2X. And I said, that's it. I'm out of here. I can't afford that. And it's not really that exciting just yet. You're going to double my cost to watch them win 30 games? No, thank you. And so I walked away. If they just continue to bleat me forever, I'd probably still have them. But anyway, the point is, I do care about that because it's an expensive proposition that's being asked of you. And there's nothing added for the regular fan here to me. And that's what I don't love.
Yeah, for me, I guess all of that's true. Where I wanted to attack this, though, is number one, we don't know where the game is. And I'm really curious about that.
I am too.
So London would be the most likely option, I would think, because I wonder, are you making the Commanders a marquee matchup team again? Like the idea of Brazil has been floated, but that Brazil game, unless it changes, has become the opener of the season basically on Friday night. It's like you have the Thursday night opener in the States, then the Friday night week 1 game the next day. That has been Brazil the last 2 years.
Yep.
So is Washington hosting Philly, let's say, or something like that in Brazil? Is that something that they're making a standalone primetime Friday night game? You and I have been joking, but I'm serious about it. When I say it, they're going to get a lot fewer standalone primetime games based on how they played this year.
Right.
Now, Jaden Daniels should be back and healthy, and they should be a better team next year. But it would make more sense to me if they're playing a 9:30 a.m. London game against Jacksonville or Cleveland or the Vikings or something like that. And so I wonder where it's going to be. Could also be somewhere exotic, something we don't even think is on the table right now. But I am fascinated to see that because I'm certainly open to the idea possibly after swinging and missing on the Madrid trip, maybe rolling next year. But your larger point's correct. On the same day we find out they're going out of the States and you're losing a home date, I got DMs in my Instagram inbox, Grant H. Paulson, of screen grabs of people saying, just got this email from the team, my season tickets in the lower bowl are going up by X%. Like, that is a bad look.
Yeah.
And by the way, It should be the opposite. Hey, man, you thought you were going to get 9 home games next year because we go every other. Now you're getting 8. Guess what? Good news. Here's your new number. It shouldn't be higher.
No. I mean, even if you do the math per game, it's going to be higher, right? But still, it frustrates me. And again, this is benefiting the owners and the team valuations and the league and the new television partners. Them growing revenue streams doesn't do anything for me.
Sure.
It just doesn't. That's not exciting to me. Now, an individual team, when in a different sport, for example, the Nationals, if more people go to games, more cash enters the coffers. Presumably, in theory, more people watching means maybe they could spend some money on some players. It's time will tell, certainly with the Paul Timonian company in charge. So in that way, that benefits me. But people love the NFL. The stadiums are full. They set new records every week, every month, for whatever, how many people are watching. It's the best product we got going for television's sake. Things like this just frustrate me because it's like everyone's patting themselves on the back for how successful it is. And I'm kind of like, that's cool, man. I'm going to watch it on TV. If it's at 9:30, I'll watch it at 1, watch it at 4, watch it at 8, watch it Monday Night Football. Doesn't really do anything for me. But yeah, for them, they're celebrating it. I get it. It's the next frontier where they can make even more money.
So it's awkward to ask this question and take these calls then after what you're saying, which I think is a different conversation than if you want to just have that one we can have, which is the league's the big bad jerk and the little man's getting screwed. And I think that's true, and I can't imagine anyone's going to take the side of the league and not the side of the people who are paying the money. Maybe there's a couple of people out there that would do that, but I think that's been talked about, and that horse has been beaten, and if you want to keep beating it, we can do that. But what I actually wanted to open the phones up about is, are people more likely to go overseas after the Madrid trip, either because
it was a success for everyone who went. They loved it.
If you went and had a blast, you want to do it again. I know Toby came back and said, if they do it again next year, I'm going. So we can ask him about that. He's out here with us at Uptown Alley in Manassas, and we're live until 6:30. But similarly, if you didn't go to Madrid, like me and you just watched how much fun everybody else had, would you be more inclined to say, you know what, last year I didn't go because of this or that, but this time I'm going to save up and I'm going to try to do it? 800-636-1067. Where would you want them to be? Where do you want to go see them play? Grant and Danny on the Fan. Hey, guys, it's Grant. I'm out at Uptown Alley in Manassas today, and I'm looking at my FanDuel account, trying to figure out what I got working tonight. FanDuel Sportsbook, official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. It's a FanDuel Friday. They're turning it up with an NBA happy hour every Friday from 6 to 7:30, coming up in a little over an hour. FanDuel drops limited time specials to get you in the zone with boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring a little Friday energy. It's not just another promo, people. It's a weekly pregame, and it's getting started in just a bit. NBA happy hour every Friday from 6 to 7:30 East time, right here in the DMV. Only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Go to FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP. Grab your reward before the clock expires at FanDuel.com/GP. Must be 21, present in Virginia, opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. We're going to play a fun game coming up at 5 o'clock. This kind of came out of nowhere, I got to say.
Was it the listener who gave it to you?
Yes.
This is such a good game.
It's a good game.
This is a 10.
So a listener just came up to me here at Uptown Alley in Manassas, and he said, I've got a game I'm playing with my family on Thanksgiving that I think is up your alley. I said, well, what do you got? So he has found a bunch of names, both from the college football ranks, obscure players, and possible signees on the Declaration of Independence or the Constitution, founding father types, if you will.
Yep.
And he's going to grill us on whether this is a random college football player or someone who signed the Declaration of Independence. And we're going to play that game at 5 o'clock. It'll be a little warm-up for him as he gets ready to play that. You can't look this up. You're looking up the signing of the United States Declaration, right?
I'm not doing anything.
Well, you got the Declaration of Independence.
I was typing it in while you were talking. I'm just sort of thinking about it. I'm not doing anything.
But, yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to be grilled, and we're either going to go signee, college football player.
So good.
How good is that?
It's such a great game.
And for him, it's good practice because he's going to have to grill his family at Thanksgiving.
Well, his point was like there's always the all name team. You know, like the guy I always think of was like Dakotas Crawford or like
that one. I'm assuming college football player.
Well, that guy, but like so you have all these years of like these unbelievable names.
Or was Dakotas Crawford like the father of Delaware? You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. He didn't. Yeah, he wasn't part of the Revolutionary War.
Right.
But like, so you have that, and his point was there's less of that this year. There's a lot of guys that sound like they might be founding fathers.
Old-timey.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's going to be fun. We'll do it at 5 o'clock. Where do you think the Commanders' international game is going to be played?
I mean, the better chance is London, right? I mean, Brazil's the one shot. It's the one night that they go there, unless they're going a second time that I don't know about.
I think generally it's a one-off. London, but again, there's like a game in Melbourne, Australia next year.
Oh.
The Melbourne, Australia game, I think, was given to the Rams. So is it possible that –
because I think, don't they play the Rams?
Yes, they do. But supposedly the Rams were the designated team, meaning like they lose a home game.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't both be the home team.
Oh, right, yep.
So I don't know, but could there be two games in Australia? Is it possible that we just don't know that there's a game happening? I'm making this up, but like in Ireland next year, and the league's going to announce it in a month, and the Commanders are hosting there. What would be the coolest thing? Most likely, let's say, is London or Brazil. But if something random were to pop up, where would Danny Rui actually be steamed up to go travel to watch an NFL game?
Paris, because there's a Paris game that we know about right now. I know that that's not going to happen because the Saints are the home team for that one. Isn't that right? I think that's what we got confirmed.
Sounds right.
So the others that we know about, I was just kind of double checking here. Mexico City, which I don't care about, no interest in that. Melbourne, Australia is too far. Rio de Janeiro, no thank you. Paris would be interesting. London would be interesting. Those two.
Paris would be really cool.
Paris would be pretty dope.
What about Ireland? I know you've done that before. I've never been to Ireland.
Never been to Ireland. I went to Scotland and
I thought you had
no
been,
Scotland and
well, I feel like
England.
you would be psyched to go to Ireland.
I would do that.
That'd be kind of
That'd be
fun.
interesting. Yeah.
And because you're Scotland Rouye, if it's in Scotland, I think you have to go.
By rule. I mean, it's now apparently a yearly trip that I go to Scotland.
Athens, Greece, Topes? You want to go see the boys in Greece?
I would do
now,
that.
you were on record, Toby, as saying
Wherever they go, you're going.
after coming back from Madrid, the bug bit you. If they're on the road outside of the States next year, Toby Altizer will be in attendance.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Yeah.
What if it's something like egregiously far?
Now, he doesn't care. He goes to Melbourne once every 2 months or something.
I've been to Australia multiple times.
What
You
if,
can't get much
they're
further than
playing in
Australia.
like Singapore?
Sign me up. Let's go.
You're going.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, Danny, I think there's going to be a bigger group than this year because if you went, you loved it. And if you didn't, you had FOMO
It
the
looked
whole time.
awesome. Yeah, because, I mean, when they did London with Jay and they tied Cincinnati, I don't think this buzz was there for whatever reason. I don't know why, but it feels like this one, and maybe, social media is better now. There's just more access, more video, more stuff. But it just felt like this one, for whatever reason, was this giant celebration, even though they stink and the game was meaningless.
Season ticket holder prices going up and they're losing a home game. Not ideal. Not a great day in terms of being a season ticket holder. I think Tailgate Ted wants to hop in real quick, is on the line with us. Ted, are you there? Did you have any intel on kind of what they're talking about with season ticket holders?
Yeah, so we have always had 10 home games. The breakdown has fluctuated from 3 preseason to 7 regular season, then 2 preseason to 8 regular season. The one year we had 9 home games, we had 1 preseason game. Next year, we're only getting 9 home games total, but we are still being charged that 10 home game price. And on top of it, the season ticket prices are actually going up. So we're not being prorated that game that we are missing. It's still 1 preseason game and 8 home games. So we are actually losing a game and paying more money next year. And we also don't have guaranteed seats for the international game. So just wanted to clear that part.
Yes, I mean, that math doesn't math.
Right. I think that's unfair.
I lose a game and I pay more money. So now I would like to see the rate per game for a seat and what the difference is. It's got to be not just a little bit more, like a lot more.
There's a big jump there.
If you're paying more and losing a game, that is a significant blow to the season ticket holder.
Absolutely. And again, it's, the expect, and they're not going to walk that price back the following year where they do get the normal 10 games. That's just now baked in and built in. And that's part of it. Again, I understand everyone's out to make money, and I don't begrudge that, but my point is this doesn't, to use your phrase, doesn't put a lot of Triscuit crackers in my stomach if I'm a season ticket holder that's not going abroad.
Here's the question. What are we going to name the game that we're about to play? I'm thinking college football player or founding father, something like that.
Yeah.
College football player or signee of the Declaration of Independence. Does that work for you?
Draft prospect or
Draftee.
national draft writer? No, national. I had something.
You really
I thought.
liked that for a while.
Yeah, draft prospect or constitutional signee.
Sure.
No,
how about this? College football signee.
Yeah.
Important American literature
There it
signee. We'll play it next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
This update is driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. No game for the Commanders on Sunday, but we did find out today that the Commanders will play another international game in 2026, this time as the designated home team. Injuries around the league. Lions tight end Sam Laporta is likely done for the season as he underwent a back procedure. Quarterback news, Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow listed as questionable as he looks to return from his turf toe injury. Aaron Rodgers is questionable. Jackson Dart is out. Packers running back Josh Jacobs listed as questionable. Bucs wide receiver Chris Godwin likely to return this week. Bucky Irvin likely is going to be out another week, trending towards being back next week. NBA action tonight. The Wizards taking on the Raptors in Toronto. 7:30 tip-off near the game right here on the Fan. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Rugged capability, commanding style, and powerful performance. Honda's got it all. Check out the Honda Accord, Civic, and CRV and find the best deal on the Honda for you. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer for a great deal today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Show's brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As an exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Murad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We're at Uptown Alley in Manassas. Third time we've ever been out here for the show. Last year, we were here before the Chicago Bears game midway through the season.
I'd forgotten that was the game that we were here for.
Lest people forget, that was the Hail Mary game.
Yeah, pretty
So
good.
2 days before the Hail Mary heard round D.C., we were right here previewing that game. And, in fact, we spent the entire day not knowing if Jaden Daniels was going to play or not. Because he had a cracked rib. We didn't know exactly what was going on. We still haven't been told he broke his rib by the team, but we now know he broke his rib. So then he had the Hail Mary on that Sunday against the Bears. Then the next time the show was out here, I missed it. You and Toby were doing the show because I had the flu, but it was the Friday before the Lions playoff game.
That's right.
When Washington whooped that ass in Detroit, I think that's the technical term. They went to Detroit and just destroyed the Lions, and Jaden Daniels played the game of his career, made the best throw I've ever seen, not just him, but maybe anybody throw in the playoffs. Just kind of like flipping the ball from next to his pec, 63 yards downfield to De'Ami Brown on a loop that almost hit the top of the dome at Ford Field. And I still am bummed I missed that. You guys had a packed house that day. It was a lot of fun.
Incredible.
Leading up to a game that got the boys to the NFC Championship game. So we're 2 for 2 out here. And while the Commanders won't win this weekend, they also can't lose.
They're undefeated when we come to Uptown Alley. Period.
This season, not losing is probably every bit as good as a win. They've gone 2 months without a win. They've got the not winning thing covered, but they cannot lose because we're here.
They've gone 2 months with only losses. This won't be a loss. That's breaking the streak. It's because we're here.
Uptown Alley, boys
Uptown
and
Alley,
girls.
man.
If you're in the Manassas area, come on out, hang with us. We're here until 6:30. Also, if you guys are hanging out at the bar in-house here, you can sign up for Wizards tickets. Make sure you put your name in the box right here. We're pulling a winner to give somebody tickets to go see the Wiz approaching the holiday season. All right, without further ado, we've got a listener who came up to us, introduced himself, and, he said, I got an idea for you guys. And I was like, whoa.
Okay.
It's a really good idea, and we're actually going to play the game right here and right now at 5 o'clock. So what is your name? Where are you from?
Kevin, and I'm from Centerville.
Kevin in Centerville.
Kevin from Centerville.
We know Kevin in Centerville.
You guys do know Kevin
Yes.
from Centerville. I was here for the last time you guys actually were
That's
up
right.
at Uptown
That's
Alley,
right, yeah.
so.
And you've been a caller, and you know the drill on the show. So I get now why you knew that we would love this so much.
And especially, Grant, knowing what a history buff you are,
Yes.
stuff like that. I figured that this would be right up your alley in terms
Your
of the game.
Uptown Alley?
Thank you. I don't even
That's
know
all
that
for
I'm
me.
a history buff, but I'm interested in it, and it's something that will appeal to me.
Yeah,
for
how
sure.
good do you have to be a buff?
I don't know.
What's buff level?
Like, I would stop short of saying I'm a buff.
I'm not a buff.
I'm intrigued by it. I like it.
I'm pro.
But we're about to find out if we're smart enough to know if people are college football players or signed the Declaration of Independence. So say what you said to me, to the people. How did you come up with this game?
So I was going through the list of draft eligible players this year and noticed kind of the trend. There's always the guys, as you said, the Storm Ducks, the Divine Diablos, the fun names in the draft class. And
Who's my guy that I love with the Bucks? Yaya Diaby.
yeah, okay, there you go. Perfect.
Let's
So
go. Yaya Diaby.
Yaya. Diaby.
And I noticed a trend with this year's draft class. Like, it's not as strong in that sense, but there's a lot of guys with like really old-timey sounding names, enough so that I was like, man, it sounds like this is the group of the founding fathers that signed the Declaration or the Constitution. And so I figured I would play this game with my family at Thanksgiving, but figured that this would be a fun one to run by you guys as well.
All right, let's do this. So
Here we go.
Founding fathers or college football players.
Correct.
On Grant and Daniel. So Darius, hit the game show music, if you please. Kevin in Centerville, I believe you've got the list.
I do.
All right, we're ready.
All right, your first name is Rufus King.
This one's actually perfectly good.
Yeah.
Because
they're all like this.
The first, like my initial thought when he said Rufus, I was like, oh, 100% he signed the Declaration. And then he said Rufus King, and I'm like, oh, that guy's definitely like a quarterback who runs power off tackle for some directional Florida. I'm going to say Rufus King. Well, you go first, Danny.
Draft prospect. Final answer.
I'm going to say, yeah, the King last name makes me think football. I'm going to say Rufus King, football player.
Rufus King is from Massachusetts and signed to the U.S. Constitution.
Son of a bee sting.
This is going to be harder
Son
than
of a
I
bee
thought.
sting.
Massachusetts?
Massachusetts.
And he signed which one?
The U.S. Constitution.
Things you hate to see. Not the Constitution. I like
No,
to see
that was good. Good document.
I didn't think you'd get us, and here we are, 0 for 1. All right, from now on, let's work together. Like, forget that we're going to both try.
I learned a lot of names through my schooling, and I thought they'd all be familiar. That was
Okay.
That's a 5-hole shot.
0
right
for
by me.
1.
Damn it.
Your next name is Quincy Rhodes Jr.
Rhodes Jr. makes you think independence, but isn't that the whole point?
Yes, that's the point of this exercise.
I think this is going to be a football player.
I'm going through my role now. Again, there were 50-some people that signed the Declaration of Independence. I don't know how many people signed the Constitution. Top of my head.
How much crossover was there on that Venn diagram?
I don't know that any of the same signees were there, but I think it was like 50-something on the Constitution and like 39-ish on the Declaration. Don't quote me on that.
Okay. See, I thought it was the opposite. So there you go. That shows how much I remember. Not a buff, I guess. I think that's a draft prospect. Do you think he was going two signees in a row?
I don't know Kevin well enough to go into the psychology of how he's going to operate. However, I just think the first time it sounded more like the thing that we got wrong. So I'm going reverse psychology. I think it's football player.
Football player.
This is a football player.
Football player.
Quincy Rhodes Jr. plays edge at Alabama.
Let's go. Here we go.
We are on the board. 1-1. May the best man win.
Your next name is Caesar Rodney.
Caesar Rodney.
Caesar Rodney.
Damn, this is so much harder than I thought.
Now, is there a chance he's a middle reliever? Obscure
no,
one?
I
Okay,
kept the baseball players off the list this time.
No Caesar Rodney.
Certainly not Fernando Rodney's nephew. What was your initial thought? My initial thought is that Caesar Rodney is a football player.
I think Caesar Rodney signed the document.
Do you?
I do. I can't.
Caesar?
I don't know why.
You think Caesar was a popular name back then of the
No,
founding
and
fathers?
that's why it stands out. That everyone was going like, "What signature is this?" Pray tell, Jonathan. That's a Caesar. Caesar Rodney signed something.
If Caesar Rodney did sign the document, how would he sound? Talking.
Caesar Rodney. He's from New England there. Caesar Rodney, New Hampshire. I signed the document because it's important for us to establish these United States, sir. And everyone claps. Like that, right?
Sounds like a Kennedy. I will agree with you.
I don't feel good about it.
I was going to go in a different direction, but we're brothers in arms here. Let's do it.
Show me signee.
Caesar Rodney was from Delaware and signed the Declaration
Here
of
we go.
Independence.
Let's go.
Here we go. Here we go.
2.
Yep.
We got 2. Delaware.
From Delaware.
Do we know what he did in Delaware?
I have no idea. I had the list originally when I pulled it, and I couldn't tell you now.
I'm going to say he's a Del Cave Townie who wants to, grow up and be like Joe Flacco.
He was a lawyer.
Yep.
Founding father, signee, declaration, famous for a dramatic midnight horseback ride to break Delaware's tie vote in favor of independence. Oh, this guy's a hero.
This guy's silly.
This guy was flying on a horse.
Look at a picture of him. That's nubs.
This guy is not a great-looking guy.
That's nubs.
Born in 1728.
Half white hair, half the opposite on the other side.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no just for men going on there with that guy.
Continental Congress, first president of Delaware, which is governor.
Silly.
If memory serves, I think he was a named character in the movie 1776.
Was he?
I believe so.
Caesar Rodney.
Caesar Rodney.
I thought he was a quarterback at UTEP. But all right, here we go.
Here we go.
We're up 2-1.
Your next name is John Henry Daly.
John Henry Daly is so easily trying to lead us the path of a signing.
It sounds like a signing.
And he's trying to prey on like Patrick Henry and all the Johns.
The three names that are all standard issue.
So he clearly grabbed a college football player who sounds like a signee. Are you in agreement with me that this is 1,000% a college football player?
This guy signed to play college football.
I've never been more sure about anything. This is a football player.
Show me football player.
Your instincts were very good. John Henry Daly plays edge at Utah.
Utah.
You're not going to do this again. You got us once. It won't happen again.
I bet you he gets us again.
Your next name is Emmanuel McNeil Warren.
Son of a...
By the way, 3 in a row right now.
Yeah. Emmanuel McNeil Warren. And it sounds like a judge. Judge Emmanuel McNeil Warren presiding. Kind of a thing.
Emmanuel is not a name that I would correlate with that time. And like,
I would. I feel like that's what dudes were named.
Emmanuel?
Yeah.
Emmanuel, you here, Emmanuel? I don't know.
Yeah. Where's Emmanuel Forbes? Okay, I wish we still had him.
What's his name again?
Emmanuel McNeil Warren.
The fact that there's 3 names as well, again, he's trying to prey on the signee thing.
I feel like he signed.
I'm kind of leaning that way myself. Also, he's gone a couple. We've gotten a recent player here. I don't think he's just going to start ripping off players.
Yeah, but that you get yourself into trouble because that would make 3 straight players if it is a player. I think it's a signing.
I think it's a signee as well.
Show me signing.
Emmanuel McNeil Warren plays safety at Toledo.
Damn it! Fart noises.
And just like that,
Yep, I lost it.
He gets us again, 3-2.
Sugar.
Where does he play?
He plays safety at Toledo.
Toledo.
Does he?
Toledo.
I knew it. Come on, man.
Oh, right. Toledo.
All right, so you've got 2, we've got 3. How many do you have there?
I think I got 2 more.
All right, let's do best of 7. If we win it, we're up 3-2.
We do not want to go back to Centerville.
No, I'm not going back to
We're
Centerville.
at home right now. Let's
End this
close it
thing
out.
at home
I
right
do
here.
not want to go to a game 7.
Game 6, let's end this thing.
All right. To clinch it potentially, your name is Thomas Hayward Jr.
That's a football player. Thomas is everybody's name back then who signed the Declaration of Independence. But he gave us a junior. Junior's a football player.
Grant, I don't know about that one, dude. I think that guy might have signed. That might be rattling around in my memory. Someone that signed something.
Thomas Haywood Jr.
Thomas Haywood Jr. Hayward or Haywood?
Hayward.
Thomas
Hayward
Jr.
Hey, you keep saying Wood. It's Ward.
Hayward.
Hayward.
I don't know that it matters. It doesn't. I mean, now
It
you
doesn't
know.
matter to me.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, if only I knew the pronunciation. Now I know.
Wait,
what it is.
Wood? Oh, okay.
Yeah. I thought you were saying Haywood. Now that you're saying Hayward, he's definitely from Rhode Island.
He might be. It might be rattling around in my brain. You listen. I've governed it too much. You decide. Tie-breaking vote goes to you.
Your level of confidence 1 to 100.
3.
Okay. Then I'm going to say he's a football player.
Thomas Hayward Jr. was from South Carolina and signed the Declaration of Independence.
I thought I had that one.
Things that you hate to see.
I wasn't confident enough to overrule. I'm not mad.
We got to deal with the Game 7.
Now we got to go to Centerville. Anything can happen in the Game 7.
You never want to have a Game 7 on the road. You never want to go to Centerville for a Game 7.
Damn it.
You had a chance in front of your crowd, and our crowd doesn't even travel that well to Centerville.
No.
We're playing. It's a hostile environment.
Not for us for this.
We're doing a press conference before the game talking about how our guys aren't tight. We're loose.
We're looking to embrace this moment, right? I mean, if you asked me before this whole thing started, would I take a Game 7 trying to name a Declaration of Independence signee or a draft prospect, I'd have said, hell yeah, man. Embrace the ride. That's what I told the guys. Hey, we're here, all right? How we got here don't matter. We are here. Enjoy the moment.
Look into the eyes of the man next to you.
Enjoy it.
Why do you play this game? For moments like this.
Bow your heads.
48 minutes for the rest of your life. Let's go win a Game 7. All right, we're ready. We're ready for Game 7.
Gentlemen, for all the marbles.
Yes.
Your final name is Gunning Bedford Jr.
Son of a beast.
All right.
Gunning?
Gunning Bedford Jr.
Gunning Bedford Jr.
Gunning.
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 Gunning. Gunning.
Okay, so you spell it, please.
Gunning, Gunning.
Could you use it in a sentence like, did Gunning Bedford sign the Declaration of Independence?
Like during the fight for independence, they were gunning down the redcoats.
Gunning.
Okay. Gunning.
Gunning.
Bedford Jr. How do you spell Bedford?
Bedford.
Oh,
Okay.
Okay. Not you
Bedford.
I'm not sure I can use that one in a sentence.
Bedford
Gunning Bedford.
Junior.
I tell you what. One more question for context. Did he sign the Declaration of Independence?
I think we're going to have to hold off on that one.
Did it?
I'm going
All
to wait to
Tried
answer your
trick him.
question.
Tried to trick
What's your initial thought?
Signed.
I thought so too.
But what now I'm all thrown.
I thought so too. Initial thought was he definitely signed, but it's all on the line here. So that's my lean. You can either come with me or you can spin us in the other direction.
Thelma and Louise, brother. Let's go together off the cliff.
All right, Gunning Bedford Jr. signed the Declaration of Independence. Game 7, championship on the line. Final answer.
Gentlemen, Gunning Bedford Jr. was from Delaware and signed the U.S.
Here we go. Let's go! And that's how you win a Game 7.
Well done.
Nats in Houston, baby. Steven Strasburg and Max Scherzer just went to Houston and came back World Series champions.
Bang on that trash can.
Howie Kendrick just hit the foul pole.
Howie Kendrick, part 2.
Do you believe?
Yes.
Dave Jaguar. Granton Denny off the foul pole. Do you believe?
Oh, buddy.
That was fun. Thank
Man,
you.
what a
Boys,
game.
I appreciate you having
Let's
me
hear
on.
it
Thank
for
you so
Kevin
much.
and
Kevin, that's a
Centerville.
hell of a game.
That's a game.
God, that's a game.
Your family's in for a treat on Thanksgiving. That'll be good. All right, next on Grant and Danny, we will do this game again. No, I'm just kidding. Next on Grant and Danny, the biggest storylines in Week 12 in the NFL. We'll hit those. And is Deebo Samuel coming back to Washington? That's the big question on the Fan. Hey guys, it's GP for the FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel, an official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. It's Friday. NBA Happy Hour Fridays happening right now every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. East Time. FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boots, bonuses, surprises, all the boosts you ever want, designed to bring that Friday energy. This is not just another promo. It's your weekly pregame NBA Happy Hour every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern. Only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Go to FanDuel.com/GP. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP to grab your reward before the clock expires. Must be 21, present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. Leg requirements, max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Plenty good football this weekend, just not for the Commanders. The Nova High School football previews presented by Northern Virginia Community College. Playoff game, a region semifinal between Centerville and James Madison tonight at 7 o'clock. Centerville beat George C. Marshall last week 42-31 to advance, and Madison beat Langley 42-32 last week. Again, 7 o'clock tip-off for Centerville and James Madison. Nova helps your student earn a degree, start a career, save on tuition to make you proud. Northern Virginia Community College. Stop at nothing. Get started at go.nvcc.edu. No football for the Commanders this weekend, but we found out today that they're going to be a home team for an international game in 2026. Location still to be decided. NFL injuries. Lions tight end Sam Laporta going to be done for the year, likely with a back procedure he just underwent. Quarterback news, Joe Burrow is questionable. Aaron Rodgers is questionable. Jackson Dart is out. Packers running back Josh Jacobs is listed as questionable. Wide receiver Chris Godwin likely back this week for Tampa. Running back Bucky Irving out again. Basketball tonight, Wizards and Raptors in Toronto. 7:30 tip-off near the game right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Oh, welcome back to Grant and Danny from Uptown Alley in Manassas, live on The Fan. Come on out. We're here until 6:30, another hour from right now. Some Nats news to get you in a second. One more thanks to our listener, Kevin in Centerville, put together a fun game for us. Ended up grilling us on college football players or signees of the Declaration of Independence. You know, you hear the commercials.
Yes.
VA 250 Paulson.
GP 250, yeah.
We're celebrating 250 years of the United States of America and of the great Commonwealth of Virginia, which is
Doing great?
doing great.
Oh, I nailed it. I'm so nervous.
So I was at Mount Vernon with the family last week. We're going to Monticello here. Sounds like I got some more passport stamps to get, though. I got some learning to do on the Declaration of Independence.
Well, I mean, I studied it 30-some years ago, and I thought a lot of names, and I didn't, I suppose. We're getting text messages. They're flying in, congratulating us on our big Game 7 win.
A lot of people are excited for us.
Bobby Blanco said congratulations and how proud he was of us to come in clutch like that. He said that. That was very nice of him.
Our boss told us, remember where we were.
So you remember where you are. So you remember where you were. You know, a decent situation. Could he have played? I liked him coming out of school. He wouldn't have gone ahead of any of the guys for me the year before, right? Like he's not going ahead of May or Daniels or Caleb Williams or even Michael Penix, and probably not Bo Nix or even J.J. McCarthy for that matter. So, but I still liked him okay, but he's doomed being there. Doomed.
Jaguars, Cardinals in Arizona this weekend. Jacksonville is 6-4. The Cardinals are 3-7. They move forward still without Kyler Murray, who's on injured reserve after they benched him anyway, for Jacoby Brissett, who's played at a high level. Jacksonville is starting to sniff the postseason here. Unimpressively, but last week they might have figured something out. They won by 29 points. They were up 35-6 when the final second ticked off the clock against the LA Chargers. They'd lost 3 of 4 going into that game, but now it's 6-4. They're flawed defensively, but Liam Cohen, a first-year head coach, might have them in the postseason. If you look at the AFC standings right now in the conference, they are 7th in a 17 playoff field, a half game ahead of the Texans after their win last night for the last wild card spot.
What a fascinating team this year's Jacksonville Jaguars are. It's just in for the ultimate ride.
Well, this year's also been the last time that I'm going to waste any time defending or talking about Trevor Lawrence, because you're just not going to watch him and come away thinking that's a top 12 quarterback.
Yeah.
He is very, very middle of the pack, and I do think he holds them back offensively.
With apologies to your boy, Breathless Joe Jackson, who just loves the Jaguars so much, and it's inexplicable, frankly. It defies belief or logic. I just don't trust them still, even though they've put some pretty good deposits in the bank. When you watch some of their games. In the first half of the year, they were a turnover-forcing machine that was pretty damn good on defense. That's fallen apart, as now 3 straight games they've scored 30, 29, and 35 points out of their bye week. So Jekyll and Hyde, welcome to town. But they've got a very manageable schedule here down the stretch. Starts this week, Arizona, Tennessee, Colts, tough one, obviously. But then the Jets, we could look up, and that could be a 9-win group with a handful of games to play. They close out the year with the Titans as well. They're a playoff team, in my view, in the AFC because of their pretty easy road.
I just think that Jacksonville, if they could get a little more out of Lawrence, could be an 11-12 win team. And because he's playing at like a 9-win pace every single year, they haven't been able to put it over the hump. Also, they're number 1 in drops, and it's not even close. They have like something like 7 to 10 more drops than any other team in the NFL this season. There's over 30 collectively. I think the trade they made for Jacoby Myers was a good one. All right, 4 o'clock window. I don't know why this game's at 4:25, but it is. New Orleans Superdome. We went there last year. Falcons, Saints, NFC South matchup. That's Kirko's music. Michael Penix, torn ACL. By the way, his 3rd ever torn ACL. 2 on one leg. This is a different leg, but it's the 3rd he's dealt with. Serious injury. He might not be back in time for next year. So the Falcons have to figure out, what are they going to do at quarterback? I don't think Cousins is going to be there. You got to cut him,
right.
Get out of that contract. There's no reason he would want to come back there cheaper to be a veteran backup. He feels like they lied to him about not drafting a quarterback and kind of railroaded him and derailed his career. So why, if you're Kirk Cousins, are you going back? They're going to have to be in the quarterback market after $100 million on Cousins and drafting a guy in the top 10. I mean, how does anyone over there keep a job? It's going to be hard to envision if they can't string together some wins here at 3-7.
That was such a mess to begin with, and it's a mess of their own design. What a foolish set of circumstances that was so avoidable.
How's that possible, by the way? $100 million on a veteran, top 10 pick, and right now for next season, you probably don't have a quarterback on the roster for week 1.
And what was even crazier with the number of people defending it, where you're going, like, you got to have a quarterback, so you threw whatever you can at it or some kind of weird paradigm. I never understood it. You set up everybody to not do particularly well.
The comment they made that I thought was the most outrageous, and I still remember this quote from right after the draft. They said something like, it was like the hubris of this. They said, we're not going to pick this high for a long, long time, said the 3-7 GM of the Falcons, because they had the 8th pick, I think it was, when they drafted Penix. You know where they would pick right now this second? 8th. By the way, they don't even have that pick, so maybe he was right.
Traded away.
Because they traded it to the Rams to go get a defensive end late in the first round last year who's got like 4 sacks. I mean, if I was a Falcons fan, I would be livid about the state of the union.
It is a mess. So you're going to have a quarterback coming off injury, as you said, probably a new head coach, knew everything down there, presumably, as you're going about your business with whatever this is. And there were some great highs this year. early season, this was a tough group to play against. I know they lost to Carolina that way, but we saw them beat Buffalo. We saw how dominant they were against Washington. We saw how dominant that defense was against Minnesota earlier on this season. And you go, there's some ingredients here. You've got a star on offense in Bijan Robinson. You've got, now I know Drake Powell, I'm sure that's a person. Drake London's hurt, but you have something there. You got the starter kid of something that's at least pretty good in a very mediocre at best division, and they have just fallen apart, man. It is a mess.
4 o'clock window, Bucks, Rams. Here's a playoff game. Playoff preview. Tampa Bay's a front runner in the NFC South, 6-4. Rams are 8-2. They might be the favorite to come out of the NFC for the Super Bowl. Eagles are going to be in that conversation. I still think Seattle's the most complete team. The Rams beat them last week, even though Seattle outgained them by a bunch. Matt Stafford, among NFC quarterbacks, is the most likely to win the MVP award. Overall, it's like him and Drake May in the odds. 5 consecutive wins for the Rams. 6 of their last 7. Stafford's playing big-time nails football right now. They can run it with Kyron Williams. And this defense has come on like gangbusters. Cover your ears, Commanders fans. Emmanuel Forbes.
Oh, my God.
Is playing football.
He's playing great.
I don't understand it. I'm not going to pretend like this guy's like a DPOY candidate. That's not a thing. But they post on social media about Emmanuel Forbes like we posted about Bill in the preseason. Like they act like Emmanuel Forbes is, Sauce Gardner with the Jets or something.
I mean, there's some graphic I saw. I don't remember what the numbers were, but like when matched up one-on-one in man coverage against Jackson Smith and Jigba managed negative 100,000 yards and had to get an organ removed. I mean, just a kick to the giblets. It was never going to happen here just because for a million reasons, but it's happening there, and boy, is it a hoot.
The weird thing is this has never happened before. I don't know about you guys, but I don't ever remember a Commanders player struggling here and then going somewhere else and thriving. This is the first time.
No.
So it was probably due to happen.
Again.
Any Hoodles.
And again.
Rams, 8-2. Who would you take if I gave you right now $20 to put down, equal odds? Eagles, Rams, Seahawks to come out of the NFC. Because I think Seattle's the most talented. Philly is the most battle-tested. And then the Rams are kind of the complete package of you got the recent ring with McVay and Stafford, and you've got probably close to equal talent to Seattle.
I think it might be the Rams. And there's no wrong answer in there. Those are the 3 teams to me. That's the kind of the head. But you look at what the Rams have coming up. So Tampa this week, that you already mentioned. Then a few weeks they've got Detroit, who's really going to need that one. And they got one more with Seattle on the road on Thursday Night Foosball on the 18th, right? Those are the only 3 games they got left against teams with winning records. They've kind of been through a really rough part of their schedule and emerged in really good shape at 8-2. This is as long as ... Matt Stafford. Remember the question of the preseason, rightfully so, by the way, was how banged up he was. He couldn't practice. He couldn't take a snap. He couldn't stand, walk, eat, breathe, go to sleep, anything. And now he's just durable as all hell through 10 weeks of football with their bye week already in the rearview. They could easily be a 12 or 13 win team, have home field if some of these other teams stumble, and the road to the Super Bowl might go through them. They're complete. They're awesome on defense, too.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're live in Manassas at Uptown Alley. One of our producers, Ryan Clary, just got in a big way. He will have to explain himself live on the radio as soon as we return next on 106.7 The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my friends at Tedford Ford. Don't fall for imitations. Don't fall for cheap fakes. Don't get duped by the lesser guys like our friend Ryan Clary. No. Go see my guys at Tedford Ford. All month long, they are the best at this. They want to give you more than you think for your trade-in. Everyday value. Get some cash for it, top dollar offer, and put that value towards something brand spanking new at Tedford Ford. You could score over $26,000. I did not stutter. $26,000 off a new 2025 F-150 from Tedford, your F-150 headquarters, and no payments for 90 days. Or plug into savings. I got a Mustang Mach-E. I love it. Best car I've ever had. $10,500 off the MSRP. No payments again for 90 days. How about $6,000 off the in-demand 2025 Ford Bronco, or almost $4,200 off the Bronco Sport? Again, no payments for both for over 90 days. I love Ted Britt Ford, and you guys will too. Go see them in Fairfax and Chantilly. Click away at tedbritt.com. And when you tell them Danny sent you, you got to mean it.
Welcome back to Uptown Alley in Manassas. Grant and Danny on the Fan live until 6:30. We will get you ready for a full weekend of football before we say goodbye. A lot of storylines to hit out of the NFL still. But right now, we've got to welcome onto the show one of our producers, Ryan Clary, back in our DC studio. See, out here at Uptown Alley, it's myself, and Danny and Toby. Back in D.C., we've got Darius running the board and Ryan from corporate, who runs our cameras and helps us out on the production of the show. So just some housekeeping, a little bit of Radio Insider stuff. There's only so much we can do while we're on the air to see things that are breaking, to vet them, to get the intel in the moment that is going on in the sports world, because you and I are busy conversing.
Yes.
It's mentally taxing, but we're listening to the person so we can react. When do I jump in? When do I not? I mean, that's kind of the gig.
Yeah, listen, we're not splitting the atom here. It's not the most complicated thing in the world, but
No.
it does require some acumen. It requires the ability to, I would say, multitask at times, to listen, to focus on the next thing. And you've got a million things to worry about, to set up the next topic, to rehash what we did before, to tease this prize and that prize. And I'm looking up the numbers and trying to make sure I'm listening to you and so forth. It can get a little unwieldy at times.
But if it was just up to us, we'd miss breaking news all the time. And luckily, that's where producers come in. We have these producers that work hard for
Just
our
producing,
show,
yeah.
and they produce the program. They're doing everything from booking guests and getting them on the line and getting winners for prizes and sliding us reads to do and saying, hey, make sure you do this. All helpful. The other thing they do is if news breaks, they send it to us. But by the time it gets to us, when you've now told us about it, we got to get it on the air as soon as possible. There's these checks and these balances. That's what the producer's job is, to make sure that the news is authentic and legitimate before they send it to us. Because as soon as you send it to us, we're going to talk about it on the radio. That's the process.
Yep.
So I got a text from producer Ryan during our last segment. I'm going to read it to you.
Okay.
It's in all caps.
All caps.
And it says, oh my God, Nats DFA'd K-Barrett. K-Barrett is K-Barrett Ruiz. DFA'd would mean they released Ruiz, their catcher.
Yep.
Now I'm going to let the rest of you guys know, bury the lead here, they didn't actually do that.
Did not
Okay?
do that.
They have not DFA'd K-Barrett Ruiz. He's still a national. Ryan didn't know that, though. Toby goes, where? Huh? What? See, this is instincts. Toby's going, that makes no sense. They wouldn't have done that. And Ryan, in all caps, responds, Andrew Golden.
Andrew Golden.
Andrew Golden covers the Nationals for the Washington Post. Reputable, credible. If he says it, it's happening. To which, Toby, what did you do to vet this? Because very quickly, Toby slid his phone across to me and says, this is not true.
Yeah, I mean, I immediately went to Andrew Golden's Twitter, not Andrew Golden at Andrew Golden, at Andrew C. Golden, the guy that actually writes for the Washington
C
Post.
stands for credible, right?
Yeah, and so I looked, and I'd already sent a couple of things from Nationals News into our group tweet thread or whatever, and I was like, all right, let's check the profile. Nothing there. So I'm like, maybe the internet's slow here. I'm hitting refresh 15 times, still nothing.
Now, mind you, had we not have been mid-NFL segment, had we not been in the middle of breakdowns, music playing, on another slower day, we're already talking about Andrew Golden's report. We're already talking about K-Barrett Ruiz being DFA'd. Now, in another organization, there is a multiverse where that would happen if you were allowed to spend money, and you've now decided this guy is not worth this money. It's not a lot of money, but he's not particularly good. And it's not the craziest thing in the world. But here, it would be incredibly
It would be shocking.
surprising. So Toby then finds out somehow that this is a fake tweet from a fake account. How did you figure that out?
Yeah, I clicked on at Andrew Golden, the one that this tweet was from, not at Andrew C. Golden, the actual reporter, and there were 0 followers. Now, they did a good job of this. They did a fantastic job. They made sure to use Andrew Golden's full bio.
Okay.
They used his profile picture. They used his cover photo. I actually texted Andrew and said, fantastic job, buddy, at making a parody account. He said, I'm not smart enough to do that. But they had everything set up, but when you see that they're following one person and that no one's following them, that's probably not the Andrew Golden that actually covers the Nationals.
So Clary's investigation was a little less thorough, I'd say, because he retweeted this tweet and in all caps was like, this is insane. And then celebrated the news essentially as if to be like, new day in Washington, D.C., Paul Taboni kicking butt and taking names, right? Like I told you this guy was going to just start busting skulls.
Like the new era has begun right now.
Here's the problem. It did not happen.
Fake
account. Now, luckily, we didn't talk about it on the show. That would have been bad.
Yep.
But we can talk about it now.
Yes.
So without further ado, let's welcome onto the show Ryan Clary. Ryan, how are you, bud?
I'm doing well. First and foremost, I did not tweet out any of those things like Taboni's crushing skulls. I just said, oh, wow, this is surprising.
Did you retweet the fake news and comment on it?
I did. I got. And you know what? I got. Like that. That's just what it is. You've gotten got. Danny's gotten got. We've
Absolutely.
all gotten got. I don't like if you look at that account from just looking at it and you're like, oh my gosh, like all this Nats news flying around, you're anticipating news, and all of a sudden you see that. I'm like, oh my God. I do the Locked On Nationals podcast, couple thousand listeners, no big deal. So I've got stuff to do, and I'm like thinking, oh my gosh, like this is a big deal. I text you guys like, oh my gosh, Keibert Ruiz DFA, like this is big news. Did not think to click on that account because honestly,
that's a pretty important part of the process.
It is.
Like the moment you text us that, we start talking about it on the air. Do you know what jackasses we look like?
Well, so
if I was to say, oh my God, the Nats just they just DFA'd Keibert.
So let me say this. So it goes from Ryan to Darius to the point that he's now talking in our ear, not over the air, that this has happened.
That's your Darius said in our ear as if to say, talk about this.
So
He's like, check the messages.
So I check the messages and I immediately go, as if to say, hey, we're getting ready to talk about this because this is major. I retweeted it. Now the reason
retweeted it?
The reason I did so is because but I'm not getting duped by that. I'm getting duped by you. Does that make any sense? If it comes through my producers who are telling me the information, it's time for a reaction. But you see what I'm saying? I assume a level of vetting.
Post a comment with
100%.
I didn't even know this.
And that's the angle of the story. I immediately get a text from our guy Mark Zuckerman. Fake account. That's not Andrew. And I realized that 10 seconds after I posted it, instantly deleted it. It's gone.
What did you say?
Oh wow, totally unexpected. Right? Like, or something like that. I don't remember what it is. It's gone.
I had no idea you got too.
And he said, you had me panicking for a minute. And I said, yeah, I panicked too. I was on air. And once it gets to me, I assume, and this is my own incorrect thing, that you guys wouldn't, I trust everybody involved here. You're not going to interrupt us unless it's real. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's a whole show process going on, and no one's going to be like, you guys have to stop what you're doing because this major thing just happened, unless the major thing happened.
Wait, if you guys listen closely, you hear that bus backing up in the background. Oh, that's Clary laying under there. And who's that driving it? Oh, it's Danny.
I didn't even check my mirrors.
He just backed right over him.
Here's the thing, though. That account was, they got what they wanted with that. Because it looked great.
Yeah, they got you.
It looked great. It looked exactly like his account with all these Nats news flying.
You follow Andrew Golden.
I know, but I had 15 retweets in 2 minutes. I'm like, oh, you don't even think about it.
How did you even see it?
Because someone else retweeted it at that point. I don't know who, but someone else did, and that's when I was like, oh my gosh, I can look over at Darius. Didn't even think of it. Had a ton of interaction already.